He went for a Baraka, instant air spin, crushed the armor because the slide went under the knives, and then at the same time, when he woke up, Chameleon was out just ready to play. Like, there is so much happening right now, and
so good.
It's gonna be mad as we go into this reset. Takanada against Omi one more time.
Yeah, one more time. One more time. They 2 sets so far, and they've all been great. Even the first set, it was 3-0 in Takanada's favor, but it came down to the wire. But like Omi didn't even have time to really lab anything or really adjust. I guess there was 1 set in between his loss and his next match, but you know, that could be a possibility. It could be him like looking back and saying, you know, how do I deal with that? What are my options when that Kano ball is coming out? And that's been really a huge determinant in this second set. But right now, final set, both players have lost their first tournament life, double elimination, and here it is, all on the line, and he blocks the Molina ball. Easy punish here for Takanada, and he's making a statement, sending out the offense, just fully coming out. Hold on, can he make this happen?
Oh, that is very sneaky. Back 2 into slide into the big, massive jump right now. Omi does have a little bit of control of the momentum. Takanada playing a little bit slower, definitely working to his favor, throwing out some stray strings, not wanting to overextend, but gotta be a little bit careful at the moment. Omi, 1 touch into fatal blow, and this will close out the game if he hits it.
Anything, it could be the low, it could be...
Oh, that has come to bite him. He's done that a fair few times. The slide has been a massive way for Omi to just cash out on damage, but he's got to be a little bit careful. You can imagine Takanada now must be scoping a lot of things out.
You gotta chill out on the slides, man. The slides are really, like, Takanada has proven time and time again he can deal with the slide katana mind game. Like, and it's even if it's just, hey, I'm gonna down 2 and get that guaranteed damage, he's okay with it. Totally okay with it.
Also, something I do want to point out right there. Takanada, knowing full well that Omi has been challenging Kano knives with the actual slide, choose to just throw him out and just jump right over. Just let Omi waste that meter, not have it to break it all. And what a beautiful catch. Just enough to close out this round. And that was a far more decisive game than we've actually seen in the losers, well, I said grand finals before the reset.
Yeah, I mean, I would say even going back to the winners finals, like, we didn't see quite dominance like that. And I think it's like you said, I think Takanada kind of knowing the armor tendencies, and just because you have the option to armor, just because you can armor through something, doesn't mean you should always do it. I think meter in this game is so precious, mainly because of the fact that Breaker requires all 3 bars, full bar, full meter, in order for you to stop a combo. So that in itself is huge. And if you armor through something and get, what, 9, 10, 11%, is that really worth it? Is that really worth your resources, especially if it gets baited out and you get nothing? And I feel like Takanada is playing to that. Takanada is forcing Omi to come off those resources. Beautiful dive kick here. We're going to get a full combo here thanks to a bar. Again, very, very precious resource.
Very, very true. And, you know, even just touching on it, it's why we haven't been... Oh, gets himself out the corner. That was really sick. That is like a corner-only thing on that cross-up. Oh, talking of cross-ups, gets that big overhead right now. Gonna get the splat into the ground. A lot of friend weaving from Takanada.
Good block here from Omi. Saw the overhead coming and just stood up for it just in time. Reacting perfectly. Trying to bait out an armor move from Takanada, but Takanada knowing not worth it. That was a clean punish, but he didn't commit.
Oh, most unfortunate, but even so, just going to go for the throw game. And that's something I do want to actually point out that Takanada has been doing ever since the last game. He has conditioned Omi. Oh my days, that was so sick. He has conditioned Omi quite a fair bit from grabbing him so much and being aware that he would neutral duck and just been hitting him with the back 3.
Flawless blocked that and negated all that chip that Takanada was solely relying on for this win condition. A little bit of stagger pressure here. Doesn't complete the whole string, instead going for a throw. So there's only 12 seconds left on the clock and it doesn't matter. Takanada spinning in and just messing with the trajectory of his jump and saying and just saying like, oh, you think I'm gonna land? Just kidding. Here comes the aggression. Here comes the offense.
My man is just rocking team spin in every sense of the word, and it is working.
absolutely is working. That was a whiff right in front of him, but he wasn't close enough to really capitalize on it. Now, Sub-Zero's stand 2 is pretty far reaching. It's a high, it leads into a combo. And speaking of leading into combos, here comes a regular, good, old-fashioned freeze.
Yeah, Takanada being aware, just spending the bar, doesn't want to have to deal with it, overextend. Can get really good meterless damage even without it, but gotta be careful on these big decisions right now. Yeah, doesn't have the meter spend for the spin, keep himself safe, but oh, back free again. Forces Omi to break.
Kano ball to just kind of keep that pressure going, keeping control in Takanada's side of the stage. Just saying, you got to come to me. You got to go through all these obstacles. Oh, I thought that was just in time, but it wasn't.
Yeah, catches him to standing 2. Goes for the throw. Very awkward situation at the moment. So almost 20 seconds left on the clock right now, and this is just anyone's game. So much patience is being shown, but Takanada knows on life deficit.
That could have been fatal blow. That could have been fatal blow. I was thinking the exact same thing. There's only 8 seconds left on the clock. You need to go in. Omi, you need to go in. You can't let him get away.
Yeah, goes for the Kano ball. Goes for the wake-up slide, and a big down 2 from Takanada. 2-0 up after this reset. Looking to double eliminate who sent him to loser's side.
So tough, man. Right there at the end, he was... I guess it was just a little too predictable that, yeah, he was going to go for it. But again, what was he going to do? Kano was right on his back. Like, so many instances where he's like, I want to press, but the threat of Kano ball, like, I don't have enough life to really give up here. He had some clutch, flawless block moments here and there, but it's just Takanada squeaking by through there, getting the better of that whole scramble situation. And right now, Omi is in a tough position here. He is forced to have to make 3 straight game wins in order to win this tournament. And that's a tall order, man. That's a tall order.
It is, but I think it's definitely very possible with how he has been playing. The real big thing right now is just that Takanada has just switched up the momentum. It can't be denied. He switched it up. It is in his favor, and he's making all the right reads, all the right decisions, and just out-neutling Takanada and catching on every little thing. He's conditioning Omi in just the right way that back three, man, hits like a tank.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And right now, he's sniffing. He's picking up on the fact that Omi is chilling out. These throws are getting so much damage for him. Here comes the Kano jump in. Yep. So the Kano assist to complement the jump in. Omi going back to using that armor almost like, you know, not sparingly. Just like going ham with the armor. Like, I need the momentum. I need to be on offense here. And last time it kind of killed him.
That is true, but he did have a fair few options. Of course, jump out when he does have the chameleon option on deck, but man, he's got a lot of work to put in right now. But Takanada in quite a significant life deficit. But this feels like where Takanada kind of thrives at certain points. Even so, Omi will take this round, breaking that momentum, which could be pivotal in this match.
Omi feeling himself real good here. Even like those little flawless blocks from full screen, not necessary, but, you know, just kind of keeping his mind sharp, keeping his mind ready to go once he does close that gap, once he does get right in there. No bait, no.
Triple ice clone again.
Yeah, it doesn't take the bait. He just loves spending the meter on that. If that was a dive kick, that would have went into a whole combo.
A lot of space, a lot of slow methodical play at the moment. Takanada playing very passive this and the last game, but there he is, overextends. We get a full combo punish for the back 3-1 to the 2-1 spin at the moment. Yes, see, that's the thing. Omi getting a little bit too careless with his armor. Probably baited out the idea that Kano knives is going to be on screen, and Omi was like, I'm just going to go for the meaty 4, going to crush your armor. And yep, can't get a full combo off this.
Definitely not getting a full combo off that at all. Just getting shredded was his armor, right? And that's what's so good about Baraka. So many armor shredding abilities, so many armor shredding situations. Kano took the ice ball in that situation, and that's definitely favorable for Takanada, but he does find himself getting thrown. This could be the final round if it goes Takanada's way. Omi needs to tap in. Omi needs to come out swinging.
Yes, keep in mind that Fatal Blow is still currently available on both sides, but Takanada really just running down the clock, slowing down the game plan, not choosing to overextend at the moment, and Omi in the most certainly the favorable position. Takanada needs to force his way in. It's something that, you know, Baraka definitely doesn't have a problem with, but when Kano was temporarily out of play, it is a issue. Another forward throw.
So many throws here, and just kind of just meeting them here with those mid ice pushes. Like, you almost forget there's very few projectile-like things that hit as mids, but that is one of them. Oh, trying to go for it. He just tried to go for it. He put himself in negative and said, I'm going to armor through this. And Takanada saying, no, 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 I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for that slide.
A few seconds left on the clock. Omi needs to block out of his mind right now. 8 seconds left. We have seen Takanada steal, but it's 5 seconds. A few more left. Oh, gets the forward throw, can't quite get it. Yep, just gonna block it slowly, and Omi's gonna break the momentum. Put a point for himself on the board, not out of the fight just yet.
You labeled it so perfectly there. Omi has to block for his life, holding out that block button, saying, I'm gonna take these throws because they do take up some time. They don't do too much damage, but he was just so ready, so complacent with just sitting there and holding on the block, and that just barely got him the win there. My heart is jumping out of my chest. It was so close, so down to the wire, and I think Omi can make this happen, man. I think he can do it. He needs 2 more games and he can do this.
Truth be told, I think Takanada made a very big decision there that I don't entirely agree with, and that wasn't cashing out on the fatal blow when he landed, because when you do it, it actually stops the clock.
Yes.
That would have given him a few more seconds at the very least, and at least put him in a position where he's typically been in favor of actually winning those setups after landing the fatal blow. Talking about that, that's the same scenario we typically see from him, but what is happening?
Oh, the Kano ball didn't become active right in front of Sub-Zero, so Omi was ready to just continue the combo and successfully combo after an air freeze.
Yeah, Omi snapping that momentum, swinging it back to his favor. Takanada fighting back, has to kind of break. I guess this is just going to be a very momentum heavy game between either of them, but
he did it again!
Patience.
He did it again, and Kano knives be damned. Those are not going to come into play here. Just patiently waiting for that second knife to hit. Doesn't have a lot of blocks then on its own, and Omi, I feel like I'm seeing a whole new player, not really relying a lot on the slide, and just kind of sitting back and waiting, using a lot of that clone push to just chip away slowly and slowly, and you don't jump in on Sub-Zero. I'm telling you, there's one character you don't jump in on in this game. It is Sub-Zero. That clone is going to eat you alive over and over and over again.
I will say that a lot of impatience is definitely being shown from Takanada. I imagine a little bit of frustration in play is being shown from the previous match where he was slowing things down right to the clock. So now he's trying to dial up the momentum, maybe switch how the pace of the game was previously. But, ooh, can't quite get the full mileage off that back one. But, gonna get the 2-1 into the spin. This is what he needs to just shut down Omi, but gotta keep him in the corner, man. It's where you play at your best.
Yeah, he's keeping him. He's kind of like pushed him out of there, and now giving Omi all this access to real estate. What a whip punish! What a whip punish by Takanada, forcing that breaker to come out. I don't know if I agree with that. Here comes Kano Ball to save the day. That was a very punishable state for Baraka in that situation, and just because of that Kano Ball, just because of that clutch summon, it is not happening. That ambush, I should say. Oh boy.
He isn't quite able to get much off that, but big neutral jump. As for the 2 beautiful blocks right there, and Omi, he put it all on that. Takanada, tournament point.
Did you see that backdash? I thought that was going to be with Punish City, and he just didn't commit to it. He didn't think he was going to press the button, and that was close, man. If throw was a little bit slower, that would have been a clean, easy hit instead of a throw. Omi has the life lead here, just barely though. Oh my gosh, with Punish, and then how?
I hope you're well rested after a long day of Mortal Kombat yesterday, because we are about to do the exact same thing for 2 new tournaments. Welcome, everybody, to our Intercontinental Combat. My name is Ketchup, joined by the always wonderful and talented History Behind the Warrior. We have a big day ahead of us. 2 top 8s. 8-person brackets that start from that kind of fresh point, so it's not like winner's bracket, loser's bracket. There's a little bit more wiggle room here, and the reason for that is this is not your usual qualifier. These are regional finals. We today will know 2 more players that will 100% be attending Final Combat.
Yes, it's very, very important today. As pointed out by Ketchup, these are the region finals. You will be seeing the cream of the crop from both EU West and EU East today. And I'm very, very excited. Of course, prior to the stream, we've actually been taking a look at the points, at the rankings, seeing the chances of people making it in, and just how significant and important it is for a lot of these players to actually win this.
Yeah, so it gets a little bit complicated, as it always does, as you sort of dawn the end of a sort of worldwide circuit. And sometimes with these regional finals, players will be talking about who makes perhaps the 2nd place or something very, very similar. Because when you look at the global leaderboard for the pro competition, some players that will be playing in these finals are already absolutely fantastic on points. You know, players like a Tekken Master, the Scorpion Prox, MK Javier, Kanamani. These are all players that have so many points that these regional finals, they're good for them, but for them, the job has already been done. So you kind of look at other players that are in the running. I don't really think we're going to get that for this one, because this is EU East. We'll be taking a look at the brackets shortly, but long story short, loads of the players in these brackets, they have a decent amount of points, but they are not in that safe territory at all. All 8 of these players are going to be fighting really hard to make this tournament for them the ticket to the world finals, because maybe they didn't get a chance to attend any of the offlines, maybe they did and they just weren't able to place as high as they wanted to. They sort of tend to be the 2 situations, I suppose, for players here, because if you don't have the points, you have to rely on the regionals, and that is kind of where all 8 of our players in this bracket currently lie.
Yes, it's very interesting, that instance, because there is, of course, 2 offline regionals, which will be the 2 last stops running into Final Combat. One, of course, being Combo Breaker, and the final being LCQ. So every win here is, like, super significant, especially for players like Makaran as well, because, of course, with the online tournaments, you do earn a fraction less than that of the offline. But if you can get those wins in right now and, like, secure your spot, you're in a pretty comfortable place. But if not, then you are very dependent on having to travel to those regionals to secure that top 8 spot.
So I guess we'll sort of talk about some of our players. We're starting off with Fish Like Steve versus Makaran. You know this is going to be an Ashra mirror. It's just 2 specialists of the character. I believe it's the same cameos. I didn't quite catch that. It could be possibly Striker from Fish Like Steve as well, which we have seen from him in the past. But for Makaran, it will always be Serena. So yeah, Serena mirror match to kickstart things. This is very much going to be just pure full screen options. A lot of fundamentals on display because they have range everywhere on screen. They can both whiff punish each other. Right there, the dark stance having answers for being kind of like a flash parry to bypass certain options that Ashra herself wants to do. So, looking at Makaran here, I'm not going to lie, I have a feeling that this is Makaran's tournament. Like, it's my pick to win the whole thing. That can obviously change over the course of the next few hours, but looking at recent success, looking at how fundamentally insane Makaran is, I've got to say, feel like this could be our number 1. But Fish Like Steve could pull off that immediate upset in round 1.
Absolutely. Fish Like Steve has been putting on, like, a lot of work, especially in other online tournaments. Big shout out to Rips Arena, for example. You know, he has a lot of prestige to his name, has played at a bunch of offlines and really done well in the online league. But now we have a Makaran in the opposing side, you know? As you said, he's kind of the favorite going into this, and when he's already won 2 of those qualifiers, he's got a lot of prestige to his name, and it's going to be a little bit worrying for Fish Like Steve coming into this.
Well, one thing Fish Like Steve does have is a lot of matchup knowledge in this mirror. I've seen Fish Like Steve play this mirror many, many times, and there's been some rather unique options going into, you know, how to use the defensive Serena, absorbing hits, defensive cameos, which I think we see a lot with talented Asura players, because Serena just gives you so much more of a complete package. However, Makaran looking real comfortable in this first game. This is kind of what you can expect throughout the course of the whole tournament. You know, if there is a weird sort of matchup-specific option, he'll do it, Fish Like Steve, with one of his own, the down 2 to cover any option you have. That's a scary thing when fighting Asura, is that when she commits to that EX uppercut, your character needs to have a very specific option to stop her from either just whiffing it, going in for maybe a button to beat a jump challenge. There's a lot of different things going on there.
Yeah, no, I think especially when it comes to this matchup, it's a lot of character matchup familiarity as well.
Oh. All right. Welcome, everyone. This is Mortal Kombat. Don't forget. Cheeky little brutality to start the show. Love it.
Could also be the tone setter for the rest of the tournament. Because like I said, man, this is the finals. Every win and every loss is very significant, very important. And that might be a little bit of a confidence morale boost for Makaran this early on.
Just off to a good start, really. I mean, we know that Fish Like Steve is not going to change character. There's a possibility that maybe down the line we might see possibly a cameo change. Only because I've seen Fish Like Steve use a fair amount of Striker in the past. But then you kind of look at the matchup on paper and think, will Striker actually help? Because although the Striker cameo is really, really good for adding that extra hit with the grenades, one thing that's good at interrupting that ambush pressure is a really strong armored move, and let's be honest, Asura has, if not one of the best armored moves, probably the best, because of just how many hits that she can absorb. So, weird situations that Fish Like Steve might try and go for like striker grenades, I kind of think that Asura herself will just neutralize, so why not just stick with the Serena and try and fight fire with fire, I suppose.
No, absolutely. That's a good understanding of like what cameos can just kind of do in general in this matchup. And you know, familiarity is one thing, but I definitely feel like Serena Asura, ever since the release of this game, has just been a phenomenally strong, well-rounded team, right? So if it doesn't break, keep using it.
The thing about it is that, you know, when this game first came out, all of us know that Serena was the most common cameo, and I think the reason for it was that people liked the extra health, they liked the ease of use. She is a very simple cameo, there is depth to her, but she is on face value very, very basic. The double knives were great for just learning some combos. Eventually that cameo kind of fizzled out and became more specialist, and you know at that point that if characters are still using Serena, it's because they can use her entire tool set, not just the double knives. And Asura, I feel like she benefits maybe greater than anyone else. A nice little armored interrupt there just to punish. Makaran looking real solid again. And unless Fish Like Steve can either get a little bit tighter on those whiff punishes, maybe, doesn't allow Makaran to hit so many of these tiny little hits that don't seem like much, but they add up. Makaran is just playing the exact same matchup, but better. You know, there's really not much analysis to it. He's just playing better right now.
Yeah, Makaran's spacing as well has been extremely wise. Especially at the end of that last... Ooh.
Almost caught you whiffing again, mate.
Ooh. Get the hit, gonna go for the armor. Unfortunately does put himself quite close to the corner, but right now Makaran is playing it a little bit patient, not choosing to overextend, but just like Steve, working his way in.
Gotta watch out for trying to punish that max charge reversal though, because if you try and commit to, like, I can't remember if it's forward 2 or standing 2, you overcommit to that versus Asura, you're actually gonna get hit by the same button. And that is something Makaran will be absolutely ready for, I'm sure.
Especially with lots of meter on the board as well for Fish Like Steve. It's a huge whiff punch of this character. And, you know, Asura is definitely not a character that's weak in the damage department.
No, not at all. And so much of it doesn't actually require much resources. She has to spend a bar if she wants to really cash out. But because of all the blocked strings, the blocked Serena forward cameo, that basic knife, you're going to build a lot more meter than you expect. Whiff it, though. Hang on a minute. Meterless. We're going to go meterless again. The breaker does come out from Makaran, but smartly, Fish Like Steve holds onto the meter, doesn't spend it. And now if you get hit during this countdown, you can break. Fatal Blow will do it, though. Yeah, that was definitely overhead Fatal Blow, I think. I really think that was a commitment.
Yeah, I don't believe that was the best decision on Makaran's part to get the breaker and maybe take the loss run into the final game with all 3 bars of meter, but now has to make all up for it with Fish Like Steve with 3 bars of his own.
That breaker definitely would have been more understandable had we not had 6 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
either way, the benefit there for Fish Like Steve is that we spent very little to keep that. So we saved the meter, didn't actually have to use a breaker. By the time the next round has started, Serena's completely back. So a fresh slate, I guess. Uh-oh, and that's one of the benefits there. You managed to catch someone pressing the button, and the downward cameo from Serena. Full combo for Ashra.
One thing I do want to talk about, as you mentioned it, just at the very start of this round as well, is actually the versatility of like character specialists for Serena. In fact, I think Makaran might be the person who utilizes her full rounded toolkit the best, honestly, using the defensive properties of the cameo as well as using the flip kick.
Well, the cool thing about aggressively using the flip kick is that it keeps the insanely good frame data. So it's easy to combo from, it's super safe, hits mid as well, so you can't duck it. And you're not using it defensively, so it keeps all those great properties. Now, flawless block out there from Makaran, 2 bars a meter. Dark stance, don't get caught. You get caught by that, it was game over. Fish Like Steve knows it. Yeah, it's crazy how you got to be careful even at like full screen distance versus this character.
Yes.
One of those double knives and she's going to kill you for it. 10 seconds again. Oh no!
We're going to get hit from Perm, and that's it. 5 seconds on the clock and the timer definitely worked to Makaran's favor there. A lot of patience being shown from both of these players, but Makaran with a bit of that clutch factor. But Fish Like Steve, very unfortunate not being able to capitalize off that big overhead he got him with.
I mean, you're going to see possibly a fair few timeouts in this mirror. It's just how it goes. You can't be... At this level, everyone's defense is pretty damn good. So, you know, they do have the reactionary blocks on those overheads pretty consistent. I mean, you can't block them forever. You're always going to get hit by the occasional one. Anyone that's fought against Nashra will know what I'm talking about there. But across the board, I mean, she's going to chip you out a little bit. You know, it's going to be a couple of strings here, a couple of Serena knives there. Those really big, significant hits will, in this matchup, probably come down to whiff punishes, which they're both very mindful for. So, also shout-outs to both Ashra players rocking the hat. I think only the true Ashra players know that the only real way to use this character is the deception hat. You have to do it. It just doesn't feel like Ashra without the hat. You know what I'm saying?
It kind of weirds me out. I can't lie. Like I love my characters. I love my lore. It's so strange seeing her without the hat, man. She looks so good in it.
If she had like Kung Lao's old spin. She had Kung Lao's spin in Deception, it was great. She had Kung Lao's spin, she had Raiden's like torpedo, but it had like a different animation. It was crazy good. She was the ring out queen. Anyway, enough of that. Because now, dash in grab. Piece by piece. Now I'm telling you, it's not about those gigantic hits most of the time. It comes down to those little pieces over and over again. Minus chip damage. Take that down one, another down one. Ooh, forget that button even exists.
Yeah, a lot of blocks, a lot of patience being shown. They're just quite content, and they're both kind of thinking on the same wavelength there. It's very interesting. Just choosing not to overextend in a lot of cases.
Yeah, that being said, though, Makaran is 2-0 in the lead, so when it really counts, that's where he's been able to pull it off. 3 bars of meter each. Whip punish! Got a break now. Speak too soon, I suppose, because now it's only 3 bars for 1. The delayed grab. Happy to hold these for now because we have time, but again, timeout is upon us.
Yes, both looking to chip each other out, waiting for someone to just have a little...
No,
break.
Steve, why? You had the lead, mate. You had the lead.
Ooh, that's brutal. Fish Like Steve, and he had it right on the tip of his tongue.
Match point for Makaran, but Fish Like Steve sitting there thinking, why did I press that button? I had the life lead. There was no need for it, mate.
And of course, with this being winners quarterfinals as well, man, every win really matters. You do not want to get sent to the loser's side, but Makaran just going in, having a lot of corner pressure, but Fish Like Steve pushing his way out, has 2 bars to work with as well. Gonna be a nice bit of damage on the board for himself here, but only gets 32 damage.
Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. I know that
as well.
I do believe that Ashra does have some matchup-specific punishes versus Serena Knives, like button into the EX launch and stuff, so maybe Fish Like Steve was looking for that, but whatever the timing was, wasn't that. Right, hang on. Meterless? I don't know, I mean, maybe spend something, because you can't break, really. If you get hit by a down 2 or a grab or whatever, you're dead.
Yeah, anything's there for fit, because it's Ashra. She sits like a tank, but Makaran dials in the string, gonna get the win, close out his match against Fish Like Steve with a 3-0.
Very, very comfortable win for Makaran. Constantly proving that I think the most successful Ashra in this side of pro competition. So whenever those mirrors happen, like I said at the very beginning of this set, I said that my assumption is that Makaran, not to curse, I know commentators curse can be a real thing, but my prediction is that Makaran will win this tournament. That's not to say that it's set in stone. There are plenty of characters and players that can make him sweat, but I'm just looking at this level of efficiency where even Fish Like Steve has looked really, really good week after week in these. Makaran, a comfortable, almost unchallenged 3-0. I know some of those rounds were close, but every single time it mattered, Makaran just had the better option. And most of the time it came down to Fish Like Steve being a little bit too eager, even down to what eventually put Makaran on match point, that one moment where we had less than 10 seconds on the clock. Actually, yeah, it was before this. About less than 10 seconds on the clock, Fish Like Steve had resources, had the life lead, just decided to stick out a with punishable button and lost the whole round for it. Makaran wasn't doing any of those things. So it's just, overall, a decent start, and we'll be swiftly moving on to our next matchup, which should be Desarted versus K-Top. Now, the question's going to be, what characters do we think is going to really be present? Because Raiden got nerfed. I don't think K-Top would use post-patch Raiden. I mean, we may see if that's the case. I'm expecting a Tanya, but what if there's a little bit more Tanya locked and loaded?
Well, Tanya is definitely a very, very popular character in this side of the region. I think this actually might be the first time where K-Top and H2, because they are twins, they actually play the same character of Tanya Goro. So it wouldn't at all surprise me. And I know, like, whilst we've always known K-Top to, like, have that really legendary Raiden, shout out to ESL days with what he was able to do with those ridiculous cancels on him. But yeah, here he hasn't quite gelled with Raiden quite like I would expect from him, because I think it is his favorite character, but just not here. And with, of course, the recent Raiden nerfs and changes, it wouldn't be a wise choice, in my opinion, to go over to him when he's been so familiar with the character. And you know what? In saying that, we do actually see him locking in at Tanya Goro, but Desarted is playing a team that's giving a lot of players nightmares right now, especially with the shift in tier lists going on.
Yeah, there's definitely a discussion to be had here of Kung Lao and Tanya rising in popularity because of our latest patch. Kung Lao and Tanya were basically completely unchanged, which means that they're arguable strongest teams, or maybe not even arguable at this point, they've been the most successful, with the Goro cameo. They have the same game plan, the same idea, but they'll accomplish it slightly different. And them being the exact same after the patch means that, especially in Europe, who already considered both of these characters really strong, I would actually see quite a few European players have Tanya in their top 5, if you'd believe it, because of just how strong they believe this team is. Now the patch has happened, I would say get ready to see these characters a little bit more, especially in EU.
Oh, most certainly. There's no reason not to, When it comes to seeing this character, especially from like a patch note perspective, if there's one way to kind of describe these teams, is that they're always consistent. They always seem in a really strong place from patch to patch, and both pop out a lot of damage once they get things going. But oh, the big whiff from K-Top and Desarted draws blood, taking the first round.
Decent positioning for Desarted, but he's going to have to pay attention to the fact there's 3 bars of meter now, especially after this throw, and 2 Goros, so there is a strong possibility of wake-ups, and fast wake-ups that are kind of hard to armor break.
Very, very much so, and that's the interesting thing about both these characters. They kind of share the interesting properties of having very peculiar armor moves. Of course, with Kung Lao, it's safe, and of course, when you throw the Goro, it's plus. And it's kind of the same treatment with Tanya in that respect.
Oh, yes,
the chandelier kicks. All right, back-to-back throws, literally.
Oh, good read.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of damage as well.
I mean, funnily enough, that is one thing both of them have in common defensively, is that if you do get a read on both of their armors, a well-timed jump will make the whole thing whiff. So it kind of eliminates the threat of Goro, depending on where you jump. Down 4 into that, I mean, that's a risk, but you've got so much health, I don't think Desarted really cared, and that's a decent way to start off this game. 2 characters that have a very, very similar idea. But I guess the trade-off is that Tanya has a little bit more range, a little bit more of that string pressure because of her forward 2, whereas Lau, a little bit more point-blank focused, but I would say arguably, whoop, Desarted has left the session. I guess we'll...
One and done?
Well, look, if that was like a genuine, whether it was like an internet thing or whatever else, thank our lucky stars that happened at the end of the game and not like right near, because Desarted was comfortably winning that. Can you imagine if he disconnected like before the final hit and then he would have
like
lost
literally
the
the downfall and it freezes on the windmill punch like halfway. But you know, well played on his part. He played that really, really solid. I'm very intrigued because every time I see Desarted play, he's always playing someone else. Like you never just sticks with one particular team. And it's always very interesting to me because I've also decided in like my free time to just kind of like pick up Lau, because Lau's kind of been talk of the town recently, especially in the European scene, of how strong he is. And you know, it's hard to deny that's the case. It feels like kind of a Kodal Khan situation of like getting these small little micro buffs and just there from patch to patch and not changing very much. And now we're just currently in a state where the character is just really, really strong because everyone else has changed around him.
That's the benefit, I suppose, right now of Tanya and Lau, is that they've been pretty much identical since day one. And that, while the meta shifts, they do not. Because their basic game plan is so simple. It's have a strong idea of where to place your buttons. Be ready to hit confirm, because you don't need those cameos to get huge hit confirms. You can do it on your own. But always be ready for things on block and just have that sixth sense for when's a good time to just let the armor rip, because the moment the threat of it exists, it just totally neutralizes your opponent's offense. They cannot now overcommit to things that would normally be kind of safe versus everyone else. You'll stick out a button and then the next thing you do is nothing, just giving up your turn because you're ready for armor that this time it didn't come and now they could just get out for free. So that whole idea, while extremely basic in its application, is so dangerous for a tournament setting, because you know the mind games that you can play around that on its own is ridiculous, and that's only ever going to go up as long as these two teams remain kind of the way they are while everything else is changing around them. You don't really care about who's getting buffed and nerfed, because I can still do my armor, I can still call Goro, I can still party hard.
Yeah, no, very, very true. And it was also, when we're talking about these two characters as well, when it comes to like the damage department and the life deficit, because both are effectively operating on 950, I think that's quite scary in that sense, especially considering how hard Lau can actually hit in this game as well with the safe armor too.
All right, looks like we got Desarted back in. Gotta tell you, he is very fortunate that he did not disconnect during that first game. That would have been unfortunate, I tell you. But either way, gonna give a little bit of time, contemplate that first match. Not that I would say there's much to contemplate. That first game was kind of as you'd expect, and even here, right? You do one projectile, nah, Goro. Oh, speaking of which, he's back. He's back for round 2. Up block.
Ooh. Round 2 gets the
whipped.
overhead. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of damage as well. And windmill punches, 36 damage. Gonna go for the lob. Big armor to the chandeliers. Gonna have the corner 2 work with. Instead, decides to go for the buff. But K-Top, ooh, I was gonna say, has an uphill battle to go, and they started starting off very explosively in this round after the disconnect. Doesn't feel like it phased him at all, but saying that, K-Top still absolutely in a fight, looking to bring out some optimal damage at the moment. Has the corner 2 work with, gonna get the forward throw.
Definitely had to cut that combo a little bit short, because you don't want to side switch. You want to keep them exactly where they can't really move, restrict how they can move around the screen. However, Desarted, nice well-placed armor again.
Yeah, I mean, hell, 28 damage for wake-up armor, that's a good option.
Take it. Armor again. Were you trying to press a button? Foolish. Give me another combo, please.
And that's the thing, right? I was literally talking about the life deficit. That's 2 touches, gotten rid of 2/3 of Tanya's health already. Oh, get out of here, Goro. He's gonna throw. Just gonna be a poke game, but oh, there's the overhead again. Forces K-Top to break. Does have the fatal blow in play, and K-Top can definitely bring things back right now, but gotta be really careful.
Has to try and patiently wait for a turn, but a bit hesitant on that anti-air from the teleport. K-Top wasting no time. To be honest with you, that fatal blow was, you kind of had to do it. I mean, no meter for EX drill, no Goro available, so you weren't going to get a meterless conversion. And it had to be off a string that you could hit confirm. So that's a smart choice from K-Top. The only problem now is that Desarted going into this final round, 3 bars of meter, 2 Goros. This is where Lau is, without question, it is most dangerous and just does the dive kick. All right, interruption.
I respect it, but not a wise decision at the moment as K-Top is picking up the mistakes, but wake up bunch from Desarted, looking for big damage off the board off the 1-2 into the rolling punches. He's going to go for the buff, has full screen to work with.
Jumping back. Pretty safe against Tanya in a lot of cases. Depends on what she goes for, but sometimes you do want to just get out of that situation, but you don't want to get caught pressing a button. The armor can be risky, not necessarily against Lau, because this is plus, but again, a jump back. We wonder, oh, the whiff, that's the classic whiff dive kick.
Oh, there it is again. There's the armor again. Back to 4 into the windmill punches and Desarted clawing things back. K-Top looked really strong in that last game. Looked a little bit more comfortable and in his zone, but Desarted just... it's that armor, man. He's getting so much mileage out of just challenging K-Top's options, just threading that needle perfectly to just hit for 30% every single time.
A lot of armor coming out in identical situations, though. So that's something that's probably going to be a bit frustrating for K-Top, I imagine, is... even in that final round, it was the classic whiff dive kick, which has no recovery. They press a button to try and take a turn, your armor's coming out. Yeah. Gets the knockdown, whiffs another dive kick, does the exact same thing again. So if you're in K-Top shoes, you're going to be thinking, oh, how did I eat that twice in one round? But... no choice now but to reverse sweep. You got to win 3 straight games if you want to move on in winner's bracket. Ah, lovely anti-air. Oh, that was not part of the plan, though, whipping the grab.
A big unfortunate for K-Top because he really needs to get every lick of damage he has right now and just maximize everything. And just a lot of confidence being shown the start of this play, you know, just knowing that K-Top needs to jump in, but ooh, overextends. K-Top draws blood. Looking for the really nice damage at the moment. Ooh, going for the optimal as well.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yes, and it looks like this slow sort of game style, you know, from K-Top, just slowing things down, not choosing to overextend too much. It's definitely playing to his favor and just challenging a lot of Desarted's options.
A brave armor there from K-Top, though, without Goro. That's the difference between Tanya and Kung Lao, is that her armor without Goro is actually unsafe. Not that it matters, though, because we're going to get a full combo. Decent damage. The flawless block was so clutch from Desarted. And actually, all right, where do we go? Reset. I like it. I respect it. I respect it. I mean, if that overhead connected, the round was over, even without Goro. The question is, did Desarted commit to the overhead flip or the, sorry, up kick? Because there was only slightly no Goro. Punish.
Nice. K-Top definitely adapted, looking a lot more comfortable and really maximizing as much damage of an output as he can, but ooh, gets caught by the stray Goro, being pushed in the corner right now, and you know, the Desarted just, oh, he's not actually choosing to go in, just kind of backing off a lot.
That's
more.
the threat of the armor, my friend. At any moment.
There it is.
Right. Another jump back. Desarted. At the least dangerous now. No meter, no Goro. At this point, Kung Lao ain't got nothing. Oof! Mistimes the Goro. Down 1, steals the turn, mix up, forces the break. That's not bad at all for Desarted.
And K-Top, you know, has to back up a little bit himself. You know, Desarted perfectly content with doing so, wanting to bring back Goro and overextend, but beautiful anti-air from K-Top. Gonna push Desarted in the corner, but also does have Fatal Blow in play. Is getting back Goro and does have the bar of meter.
Ooh,
gets a parry.
Love it. Not going to take the bait this time.
Yeah, a lot of whiff dive kicks, a lot of patience being shown from K-Top. Clearly learned from the previous games. 15 seconds left. Ooh, looking for the chandelier kicks, going to get plus frames. Down 1's out Goro.
Those sweeps are pure conditioning. Ooh, no meter.
Block into the overhead, into the kick. Oh, this is death situation, and
come on now,
bringing things back. He bet it all.
These flawless blocks from Desarted have been absolutely fantastic. Exactly when you need it, we're getting it.
I would not expect anything else from a player as seasoned as Decided, to be fair. He's a monster at doing it.
I guess fundamentals of MK11, Decided's breakout game for sure was the previous title, right? And that was so flawless block heavy. Flawless block's much easier to execute in this game compared to MK11.
By far a lot more lenient, and he's capitalizing on it. But in saying that, K-Top definitely riding a bit of momentum at the moment, but Decided looking to stop him with it. Overhead Goro kick, back 2-4 into the 1-2
again!
Overhead again, looking for the optimal. This is so much damage on the board. That actually might be it.
I mean, we have more meter and Goro. We have Goro. Oh, you're dead, mate.
Oh my days, that was so sick. He spent every resource possible to bring things back. That was ridiculous, bro.
I love characters that have to spend all those resources just to squeeze out like an extra 30 damage. I am not saying buff Lao, right? That's not what I mean by that. What I mean by that is I love it where characters already get like super good damage, but then they have these like extremely specific circumstances where it's like, oh, I need to do 40 more damage. Let me just do all this really cool stuff. It was the EX grab twice, Goro grab right at the end. And either way, look, overall, two characters that had a very, very, very similar idea to one another, but Decided, I think he was just being more proactive. And that's the bottom line. He was more aggressive. He was a bit more bold with his decisions. You kind of have to be with this armored stuff. You're just not afraid. Throw yourself at your opponent. Create these weird scenarios. And Decided was doing it regularly, but also paired with some absolutely fantastic moments of clutch. Not one, but two instances where a round saving flawless block kept Decided in the match and ultimately led to a round win that leads to the whole series going in his favor. And this was just mix up into mix up. Two overheads back to back. This was the final bit. Right, I got meter. I'm gonna spend it again. Goro, oh splendid, he's back. Come in here, mate. Grab him. Grab him.
Dude, that was so sick. That's the thing. That's one of the things I absolutely love and adore of this game in general. Just like the combo freedom and creativity and the utility that, you know, just like cameos give you to work around with. It's just so creative, and it's, you know, it's like echoes of MKX, and it reminds me a lot of that game's system.
I just love the extensions that you can have with the right character. And I mean, I'm going to be a little bit biased because I've been playing loads of Rain recently. Now he's been pretty substantially changed. This character now actually has whiff punishment. He has cancel combos. You can hit a back three, which is a move he didn't have before. See it land, dash in, do some kind of really cool combo. I'm playing a lot of Cyrax with Rain at the moment. So you just do back three into net into the weirdest kind of follow-ups you've ever seen. And it's just something that I love. I love pressing buttons. You know what I mean? And this character's letting you press buttons. Speaking of pressing buttons, that Kung Lao pressing a little bit more than most. That's two of our matches already done. So the next match in the next stage of the winners bracket is going to be Makaran versus Decided. We won't be seeing that just yet because we now have actually a run back of a previous EU East event. Takanada versus Omi. So Baraka likely, unless Takanada's been playing new characters. Omi, I feel like at this point pretty cemented into Sub-Zero Chameleon because it's such a good team.
Very, very much so. And of course, for the longest time, especially when it came to the poster boy ninjas, you know, there was always this thing on release of, oh, they're bad, they're terrible, blah, blah, blah. But now that we have characters like Chameleon in the game and just like more cameos, more variety, those characters in particular have really started to flourish in a very unique way. I know most people and most players like yourself, Ketchup, kind of got onto the Sub-Zero Darius train really early, but as like Chameleon has rolled out now, it's given Sub-Zero a lot of utility, and it's kind of put him in the same position as Scorpion in that sense, where people are now looking at this character and they're like, yo, this cameo is really complementing this character's playstyle, and it's working to his favor.
Now, I gotta say, I didn't point this out during character slide. I didn't want to throw you off your point. Not only Ashura from Takanada, but Ashura Chameleon. I haven't really seen this team in the past. I can imagine it working really well because, you know, Jade Glaive will serve a similar purpose to the Serena Knives with Ashura. You've got some of the other utility as well. I kind of want to know where else we go from here, because I know that you've got things like 2-1 or 4-2-1, can't quite remember the string, the one that has a low in it. That will no doubt become a mix-up thanks to the Molina ball roll. Takanada show us the tech. Oh, no! I mean, I guess technically back to slide versus back to ball roll is a mix-up. How often Omi will go for that without katana lift to make the reward bigger, I guess, remains to be seen. All right, full confirm. Spend the bar.
Damage. Oh, gonna get out the breaker. Omi does have Fatal Blow in play. One touch is all that's needed, but oh, can't quite get the whiff punishment off there. Gonna check with the knee. Gonna go for the low. Double low.
All right, bit of a tricky idea for Omi, though, because, yeah, went for it. Safe down 2. The down 2 covers you no matter what, and you know the down 2 is going to win the round. Interested to see Takanada with this team pairing. I've seen so much Baraka from him. I know he played Johnny Cage and some of the other characters in the past, but first time I've seen him going with the Ashra.
Yeah, that's actually something I do want to touch on, because, you know, when we have seen Takanada, it's always been with Baraka, and I want to bring up this point specifically because these two went back-to-back in the last qualifier. It was extremely close because Omi actually reset the bracket, so maybe because of Takanada's history of fighting against Omi and, you know, him really bringing the fight, Takanada may have purposely made this character switch here to just kind of throw Omi off what he can expect from him to do.
Yeah, without really strong ranged options on your own, the Chameleon sub can actually be a pretty effective zoner. Because you've got things like the glaives, you've got the fan toss, you've got the fan lift, just to make any of your projectiles just a little bit more scary to deal with. Not going to have that same strength versus Ashra, because even Ashra with the Jade Glaive is enough to change things. Omi, not quite getting the right option there. Not quite sure what the idea was. Maybe just miscalculated the disguise, maybe assumed or tried to go for the ball roll. Can't say for sure, but either way, that's going to be a first game and a very comfortable one for Takanada.
Yes, really, really good for probably for Takanada coming into this, because in the previous qualifier, because it's the best reference to kind of have for this match specifically, Takanada was one of the only few players that managed to catch on to what I would say was, at the time, Omi's somewhat flowchart. He played very tactical, you know, we hadn't quite seen Sub-Zero in this frame of mind, because mind you, Omi disappeared for quite a bit and has only recently decided to come back and participate in these qualifiers and, you know, really made a name for himself in the last one for MK1. But now, I think because of that, Takanada's probably keeping an eye on him and just seeing what his game plan is to adapt and work around it.
Oh, we hit Melina. And by Melina, of course, I mean Chameleon, speaking of which. Wake attack.
Ooh, nice damage as well. 25. Gonna go for the low into the ice clone.
Not the worst low to get hit by, because the glaive is not available. Had there been Jade there, I'm sure Omi would have just committed that into a full combo, but wasn't quite ready. Getting caught by that second hit there. Oh, catches the ice clone. I guess Sub-Zero is technically airborne during that.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a galaxy brain. Let's say it's a read.
We have just seen the rise of Chameleon over the last sort of month or so. Fan toss. I have no doubt you can combo off that fan toss. It's Ashra. You probably can, right? I'm sure you can do it.
Yes, so I have no doubt. Ooh, nice blocks. A lot of patience being shown from Takanada, but you can't overstep when that ice clone is in play. Just keeps throwing it out, keep punching you in the mouth. Oh, don't do that. Oh no, whip punish. Gonna go low into the ice clone.
That's the weird thing about fighting Sub-Zero Chameleon is if the slide comes out, your immediate guess is there has got to be a katana, because Sub-Zero would not just throw out like a kind of obvious slide unless the fan lift was there to give you a combo and make it weird on block. So you got to kind of be ready for the follow-up, and it breaks your whole muscle memory of how to punish a move like that. But something that Chameleon forces you to be aware of. It's not just being aware of your own Chameleon should you be using the cameo. It's paying attention to what your opponent's got, because that's massively going to dictate the mix-ups they go for.
God damn, that was a flawless 2. Takanada looking a little bit more comfortable in this previous game. And oh, double Melina sides, both taking out the Chameleons. All right, player versus player now.
They're on the exact same rotation as well until someone forcefully changes a disguise, which I think Omi might have done. Maybe not, actually. And there it is again. Ready, the one-size-fits-all punish, whether you go for the lift or not. That standing one launch will work. Really smart stuff from Takanada, to be honest. Oh, whoa, with punish, though. Meter. Saving.
Back twos. I'm going to have the corner 2 work with right now. This is a really good placement for Omi.
All right, from this point, lets it rock on its own.
Ooh, gonna get the triple into standing 3 ice clone and get the 1-2. Looks for the big optimal damage. Gets 35. I know the crazy thing. Now, this is a position where Takanada probably needs 2 touches and can win this, but Omi definitely slowing down the game plan, not choosing to overextend. You know, Oshra has a lot of range to work with, but ooh, working his way in and slide out.
Whoa, that armor was brave. That armor was extremely brave. There was no cameo to make it safe, and with Oshra fatal blow damage, that could have been the end of the round. Omi, caught.
Oh, goes for the low, bet it all, but unfortunately, Omi had it ready, has the armored reversal, and Omi looking a lot more comfortable off that first game there.
Sometimes we have to face the fact that Ashura Chameleon is not a common team. Even now, when you fight Ashura, there's almost always a Serena on the end of it. But Chameleon gives a whole different experience, and that's kind of where the best of 5 experience with these kind of players, right? You're fighting these characters, players that have used all these different characters in the past, and now they're using something that's a little bit more unconventional. That first game can be just pure data download, which Omi will need because, right, okay, what are you doing with this? When you fight someone using Chameleon, you've never actually fought that team before, Chameleon is adding so much weirdness to any character. You just have to get used to it, and in a tournament set, that is easier said than done.
100%, especially when it's against the character you aren't familiar that your opponent plays. Because again, we're just so familiar with Takanada playing Baraka, man. Like, this is a very new character for us to see from him.
I mean, you think you know how to fight Ashura, and then before you know it, you've got an overhead bull roll you got to worry about. It's like, oh, all right. Or a fan lift, more often than not. I can punish this move. Fan lifts out of the way and then kills you for trying to punish the move.
Like, GG's, thanks. And the thing is as well, it's really crazy for Sub because, of course, when he does have the lift off the slide as well, if he crosses you up, he'll just go in for the dive kick too. So if you try to take back your turn or challenge in any way, he'll just keep applying his offense.
Now, you know the weirdest thing about Sub-Zero in this game with Chameleon is when he does button into Jade Glaive into reads your down poke and then just does a dive kick.
Yeah.
I still eat that all day, every day.
It's just so unorthodox.
Punish.
Uh-oh, big damage.
Actually, you're dead, yeah. Keep the scaling as low as possible. Just do standing 4. I think that's the round, actually.
I believe so. You can hit as many shields as possible, but it's just going to come down to that massive hammer. Yep, there it is. Closes it out. Things looking really good for Omi, riding quite a wave of momentum after his first loss.
Round 2, fight.
It's a great team, and I'm telling you, like, Sub-Zero Chameleon is a team that totally changed the threat of the character. I believe in Liga Latina, I believe it was the regional that had Scorpion Prox and Nicholas in it. Nicholas was using Sub-Zero Chameleon, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check the tapes. I'm sure I saw him playing that team. South America believes in Sub-Zero quite a lot, thanks to this inclusion.
Well, very much so. And I mean, when it comes to the South American play, it's such a passionate scene as well. And I think that's also the beauty when it comes to these sorts of tournaments and different regions, how we get to explore them on the global stage. We always learn something new and always see something different.
I'll tell you what, mate, Brazil loves their Mortal Kombat. that's what I'm saying. You know, when I went to that offline Brazil, it wasn't just MK1 that people were wanting to play. There were people wanting to play MK9, Ultimate MK3, like... You know, just decades of different games to go through. By the way, that kind of hurts. Now Omi making a pretty impressive comeback. The overhead, lovely block. That could have been slid into the end of the game, but Omi didn't want to commit. Not unsafe. Down 1, cheeky. Just in case. Omi in control.
His big EX ice punch.
Ow!
Well played from Omi, and definitely looking to vanquish Takanada after his previous loss. With that said, do you think we might get a character switch now?
That depends on how much Takanada is going to believe in this character. Because you got to have, you know, the confidence to know that your next switch can just get through the next few matches. And the Baraka could be there. I mean, that's the match that Takanada did so well with previously. But there's been a little bit of time since then. So,
definitely.
Are you going to bet your whole pro competition life on what could be, I don't want to say too confidently new character, because for all we know, Takanada's played Ashura for ages, but just had the character on the back burner while we were picking new characters. But it does look like we're going to be confidently going in with this Ashura, for better or worse. We'll see if it's enough to move on in winner's bracket. If not, Omi will be moving on after this match with this Sub-Zero. All right, big jump in, big punish. Great start for Takanada. That's exactly what you need.
Yeah, definitely want to ride as much momentum in as possible. Just break the opponents if you can. And off that low, getting so much combo damage.
Nice. All right.
Pound into the setup. 1-2 into the dive kick.
Now, some people might think, why are you even bothering going for a clone that late into a combo? You got to remember, when you're playing someone like Sub-Zero, Sub-Zero's combos take quite a long time. Yeah, some of the longest combos in the game. What that means is he's better than most at regenerating his cameo gauge. And with Chameleon, that's perfect. So many of her moves have like the fast cooldown that, hey, I have full cameo by the time my combo's over. Love that.
Yes, that's the thing with the cameo system. There's a lot of micromanaging, a lot of things you need to keep an eye out for as well. That's gonna finish the string, gonna go back up, but low overhead, gonna have to
true mix-up. That back 3-4 versus back 3 overhead, a true unseeable mix-up, that one. Match point here for Omi. 3 bars a meter as well, watch out.
Yeah, Omi just looking phenomenally strong right now. Takanada has quite a bit of work to bring things back, but just a lot of patient play. And saying that, Omi does overstep and get punished for being forced to break.
Wow, challenges the push. However, no cameo available to extend that right there. We have seen Takanada go for that 3-hit string in the past, and Melina's side can turn it into a full combo for no resources. Didn't have the Melina ready for that one, though.
Okay, gonna crush the ice punch. Nice, Waller's block from Takanada, making, again, these smaller micro decisions, but, Omi saw it, jumps back, goes for the dive kick, into the glaive, double back 2. And have the corner to work with right now, and he's still going.
Spending the katana there to get just an extra tiny bit of damage, I'm not sure how I feel about, though, because you're going to really want to have that Chameleon ready to get that final hit near the end. Trying to go through with the dive kick. Doesn't hit its mark. However, Takanada has had a real problem with punishing those dive kicks, even when they've landed right in front of him.
Very, very true. And this game is slowed down quite significantly a bit, but no punish when he got the up block. Unfortunate.
Went and only missed the button, mate. Oh, finally hits an overhead, and that's enough. Oh, surely we break, if we can.
Yeah. Oh, no, chooses the hold.
All right, that's either chose not to, or Chameleon got hit. Sometimes, I must be honest, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. I think this actually might be death.
It's Ashura Fatal Blow. I never...
Wait, I was wrong!
Doesn't matter. There was a glaive. There was a glaive ready. May as well have been right, mate. But it's still match point for Omi, who has full Chameleon and 3 bars of super meter, so a great way to start. Try to punish. Overcommitted, though. That's the threat of the katana. Speaking of which...
gonna knock out the Chameleon at very least.
I think he hit katana more than once there, actually.
Twice.
Yeah, you can do that. Sometimes I get that with the push. I'll hit like a Lao hat and then do another push, and Lao gets hit again. I'm like, huh? What? All right. See you later, Lao. Dash and throw. Now you can technically get a grab combo from that, but it costs a bar and it's pretty tricky.
And does Omi want to spend that sort of meter as well?
Yeah, I doubt it.
That in mind. These big neutral jumps right now from Takanada has been doing a lot of damage to Omi, and the slot patient being shown. Goes for the back 2.
Oh no!
Slide into the jump. Gonna have the corner to work with. Keep in mind, Omi does also have Fatal Blow in play right now. Takanada. Oh dear! My days!
You will
2-1.
You will live. However, by the end of this Fatal Blow, at least one of the Chameleons will come back for Omi. Maybe even both. And 3 bars. Omi can afford to break should he get hit. I feel like Omi's going to go for something bold here. Go safe. Takanada, this is a minefield to navigate. Omi! There was no need. There was no need for that. Takanada taking a game here. Omi, if you lose the series now off a decision like that, it's going to be very hard to not triangulate that one moment and think, what was I doing?
Such a heartbreaking moment right there for Omi. He literally had it in the palm of his hands, but man, it's just, again, it's these small little micro decisions at such high level play that can lead to so much.
There was meter built. There was meter built. I can see the chat quite rightly pointing out the 0.1%. That only happens when last breath is activated. Last breath puts you as low as a character can possibly be. And Takanada did in fact have meter to absorb that slide, and that slide was not safe.
Unfortunate on Omi's part, but there's still very possible to bring things back, but he must retain his composure, because right now just Takanada looking very comfortable, starting off very explosively, and we're already at quite the life deficit here, but oh, the failed anti-air attempt. Full combo punish from Omi, but gets no. Drops the ender.
I do fear this is somewhat falling apart for Omi. He's been looking rock solid, but this final game, there's a lot of stress on this, especially a matchup that really you were in total control of. Oh, yeah, it's falling apart, Omi.
Yep.
This is not the same Omi that we were looking at previously. This is looking like a... I don't want to use the word choked, but definitely dropped the ball at the final moment and is now having to instantly jump into a new game, and I don't think has mentally got over it yet.
I don't think so either. I think he might be playing a tad bit on tilt. With that said, Omi does have 3 bars to work with. He does have Fatal Blow to work with. But if the composure isn't there, then that's just going to be it.
I mean, there's still a chance. Lovely punish. All right. We start again. Can't quite get the clone because we're not fully in the corner. Doesn't really matter, though, because we still have corner positioning. Glaive. Not going to commit. No punish there from Takanada. Not sure what actually Ashra can do from that situation, so it doesn't really matter too much. Lovely throw tech again. Watch out, though. It's Melina time. Bit late on the advancing button there. Delay dive kick. Punishable from that height, though.
Yeah, a lot of familiarity and knowledge being shown from Takanada. A lot of confidence as well, you know, being able to break those throws back to back, choosing to not just walk into the ice clones, not get touched by it, but right now, Omi is slowing down the game plan. It looks like he's kind of recomposing it, but you gotta always be careful when it's Ashra, man.
Nice sweep to challenge, though. Okay. Omi has been using quite a few of these sweeps. Did he keep it somewhat safe? It doesn't get the punish. That is so unfortunate. Not unsafe, though, thankfully. Phantos is safe. All right, plus. Woo!
Oh, 10 seconds left.
Watch out for that overhead. Watch out for the overhead.
There it is!
Oh, watch out for the overhead!
That's it, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, you're dead. You're dead.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking for Omi. He played so well for those last few games, but dude, it literally goes back to what you said. He's going to go back through the VOD, see that one moment, and oh, it's so heartbreaking, but well played from Takanada with the surprise Ashra pick.
I want to make sure I'm remembering it correctly, but I'm fairly certain what happened in that 4th game was had full advantage, even had a bit of meter to play with, looked good from a cameo department, eagerly over-committing to that EX slide. I don't know whether the intention was to just try and get a little bit of last-minute chip. Maybe Omi missed, like, because I think it was after the fatal blow, I think it was like the double Jade Glaive into Ice Ball. Maybe that alone gave a little bit of meter. I can't quite remember. But either way, what happened was the slide came out and it was a risk that just wasn't necessary. And because of that, went into a final game. In that final game, Omi started that round by making some rather critical mistakes. And unfortunately for him, did result in dropping into loser's bracket. But that's not take away at all from Takanada, where this Ashra Chameleon, something that I haven't really seen before, as common as Ashra can be, especially in this side of the world, haven't really seen Chameleon pairing before. So it's been pretty interesting here. I just... This was the moment, right?
Yes,
so, oh wait, no, there was tons of meter. That slide was like extra not necessary. There was loads of meter there. Oh, that feels bad.
That is unfortunate because it's all spiraled from that one singular tiny moment. We literally said overhead and into the fatal blow. 5 seconds left on the clock. You know, clutch from Takanada landed, and it just felt like from the previous game, Omi was spiraling. He started off that last round with like 2/3 of his life gone in like 15 seconds. So he must feel quite flustered, but hopefully, you know, it's unfortunate that he's sent to loser's side, but knowing his combat capability, hopefully he's able to put himself in the right headspace moving forward.
So our 4th matchup as we kickstart this will be H-Dope versus Magic T. So Probably going to see more Tanya. H-Dope has been playing, to be honest, probably more Tanya than K-Top historically. But again, haven't seen them play since the last time we saw them in Pro Comp, actually. So there's always a chance maybe there's a little bit more characters being played by the two of them. They do like to spread themselves out a little bit in that regard. And then Magic T, streamer extraordinaire, who has been a regular attendee here for Pro Competition EU East. And Melina, almost always Melina. And even the last time I fought Magic T, I think it was like the day before yesterday, I think it was, there was Melina and Kung Lao still being played. So although Kung Lao, a cameo that's been nerfed pretty significantly across the few patches, it's been a few small changes here and there, but enough to massively alter the cameo where we are now, because it was a bit of a cooldown extension on the low hat and the charged low hat in general. Then the low hat being charged added significantly slower cooldown. It's still not really slow, but it's slower than it was. And now in this latest patch that had Ermac, the low hat will no longer hit an opponent if they're in the air and not being comboed. So that sounds a little bit confusing, but what that means is those instances where like someone will throw a Lao low hat close range and you jump into it, you used to land on the hat and get punished no matter what. You now only get hit by the hat if you've committed to a button. If you empty jump and block, the hat physically cannot hit you. But for setup characters who use the charged low hat to get these hard to blocks and these weird jailing situations, that is unchanged. It's just going to be less frequent because now the charged low hat has a slightly longer cooldown than it had before. So there's a few moving parts to the changes Lao's received over the past few months.
Yes, to be fair, the age of Lao Hat was definitely a very interesting one. Of course, originally being +3, loop it, you could hold it down for as long as you want, didn't drain nearly as much. It was a very interesting time, but now, as you pointed out, much has changed, and you gotta wonder how that affects Magic T's team, because this is a team I'm very familiar with seeing him play.
Every time I see him play, he's using it. Most of the time I bump into him in Combat League, he's playing it too. So, clearly still a clear favourite team of Magic T's at this point, the H-Dope. Not surprising us at all with this Tanya Goro, and we confirm get decent damage here. Definitely going to be the end of the round. And that's a decent round one to kickstart. Now, if there's one thing that Magic T needs to do to get this team online, it is landing that hit. Right, you've got to get the hit first. Tanya's going to have a superior neutral versus you, especially with that cameo that can sort of aid you in that respect. But if you manage to get even one single hit here, mix up Central.
Very, very much so is the case. And one thing that I've noticed with Magic T's style of play, and what makes him very exciting to watch and commentate, is that he's very explosive. And of everyone I've ever kind of like commentated or like been on the mic with, like his set play potential is absolutely insane, because once he just starts rolling quite literally and he catches you off guard, he'll just murder that entire health bar.
Up block on the anti-air. Really decent damage because we've got Goro ready. Now there's not going to be a Goro for the rest of this, but also no meter for Magic T, so threat of armor not existing. It will be now, but I doubt you can even do it because you don't have the health to bypass, and that's going to be some shit. Really decent first game here for H-Dope. Magic T didn't really have a chance to get online, and that ultimately is going to be the story of some of these characters in general. They need to get that hit. They need to get the knockdown. If you're playing with Lao Hat, you need to get the knockdown, set up the low hat, do some weird stuff. But if you can't land that first hit, it's tricky. Because you're not exactly going to use any of the other Kung Lao moves. There are some cameos that do get to use a little bit more of it, like, you know, Geras might go in for his extended combos with the teleport, or maybe there's some other characters like Liu Kang that like to use the meterless hit confirm of spin. Melina really isn't one of those characters. She is exclusively using low hat, and basically that's it.
Yeah, it gives the character so much mixed potential in her strings as well, right? So, you know, options and variety to open up your opponent. And keep in mind, Melina is absolutely no slouch in the damage department. So, you know, when there's that added layer and your opponent needs to keep an eye on not just the strings you're doing, but also the timing of the Lao Hat, it can really kind of mess things up and trick you how you want to block. But, okay, so going for the buff, gonna teleport around. Good hope for Magic T, gonna get the forward throw at the moment.
Not the worst grab in the world to take, as it does send you full screen, and I think full screen is somewhere that H-Dope is very comfortable being. Let's not forget, you'll see it less in the neutral now that the low hat was nerfed in quite a few different ways. But there's one thing that the twins from Greece do in general. It's reactionary down back fours with Tanya to go over a low hat in neutral. So if you're using it in setup, they have to hold it. If you're trying to use it in the neutral, they will just punish it every time. That's going to do tons of damage. It might even kill. If it doesn't, you're going to be barely alive and within Goro down back 4 territory.
Yep, very, very scary position. And funny enough, as we
Here it comes.
Yep. There you go, Chandeliers into the punch, and
Told you.
Yep, secures the punch. One thing I want to touch on though, since we were talking about qualifiers in general, this is a run back actually from losers semi-finals of the third qualifier, where H-Dope did actually beat Magic T 3-0. So there's a lot of run backs going on here, and you know, with the familiarity in the matchup, we're gonna see probably a lot of new stuff out of these two.
Down one punishes Goro there, and not necessarily Tanya. Getting rid of Goro even for a few seconds can be wonderful though, because we have to remember that Goro's cooldown is some of the longest. It is a really good move, so it makes sense. But if you hit Goro, that cooldown's going to be even longer. Alright, there we go. Free chip. Ooh.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we saw in the Salted matchup when he was utilizing Lao. Just for a majority of the game, he was pretty content with just stepping backwards, obviously building up a little bit of meter here and there, but always having the utility of Goro is fantastic. But tries to anti-air that ball. Can't quite get it.
I've been fighting against Melina for bloody ages, and I'm still figuring out how I deal with that airborne charged ball. I think everyone is. Like, what do you do against it? You can't unblock it if she lets it go. Oh dear. When do I get to punish the ball? That's the neat part. You don't.
Well, that's too real. You know, that's always added layer in mind game, and it's interesting to see at least that H-Dope is challenging it. He must have seen Magic T do it quite a few times, but saying that, just a raw ball roll into the optimal damage is gonna do a lot as well.
It's Melina, it's gonna hurt. And also, well, weird situation to follow up with, because you've got less than 120 health remaining, and even though you can technically break, H-Dope could punish things with a down 2 and bypass the break completely. So Magic T's still gonna have to be really careful here. Alright, Goro.
Plus frames. A lot of poking, a lot of patience being shown from H-Dope, but see, that is what I like to sometimes call the Magic T special, where it's just like my back's up to the wall, I'm gonna do something absolutely out there, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I always have another game to run it by. But you know, this far into the finals and the competition, making ballsy moves like that, quite literally in this instance, can get you killed.
It may as well have been a 50-50, I think, because you look at that situation. Yes, you had 3 bars of meter, but if you blocked Tanya's forward 2 there, unless you flawless blocked, which is kind of tricky in that situation, you had forward 2, and then Goro. So if you blocked, you were dead. And if you're armored and H-Dope forward 2'd, you win. But if they block the armor, they win. So it's like, I'm just going to flip a coin. And sadly, was not the side that Magic T decided for. But either way, still a chance to stay alive in this winner's bracket. Let's not forget, folks, this whole thing has been winner's bracket, because this is not the way it normally is, where players qualify for a top 8 and then they would play the next day. This is the regional finals of internal points built from these regional events. So it's a fresh 8-player bracket that kind of starts at the very beginning. So everyone does get that extra lifeline. It gives players a little bit more room to move around with, although many of our winners that we've seen so far have actually come from that winner's bracket. Yesterday for Oceanic and for the Middle East, both players winning their brackets through the winner's side. So an interesting display of dominance we've seen. Will that happen again this weekend, I suppose? Today?
It's very, very possible. So keep in mind, everyone, this is only one side of it. Later today, I will be switching out with Mustard, and you'll get some more top 8 action going on here.
Yeah, sorry, you're going to be stuck with me all day. Sorry, folks.
Oh, wonderful decision making. But keep in mind, Magic T now does have at least 1 round on the board. Probably really good in this instance, but you know that H-Dope just loves reinforcing his game, just kind of bullying his way into his opponent.
Corner positioning. I say this because really, even at this range, Tanya can enforce. Look no further. Forward 2, standing 3, airborne, fireball. Not as safe as you think. Keep the corner as well. Smart stuff from H-Dope, and now match point for the Greek, the twin.
Yes, of course, it's very good for, you know, H-Dope. Generally, you want to always stay in the winner's side, you know, always having those extra few seconds, that extra tournament life is super duper good. But, you know, right now, Magic T, he's currently in a position where he has to really work hard to get things going, especially one, familiarity, and two, the fact that historically H-Dope has actually beaten him. Also get the back throw, has mid-screen to work with.
All of these grabs, right, you know, you get hit by a grab and you think, oh, that's alright, I can handle this, not realizing that the whole time that grab animation's coming out, Goro's coming back, and Goro's what we want. Did manage to catch one. Meatless confirmed. Lovely awareness, actually. Really decent. Using it once more. H-Dope going all in on this possible final round of the set. And again, Magic T eating the same string. Down one. Lovely flawless block, but you're still going to have to fight. Oh! Oh! No!
The armor.
There was an opportunity. There was an opportunity, but not quite.
Well played from H-Dope. You know, it's watching a H-Dope play Tanya and having it see evolve ever since last year's Vianality has definitely been quite a spectacle to see, because I feel like, you know, during the launch of MK1, there was like a handful of Tanya. Some people were kind of sleeping on the character, going, she got some interesting utility, but I don't know how she works and functions. And here we are like 6 months later, and this character is so incredibly strong.
I try to tell people, like, right when the game first came out, Mustard and I made a official, it's way too early, MK1 tier list. You can go back and watch that video now, and one of the things I said when I put Tanya, like, kind of high up, even, like, week 1, was, you know, this character's kind of cheap. This character's kind of cheap, you know? And, she hasn't really changed. That's the big thing. Like, her and Lau are so similar in the sense that they have not really changed since the game came out. They've remained good. Everything they do is still effective. It still works. It's still great both in casual play and, in this sense, tournament. Doesn't really matter what character. They all have to respect the threat that the Goro can apply. And it's just so universal. However, we have now entered the next side of our bracket, as now Makaran and Desarted, Takanada versus H-Dope, and then in our losers bracket, and that is where you enter last chance scenario, fish like Steve K-Top, and then Omi and Magic T. So now it's looking like that kind of traditional bracket that you're used to. We just had to get those first matches out of the way first.
Yes, and you know, it's very unfortunate for those to be cast into loser's side quite so early in how things are picking up. But again, this isn't like your traditional pro comp qualifier that you've seen before. This is for finals. Do or die. Every little tiny micro decision really leads to so much. And you know, it's very interesting to see, because a lot of the matches we are going to see after those last 3 qualifiers are definitely going to be run backs. In fact, Makaran versus Desarted was the finals for qualifier 2 actually, and Makaran was able to thread the needle and just narrowly squeeze out a 3-2.
There's so much possibilities here, and we have to reiterate, this is not your standard kind of regional qualifier. This is regional finals. One of these players today is guaranteed for final combat. So if you've been a fan of these players the entire time and you've enjoyed watching their journey, this isn't going to end here for at least one of them. Because let's not forget, it is the online qualifier portion, but we still do have Combo Breaker next month, and that's going to be the final offline pro comp event for points. And at the same time, you then have the last chance qualifier in Canada for final combat. So there's kind of like various extra ways things can go. Truth be told, I'm not sure how beneficial Combo Breaker will be for some of these players, because like we said at the start of the show, sometimes these regional finals, you look at players that are in there that are already comfortable for points. They actually don't necessarily need to win this regional event because they're already cemented through their online and, more importantly, offline performances. So you're looking at players like, I'm just going to bring up the list on my side. You look at players like Tekken Master. didn't matter how the Middle Eastern finals went yesterday. Tekken Master was fine, so he's okay. Players like Scorpion Prox, who technically qualified for a regional finals but has 820 points. Kanamani, who we're very likely to see later today in the EU West. Kanamani has 695 points. Doesn't really matter how he places later on. But that's just not the case for this specific bracket, because when I look at the points that I have, I'm assuming my ones are up to date. I'm using a different site to see them. Makaran, of all these players, has the highest amount of points, but on this, he isn't even in the sort of the cemented invite list. Like he's even still outside of that with 460 points. So should Makaran not win here, could go to Combo Breaker, but you still have rather stiff competition outside of it. So it's a really bizarre situation for a lot of players that their journey still has to kind of be planned out even after their regional finals. I love it, personally, because whoever's hungriest will make the biggest effort, you know.
Because to just kind of reiterate on that point, because we are both looking at the same points, if Makaran was to win, he would essentially get, was it 210 points, which would put him at 670, which would actually put him roughly around 7th. But with there still, of course, being the LCQ and, you know, Combo Breaker, like if there were other players like VGY, who's roughly at the same points, if he was to win today and then go to Combo Breaker and make top 8, and then that might, you know, completely shift the point system. Like these offline and online events are super, super important, and it's a lot of do or die situations for some of the other players here who may not have the same amount of points, because, you know, like players like Takanada, for example, if he were to win, that would put him actually just outside of 9th place currently in the rankings, so he would have to attend events like Combo Breaker and LCQ in order to qualify. You know, it's very messy, as Ketchup did point out, but it kind of shows the significance of how every win here is super, super important just going into final combat.
And you have to remember too, and this is what excites me so much, as we are in the process of getting our next matchup underway, so rest assured, as soon as it's ready, we will jump in. Don't worry, production isn't doing that thing where people always wonder, God, I wish these commentators would stop talking so the match can start. Like, I promise that's not what's going on. As soon as we've got the match, we'll jump into it. But when we talk about Combo Breaker, I'm looking at all these different players that are their regional finals are upon us, and because there's only really room for one each time, that Combo Breaker bracket is going to be like beyond brutal.
Dude,
because
it's a bloodbath.
There's going to be so much riding on that it is absolutely, before the finals, going to be the most extreme MK1 tournament that we've ever had. It's going to be offline, so you've got that immediate element. Every killer who needs to be there is going to be there, because without Combo Breaker, they might not qualify. And you can't even think about the LCQ at that point, because you have to focus on like your next tournament. You can only be as prepared as you can be for that next event, just so that you're not mentally taking yourself out of anything else. Like the second you're thinking about the future like that, you're mentally not in the game. So it's an underrated and often under-discussed element of being a top-level competitor in this kind of thing, is that it's not just a matter of like, I'm just going to go to this tournament and play. But there's so much else being sort of pushed against you, whether it's like the travel, whether it's the preparation. You might be jet-lagged. Maybe you're not used to time zone differences. Different everything. Different weather, for crying out loud. Like, so many little things can be so unusual to you that playing in the tournament is the easy bit, technically. And until you've kind of gone to a big event like that, and you've kind of seen the sights and you've experienced the stress it can put under you, especially when you have like a global leaderboard weighing down on your back, like that's where everyone is truly like tested, and they rise up in these top 8s. And someone like even Javier going to Brazil and securing himself 2nd place. Like, he'd never gone to a big major tournament that far away before. He was the only European player in the bracket, for God's sake. And then look how far he was able to go. So, one of the reasons I was so proud of him. But I do think our next match should be Makaran versus Desarted. Let me just quickly double check behind the scenes, and we'll kind of just have a look and see what's happening. Yeah, I think we're having a bit of an issue getting one of our players into the match. So the nature, sometimes this happens with an online tournament. I've been doing these for many, many years. Sometimes this happens. A player just takes a little bit longer than most to get into the lobby, but we'll do what we can, and as soon as there's an update, I'm sure we'll be informed, and I'll let everyone at home know. But thank you for your patience.
Yeah, no, thank you for sticking by and, of course, watching and listening to us spotter whilst we wait for these games to get underway. But it's a very interesting time, especially in Mortal Kombat's lifespan. You know, we're halfway through the combat pack now. We've had the release of Ermac, and we have the imposing and very interesting release of Movado on the horizon. And, you know, I gotta say, all right, I'm a pro Movado hater, but even I'm impressed with what they've actually done with his games. Because, you know, he's the bungee cord guy. You know, you don't really think much of it. I hate that.
Mate, when I think of it, when I think of Movado, I think of all around the screen. Whether he's going up or down, or he's going back, or he's flying at you. That's all I remembered. But hey,
TQT is going to mod that in on PC, by the way.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, I hope so hard. That's the one sound I want to hear. But look, I mean, look, I was never really much of a Darius fan back in the 3D days. He was just kind of a forgettable character to me. But they made him mad interesting in this game. So I've got hope for any of the 3D era characters. Bring on Movado, I say. However, as you can clearly see, we've moved on to our next match. I can only assume that is because instead of waiting forever and ever for Makaran and Desarted, we will just simply move on to the next match while players are ready, while the other two players can iron out any issues they may have. So thank you very much, production, for moving on to our next matchup. And this, as you can clearly see, is going to be more of that Ashura Chameleon. And we get to see K-Top. But Fish Like Steve using Chameleon. So maybe there's just something about Ashura Chameleon that I've missed over the last few weeks.
It has been quite a popular team, and to be fair, it's hard to just deny the well-rounded utility that Chameleon has as a character, you know? The rotational stuff, it's a lot of micromanaging, but what she offers to what she can actually do does so much, and wow, what a hit confirm right there, like K-Top, gonna seal out the first game. But yeah, I mean, Chameleon's just so good, and you know, big shout outs as well to just the overall utility that the cameos in this game can offer, especially the likes of Janet Cage. You know, she's crazy.
Oh, I tell you what, yeah, Janet is one of those cameos that if you have the right character that can get unbelievable damage, it's a game changer. Look no further than Rothor's Janet Cage. You know, Janet Cage and Quan Chi, you'll know what I'm talking about. But anyway, this first round, good stuff for K-Top already. Already forcing out the break from your opponent. It's going to be pretty decent should you land a hit here. The plus frames into a grab. Keep it nice and simple. The grab game of Tanya, underratedly, I think. Very, very strong. Hit confirmable, insanely good mid makes any grab much better.
Very, very true. And you know, when it comes to a player as seasoned as K-Top as well, just like big shout out to the Greek scene in general. You know, K-Top, H-Dope, even Nivek, whilst we do not see him in NRS games these days typically, you know, they helped usher in an age and have been around for such a long time. When you got that quality of player at your fingertips, especially at a local scene, you know, just it's all uphill from there. But ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage. Fish Like Steve squeezes out the breaker from K-Top, has to, honestly, but ooh, big down two.
K-Top, that is, yep. You know, it was only a matter of time until we saw that string into either the low or the bull roll.
Yeah, man, like that bull roll is so incredibly deceptive, and I just love how you just walk point blank into their face and just throw it out there. It works, man, it works. And there it is once again. Catches out K-Top. Unfortunately, Steve does push himself in the corner, but K-Top walking up a bit. Gonna get that throw game going. Has a corner to work with as well. Staggering the string, just walk up again, another throw. And see it one more time, but oh no, gets a little bit too overzealous. Couldn't quite punish it this time around.
Yeah, that's something about the Melina bull roll wake up, is that there's a lot of pushback on it. So unless you have the right button, it's actually kind of hard to punish, given the reward. Low. Here comes the Goro plus frames. Ooh, a little bit too late on the grab, or early, I should say. Meterless confirm.
Lots is going to do a lot of damage as well. And again, it just keeping just like Steve in the corner. Going to go for the wake up buttons into Chameleon. Going to keep checking again and again. K-Top looking really strong right now. It's chip death territory. Go force out the breaker.
Goro's almost back, and that is bad news for Fish Like Steve unless you just get a really early fatal blow on a read, maybe. Oh, look. You got within down back 4 range. That was over. You got no meter. You would have had to like perfectly flawless block. Maybe do like a random fatal blow just in case, but that's like master of hindsight is, oh, I should have pressed fatal blow.
Yeah.
Most people that aren't crazy would not do that. So understandably, Fish Like Steve was playing more fundamentally than I would, and was not ready for that down back four. I say not ready, but I think everyone knew it was coming, and it's just a matter of when, with how much range that has and how you have no last breath. Either way, game one here for K-Top.
Of course, keep in mind as well, you do have the chandelier kick, and then you can, of course, call in the Goro. Like, it would have literally been the fatal blow scenario we just talked about. He could have jumped up, Goro would have come up and just knocked her right out of the air.
All right.
We're jumping into our second game now with K-Top 1 game up. Looking pretty good. Actually very strong coming into this.
I like to consider myself rather up to date with competitive Mortal Kombat 1, but seeing not one but two Ashura Chameleon in this bracket, I feel like that one just passed me by entirely. I'm so used to only ever fighting against and seeing Ashura Serena that I guess it makes sense to see Chameleon take the reins, because Chameleon is one of the most popular cameos in the game for a good reason.
Yeah, I mean, she's done so much for so many other characters, as we saw with Omi earlier, you know, just taking a character like Sub-Zero and really pushing him. You know, there's a lot of options when you, of course, put Sub-Zero with Darius, but I feel like eventually we've kind of gotten to a point where the cameo system has opened up a lot more, and there's been more changes and alterations. There's been different ways to explore characters and what can really complete their toolkit.
And there we go. Advancing dash straight away. First round here for Fish Like Steve.
Yeah, Steve, we're definitely needing this, and nice bit of damage on the board, 26. Going to the low. A lot of space. Respect being shown at the moment. Gonna throw a projectile. Not choosing to overextend, but ooh, in saying that, K-Top had that scoped out. Gonna go for the big optimal damage at the moment. Chandelier kicks. Kind of forcing Fish Like Steve in the corner, but opts to move back out instead of enforce his game plan.
It is often a bit of a strange matchup between these two, because at the range forward 2 could be effective for Ashura. I say forward 2, the advancing high. I'm really sorry if I've got the wrong button there. I don't actually play the character. Versus Tanya's either forward 2 or standing 3. You kind of have a similar effective range for whiff punishing a move that can be whiff punishing. So it's a game of who's willing to let it rip first, I suppose. But anti-air now, side switch. Decent situation, because we're going to either build some meter or, in this case, just land a full combo. K-Top. Round 2 on the board. However, corner positioning, that is what matters most here.
Yes, K-Top looking very, very strong, honestly. It feels very different to see K-Top here in loser's side, because it feels like you're playing a lot more passive in the previous round, whereas he's a lot more methodical, a lot more tactical in how he's kind of approaching this game plan. That probably might just be general familiarity in the character matchup as well as the player matchup, because these two have definitely butted heads before during these qualifiers. Ooh, chooses to punch out the cameo. It's going to be a nice bit of damage on the board. Fish Like Steve, 40 damage is no joke. And don't forget, Tanya Goro, a tiny bit of a life deficit of 950, so that does a lot in the grand calculus. Ooh, low, beautiful tag, can't quite get the full combo off it, goes for the overhead. Gonna look at Chameleon once again, gonna get the backwards throw. Things looking really good for Fish Like Steve, but this is a 2-touch death sequence for K-Top. Knocks out the Goro, that means K-Top can't use the breaker if he is to get hit, and nice catch from Fish Like Steve, definitely bringing things back and looking a bit more comfortable here. So riding into things, that will be 1 apiece. Fish Like Steve taking a little bit of that momentum, and also keep in mind, everyone, this is the loser's side, so this is a do or die situation. Every round significantly counts. Every drop must be absolutely heart-shattering at this point, because it's these small little tiny micro decisions that lead to so much now.
For some of these players, they, for whatever reasons, may not be able to attend the future qualifiers, right? Whether it's going to be Combo Breaker, whether it's going to be LCQ. They're various parts of the world away, and not everyone's able to get to them. So for some of these players, this regional final is their one and only shot at qualifying for the finals. Going out here is going to not feel good, and let's leave it at that.
Yes. Especially if you participated in all 3 of the qualifiers, made top 8, but, you know, you've only ever tasted it. You know, the quality of play in Europe is just, it's a really, really strong one. You know, we're going to see that all day here. And, ooh, that optimal was vile. Beautiful catch there. Challenges the armor. Captures standing 1. Looks for the overhead. Insane stuff from K-Top. But, you know, just from both of the twins, they have such a crazy, firm understanding of the Tanya character matchup. It's kind of wild. They always pull out stuff out of their pocket that I've never seen. All right, a lot of backing up, a lot of respect being shown. And
Goro.
the Goro gonna get
wow, a bold breaker.
Breaker?
I don't want to say mistake, because you do just need one single hit here. However, that kind of break is a major risk. Pretty much for that reason. You're giving yourself one final lifeline.
That's very true. And, you know, whilst I wouldn't say Astra is a character that is meter dependent, in that case and scenario, you want to look at that and go, I can spend this meter and get some big damage out instead of breaking it, you know, go into the next game with a fresh stick of butter, but going into one with empty stick, very problematic, especially playing against K-Top, who has been looking really strong on the loser side.
Ooh. Another hit. The delay, just in case you think there's a grab coming. I love that choice from K-Top, and that's definitely the game. So 2-1. Rather critical moment for Fish Like Steve. We've seen so much of him in community tournaments and a lot in pro competition. Was not surprised to see him get as far as he's got over the weekly qualifiers that we've been seeing. This could be the final time we see him. And that's... It's unfortunate, isn't it? Because only one of these 2 players is moving on. One of them's out, and there's a lot riding on these coming matches. I don't want to play under that pressure, I tell you.
Well, it is definitely a heartbreaking endeavor. You know, these guys, they live and breathe this series, and they've always shown it, you know, whether that be through engaging in tournaments, community tournaments, streaming. You know, they have a strong love for this game, and it shows through their placement right here, right now. So it's without a doubt definitely going to be a bit heartbreaking whoever's sent home here, but at the very least, you know, they're playing so fundamentally well. But right now, K-Top is leading the charge with a 2-1 lead against Fish Like Steve.
I do quite like this change from like to Chameleon versus Tanya in particular, because there is one thing that Tanya's able to do versus Serena. It's just go underneath the knives. So the quote-unquote safety of the double knives is eliminated. You block the knife up close. She can do a low string, go underneath both of them, call in Goro, and before you know it, you've spent your cameo for basically no benefit, where at least Chameleon's going to give you that mid-glaive, like we just saw it hit there, and a little bit of other utility, a bit more rewarding mix-ups and stuff like that. So against Tanya, probably a decent choice.
Very, very much so. And I think that's also just, again, just touching on the absolute beauty of Chameleon as a character. You know, she has so much variety for a character that honestly made very, very minor roles in the series ever since her inception.
Most significant appearance yet, I tell you that much. 1 round on the board for Fish Like Steve, still signs of life. Exactly what you need here.
Yeah, absolutely not out of the fight just yet. Oh, gonna be caught by the glaive, but oh, doesn't quite get on the projectile. Full combo punish coming here from K-Top, looking for the optimal. Gonna keep him mid-screen, gonna go for the bump.
Oh, no!
Sick.
Wake-ups can be, they're great when they work, but cameo wake-ups, even the Melina roll is infamously unreliable. I guess it's just that Melina roll comes out kind of fast and has giant reward, but you can stuff them with that kind of button. Fish Like Steve, decent damage. Oh, meaty overhead! No breaker available for K-Top, so that's huge damage.
Yes, has no breaker bow, and yep, if he goes
Fatal
right
blow.
into Fatal Blow, and then yep, that's gonna sort things out and put K-Top on match point. But it goes to show, man, just the brothers just have a lot of clutch factor. I don't know what it is with brothers and twins in these scenes, just having that at play, but it's there, man, and things looking really good for K-Top right now.
Chance to move on, or an opportunity to go home.
plus off that beautiful flawless block from Fish Like Steve. Gonna check off the knee into the katana fans. It's gonna be a nice bit of damage here. And
ooh, even more. Give me that 400 damage. All right, I see you. Fish Like Steve. Bringing out the style, bringing out that damage. Has got to be careful here, though. Uh-oh, definitely expected just an individual stagger, I think. Can't jump back.
Good blocks of both sides, but K-Dot really enforcing his game right now. And again, something I want to talk about earlier that you mentioned was actually like the strike throw game of Tanya as a character when she's paired up with someone like Goro, because that standing 2 is just so good. And you know, you got to eat that chip damage, or you can take the throw either way. You got to keep an eye out for it. But ooh,
missed the combo.
Big unfortunate drop, especially in the current scenario we see ourselves in.
It's not the damage you missed out on, it's getting the breaker out of K-Top, and with the breaker there would have been no meter for those armored reversals. Right, hard commitment. K-Top eats a string, tries to down one. Fish Like Steve presses a button! And that is all she wrote. Fish Like Steve is out of the regional finals. K-Top advances. And that is one player out of this bracket already.
So unfortunate for Fish Like Steve. Again, it was just that little small moment right there where he could have sealed the game. And, you know, throughout these matches, he's definitely shown signs of life, of like keeping up with K-Top's pace. But it's just the formidable composure of K-Top just allowed him to clutch things out.
It was one big moment right near the end of the game. It was landing the, whatever the button was, into fan lift. Getting the advancing high, missing it, that definitely would have been a breaker from K-Top. And getting that breaker, it's not the damage that you sacrifice, it's getting 3 bars off Tanya at the end of a round where all of a sudden she's lost her defensive capabilities. It's kind of ironic how after having those bars, we saw the meter get spent to win the game ultimately, and that is a great capitalization from K-Top in realizing that we still have these resources. These combos in the corner were so sick. It's not even the first time I've seen it. I think H-Dope did it the first time I saw it, but they clearly work on those combos together, so either or, may as well be the same player if they're doing those combos. But great stuff for K-Top, so still alive in this bracket.
Yeah, again, it just that's twice today we've seen that, hasn't it? These small little micro decisions that have led to these big losses from players, as we did see with Omi against Takanada earlier on. So with that said, you know, K-Top at the very least will be advancing through losers round 2, but big shout out and massive love going to Fish Like Steve for making it this far in the qualifiers and playing as well as he's had.
It's just the inevitable factor of these tournaments. Only one player is going to win. The rest of them will be eliminated, so sorry if your favorite gets knocked out, but there's still opportunities in the future. Whether players will be able to get to those events, I do not know. That's entirely dependent on the player. But either way, K-Top moving on into the next round of losers bracket. We did play this match, so we're trying to set up some, you know, some more future games. Now we had a bit of an issue getting a player in before. Assuming we should be okay to keep it on rolling. Omi versus Magic T in the losers bracket, so that should be a rather explosive one, I think, because you have 2 characters that are heavily reliant on just getting that hit and mixing you up, you know, Melina or Sub-Zero. In the winners bracket, it's going to get kind of heated. You know, you've got Makaran versus Desarted, so we're going to get more Serena and Ashra. Desarted, various characters. We saw the Kung Lao earlier. I don't know if that means that we're going to see that all the way. I can hear Melina, so I think that is going to be Omi versus Magic T. And we'll see who's going to be the next player to move on, but sadly, who the next player will be to get eliminated.
Yeah, again, it's just the tragedy of the do or die situation right now, of course, on the loser side of things, but this is going to be a crazy match, man. Like, we have seen the set play potential that Magic T does have, but Omi is just such a formidable and strong player. Like, I'm interested to see, like, these are 2 forces bouncing against each other, and one touch is going to lead to so much of both sides here.
Omi might have a slightly better chance at finding the hit, though, as a lot of Sub-Zero's mix-ups, they come from strings, they come from landing a single hit and then getting online, right? So back 3 roll, that's going to be one way to kickstart things. Omi holding on to the rest of the chameleon.
It's good blocks off Magic T, goes for neutral jump. Wonderful anti-air by Omi. Doesn't quite fully finish the string right there, but gonna get the full screen to work with. It's something that Magic T usually likes to have, and you know what? We were talking about that in the patch notes earlier on when it comes to pressing buttons on the ball roll now.
Yeah, the low hat still has active frames. You can still get hit by it should you commit to an attack. And that's kind of why dive kick just got eaten by the low hat. If you empty jump, it doesn't work, but it doesn't mean that it's a free way in. It does still have to respect that low hat and not just press too many buttons. Ooh. Overhead into glaive. Trying to time the back two to make it so glaive does a little bit less scaling. I know the Melina Psy damage thing was resolved. I can't quite remember if the glaive thing was, but that's more of a player timing thing. So you would argue that there is a skill behind that.
Got the back throw, gonna go for the meaties, shut down anything that Omi presses, but just blocking extremely well at the moment. But there's Lao Hat, gonna get pushed deeper into the corner.
Oh, low poke slide though.
I respect it, man. That's kind of the Omi special. I've been seeing a lot of that.
Hey, when Sub-Zero has 3 bars of meter and Chameleon for mix-up, like, you have to hold it. Even if you punish, the break is going to be there, so you know that Sub-Zero player is going to start partying hard.
Ooh, Magic T opts to press a button, getting caught out by it, and Omi putting a point on the board for himself as well. 1 round apiece. Beautiful blocks, gets the up block. This is going to be a nice bit of damage as well. Magic T looking very comfortable. Goes for the Lao Hat setup. Beautiful blocks from Omi.
Really wanted Omi to eat that charged low hat, I think, for an easy confirm and a grounded extender.
Oh, God, some of these crazy combos that I'm seeing off Omi with Sub-Zero is always fun to watch. Very exciting to see.
Let's not forget, Melina is one of those characters that can meterlessly punish clone every single time. Can actually punish it with 2 things. She can do the downwards tele kick, or if she does the one that comes up for a bar, she can full combo punish an ice clone. So Omi's gonna have to be very mindful of that punish of his own.
Oh yeah, Magic T still being caught in his old ways, making really ballsy reads, and he's being punished for it. This is gonna do a nice bit of damage as well. I think about 40 altogether, 42.
Roll is just always such a huge risk reward. The full combo that would have won the game should it landed, but you've given yourself so much damage! Punish again! Lovely reaction there from Magic T. Sees it land, extend it into air Psy. Game 1 goes to Magic T.
Yeah, looking very, very comfortable. And something I actually want to point out that I have noticed Magic T, as well as a few other players have been doing to kind of work around the glaive, is literally just jump up and back every time, just negate whatever option, shut off the opponent if they choose to walk in after the glaive is tossed. And it's been paying off in like really, really big ways here. And you know, that's really important information for Omi going forward, because one thing I've noticed from when he does play is that he's a very adaptive player. He bounces off how the opponent plays and kind of formulates his own counter plan slowly but surely.
The benefit of having Sub-Zero and Chameleon, you have many tools to have those adaptations. You can kind of keep an eye on what things about what I'm doing are the most successful and which the least. You sort of prioritize which disguise you want to be in the most, what kind of attacks or mix-ups are landing the most frequently. Or the opposite end, you know, what is my opponent blocking every time?
Ooh. Oh, it's still punish of that?
That was bizarre, to be honest. Still managed to get it. I'm sure that combo counter was 2 on the overhead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm not sure if that just looked like it re-stood them, or maybe it's Magic T just like, wasn't holding block, but it landed, and oh dearie me, this is going to do a nice bit of damage.
Lao time? No, what am I talking about? In charge. This is a nerf to Kung Lao. It wasn't ready.
Saying that Omi has the corner to work with, putting a nice bit of damage. Gonna have quite a lot of Oki to work with, and forcing his game to the down 1. But trying to challenge the 1-2, can't quite get it.
It's just too high up. The 2 completely missed.
Just down 1 again. Just press, gonna get the forward throw, gonna have the plus frames afterwards. Checks the 2-1, goes into the overhead 1 button, and yep, there it is. Omi puts a point on the board for himself, looking a little bit more comfortable jumping into things, but man, once he gets that corner going, it's just Grandmaster time all the time.
Well, one thing to point out about the corner, and I think my good friend Nuji will kill me if I don't point this out, is that she actually cannot punish the clone if she's cornered. Just the way the startup and the animation works, if Sub-Zero is close enough when he clones, she'll actually get frozen trying to input the move. Doesn't work mid-screen. You know, she can punish it whenever she wants, but in a lot of instances, she does not have the same time dealing with clone if her back's to the wall.
That's very important character information going to this match.
Oh yeah, it's a matchup changer. And I'm sure Magic T knows, because Magic T didn't try once to punish it in the corner. And Sub-Zero is a popular character online, so you will know that by now for sure. Oh, okay.
Block.
Magic T. Anti-air.
Wow, it's going to be a nice bit of damage on this board. Okay, no, just choose to go for the 25. Going to get the forward throw. And this is complete just echoes of the last game where, you know, Omi just kind of bullied and forced Magic T into the corner. But you know what? That push out the corner, quite smart from Omi. Doesn't want to kind of have to deal with that Melina pressure. Nice. All the blocks no longer unblockable. Gonna go into Lao Hat setup. Catch up the standing one's gonna do a lot right now. Magic T, as I pointed out earlier on, he's a bit of a momentum machine, just capitalizing as much damage as possible.
And ending combos in EX roll, that's just gonna buy you time to regenerate Kung Lao. Having a fully charged one here. That's still punished.
You can see it again. Yep, there it is. Double back two. To slide, good, slowly but surely pushing him to the corner, but back to slide. Gonna get a full combo of double 1-2 into stand 3 ice clone.
Safe jump.
Yeah, gonna get that Oki, and there it is. The Magic T has to break this.
Yeah, it didn't break until forced to. Oh no, Magic T had all the control in the world, and it just slipped through his fingers now, making it 1-1. The problem is losing a round like that, being the decider between 2-0 in your favor or equalizing, that was, the momentum was going to shift in extremes one way or the other. Should Magic T have been 2-0 up there, I think you'd have been feeling great, you'd been feeling a bit loose, a bit more comfortable, so you can dedicate to some rather weird situations because you've got more wiggle room. Omi now making it 1-1, all of a sudden I feel like he's going to be the one in a bit more control here because now we've stabilized, we're starting afresh. This just went from a best of 5 to a best of 3.
Very, very true. And that's the thing with, like, Magic T, you know, he likes riding that wave of momentum, and he makes these absolutely just, like, ballsy call-outs when it comes to just, like, the ball rolls that he can toss out. But when it's 1-1 and it's against someone like Omi, and, you know, when you overstep, especially in this case and scenario, when you're utilizing ball roll and you get frozen for it, you got to start second-guessing your options. Play a little slower, a little bit more methodical with your options. Said it is one apiece. We'll be jumping into this game, and ooh, there's a dive kick I did point out from earlier on.
That is the Sub-Zero Chameleon special. That and you go for a slide, they try and block, and then you whiff punish. Hang on a minute, nice positioning. Again, like I said, it's certain strings into clone that can make it hard to punish.
Yeah, that was literally just the right spacing. But there's the point blank ball I was talking about. Just caught him out of it. But ooh, beautiful catch from Magic T. Has the corner to work with as well. Not going to go for the Lao Hat setup. Going to go for the Oki instead. But wonderful blocks. A lot of patience being shown from Magic T. Oh, going to get caught below. Can't quite get the combo off this. A lot of check. A lot of patience being shown. But nothing crazy. Beautiful anti-air. Can't quite get the air size, however.
Like that adaptation from Omi, though. You want to try and go for a dive kick punish. The EX clone might make that not so much. Standing for fatal blow. That's the round. Okay.
Yep. 1,000,000%. And honestly, probably like pretty wise in his part. Just like after the last game of just kind of landing these hits, not being able to finish it off that last game, Magic T was like, yep, you know, I'm gonna do this, guarantee myself the round, give myself what you said, more wiggle room to work around with.
Ooh.
No one home for that one.
Standing 2 slide is the new back 3 low minion of Inferno Scorpion MKX. Because it's like the final hit is the overhead, but people preemptively stand up immediately, so the slide works. It has literally no reason to work, but it always does. Back 3 low minion, I tell you what.
Oh, what a meme.
Confirm. Hang on a minute.
It's been a nice bit of damage. Doesn't have the Lao Hat, but Melina ball roll of his own. Gonna have the corner to work with, and this is typically where Omi looks very comfortable, but the big neutral jump right there from Magic T. Wonderful blocks.
Greedy with the frames there. Greedy with the frames. You're -3 after that low hat. You tried pressing. Paid the price. Safe jump. Wake up. Brave but bold. One that works. For now.
Scary situation, keep in mind. Oh, that was a very interesting interaction, but Juice to hold the block and just the airball roll again. My god, Magic T just fearless. Just like, oh, it didn't work first time. I'm gonna do it second time.
You know what? I've got an idea. You know that move? What if I did it again?
Again. Another
one. And it worked! Clearly. So now 2-1 here for Magic T.
It's playing very, very well. He actually, coming into this, considering what happened in the previous game, I'm very surprised that Magic T is this so composed and is still willing to take like these really big risks, but they've been paying off right now. Because I think even in Omi's mind, it's like, got him, you know, he won't surely won't do that again, right?
There's an element of personal redemption when you go down into the loser's bracket in a way that is obviously that will be unsatisfying to Omi. Yeah, Omi made some pretty critical mistakes in winner's bracket. By all means, should quote unquote have been in the winner's side. And now you're in losers. It's like, right, we're gonna come back harder than ever, and we're gonna try and move on. Magic T has been doing really, really well so far. A little bit. Either I have just completely not been paying any attention, but didn't Omi win the last? Not Omi, sorry. Didn't Magic T win the last match?
Magic T did win the last one, so it's currently 2-1 to Magic T's favor at the moment.
Thought I was just losing my mind for a moment.
Well, one thing I do want to touch
in a minute.
Notes on with Magic T on match point now. Considering how Omi lost in the previous game, I can imagine that there must be like some mind games going on. Maybe a little bit of extra worry or frustration coming into this and being a little bit more careful because it's do or die situation. It's loser's side now.
Yeah, and Magic T is just playing so confident here. Kind of need to, especially when you got a breaker, it can help, but just being not afraid to break up that neutral control that Sub-Zero can have. Standing one, lovely confirm. Magic T, let's go.
They're playing it very well. Going to get rid of
Anti-air. What is going on here? And there's a charged low hat. Lovely block on the low overhead though for Omi. Commits. Squeezes out a down one. Has to watch out for clone though, because with meter, Magic T can full combo any clone that Omi tries to do. I don't think it's going to matter. I think that's it.
Not at all. There was 2 bars to work with, and he's going to tie things up with a brutality. You know what? Well earned and well deserved from Magic T. Played so phenomenal in that last set against Omi.
That was incredibly well done there. Incredibly well done. And I think just overall, so clean. Magic T. It's capitalization more than anything else. Being bold and confident to just continue to lay this pressure on. But at the same time, it's just kind of shutting down a lot of those Sub-Zero options. Like Sub-Zero, the defensive clone is a pretty big deal. Like the defensive clone is, it can, you know, no pun intended, freeze up the neutral. You create this giant obstacle that people have to worry about all the time. The moment you have a punish on a clone and a consistent one, you have the wonders of multiple choice actually in Melina's case, because you can spend no meter to just get a free hit and just get a free damage every time Sub-Zero wants to clone, or you can spend bar and get yourself a full combo. And it's like, not a lot of characters have that option, but then when you land that hit, you can turn it into a knockdown, into a charged low hat, or something very similar. Overall, makes things very uncomfortable for Sub-Zero, in my opinion.
You know, it was a great use of understanding of that matchup as well, because, you know, I've been talking about, like, you know, Magic T's explosiveness, but what he's always chosen and known when to, like, thread the needle for that really big damage, you know. Clearly a lot of sign of familiarity in that matchup, and, like, he chose his moments, chose them really well, and they paid off humongously for him here. As he's going to proceed further into loser's side, but that unfortunately must mean that we now say goodbye to Omi, as it's yet another player eliminated in this finals.
Always sucks to see that happen, especially here. You know, we've spent weeks watching the journey of all these players, seeing all of the different results, because even sort of going by, excuse me, previous qualifiers, you can see players like Magic T versus Makaran being like a loser's final match back in like week 2, if I've not got the bracket wrong, getting all the way to that level of the competition. K-Top versus Makaran was like something that we saw way later down the line for the first qualifier. I'm kind of looking at these 3 previous regional events, and a lot of our similar players are here in this 8-player bracket, but the results are kind of all over the place. So there's been a real... It's been quite similar. The level of skill has been very close, which makes this finals, for me, so unpredictable. That's why we're seeing players who maybe they would go out first round in week 1 or week 2. They'll absolutely smash it in week 3, or it would be the opposites, and they go into the regional finals, and it's like a fresh new result and a fresh new climb, I suppose. And for me, that's my favorite kind of bracket to have. You never really know who's going to win. I know I said at the start of the show that my personal prediction is Makaran, and I do personally stick by that. But it could be, to sound really generic, it's anyone's opportunity. It's very closely split.
It really is. And I think one thing to touch on actually off the previous qualifiers, what's made this so incredibly interesting is that after Makaran participated in one of the first 2 qualifiers, he didn't participate in the 3rd one. You know, that was kind of a big grand stage there for, you know, like Takanada and Omi, who we've both seen today. You know, there are a lot of run backs, there's a lot of really interesting matchups, and there's a lot more options and diversity today than what we've seen previously, because this is the cream of the crop, the best of the best, and those that have qualified are just going to duke it out and put themselves basically on a pedestal to knock off the other. Creates
a high stress environment, I tell you that much.
Very much so.
But it's nothing that any of our players are going to be unfamiliar with at this point. Just to again rewind a little bit, and we'll sort of mention the 8 players we've had, right? So it was Makaran, Fish Like Steve, Desarted, K-Top, Takanada, Omi, H-Dope, Magic T. It's not just MK1 we've seen these players in. I saw tons of these players, if not all of them actually, during the MK11 days, and we had regular PlayStation tournaments, and it was almost at one point actually, especially during kind of like the lockdown times, weekly events. So the stress of a tournament, I don't really think that's going to affect any of our players today. I think that they've done it so many times that it just helps you lock in. You know how serious this is. You know what's on the line. And you know that here, only one of you is qualifying for final combat. It's not like one of the other regionals where a player that wins the regional may already have enough points that they are safe. This tournament is not one of them. It is all about the winner for this one, I think.
Very much so. Like, everyone here is a seasoned player, you know. In saying that, I will say big shout outs to Makaran for trying to make Scarlet work for the longest time, and he was like, I'm just gonna go to high tier in this game. I want the good character.
Well, to be fair though, I mean, the last ever Evo for MK11, the last major tournament, Makaran did technically get, I say there's no technically about it, Makaran got top 8.
That is true.
It was the new time where the stream was only showing the top 6 rather than the top 8. If it actually had been a standard top 8 that Evo, Makaran would have been on that stage and he would have used Scarlet in that. So he did the highest accomplishment a player can get outside of winning a tournament. Top 8 at Evo. Makaran did it last year, mostly with Scarlet. It was lovely to see, I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, this man wears his heart on his sleeve and is so incredibly passionate. Actually, being funny enough at that tournament, being one of the people, I was like, hey man, you come reality. We do this kind of thing. And I was like, yeah. And you know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, he plays it and he shows it. And I'm so glad that, you know, he's gaining a lot of recognition in this game, because it felt like MK11, the entire time of playing characters like Scarlet and just trying to become so fundamentally strong with her, has paid off here in the grand scale. But in saying that, Desarted definitely wants to put a stop to that dream, because, you know, again, call back to qualifier 2 against these two. Makaran fought Desarted, it went to 3-2, last round, last touch. Actually, we commentated that, and Makaran just narrowly got through that match with Ashra's armor.
It's a very different experience now, though. This Kung Lao for Desarted. Desarted just isn't afraid to... He isn't afraid to show no fear, right? And that sounds really weird, but he's playing the perfect character at the moment to just disrespect, challenge, I want to do this, and I don't care what you're doing. This is like the perfect character for Decide right now.
Of course, safe armor, heap loads of damage.
Overhead low mix up off back 3. Let's not forget that.
Who could? Yeah, no one definitely forgets that one. We'll get into the 1-2, into the windmill punches. As the corner to work with, gonna back up a little bit, let Goro come back, but ooh, there it is, challenges the armor, double back 2-4, forces Makaran to break, goes to the low.
That sweep is gonna absolutely pay for itself when it came. You just need one overhead, right?
Yeah.
You hit a million sweeps just to land that one overhead. It's kind of like reminds me of the MK9 days. Well, you know what? Actually, forget what I'm saying, because this might be the end of the game.
Oh no, not the noogie.
No Goro. There's no Goro.
Oh. Yeah, he's gonna go to low. Beautiful blocks on Makaran.
Good guesses.
Blocks it again. Gonna go into projectile. Flawless block from Desart, as we did see earlier. Just a formidable wall right now. And
Serena! But you can't fatal blow because Serena. No.
Oh, no. He believed, and he gets the up block as well to Stylon. Very well played from Desart, but very evidently familiar. And he didn't need to do that, but
nope.
It's also probably good for both of these players just to have like a few seconds of extra breathing room. You know, we always talk about going to character select, sitting down. You know, this is another way of kind of having that. But, you know, Desart definitely has that receipt for qualifier 2 still on his mind.
Honestly, I think that fatal blow, though, was a you bet it all on a button into fatal blow. Big cinematic. I block it, and I'm going to give you exactly what you wanted. Only it's me. Good first game. Really, really good first game. Makaran had to play rather insane to even be in that position. But Desarted, just the patience, knows that Makaran has to make that first move, but all I need to do is block once. There was no last breath. There was no opportunities to survive. I put my opponent -1 time. I win the game. And Desarted was kind of patient. Ready for it.
Agreed to teach me?
Very, very much so. And here's the funny thing as well, when it comes to Desart playing this character, it doesn't just give him options, it gives him a variety to kind of just bully his way. He's got low overhead, as you pointed out. He gets a plus frames off Goro. He gets really good restand potential off like the head grab noogie. Like, this character does a lot for him, and I think it feels like a very Desarted style of play.
It just fits him really well. Desarted, it's kind of hard to say what kind of playstyle I think he has, because he has played various characters that have different styles over time. He does like to brawl, though. He likes to throw down. He likes to be within that kind of sweep distance, the one that's in charge and control. Some of his previous characters have reflected that. Baraka, look no further. Johnny Cage as well. Lao just seems a little bit safer than all of them, with the giant reward of safe armor, and clearly armored launchers in this game that are safe and have decent damage on them. Pretty important to the meta, but that's a fatal blow. And it's Arthur's fatal blow, 950 health thanks to Goro. That's absolutely the round.
Yeah, it's always such a heap amount of damage, and it goes to show what one singular micro mistake can really lead to, because
here we go.
Dear Lordy me, 51 damage is nothing to turn your nose up at. And of course, as you noted, Goro, 50 less health. Every damage is going to lead up to so much, and you know, as long as Makaran can keep optimizing his damage, make everything hurt so bad, he can definitely bring things back, but he's got to prove it. Put an actual game on the board here.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Callum. Every time I see Asher a fatal blow in a combo, I will be disappointed if it doesn't do 500 damage.
That is also true.
I'm just so used to it just shredding at this point that I just thoroughly expect the delay. Tries to chase it down. A good idea there from Desarted to get extra range, but not quite the answer. Didn't want to overcommit to a Goro just in case it didn't work, and obviously it didn't. Low pokes though, Makaran piece by piece, catches the button, tries to be a little bit safer again. Still alive is Desarted as Makaran did not overcommit to anything big. Tries to anti-air. All right, an opportunity, but hard.
Nice start.
Punish. Oh, wait!
Overhead. It's
all right.
Okay, it's all gonna come down to like this next sequence between the two. Goes for low. Goes for the overhead. It's a back 2-4 into the fatal blow, and it's gonna even things out. Oh my days! Another one, dude. These games are gonna be ridiculous between these two today. My goodness me.
He was just doing like a mini game challenge. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. You have 20 seconds to land your mark. Do it. Get 100 coins. Survive.
Oh god. So coming into this round now, considering how tight and how close that was, all beautiful use of the defensive cameo from Makaran, it does look like he's going into this quite furious. He's pressing a little bit more, quite aggressive, but that is something the side is accounting for. If he can frustrate you, get you overpressed, but oh wait, Goro's going to be out to play for quite a while. That cameo is completely on the cooldown.
We are just going to be mixing up at the moment. Without Goro, we have to keep things, well, I'd say honest. It's still unseeable overhead low. Conditioning with those sweeps, armor. Still no Goro.
Yeah,
Goro, come back.
Get it.
Where are you, mate? Goro, where are you? We need you, mate. I don't think I'll get through this.
And slowing things down. Oh, it's just the dive kick. Goes.
No! Goro being there meant it did more damage. Oh, no. That was actually so poetic that Goro was never there where Desarted needed. And the one time Goro arrived, him taking the damage led to the game being over and the brutality.
That was so sick on Makaran's part. You know, that we have a hell of a set ahead of us between these two, but it's going to be so incredibly back and forth. And the way just Makaran started off that last game, I thought like it seems like he's playing kind of on tilt, maybe a little bit angry, but as the game started going on, he started pulling things back a little bit. You know, once the started kind of instilled that I wouldn't say fury, but made him want to overextend, really get that damage in. Started a challenge with the armor until Goro was knocked out. And what's that, like a 12-second cooldown?
It's a very long one. It's even longer when Goro takes a hit because the penalty of a cameo being hit is on average about 6 seconds. It's 3 for very specific cameos. So you've got what's essentially a 12-second cooldown, and then you've added 6 seconds to it. That's no Goro for a hot minute. Look, he got hit here. Look at how long it's going to take him to start regenerating now. Look, he's still gone.
Yeah, he's still gone. Chat,
he's still not here.
Start counting, chat. Anyone can see this, but ooh.
Desarted is going to have to just do this the old-fashioned way. I would be surprised. By the time we start the round, Goro is still not going to be available.
That is insane.
Look, he's not even ready.
But that must be really important information from Makaran, just like kind of going into this in general. Because whenever he takes out Goro, it will shut down a majority of Desarted's options, kind of just enforce his game plan. Oh, ducks right under it.
Look, at least he didn't get hit, right? At least he didn't get punched in the face.
And yet Makaran spending both bars of meter, knowing very well that Goro is now back into play, meaning he needs to capitalize on as much damage as possible. Beautiful flawless block by Desarted, but couldn't quite get much off that.
Now, Makaran definitely leading the charge here at the moment, and this is where things actually get a little bit scary for Desarted. Here's the thing, Kung Lao is very strong. He's really cheap with Goro. The problem is, should Goro spend a whole game getting hit when you've summoned him, you spend most of the round without him available, and now you have to fight Ashura with the Serena, right? Range, crazy whiff punishes, stuff that is more than what you have at that distance, versus Makaran, who is totally happy to play in control like that. The majority of that game, Desarted did not have a Goro, and not having Goro in this matchup, you can just see how night and day the matchup is.
Really, very much so. Very, very much so. You know, he didn't have as many options. He played a lot less risky, just back top for the most part. And it really forced Makaran to just chase him down on the screen. And there's only so long you can kind of block, right? Especially when she's got like the low and then she has the overhead. And along with that, you've got Serena and some really good, healthy defensive options, as well as her defensive cameo properties. Something that I will say, Makaran is quite infamous for using, as we saw in Qualifier 2, just kind of reactively throwing her out there so he can take that trade in his favor.
Tried to do it to make that crazy comeback, but never was. I mean, as close as it was, the aggressive absorption Serena would have been part of that sequence. All right, now Makaran. Oh, tried to anti-air. Desarted, ready. Didn't want to overcommit to that back three. Expected a jump. There's the mix-up, though. Forces the breaker from Makaran. And we're back at square one. I would definitely say Makaran advantage, though, at this range. The Serena plus buttons versus Lao with no Goro, no meter. We are going to build a bar of meter after this throw, but we're still not going to have Goro for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, means he can't quite get the big launch damage we did see a little bit earlier on, but... Ooh. being aware of this, choosing not to overextend, just these tiny little small decisions.
Be a little bit careful. Ooh. Jump in, dive kick.
Down one to the punch.
Didn't take the bait.
Yeah, considering how much mileage that Decided has been getting that all day, I would imagine that Macaran's been keeping... Oh, that was actually so sick. He's been keeping an eye out for that. But another throw. Things looking really good for Macaran. Point on the board. Match point. It's looking good for Macaran.
Possibly would have survived that throw if the Goro didn't take the 50 HP away. Punish! All right.
Oh,
it's not bad. Not bad considering we saved Serena. Looking for it again. Big jump. Out in the air. Whiffs entirely though. Down 4 for Macaran. Match point here for Macaran. Just needs this round and that will be winners finals. Top 3 at least.
Ooh. Looks for conversion off the standing 3, but oh, there's the armor finally. Gonna loop into the 1-2-1 to the window punches. Also gonna have the corner to work with and a lot of Meteoki, but getting right out of that corner, does not want to have to deal with that, but gets the flip kick, looking for the optimal.
God,
and
that
gets
hurts.
the meter drain.
We're taking meter from Lau. The armor's been taken.
There's the armor once again. Keep in mind, Decided still has a bar of meter, has Goro at play. It's gonna be a one-touch death sequence if he lands it, but throws out the Serena rangs. Macaran bringing things back, closing out the game and proceeding deeper into your winner's side.
That was a bad whiff right there. Lau players, I mean, I'm sure they're used to whiffing that dive kick and being safe, but as it would just so happen to be, the dive kick ate those Serena knives fresh on landing, and that was all she wrote. A big part of that coming down to landing that clean Serena flip kick in the corner, giving the extension, giving really good damage, allowing the meter drain to apply, taking away that one bar that Decided had only just built, so it took him even longer to have a breaker ready for that next sequence. The whole thing there was just beautiful anti-Kung Lao counterplay, and a big part of it came down to that added range near the end, want to have taken those resources. But we'll go over some of these replays, have a reflection on what we just saw here. Decided off to a phenomenal start, it has to be said. That was a really good game one, but Macaran, the second he kind of just cemented that control, kind of hard for Decided to work around it. There was that next game where Decided so rarely had Goro. Just the cameo got hit so many times that he basically never had access to it. The rest of it was a bit more traditional, but overall, Macaran, again, control is, I would always say, the key word for describing his game plan. Whether it was Scarlet, whether it was Cetrion, now it's Ashra. The control is always there.
Yeah, it's always a really important factor, and especially against when you're playing against this specific team where Goro, you know, just Kung Lao gets so much mileage out of him. If you can shut it down, get rid of both his meter as well as Goro, you know, it makes things so much easier. And I can imagine playing against that team becoming extremely frustrating by removing those factors. You know, it's allowed Macaran to go deeper into winner's side and play it so well. But Decided is now going down to loser's side. So our next match should probably be Takanada against H-Dope.
Takanada versus H-Dope. Are we going to see Ashra again? So Takanada, we have seen lots of, actually similar to Decided, they pretty much played the same characters for a very long time. It was Johnny Cage first, and then for both of them they moved into Baraka. Baraka is different now, we can't forget that. Striker grenades did receive a cooldown nerf. The close grenades cooldown was changed to be in line with that of the farm one. The close cooldown was actually a little bit faster. That's been matched to be even on both sides. So the grenades take a little bit longer to come back. It fundamentally has actually not changed Baraka in any way. It just means that he doesn't get, like, let's say he'll use, I don't know, just random number here, 5 grenades in a round. Now maybe he'll get 4 grenades. So it means that that one extra time you might have had the freedom to whiff a button, bait in with a grenade or something else, you have one less opportunity to do that. So depending on how reliant on the grenades I suppose you were would change a lot. I'm talking about Baraka like we're even going to see the character. We very well might not. It depends on Takanada here. But I mean, I expect to see Tanya again from H-Dope.
100%. You know, H-Dope's been having a lot of success with Tanya, and I don't think I've ever seen him not play Tanya, so we can definitely expect that from his end. It's more so what we expect to see from Takanada, because, you know, for the longest time, prior to this in the previous 3 qualifiers, he's always just played Striker Baraka. Now there's this massive change, and it has paid off. That can't be denied. It's just, I wonder what was the mindset and decision to make said change in the first place?
Part of it could have been, and this is just a theory here, there are possible reasons. Tekken Master showing a lot of people that Baraka still lived after the nerfs to Cyrax. There has been a development since the Striker change, was that some Baraka players actually moved into Baraka Kano. So they wanted to go for a very similar idea. Works a little bit differently. The knives being high means that you can't jail the same amount, but it is fast. And actually,
Ooh,
looks like Takanada. It was in my mind. So when we saw the changes to Striker, Takanada was one of the first Barakas in tournament to make the shift into Kano. Fundamentally, it's kind of the same thing, but they're now fast to high knives versus slower cooldown but mid-hitting grenades. So you kind of just weigh out what kind of ambush projectile you want. And for the most part, I think Baraka players are just thinking, look, if the cooldown's faster, I'll use that. Like that's what's important to Baraka players, is the cooldown.
Of course, I mean, anything to really enforce that very aggressive and explosive game plan will definitely work in their favor. But that in mind, Takanada right now was at the start struggling to get the engine going, but finally lands a hit. It's going to get a lot of big damage here on the H-Dope at the very least, and also does have Fatal Blow in play.
And Baraka, one of the more practical Fatal Blow users, it's so fast, and it has such high range. And even then, right, landing a throw and then setting up yourself what's essentially a safe jump, that's what Striker was doing. Kano was still doing that, however, H-Dope ready for the gap in down forward 2. That is always going to be a risk with Baraka, no matter what.
Be very interesting in this matchup in particular as well, because we just saw the chandelier kicks also knock out Kano, so that might kind of stop some of Takanada's options with just throwing out things point blank. Maybe wants to bait out and call out H-Dope just to use a little bit of Goro and have him with less of his meter.
That is a difference between Striker and Kano. Kano is a little bit more further forward when he throws his knives. Striker always had that benefit of being right behind you, so he was actually pretty safe sometimes. Kano is not the same kind of character though. However, 4 times a million, knockdown, down back 1, going for it again. Ooh, that's unsafe actually.
Punish.
Yeah, no punish from H-Dope.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Nice, gonna get the catch on him, forces the breaker out of Takanada. H-Dope does have the life lead at the moment. Beautiful blokes from Takanada. A very patient player in that instance where he's just very comfortable with blocking. Ooh, goes for the 4s into the spin. Yeah, we definitely need to see H-Dope keep an eye out for that.
That is something you don't really see much from Baraka. There's just something about it. They're just not going in for the 4-string. It's a bit weird to time, obviously, but it can lead to gapless chip damage that's really scary to deal with. The armor breaks on its own thanks to the fact that the standing 4 hits twice real quick.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of scary stuff as well, of course, off your twin with Janet and Baraka, funny enough.
Yeah, Mustard is a big fan of Baraka. He's really looking forward to playing Baraka Movado. He wants to see... He's got some ideas that I won't spoil. We'll see if it works when Movado comes out. Hit confirm. No breaker for H-Dope.
Oh, just there. Get that huge range off the buff. Looks for the overhead. Tries to enforce his buttons with Kano knives. Gets the back 3, but doesn't commit to the 1.
Everyone occasionally eats that back 3. Doesn't matter what the player is. Doesn't matter what the level is. That back 3 is going to hit your feet at least once. All right.
The fact it can also anti-air says how strong it is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, get the back throw. H-Dope can absolutely still break things fine, but went for a really ballsy read that led to nothing.
Yeah. But as you can clearly see, right, the idea of Baraka Kano is not that different to Striker. It's a different... It is slightly different in that they have different hit directions. And that is the deciding factor. Sometimes you can down 1 when you couldn't before because the Striker grenade would hit you. But the benefit here is that you still have a ambush projectile that can work hand in hand with what you're doing, that in this case has faster cooldown. So if you fundamentally want to play Baraka in that way that is just the counter poking game, a lot of low pokes, because the moment they try and release and take their turn back, you've done like a down 4 into down forward 2. Kano can still efficiently and regularly enforce that strength. It's just, I feel like Baraka in particular is running out of cameos to get that frequently with, because Cyrax nerfed, Striker nerfed, Kano the same, but now kind of your only option if that's what you want after a special move. There's not a lot of ambush utility for that left for this character, so we'll see how much the Kano develops, I suppose, because clearly it still works.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we still have 2 more cameos on the horizon with Farah as well as Movado next month.
I want to see pain and gain, mate. That's what I want. Ooh. That's what I'm hoping for.
I want to see
pain and gain on everyone. That'd be great.
I want to see pain and gain on that 4-string, man.
I just want to see if there is pain and gain. I want to see that on like the highest damage based character. Let's see. Let's party.
Now that's one thing I will say the cameo system has kind of added, that extra level of gameplay to kind of reinforce and even just like encourage a lot of creativity. And we've actually been seeing a lot of that with H-Dope and how he's been utilizing Goro's toolkit. Beautiful blocks.
There's a really good read there. It's like I said earlier on, there's one thing that's almost universal against Tanya armor and Kung Lao armor. Very forward moving, and you have to rely on that final hit for Goro to be a threat, so a well-timed jump is a great way to avoid it. However, in this case, Takanada, lovely hit confirm. That fatal blow is 1000% going to win this round. And kind of showing, you know, it's another very typical high-level Baraka performance that's just being perfectly timed with Kano all the time. I don't mean to sound disrespectful there. I mean, Takanada is doing everything right, but it's just kind of going to show that Kano still gives that utility. One thing that clearly H-Dope is doing, though, is going underneath those knives. So the back 3 string, for example, that's going to be wonderful at getting around it. Not all the time, but in instances like that, full combo.
Yeah, no, it's very important because I think this has been like a real key factor for a lot of characters in that sense, especially for Tanya, because, you know, whenever you see a character utilizing Lao low hatch, she goes for the chandelier kicks. Now that we're actually seeing Takanada utilize Kano knives, it's like, okay, I'm just going to go across the floor, work around the knives, and punish you that way for it.
Can't help but notice a little bit of Baraka Cyrax conversation happening. I gotta say, still, I am a believer in the team. Not the old school way, because of course that horizontal chopper is not what it once was for Baraka, but he is actually one of the characters that can get some rather devastating corner self-destruct setups that, if you're a Baraka player and you've not tried that, give it a go. You'll thank me later. It's a lot of fun. All right, now, 1 round up each side. Takanada. This round will bring us into 2-0 territory and keep the Baraka dream alive and winners. Here's more Kano, perfectly timed.
Yeah, a lot of aggression being shown by Takanada. You know, points are currently evened out, but right now this Takanada taking his time, forces the breaker out of H-Dope, has no bar to work with. Alright, Takanada's backing off a little bit, choosing when to press a button.
Uh-oh.
3-1 loop, goes into the 2-1 into the spin. Just enough, man. That 950 health really comes into play when you're fighting against characters that just have so much damage at their fingertips.
Yeah, if there's one thing Baraka has never lacked, even after the very first patch that lowered his damage a little bit, he still hits really hard. For really standard hits, you know, like the back 3 or standing 2-1, anything like that. Just nice, reliable knockdown situations that, with Baraka, it's not necessarily the combo you're taking, it's what's going to happen next, because he has 2 different armor breakers, back 3 and standing 4. If he has a good ambush behind him to continue the block string pressure, that first combo you've taken is the least of your worries. You got to worry about what's next, because most of the time, it's coming.
And also keep in mind, when it comes to Baraka, he has the potential and ability to put you in a bleed state. So even if he hits you once with it, it's just going to be a course of time where it slowly does tick down. You always got to keep an eye out for it.
That extra chip damage. I'm waiting to see a competitive Baraka player go for Janet to try those corner block strings, because, hey, half damage corner block strings with a debuff active? Yes, please.
Monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. But H-Dope starting off things in a really big way and getting a double buff stack here right now. And looking for a big jump in, catches him the 2-1 into the spin. Get the back 3-1, has the corner to work with as well. Nice bit of damage.
And there was that meaty standing 4. Tanya, an armor machine, but using it on wake up against Baraka, still a massive risk. One standing 4 is going to power through that.
This goes for the buff. And, you know, that's something I do want to talk about when it comes to H-Dope as well as K-Top. They are really good with kind of micromanaging their buff state. Something they do a lot. And I think that because of that, Takanada's kind of picked up and it's like, oh, anytime you go full screen, you're going to go for it. Okay, I'm going to throw out a projectile so you start second guessing your options.
Slash, slash, slash. Match point for Takanada. At this rate, we'll be seeing a winners finals. The Makaran Takanada again. It'll be Baraka versus Ashura, possibly. I want to make a bold prediction because there might be a different character. I want to at least look like I know what I'm talking about. Full combo. Nice confirmed.
Ooh, this is really nice damage as well. 36 damage, gonna get the forward throw. Just stuck in the corner right now, gets caught by the spin. May have been an attempted challenge and wake up Chandelier. Be covered by Kano, goes for one.
Kano again.
Yep, can take the turn back, can't quite get full damage off it. It's a big hill. H-Jump needs to climb up in order to bring things back.
With no Goro on the end of that first armor, Takanada, I think, was happy to even get hit by that armor. Who cares? You've lost a bar. I still have a massive life lead. And at this point, you have to watch out for everything. All right, that armor, crucial. We are alive still. Takanada has to be really careful here. The breaker is used. Now, last chance. Don't get hit.
Oh, whoa, okay. I've never seen that before. Well, what's
Either
this
way,
game? Well, what's going to lead to? Because I don't think this is going to be death.
950 health, though. I think if it was 1,000, I'd be like,
you're right.
Mash. Yeah. That would have come down to the mash had Takanada had 1,000 HP, but 950. Match point still for Takanada.
Things definitely look very good for Takanada right now, but, you know, H-Dope still showing signs of life, still absolutely in the fight right now, and you know he wants to stay in this. At least put 1 point in the board for himself, at the very least. Gonna get the back throw. This is where things get quite scary, because Takanada loves his offense, goes for back three meaty, all gonna go for those throws. There it is, another throw, goes for the back throw this time. Knives, another one.
So many! But I mean, it's only a matter of time, surely, until armor or something similar. But the more you get hit by it, the more you know that armor was kind of obvious. So H-Dope finally finds it, and fortunately for him, does make it work. Finds a hit. Down one to steal the turn. H-Dope, what are we doing? Down one. No point using Goro here. Another throw!
This is slowly but surely eating up. Oh, whoa, okay, not quite death there.
Armor
breaks the armor, and there it is, as you pointed out in the very first game. And Takanada is going to advance deeper into winner's side, meeting Makaran in winners finals.
The Baraka dream lives. That's what we know. That's what we know. And the one time H-Dope tried to wake up armor was when that standing 4 just completely chewed it up. It's why so many of those meaty grabs were working so well in that final round, because, you know, if you're expecting a grab at that point, you still have to worry about back 3, you got to worry about standing 4, you got to worry about, like, backdash into standing 2 or back 1. Like, Baraka's strike throw game, especially into the corner, is really scary. Because it's not just a matter of, oh, you know, I'll just try a wake-up attack. Because you may not even have the move come out. The standing 4 just goes, ba-ba, chews it up, and then before you know it, you've taken a full combo, you're on the floor, and you're back where you started. So, scary situation, and one beautifully enforced by Takanada. Good to see that Baraka still in tip-top shape.
Very much so. You know, it's a pleasure it was to see the Ashura very early on. You know, this is a team we are very familiar with Takanada. And even despite the changes to Striker, you know, he can still keep that Baraka in form, doing a lot of damage. But, you know, H-Dope played really well for the most part, but just Takanada had his number, was able to seal out the deal across the board right there, keeping himself in the fight. But yeah, man, I gotta admit, that big, what was that, a standing 3 into Fatal Blow? I didn't expect to see that. You know, he's always been going for the buffs, micromanaging it. I just didn't think it would land. Yep, crushes the Chandelier. Very well played. With that said, that also now means that in the losers quarterfinals, we're going to have a battle between the twins as well. So that should be very interesting later on.
That is unfortunate because it's losers bracket. And only one of these players is making it to final combat. That was always inevitable, but as exciting as it's going to be to watch the twins go head to head, yeah, hate to see it and love to see it because one of them's moving on, great, but one of them is going to eliminate the other. So may the best twin win, I suppose, in that regard. But we're shaping up here. 6 players are left. Decided Magic T, the twins of H-Dope, K-Top, Takanada, and Makaran. Not many matches left to go. However, we've got through that initial first chunk of this show. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, this regional finals for EU East will continue. So go make a cup of tea. I know I will. And we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Final Combat.
That's what Hanimani's looking. There it is! Oh, he waited for it! It grand champion for Mortal Kombat 1 here. No, not again. He tried to get. Oh, and Wise Gemini tried to get away.
With the pop off BDG, I am so sorry.
What?
What? That man into the orb, that was disgusting.
It's so big! Combo it, yes!
Cover that, and Sonic would pray. It's your threat.
It's like an opening Kano Knives covered once again. Full combo conversion.
We're gonna have some fantastic players ready for you up here who have made the top 8. As you would expect, we have some of the very best players in the world.
Over the chip and he missed it down 3. Superman it. The regular ready for breakers not gonna matter. Put him on the ground. Oh my God.
Welcome to Pro Competition, the pinnacle of Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay. A road paved with challengers and conquerors, a test of might as players fight towards a spot at Final Combat. Players from around the globe are looking to show off their skills to those watching. However, if you talk to competitors at events, there's something more to Pro Competition beyond the search for a champion.
It's my first time seeing a lot of people because I used to play them online, used to talk to them all the time in the chat, Twitch chat. So really with the Pro Comp Tour, it's the community aspect of bringing everyone that we never got a chance to really see in person and really build that relationship from that point on.
It feels good, man. After COVID, you know, everything shut down and everything pretty much stopped. So, you know, it feels good to be back out here in this environment and everybody getting back together and, you know, and enjoying the new era that is Mortal Kombat 1.
Pro Competition is more than just the gameplay. It's the sense of community. And for players who've been waiting for its return, it's equally about sharing a passion for Mortal Kombat through competition.
A lot of guys live for this, you know, including myself. You know, I competed for over 10 years, did it for the love of it, and a lot of people love this.
You get to like build that relationship, talk about tech, exchange ideas, and really you just get that vibe of like being with somebody who actually likes the game as much as you do.
For players who've only experienced competition through the online battles in Combat League, the one thing players want you to know is that they're always welcoming new combatants.
You know, I can't find him nowhere, but you might know number 1. It's Ninja Killer. I want to fight him. I got to.
Get to see Rewind. I have him in my pool, so I get to go up to him and be like, hey, please let me hit you. Please let me hit you. I'm just like, you know, I'm just trying.
The beauty in competition is truthfully the fellowship from the players. There's just no better feeling than sitting next to people you made friends with through Mortal Kombat. Because these memories last a lifetime.
What people are missing whenever they're sitting at home playing online is they're missing the energy levels whenever they come to an offline event. Such as ECT right now, the energy levels, the intensity, it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime type of feeling.
This is my first time being here. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I wasn't able to make it to that one. So being here, this is another experience right here. I love all of this. I'm not gonna lie.
I came in like towards the tail end of the last Pro Tour, so being at the actual Pro Tour is really exciting because I don't know, I love the offline feel. It's an amazing feeling.
Definitely come to the events. Live events, I mean, online is great, but offline is where it's really at. So you get to see the people playing next to somebody. You can't recreate that online. Always come to the events.
With these memories, the tales can be told. From the dominance that Sonic Fox and their skills have shown, to Ninja Killer taking his talents as an online warrior to being the biggest threat sitting beside you. The new era will be promising.
He's the one who's blocking Lightning Cage. Cyrax spin in the wind, flawless block, forward dash, and Sonic with Rain is your first Pro Competition champion.
This is Pro Competition.
Shamed the souls of your ancestors. Which of my ungrateful kin are within you? Fight.
Might be many, but I am the one.
You are not even Earthrealm's champion.
You've changed since we first met.
We believe for the better. Finish him. Fatality. Ermac wins. Huh? Flawless victory.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to your EU East Regional Finals. I'm History Behind the Warrior, of course, as always, joined by the wonderful Ketchup on commentary here.
Hello, hello. So, we're going to be finding out now who's going to be qualifying for Final Combat on the EU East side of things. But before we jump into our next few matches, we've got a couple of things to have a chat about. The first of which is that you can get yourself some official Mortal Kombat 1 merchandise. If you like what you see here, just make sure you go to wbshop.com and see if there's anything that you fancy. If you want to grab it, feel free to do so. But it's not just merch we're talking about today. We are going to talk about the final offline qualifier, the Pro Competition, Combo Breaker. The only thing that's left after Combo Breaker is going to be the last chance qualifier at Final Combat itself. So, if you want to get stuck into competitive play, you want to face off against some of these players that you've been watching all year round, Combo Breaker is the place to do it. And if you are a competitive player that is just within that sort of point range and you need to get those last little bits of points to make it to Final Combat, that's where everybody is going to be. It is no exaggeration when I say that this is going to be the highest level Mortal Kombat 1 tournament we've seen so far, and it's going to have the highest amount of stakes to play for as we ramp up into the World Finals shortly after. So if you love Mortal Kombat 1, that's the place to be, or you can just watch it yourself from home. It will be live all weekend long.
Yes, things are looking very, very promising for that event, as it will be stacked. But in saying that, we are now quite deep into our bracket with, unfortunately, quite a few names have been sent home. But right now, on the winner's side of things, we do have Makaran against Takenada. Winners finals, I cannot wait to see between the two. Then on losers round 2, we have H-Tope against K-Top, a battle between the twins. So this will be quite a heartbreaking match to say the least between the two. And then we will have a very explosive set between that of Desarted and Magic T. So I'm looking forward to every single one of these matches. These are names that have gone head to head to head from qualifier to qualifier to qualifier. And I can't wait to see who comes out on top here with currently, and what I would say is definitely the fan favorite, Makaran right now.
Makaran's just playing insane, and that's just something you grow to expect from him over the years. But we have got to get through 2 matches first before we ultimately lead into winners finals. We unfortunately have to send 2 more players home in this next round. And our first matchup between Desarted and Magic T. Desarted falling just short to Makaran, going into what would have been winners finals. And Magic T fresh off a victory over Omi. So taking out the Sub-Zero, is now looking to try and take out the Kung Lao. Not quite the same Kung Lao though, because I'm using Kung Lao Cameo.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match between the two, because again, when it comes to Desarted, he always seems to like bring a new character to like every qualifier. It throws me off every time.
He's always trying out something new, isn't he? It was Johnny Cage, it was some of the other characters. I think I've seen him use Sub-Zero in Rips Arena, but I could be horribly wrong about that. But at the moment, just clearly sticking with the Kung Lao and clearly get enough to get the job done. So we'll see if we can push even further forward here, but you got to get through that Molina first. Magic T, not afraid to be reckless with this character. The reward is not only high damage combos, but that hard to block low overhead setup.
Yeah, something I do want to touch on is just kind of like the set play potential that Magic T has shown us time and time again when it comes against playing against Desarted. A player who is extremely patient, playing a team that benefits from more time being on his side. It's going to be interesting to see how these 2 conflicting styles actually clash here. Beautiful blocks, goes for the big neutral jump, and yep, that is going to be it. It's going to switch it up, but that's really, really good for Magic T because he has a little bit of the corner to work with now. Desarted can't keep backing up.
The threat of the corner is enough against Kung Lao because it kind of just extra adds the threat of them using the armor, and if you can get a good read and punish it, maybe get like a neutral jump. When I say punish, I know that she cannot punish it on block. It kind of adds to that. Either way, though, Desarted's done a wonderful job of fighting his way out. The meaty low into Goro. That's where the overhead low becomes so real. Either overhead hat or just a sweep on its own.
But yeah, something that's kind of underrated and we don't actually see be talked about very much is actually the sheer poke game that Lau has. You know, he keeps himself relatively safe, just slowly chip away, make your opponent overstep, just go for like the 1-2, step back a little bit, go in for the big damage afterwards. But yeah, just decided playing it very simple, choosing not to overextend. It's all these tiny little things that all do stack up. It's like taking 2 throws back to back. Doesn't seem like a big thing, but that's 26% gone.
That's not even factor in the fact that 2-1 is plus, and you have that overhead low with the Goro sweep versus just the hat. Magic T looking to enforce a mid. Individual buttons here, decide trying to sneakily steal a turn. Either way, full screen. That's going to somewhat equalize this health. At this distance, I would say that Molina is the one in control. Oh, tried to whiff punish, but released it just a bit too late.
Yes, to eat all of this damage as well. Breaker not at play. Beautiful blocks right now, but T has quite a lot to bring things back. Oh,
didn't believe. Did not believe in the air side, perhaps.
Stepping back, just look at the side, just perfectly content, just stand there, block, don't overstep, slowly pluck and chip away, and like so, this will kind of be the decider of this match in general. It's just like how risky can Magic T get against such an offensive and very patient player like the Side, who can hit you for like 40% a touch, and even on a small scale armored launcher sense, he hits you for 30.
Scary mix-up right near the end as well there, because you realistically didn't have the health to hold the overhead. Usually there's like a risk calculation there where it's, okay, if I block the overhead and the low hits me, Goro combos, you can't combo off the overhead, right? So that's the arguable better option to take. When you don't have the health to hold either direction, I mean, you guess. You don't prioritize, you simply guess, because you're losing the round either way. That first game for the Started looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, coming into the second game, you can imagine maybe he might slow things down a little bit, you know, just Started perfectly content with playing this very small micro poke game that's been working to his favor.
Just stealing turns with it. Like those, every time there's a down 1, you have to hold the overhead low mix up. If there's a sweep or a Goro or whatever else, you have to hold the back 3, you have to hold the 2-1, which is plus on block. Overhead. Decided trying to keep it a little bit safer though. Wow, do they wake up in the standing 1? Magic T squeezing that one out.
Yeah, definitely want to bring things back, at least break some of the momentum, and does have the corner to work with, so Decided's got nowhere else to go. But in saying that, gets the back throw, has the full screen to work with, and does have double Goro stack. Nice, goes
cheeky low.
1-4.
Let's not forget, that's a good string that Kung Lao has. One of the fastest punishers, one of the fastest punishers in the game, but it does sport very short range, so it's not as universally good as like a Liu Kang standing 1, but it does serve a similar purpose.
Go for the down 1. A lot of buttons being pressed, a lot of turn stealing going on between these two, must be said. Keep himself fairly neutral, beautiful throw tech.
Decided holding on to the Goro there. I mean, there is only 1 Goro left, so may as well use it for the mix-up. Another overhead. Pure momentum. Wow.
Big jump free.
What?
He believed? He just did it. But,
I think I would have got hit by that for sure.
And no one's blocking that.
I was absolutely down 1 or something, and I'd have got hit by a roll, and I would have said, "What? How dare you?"
That's insane. Magic T still believes. Still in this fight.
Didn't want to press a button in case there wasn't up block there. Sweep!
Well, yeah, no, in the politest way I can say this, the Started's just been playing super lame, but I think that's how he knows he needs to, like, play this matchup. He can't afford to make, like, these big reads or these big mistakes because, you know, that's something that Magic T thrives off. He likes to start set playing you, and that really is complemented by his team. So he's just been playing very small, just like, just gonna slowly just start staggering with my buttons and try and steal your turn every single time, suffocate you in the corner, and every time you throw me in the corner, I'm gonna back throw.
All right, possible last chance here for Magic T. Started. Happy to match that ferocity, the speed. You want to play like a million miles an hour? Well, I'm happy to do the same thing.
Yeah, those dive kicks we did talk about a little bit earlier on. Now playing a bit more of a factor. Definitely started switching up his playstyle quite a bit, being a bit more aggressive, a bit more free-flowing at the moment. Has the corner to work with off the windmill punches. Beautiful blocks.
Staggering the back three, and knowing the opponent is so content to like, try and hold one of those directions that why even commit? Just use it to extend your pressure. Wake up delay, 1-2. Okie dokie.
A nice bit of damage on the board as well. Gonna go into the setup, but ooh, chooses to jump over the hat. Does not want to have to deal with the mix-up at all. And beautiful blocks from the started. Match point looking to send Magic T home right now.
Looking so confident. Meter, Goro, everything Lau could ever want. Lovely throw tech, actually.
Yeah, this has actually been on point. That was so sick. Forces the break out of Magic T. This is a very dire situation for him right now. Just the lame style of the side working to his favor.
Bit of an unusual exchange there. A couple of hits, but just constantly in the air or caught jumping. Nothing significant. Minus frames. Yeah, thankfully Magic T did not press there. Has had a habit of being -3 and pressing after that, and Lau will chew you up for doing that. Setup. Again, doesn't want to overcommit. Wants to try and get you to stand block with the low to connect to get a grounded hit, but 2 for 2 times I've seen that in this tournament. It hasn't worked.
Yeah, just so much patience being shown here. And now Magic T kind of has to play at the pace that the start is, but ooh, it's going to be a nasty bit of damage.
All right.
For the yeet, going to get the corner to work with as well, and this is where he's been thriving. Beautiful blocks, but can't quite get out the armor. Nisarted takes it 3-0, going into your losers semi-finals.
Possibly our fastest series of the day so far. Unfortunately, that is going to eliminate Magic T from not only this regional finals, but I do believe pro competition as well. I don't know, unless you go to like Combo Breaker or something and win it, I'm not confident there's going to be enough points to work with. But that would be something for Magic T to no doubt check out. But it's something that players at this point have to worry about, right? Is that not every player has had a lot of points throughout the course of this tournament. Like if I go and look through the leaderboards on my side, let's see if I can spot Magic T. Yeah, Magic T currently 34th on the leaderboard with 205 points. The thing about that is that currently you have players like King Gambler or Killer Shinnok, various players that are in the green. They're in a position where they're currently in the leaderboards with the lowest point I can see at the moment is 515. So that's a lot of points that you need versus other players that are likely to get points at Combo Breaker or something very, very similar. So it's a overall pretty stressful situation for a player's competitive journey. Unfortunately, we have to see Magic T go, but shouts for some really good performances throughout these EU East tournaments, because we've seen a lot of him and he's been thoroughly impressive.
Very, very much so. You know, again, just off your end as well, big shouts and love to Magic T. Played so incredibly well. Always an absolute pleasure to commentate and see him come by. It's a shame to see him go, but he won't be gone forever. I'm sure he'll be participating in more RIPS arenas and online tournaments in the EU. That said, we do have our next, well, other losers round 2 match, which will be a battle between the twins of H-Dope and K-Top. And, you know, I'm not a twin, so I can't speak for myself here. Ketchup, how do you think these matches go? Because it must be more of a player matchup than that of a character one.
Pure mirror. This is an absolute mirror in its purest form. It's the same characters, the same cameos, the same people, really. So let's see. This is purely only one of the twins can move on.
Yeah, it really, really is. But I'm interested to see, because of course we've known H-Dope to have actually played Tanya a lot longer than that of K-Top. In fact, K-Top at the start of this game did kind of struggle finding a character till he did inevitably, you know, get comfortable with Tanya. So I gotta imagine like how much of that comes into play, and you know, this has to be a player matchup. They both play the same characters. They both know each other's habits. It's both you stop flawless blocking the same part of the same string, please. Well, we're going to get a block. We can see a lot of that strike throw game here. It would not surprise me if they just play this very slowly and very methodically between them. But K-Top with quite the lead against his brother right now, playing fundamentally very solid.
All right, threat of the corner. Oh, standing 3 on its own. Now, I do have to say, between the two of them, K-Top has always been the faster player. H-Dope's always been a little bit more, normally in previous games, not afraid to play some of the more unusual characters, to be honest. That has kind of like strange situations and maybe some more experimental picks. This is the first game where H-Dope has gone a little bit more standard with those picks. However, you're finding a similar playstyle with K-Top, who's just really quick on the draw.
Very interested to see how this all does go, because as you said, historically, I feel like most people are probably a bit more exposed to seeing K-Top than that of H-Dope, and I think we're getting a little bit of a connection issue between these two, which is very unfortunate. We've seen a few drops every here and there, but, you know, H-Dope still believing he's in the fight right now. Still very winnable, and he goes to the spiral arrow, but cannot take the trade of the EX projectile.
Yeah, definitely seems like there's a little bit of online performance struggling between the two of them. I do wonder what's happening there, but hopefully that will be something that's able to kind of just clear itself up as we go. I'm sure we'll find out from admin if anything's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, but right now, K-Top in the lead 1-0 over his brother. Be interesting to see how back and forth this goes, because both these two are very adaptive players, and you know, as you noted, I feel like H-Dope's slower style of play might be could pan to his favor, because K-Top loves his ferocity. As we pointed out before the stream started, he just kind of likes getting up in your face, brawling, and just bullying his way in.
Emperor Boraicho sits on the throne.
Going into our next slot
I just heard Emperor Boraicho in that intro dialogue. Not quite sure how I feel about that. I love Boraicho.
It's the multiverse, man. You know how mirror matches go.
Oh dear.
Oh,
yeah, there's. Oh my lord.
Issues between the two might be affecting them. Blocks from both, but there's the chandelier into the upwards Goro punch. Gonna go for the buff, but right back at you. Is he gonna buff? There you go. They play so similar to each other. I would not expect anything less. Big stand for a wonderful whiff punish. Can go for the big leg into the body slam spin. Ooh, goes for the optimal as well. 38 damage locked in on the board. Just gonna poke, get the loop in. Big leg slam again. Ooh, just go fatal blow. This will probably kill us. It's 950 health.
Yeah, the 950 health, I'm fairly convinced is going to be the deciding factor here.
Yep.
Oh, you're dead. See ya later. Even without to be honest, actually, even without 950, that might have been enough, I reckon.
Yeah, it was deceptively. That's the thing with Tanya. I feel like she pulls out like a deceptive amount of damage at times. Full blocks. Ducks under Vagora, raise the roof. Forces a breaker right out of H-Dope. Things looking pretty good for K-Top right now. 1 game up in the lead.
So just in case anyone is sort of wondering about the connection between the two of them, they are, of course, 2 brothers playing against each other. It is something to do with a internet condition with the 2 of them in particular. So it's kind of either a matter of, because this is online, it's they play under the conditions that they have, or they're just not actually able to play against each other. So sadly, this is one of those situations where, you know, we need to get a match between the 2 of them, and it is their own personal internet conditions that are leading to it. Only against each other, funnily enough. So unusual, but something they're both going to have to sort of be used to.
Gonna get the armor right out. Gonna get the slam. And I think no, it's gonna be chip death territory, however. And yep, just gonna get the tag into the chandeliers. K-Top, 2 games up right now. Looking really strong here.
Either way, K-Top, I feel like there's something about the fact that they have a similar play style, but K-Top is just a little bit faster. And I said that at the very beginning of the series. It's something that's really proving to be the deciding factor, that K-Top's just a little bit more on it with, you know, those whiff punishes, or just getting a call out on maybe H-Dope's going to try and defensively press it down 1, and bam, my forward 2's come out to tag it.
Yeah, I'm Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just trying to think of what other options or avenues they could take, but historically, K-Top and his style of play has always been just one step ahead of his brothers, and that is probably what we're starting to see a lot here. 2 games up, definitely riding a wave of momentum. He's gonna get a nice bit of damage right out the gate to start off things, but again, their playstyle so similar, both going for the big hit into the armor, right into the buff afterwards. But K-Top one step ahead right now, going into the chandelier kicks, trying to capitalize on as much damage as possible, and right back to back, there it is again. Blocks just being quite patient, but H-Top picks up on it, gonna push his K-Top now into the corner.
Entering back with a similar idea, the flawless block on the low. Ooh, misplaces the Goro, actually. Speaking of Goro, here's another one. Read on the parry, good stuff.
Nice, a lot of checks, a lot of button pressing, a lot of staggering happening.
H-Top just needs one clean hit, because K-Top will not have the meter, especially now the armor's been spent. Should H-Top get opened up here? Well, not anymore, now armor's been used. Oh!
Ooh!
Oh,
get a button.
Unfortunate. Oh god, there's no Goro though.
This is very unfortunate, as the connections kind of being the deciding factor between a lot of the micro decisions made in that last game here. But K-Top currently match point on loser's side, will knock out his brother if so.
Either way. Standing 3, can't get much from that, but any damage is good damage in this situation. One Goro down, H-Dope uses it for the armor.
Grab the buff.
Flawless block, all of this is going to mean nothing. No meter build, no health, no nothing. Flawless blocking in these situations good against Tanya. Let's not forget flawless blocks not only shut down the health that is taken away, but now the meter build. And denying meter build from Tanya always going to be useful. Ah, my lord.
Looking for the standing 3, gonna have the corner to work with, just stagger his brother, goes down one spin, into the Goro. Ball breaks the armor of H-Dope right now, under 30%, so does have a fatal blow at play. Oh, nice standing 1 anti-air, gonna get a full combo punish, but
Whiff drops it! That's
so
unfortunate!
And that will be it for H-Dope, as K-Top takes it pretty comfortably with 3-0.
Well, sadly, not as close as you would want a twin versus twin matchup to be. However, K-Top just, as we kind of said right at the beginning, was just a little bit more on it in what was a complete, in its purest form, mirror. Same character, same cameo. Similar playstyle, but K-Top's is just a little bit quicker. So in that respect, I think that the player that's always going to be a bit more fast, a little bit more ready, is going to be the player that has a bit of an advantage there. So GG's for K-Top. Moving on.
Yeah, very
unfortunately, saying goodbye to H-Dope here. But H-Dope, one of those players that we very well might actually see at Combo Breaker or at the LCQ. So I'm not convinced this is going to be the end of H-Dope's journey, to be honest with you.
No, not at all. One thing I always talk about, and big shouts and love to all the players there, is just the love and enthusiasm the Greek scene has. They are always here. I know at the very start that K-Top and H-Dope didn't know how they feel about the game, and even so with that in mind, they've just kept playing, going from stride to stride, and they've made it this far into the qualifiers and finals for a reason. So clearly that fire for the game still burns. But with that said, K-Top is now going to make it into losers semi-finals against Disarted.
Now that matchup's going to be interesting, I think, because I've seen K-Top and Disarted fight in the past quite a lot. Not in Mortal Kombat 1. They used to clash quite regularly in the MK1. PlayStation were doing a lot of tournaments back in the day. And EU, we would see Disarted all the time. We'd see K-Top all the time. And even players like Makaran. So many of these players that I'm familiar with because of those old MK11 tournaments. So, you know, Omi, for example, is another one. It's always nice to see these players clash head-to-head in, like, a more modern game. Because the time it takes between those games, players mature a lot. In both, I think, personality and mindset, but also play style. The young players always seem to be the most aggressive. They have the most rush down. They're kind of just eager to get in and start doing all this crazy stuff. And it's kind of, as time and experience starts to develop, players themselves naturally start to kind of calm down in matches. Not all the time. Like, obviously, there are still some players that they just like to rush down, and that's the way their style works. But sometimes the decision making and the clutch factor, there's a lot more rock solid stuff going on there that can, at the end of the day, result in a really, really, really exciting matchup. But winners finals. So the top 3 guaranteed. We have Takanada and we have Makaran. So they are in that top 3. Technically, we have our top 4 because we still have to get through Desarted and K-Top. But I do not know how to call this. Again, like, how the match is going to go, I do not know, but I still have confidence in Makaran. Makaran has, results-wise, been the most impressive player that we've seen through EU East. And the third qualifier, Makaran didn't actually participate in because of just how the points works. Like, you can have 2 really good weeks and you don't even need to play in the third week. That's kind of what Makaran did. Some players do anyway because they kind of just want to gatekeep. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, if you want to qualify from that region, you have to be the best in the region. And if there are some players that you can't beat and you can only win because they're not there, you know, there's a whole discussion around that being, well, look, if you can't beat this player, that just is the way it is. And that's when you look at players like Ninja Killer might enter a third week, or like Sonic Fox might enter a third week. It's like, well, they're from that region. If you can't beat them, then, you know, it's unfortunate that you've got one of the harder groups, but you got to beat them if you want to be the best. So that's that, unless they don't enter.
Now, here's the thing. Between Makaran and Takanada, the last time they clashed was actually during the second qualifier here. And it was Makaran that won 3-1. So we could see echoes of the past there. And really coming into this, the person who needs the points the most right now would actually be Makaran. Like, he needs those points in order to make it into final combat, or else it might put him in a bit of a dire situation where, you know, he might have to also participate at that of Combo Breaker as well as LCQ. So he needs these points to get deeper into it. And it's effectively, as mildly somewhat toxic as it might sound, Takanada's going to be the brick wall he has to go up against that is effectively denying him that.
This is not a drill. Takanada just selected Baraka Cyrax. Let's see what we're cooking.
Oh, the dream is still alive. Let's go.
All right, Takanada, show us the tech. Show us what we've all been missing out on. All right, starting off. A net just to compete, just a little bit. The net has really good cooldowns, so that's going to be not too bad to throw out. Extra combo damage. Ooh! Let's not forget as well, Cyrax does give Baraka grab combos.
Yeah, it's been an age since we've seen this team stack together against each other.
I mean, you're just not going to get the same level of constant buttons into the horizontal chopper. However, are we going to spend it? Yeah, of course we are. That's still really good damage for a meatless throw, you know.
It really is. 19 damage, nothing, like, off a throw, it's crazy. So that's the thing as well, when he comes up to a character like Baraka, he just pukes up damage, man. It is just everywhere, and it all
tell you what,
slowly add up.
If Baraka had even a single button that could combo into net, it would be so over.
Oh, let's not speak that into existence.
I'd love it. No, I'd love it. Genuinely, we are seeing the rise of characters that can combo into net on the ground, and it is never way too strong. It's just great. It's just good, and it's expressive, and it's interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Taking away that meter makes it a bit of a nightmare here, right? Oh, we only hit Serena, so there's no plus frames. Forward dash 2 bars. Oh, fatal blow. Fatal blow, surely. Yeah, what, is that going to miss? No, you're too high! No! It was too high, mate! Oh, look, I have watched Mustard stream with this character enough to know that that was way too high. I have felt Mustard experience the same heartache. It feels bad, man. It feels bad.
Oh, dear.
But also, perhaps Takanada, you know, maybe the return to Cyrax could have been a recent thing. I'm not sure. Either way, unfortunate that.
Very unfortunate on Takanada's part, but still regaining a lot of his composure. He played that last game so incredibly well, and he did make the right decision, but just at the wrong part of the screen. You know that's definitely going to be something in his mind, but something to be aware of the next time he possibly gets stuck in this situation. But Makaran and his neutral jumps have been so on point. Forces Takanada to break. What a hefty life lead. beautiful catch out the end. Makaran takes it 1 game up. And I will say, since we've come back from the break, we've been getting a lot of 3-0s. So it's looking really strong here, man.
I liked what I was seeing from the Baraka Cyrax, though. I really was. The only thing was, it just fell apart after that first round. It just unfortunately did the wrong combo. The gravity was too high up. Although the Fatal Blow is fast and has good range, doesn't have very good vertical range. And that is one of the issues. Well, I guess the only issue. But actually, wait. Takanada, we tried the Baraka Cyrax. Are we just going to straight up change characters now? I mean, Makaran, you know with Makaran, you'll get an Ashra all the way.
I mean, it's very possible. We did see some other picks from him with the Ashra and obviously the Baraka, but, you know, it's something... He's hovering over a character that's been a hot center of debate for quite a while, but back over the Ashra. Maybe thinking the mirror. No, back over the Baraka. Oh, he's thinking about it. He is thinking about it. Right.
Cyrax. We're going Cyrax again. Look, I don't disagree with it. Baraka Cyrax, people dropped it like a bad habit just because of vertical chopper, or horizontal, sorry. But the Cyrax cameo does actually offer quite a substantial amount for some characters. You just need to look for it.
Yeah, that
depends on how much you valued the chopper, I suppose.
Because even like Baraka himself, as a core character, he's so fundamentally strong, and it's the cameos that really kind of complement his playstyle. Even with the nerfs at hand, I still think it just complements Baraka's toolkit here.
Baraka, even Baraka, who has a really strong strike throw game, getting a decent damage throw combo on both reverse and front throw is a big deal for this character. He can spend 2 bars for the forward throw, or he can just spend 1 cameo for the reverse and get 200 damage. It's really strong for him. However, watch out on the whiffing.
Gets out the meter drain as well, negates the breaker.
Just be very careful here. Baraka has good range, but he's not going to have range versus Ashra in this situation. Good throw tech. Really good throw tech, actually. Still safe.
Playing this really well, picking and choosing his spots to kind of just outrange Takanada. Throw him in the corner. I think he's going to take the round off this. Ooh, very close, but there's this arena rangs.
Well played from Makaran at the moment. I gotta say, he's taking a character who normally has pretty deceptive range and is just keeping you in control. Right outside of where you want to be. Nice back one though, great button there.
Wonderful spacing. Gonna go into the 2-1 and gonna get the chopper a nice bit of damage as well. 38.
Not bad at all.
Ooh, nice block of the overhead. Yeah, Makaran backing things up. Just wants to kind of... Oh, what's an anti-end side switch up as well?
Time.
Yeah, 35 damage with the debuff state currently locked in. Working his way in. Gonna get the back throw. Makaran playing this so incredibly well. Takanada definitely needs to play up to pace. Keep an eye out. Definitely want to try and maybe catch a stray button there of the net.
Can't really afford to take these trades at this health. Down 1, seeing a turn. Good defense from Makaran. Oh! The dark stance allowed that string to get its extension. I bet some of you forgot that happened. Oh, the anti-air. Right, now, if Takanada wasn't going to change before, I definitely think he'll probably change now. Purely because that first game, the first round was lost due to just a, frankly, it was a choke on Takanada's part, right? And it was hard to judge whether it was necessary to change. If Takanada was thinking about it after that game where you kind of failed to get anything going and Makaran just had you on the end of just a string or something like that, I've always got you right outside the range you want to be, now was probably the time to change, and we probably will see it.
Yep, there it is, but are we getting a mirror?
Not quite. Chameleon.
You are all that remains
Fantastic.
of my sins.
And there's the hatless Ashra we were talking about that still weirds me out till now.
All right. Well then, here we go.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how the switch will be a factor. Does it? Yeah, want to work around the projectiles. Quite smart. Good space and a lot of patience being shown from Takanada, but Makaran just playing very methodical. And you must understand, I would consider Makaran definitely an Ashra specialist. It took him quite a while to get to this character and be comfortable as he bounced between Natara, then Melina, but it feels like he's really settled on playing Ashra, and it's showing here.
just has the playstyle that Makaran likes. Just really fundamental, decent range on buttons. Not crazy mix-ups, but just massive whiff punish potential. And higher damage than you might expect. I think of all Scarlet, everything that Scarlet and MK11 gave you, Ashura does give you the closest thing. However, Makaran, one thing he is used to fighting is other Ashuras, which might have been one of the reasons Takanada did not start with Ashura in this matchup, because Makaran is going to be more experienced in this matchup. And yeah, being forced to block right as the glow happens, taking it away, that is unfortunate, because now Makaran all the way forward, looking like the Baraka Cyrax was doing significantly better.
It's just the understanding of this matchup is on full exposure right here, right now. Also shutting out the Chameleon. Mind you, if Takanada does get hit, cannot get the break. It's just a lot of spacing, a lot of patient play being shown here, but whoa, we've seen that button before.
Looks like plus frames though. Gonna come back. Whoa, back to back down one. Was that like 3 down ones, I guess?
I respect it. Just a lot of very stagger heavy game. And definitely parts of the Baraka player in him showing for sure, but ooh, it's a nice bit of damage. Spending 2 bars a meter, get 40 damage, keeps going because of the Melina size, 48 damage, and like that, the health bars have changed dramatically.
That kind of hurt a lot, huh? Oh,
gets the poke.
Dark stance cancel. Good defense from Takanada. Just don't get hit. You can't get hit. Close block.
So much patience. I can feel my heart in my throat. Just blocks it again, but Takanada equals things out off that one singular touch. Interesting. Takanada maybe needed that first game to warm up a little bit. Dashes out, gonna go for debuff stance now. Oh, there's the overhead, forces the breaker out of Makaran right now, but Chameleon gets knocked out by the Serena Rangs, goes to the forward 2 into the Ghost Dash. Gonna get the forward throw, has the mid screen to work with. Things looking really good for Makaran.
Makaran across the board is going to have the ranged advantage though, because oh no, Takanada just getting hit. We're gonna spend 2.
Yeah, forces the breaker right out of him. Takanada can still win this with Fatal Blow in play, but he's got to do a lot to do it. Nice, but that is going to be it.
All right.
Makaran takes it 3-0.
So, Makaran creates a comfortable scenario, but the job is not done. Makaran goes into winner's side grand finals. What that means is, for Makaran, there is only one more set to win until you are the player that qualifies for final combat through this region. The double elimination, as we kind of set up into our next match, I'll give you a very quick rundown. There are probably a bunch of you watching it saying, you know, I don't even need to know this because I've watched a million. Just in case there are some new viewers here, the double elimination format going into grand finals, the short of it is that one player makes it in from the winner's side, which Makaran has just done. We're now going to go into a couple more matches to find out who's making it into grand finals from the loser's bracket. What that means is that when the grand finals starts and there are 2 players, the player from the winner's side only has to win that initial 3 out of 5, and that's it. They win the tournament. The player that's coming in from the loser's side has to essentially put that player into the loser's bracket first, which we call a bracket reset. You start again. So, long story short, Makaran is only going to have to win 1 more set, and that's it. It's less work, frankly, and it's Makaran's reward for being the most dominant player of the tournament up until that point. Now, we could see a reset by all means, but with how Makaran has been playing and the fact that the players left in this bracket, Desarted, K-Top, Takanada, one of those 3 is making it into grands to join him. They have a lot of work cut out for them because they've got to fight someone that is able to best them in tournament quite regularly. And that's a lot to do.
It is, because then, of course, as you pointed out and noted, you got to fight everyone else, beat the guy who beat you, reset the bracket, and then you got to do it again. Like, we came exceedingly close to it in the 3rd qualifier with Omi and Takanada, but even then, it was just too much of an uphill battle for Omi. Well, that said, as you can now see, Takanada is in losers finals, meaning that our losers semifinals will be between K-Top and Desarted, and this should be a very interesting match, as I believe it is yet another run back between these 2, where K-Top did take it 3-1 against Desarted in the third qualifier.
But back in the third qualifier, Desarted was not playing Kung Lao, so this is something that I am curious over. We'll call it that, because this is going to be another one of those Tanya versus Kung Lao matches. So again, two characters that are doing the same thing. Not sure how I will call this, because obviously this is going to be a really interesting one. It's just like both players are going to want to just be aggressive. They are both equally kind of on it with their buttons. Like, they're not afraid to go in. They're not afraid to press. They're not afraid to challenge. They're not afraid to let that armor just rip when they feel like it's the time to do it. So I guess we will see how this goes. But we have to remember beforehand, at the start of this show, Desarted and K-Top already played, and it was a 3-0 win. So
yeah, I was literally about to bring that up myself. So this is going to be echoes of what we saw in our second game at the very start of the stream. And it's very important, especially on K-Top's part going into this, because this is like super valuable information for him. That first game, that first round loss could be a bit of a deciding factor, because they both play such similar characters with similar game plans. And that's what we were just kind of seeing. But one thing that we did pick up and notice, especially when we were watching the match between Makaran against Desarted, is that once Desarted kind of loses Goro and he's out of play, Desarted's playstyle kind of becomes a little bit naked. He plays very vanilla, very simplified.
I think that's just loud, to be honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's saying that the character still hits like a truck, mind you, but it's with all the other factors in play that could be very important, especially with how far something like chandelier kicks can go, can also knock Goro out of play. And it's like that 12-second cooldown, so altogether that's the 16-second cooldown. It'll be a really important factor here.
I mean, if we're looking at how things went down today, though, Desarted probably going to be quite confident in this matchup, I would say. You're going to have to fight someone that you just confidently defeated 3-0 at the start of the show. And now it's kind of like, right, well, easier said than done, but all I've got to do is do it again. So we shall see if that's going to happen. Same matchup. K-Top going to be going in with his Tanya again, maybe. Desarted went into the Kung Lao, wasted no time, so clearly the current main. 2 Goros. Would be shocked if we didn't see 2 Goros here. We've entered that top 4. So one of these players is out. The winner will be moving into losers finals to face off against Takanada, where only one more player can make it into grand finals, leaving only 2. So this is always the most critical part of a top 8. 1 by 1 now, we're losing players.
Very, very important, but all gets caught. Can't quite get the full combo, but there's the mix-up of the low overhead. Gets a neutral double. Can't quite capitalize off it. Gonna get the back throw. And see something that a lot from K-Top. He does like his strike throw game. Looks for the big 3, but gets caught with a back throw himself. Desarted looking to say, I can do it one better too. Eats a projectile, however. Spins the ball. Nice. K-Top playing a very simple game at the moment, not choosing to overextend too much. Honestly, to both of their characters' favor, as they are quite dependent on that Goro assist, getting a lot off it. And saying that, K-Top micromanaging, getting the buff as he does. That back 1 into the back.
Watch your head.
And that's it. So we close out the first game here.
Why waste any opportunity? Sometimes there are certain combos that land there and you think, oh, maybe I should try and go for it without, but if there's any doubt whatsoever, Fatal Blow's the way to go. It may even look like a waste sometimes, but if there's even like a 5% chance that they'll survive and there's a chance for them to win the round, don't take it.
Well, that and make sure to mash once you do it. But, oh, there's that armor again. Such a big deciding factor when these two last clashed as well earlier on in the stream. Let's go get plus frames.
Desarted has just been one step ahead of K-Top every single time. Overhead low. I mean, gonna have to break now, but it's kind of just out of force. You have to do it, but it's still unlikely you're gonna win unless you can do something magical. But you've just lost your meter. And Desarted, wow, speed running that first game right there.
Yeah, as I said, literally last game, we've been getting a lot of 3-0s, and considering how fast that game was,
what's going on?
You know that Desarted's like, I just want to start speed, just get that momentum, go through everyone as quick as possible.
All right, food for thought for K-Top, because When you are in that loser's bracket and you are in elimination territory, that is not the kind of game you want to lose. So fast that you barely even have time to think what happened. What did happen? Everything decided did worked. That's all there is to it. Every mix-up, every whiff punish, every dive kick, he just had the read.
It's just one of those unfortunate things, man. Sometimes you just get one of those games, one of those sets, where you just make every wrong decision and call out here. So hopefully it doesn't affect K-Top going forward, as we are very early on the set. But, you know, Desarted is a very methodical player, how he likes to approach his opponent's game plan. He's going to go for that stagger game that we did see in the previous set. Down one, into the punch, into the Goro, double, back 2-4, into the 1-2, and chooses to just go for that loop again. Looking for that near flawless, goes for the meaty 3.
K-Top doing something that resembles fighting back at the moment.
Damn.
Defense.
Nice block. At the moment, K-Top has just a massive mountain to climb, and you can even see as what he's starting to second guess his options, because the having down one into a special, like, yeah, he just has to make every single hit count here. He can't afford to take it like, oh, I'm micromanaging, just do it.
A risky play going for Fatal Blow. It is going to do massive damage, and the big benefit is that we're going to get Goro almost entirely back, but we again don't have health to absorb.
Oh, just throws out the armor. No, he can do it quite carelessly. Fatal Blow no longer a threat, does have the Goro to cover him.
That is best case scenario for Desarted. You just got the Fatal Blow out of the opponent, and then you just won the round instantly without having to break a sweat. K-Top has lost a rather important element to his damage, because that kind of, like, I think it's 2 grab, I can't remember the exact input, but that into Fatal Blow is such an explosive comeback tool.
Such a scary move as well. Like, here's the thing, Fatal Blows, they are definitely not as strong in this game as they were in MK11, but they're such an important resource for that comeback potential and what can be done. So when it was just off the board, it honestly, with how that was played, it just felt like Desarted was baiting it out.
All right.
Does have the corner to work with, but chooses to back off instead.
Good use of his own armor. On block, tries to catch Desarted, establishing some kind of offense. Goro, lovely flawless block, still alive, reverse grab. Okay, K-Top can technically just do regular armor here. Does not need Goro, however, met in the air. Desarted has been doing crazy comebacks all day. Overhead again, you have to break.
Yeah, forces the breaker right out of him. Jumps over it to the dive kick, 5-1-2 into the Fatal Blow. That was so sick.
He has been doing ridiculous comebacks all day. That armor was just far too tempting. But if I'm in the air and I know you're going to do it, that dive kick is going to blow that up. And blow it up, it did. 2-0 now, Desarted. This is absolutely ridiculous. I've never seen Desarted be this, like, agile, I want to say. I guess maybe it's his character choices, but It feels like Kung Lao was fitting Desarted's game plan like to a T.
It's perfect. It feels like it encapsulates every way he likes to play, because it feels like Lao's such a well-rounded character. Like, it's further complemented by Goro, because it just enforces more of his game plan, gives him a lot more variety, gives him a lot less risk. And that's what we're just seeing here. And, you know, K-Top, he's catching up, but every time you think he's got his hand right through the door, sort of just slams it.
And that wasn't even a choke from K-Top, I think. I think that was clutch from Desarted. K-Top did stuff that was relatively safe. It just would have taken, like, one perfect read to do it. And Desarted made that perfect read twice. Especially the final one.
Yeah, that was unbelievably clutch. Considering the life deficit as well, just Desarted threw all caution to the wind, threaded the needle, got the big damage in him. And saying that, we are seeing him having quite the comeback right now against K-Top. He's going to get thrown in the corner, however.
Good stuff at the moment. Bold break from Desarted, but given his comebacks today, this does not surprise me.
Yeah, at no point do you feel safe. At no point do you feel safe, man. Oh, this is going to do so much damage. This might kill as well. Oh, forces out the breaker. Has to.
K-Top was definitely waiting to see if he failed. Oh, yo, the MK11 player just left Desarted's body right there. That was an MK11 down 2 if I've ever seen it. Oh my lord, match point for Desarted.
Oh my god, this man he's just looking, he's opened up his third eye right now. And is just doing nonsense. Goes into the 1-2, goes for the mix again. Just K-Top at this point, just getting mixed to all sorts of hell. Jumping back, waiting for the Goro to come back, gets the armor.
Yeah, K-Top, he's stuck. What do you do?
No, it's a neutral duck.
Not again.
Catches him out the air at the very least. K-Top can bring things back, has 3 bars, Goro, and Fatal Blow, but at this point, Desarted could just be playing with his food. He's just playing with his food.
He is.
Yeah, he's playing with his food. Dude, he was fishing for that so hard.
Oh, and then he dabs on him? Come on. Come on. No.
What do we say? What do we say? Like, he knew it was coming. He was fishing for that down 2. After he neutral ducked and down 2'd him, he was like, I'm gonna brutal him with it. And he was fishing for it.
Man just hit the down 2 into the... I did a dab. You can't see it because obviously we're looking at the replays. But probably yeah, that was like super disrespectful, to be honest. But also just a testament to how confident Desarted clearly was the whole time. That was just pure. You know what? Very MK11 sub actually. Desarted settling on Sub-Zero near the end of MK11, who was overhead low focused. Who could be pretty disrespectful, but had a lot of hard situations to deal with. Kung Lao has like elements of that, I would say. Like, it's nowhere close to like an identical character, I know that, but the way that Desarted ended up playing MK11, where he wanted mix-ups, he wanted to be able to party hard, he liked buttons. Kung Lao Goro is kind of giving you the same ideas, and that is clearly working out wonders. Part of me wonders if Desarted is sitting here thinking, why did I not play this character sooner? Because it's fitting him like a glove at the moment. But is this where the journey ends? Because it's Takanada versus Desarted. Probably going to see Lao. Takanada, not sure on character choice.
Yeah, this is going to be a particularly interesting one because both of these two currently are fighting for the right against Makaran, but whoever wins this, it's a run back. They want to fight against Makaran for that grand final spot, so I'm very intrigued. But keep in mind that Desarted did get 1 game up on Makaran, whilst instead when Makaran fought against Takanada, that was a 3-0, and might I say, quite a comfortable looking 3-0 at that.
Brothers constantly fighting brothers is this top 8.
Yeah.
It was K-Top and H-Dope, now it's Takanada versus Desarted. I mean, when will it end, I say? Do we have VGY versus Josh TQ later? Is that a possibility?
You know what, I'm going to say yes. I haven't looked at that bracket, but I'm going to say just yes. I don't know what it is with NetherRealm Games and brothers being instantly better at it and like making top 8s together, but I'm convinced it's genetic.
Maybe. I'm glad that I'd make a joke about Mustard and I passing the torch, but I gotta say, there's just been so many brothers that I don't even know if that applies anymore. There's almost too many to count. It's ridiculous. But as we now jump into losers finals, top 3 is cemented, but the story of the regional finals, no points, only qualification. That's the big one, is that how well you do outside of first place doesn't really mean anything. You gotta win to qualify, and if you don't win, don't matter. And that is the highest kind of stress that an online tournament can give you, where it's like normally there's some kind of second prize, you know, something that you can hold on to. For the regional qualifiers, it's been, well, I didn't win, but I got tons of points, so I qualified for probably the regional finals, and at the same time it's pro competition points, so that's great. Here it's just cutthroat, it's brutal. I win or I don't, that's it.
That's the interesting part, because I've just been quickly reviewing the point system. to my left, even if the Salted was to win this and make it into second, he would not make it into a top 10 place. He is effectively denying Takanada the ability to make it to the rear end of maybe 9. So basically Takanada needs this way more than Desart does. At this point, if Desart hypothetically was to win this, he would just be effectively denying Takanada and Makaran just more points.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of looking at the points here, and like, I'm really trying not to be like too critical or anything like that. But like, when I look through the points leaderboard, like, I'm kind of going back. Desarted is currently number 20. So if Desarted doesn't win this whole thing, like, unless he can somehow get to Combo Breaker or somehow get to the last chance qualifier, Takanada's the kind of same deal. I really don't know if either of them would be going to any of the other offlines. So because the regional this regional finals provides no points. So it's all about that first place. There's just so much riding on this grand finals,
really
man.
Is.
Like, that's really all there is to be said about it. And you've kind of got Makaran, who's currently the most confident and the most comfortable. I don't want to use the word confident because I'm not going to speak on behalf of Makaran. I know that Makaran does have absolute focus even in the final stages. And Makaran is not the kind of player to get overconfident either. I think he's going to be paying very close attention to this losers finals. And he will be showing the utmost respect in Grands to make sure that he can play as well as he's been playing not only all weekend, but the whole season so far. Whenever Makaran has been in the regional qualifiers, he's also had that level of excellence that has kept him going the way he has. And I doubt it's going to stop magically before grand finals, although I'm sure it's going to be Astra Serena all the way. What I'm curious about is a possible matchup, because unlikely that Desarted would randomly stop using Lao here when it's been working so well the whole top 8. Takanada, it's either going to be Baraka or Ashra in theory, but I got no clue. I mean, I feel like Baraka. I mean, Baraka at least can armor break Kung Lao and wake up with back 3 and standing 4. Yeah. So maybe that, but we'll see.
I mean, he's had the most success with the character today, so why stop now, right? Like, if he's been riding this wave of momentum, and mind you, his matches have been very swift and he's been playing really well. I don't see like a need for him to ever switch off it. But for Takanada, I'm intrigued because we did see him at one point briefly also floating over Kenshi.
You know what really makes me laugh?
Shoot.
And I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean something that only when you live with your siblings do you understand that even in a tournament this can happen. We have a bit of a delay at the moment, clearly. Otherwise we would have jumped into our losers finals by now. Callum, do you want to know what that delay currently is?
One of them needs to go to the toilet, don't they?
No, they need to set up another PS5. They're having to set up a second PS5 so they can play against each other. If that ain't a sibling tournament moment, I don't know what is. Like, it's been very common and really, really constant where brothers have like played on the same machine because it's easier to just keep like one setup, I guess. But the fact that we have to wait for them to set up a second console for me is just like, unless you've ever competed or like played in a tournament with like your sibling, you got no idea how real that makes me feel. That's great. That's fantastic.
That's good. That's good. I'm sincerely hoping that's the case where both PlayStations have MK1 downloaded, so we can get right to games.
That. No, I'm sure they do.
Possible.
I'm sure they do. They must. They must have. Oh, they must have it installed. I promise.
We can only stall for so long, my friend.
Can you imagine? No, if we have to stall, while they install. Oh, and this game just got a big patch too.
Yeah, this game's about 160 gigs or 40 right now. So
this game got a substantial, chunky patch. Oh, production just said we're almost there. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're good. We're good. I would say, let me take this 2 hours that we would finish the tournament to give you a history of meat.
Why was that the first one that came to your mind?
I don't know. What character would take 2 hours? Actually, to be fair, one of the original characters would take like hours to go over it, like a sit-down story time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of characters.
I mean, there's tons and plethoras. I mean, if we want to talk about stories and narratives, we can always talk about like little fun tidbits like
yeah, mate, we're the best two people for the job because you've got the lore and I've got the mechanics.
Oh,
but it's not needed. It's not needed. It's not needed. Crisis averted. The second PS5 has been set up.
Yes.
But actually, Takanada with the Serena and Ashra. Okay, here we go.
She's the toughest woman in
This will be intriguing again as we have another clash of brothers going on, and this time Takanada instead opting for the Ashra. And as we saw much earlier on, this isn't just a character matchup, this is a literal player brother matchup against the two. With decided drawing first blood, goes for the overhead, is going to get knocked out of it. He's going to get... Ooh, checking with the knee, but not much off it. Beautiful anti-air, but does not get the side switch. Fortunately, throws out the meter drain. Serena getting knocked out of things. Gets the neutral duck into big combo damage right now, but started looking to play that little small kind of lame game I did point out earlier. Definitely not working to his favor against Takanada. Nice.
Things do always change. When you play versus someone that you no doubt have played against a lot. Oh, the deliberate combo reset. Fatal blow. Yep. We're going to go 1, 2. Now, how much scaling? Serena is there. We are getting an extra 50.
That is true. And it's going to be the button mash game as well.
Yeah, it's going to be the mash. It's the mash.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the sword right here, actually.
Takanada didn't mash at all. I didn't see any of the icons up there. Was Takanada not mashing?
Wouldn't it be more funny if he actually didn't know that was a thing?
I'm going to give him way more respect than that, surely.
Beautiful anti.
I already tested the waters by assuming he wasn't mashing.
Overhead. The overheads. Nice, gets the big jump over. So 2-1-2. Gonna go for the dive kick. Goes for the sweep. Down one. This is a very poke heavy game right now. Gonna pay for it massively by Takanada. Goes with projectile. Gonna have the corner to work with, but get out of here. Right, 2-4. 1-2. Oh! Gets a delayed wake up. Can't
no punish. What's going on here? Takanada has got to capitalize on these situations because there's just no room for error. We're top 3 of a tournament where only the winner matters. Ooh, Goro.
Punch.
Good interruption.
Low, but again, it's just... Oh, I got my heart in my throat, man, because every time he's just going for these tiny little micro things, I'm just like, yeah, just finish it.
Takanada hasn't been dedicating to a lot of these buttons either. There's been a lot of instances where if you did commit to the double knives, obviously you get a full combo, but it does carry with it a higher level of risk. Whiffing that overhead right into Sarted's face. Full combo knockdown. Goro's ready. We can mix if we want.
Goes for the low. Has back up to the corner. Force the break here. So I'm looking quite comfortable at the moment.
What are these flawless blocks?
He's been doing it all day, man. Scoped it out. This will be a nice bit of damage. Unfortunately, gets the whiff.
That is a rather crucial drop. Doesn't commit to the double knives, though. Whiff. Plus frames again. Tries to go for the low there. Oh!
A very poke-heavy game. Started noticing he can just kind of lame things out right now. But
oh! Goro wasn't looking for that one.
That was very smart as well, and a great utility on the cameos for both of these players. You know, throwing out the Serena as a defensive cameo, and then decided knowing that and throwing out the Goro to go right past the hat as well to land the win. Very well played.
Now, the question is, do we go Ashra the whole way? Because there were some rather distinct answers that Decided was going. You see how many times there was string into projectile. Armor just said, you know what, I don't want to deal with any of this. And then you get a full combo with the Goro on the end of it. Takanada. Betting the whole thing on a character that A, he hasn't used as much as Baraka, and B, the armor seems to be a direct answer. Right, what are we doing? Cyrax again. Okay. We are doing Cyrax.
Cyrax returns once again.
I feel like with how things develop, the main reason you'll see the Cyrax is just for the grab combos. Like, giving grab combos to Baraka is super, super important. But at the same time here, there are other layers. You do have the horizontal chopper if you need it, like near the end of a round or something. But in other areas, extra combo damage, extra corner combo damage. I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about the self-destruct setups because, truthfully, I don't ever see Barakas do it that aren't mustard, so I don't even know if it's relevant. All right, here we go.
Yeah, just corner to work with. Just Takanada playing very small. Just doesn't want to do too much, but can't capitalize off the back three. And that's unfortunately something we've been seeing from Takanada quite a bit. Just getting those little small hits not leading to very much.
Takanada, I do fear there's an element of like the old Baraka style in there. You know, Cyrax is not going to give you as much of the button into ambush. So when Takanada's doing stuff like down one into dash in button and getting clipped for it, you're just not going to get away with that with Cyrax. You just don't have the same level of respect enforced. Lovely throw. That's the round. Here he comes.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, it looks like he did need at least like a little bit of a weak opening there to kind of wake up right now. Has a point on the board, and you know, he's definitely playing a lot better now. And then it's a pleasant surprise to see him rocking Baraka Cyrax. Gets clipped by the armor into the back 2-4. Gonna loop it twice into the 1-2. Wants to go for the reset. There's the overhead.
Nice.
Looking for the max damage as well for the windmill punches. Nice flawless block, but right now this has kind of been all decided. It's just this small little plucks, but Takanada not out of this fight for sure. Into the 2-1, gonna spike him into the ground.
That neutral jump was a very distinct read on a possible armor jump back, and this should be it, unless you perfectly flawless block.
Yeah, he's thinking about, I mean, if we see anything from this art today, and as well as Takanada, he's been picking and choosing his flawless blocks a little bit more, but it's definitely very possible from these two. He's gonna clip him, but not lead to very much. Another flawless block of Takanada, gonna throw out the net. Maybe trying to catch the side out of the sky.
Lovely button.
Well placed.
Ooh, tried to go for more optimal damage right there. Probably would have been 2-1 Cyrax after.
Be caught by the back 2-4. And, ending in the windmill punches. Definitely wants the corner advantage right now. Beautiful blocks.
Wonderful block that. Hey, armor.
Never quite out of the fray, never quite safe from the armor.
Look, the scariest Lao players aren't afraid to do it even when there is no Goro. I mean, like, obviously it's not a huge risk because you do have safety, but... Alright, what are we doing? Going for it again? Another drop, Takanada!
No. Takanada can't afford to take these right now. He just needs to get the big win. Goro back into play! And, dude, the MK1 player decided is thriving right now. How many times have you seen that today?
Against Baraka, that is so scary too, because he's got back three, he's got like... he's got back three, that's the only part you need to worry about. Like, you crouching on back three, are you mad?
That was just enough. The side's cracked, bro. I gotta be real with you.
We have to really point out, unfortunately, the masters of hindsight that commentary brings. Takanada dropped 2 combos that would have done the damage equivalent that was left on the table by the end of the round. He would have won that round if he just had the combos on deck. I know that is the most basic of analysis, but he's gonna be surely frustrated over those 2 drops. Crucial game-losing drops right there.
Sad, but very true in this instance, and I think what he really needs to do, and you know, it's been working for him, and I think this is a saying from all the way back in like MK9. It's that go for consistency. Don't worry too much about damage output in these instances if you feel like you're dropping it. Consistency is key in that instance. But gonna get the massive back 3-1. Gonna end into the Cyrax spin. Gets the double spike down. And look for Meaty Fall, possibly looking to snap that armor, but gets the overhead, can't quite capitalize off it.
Takanada has had a extremely unfortunate issue with his execution in this series. It's a shame because he's been doing everything else so well. But leaving damage on the table with Cyrax, where one of the main reasons you're using Cyrax is to extend damage in combos. Good blocks. Really good blocks, actually. Lovely tech.
Throw tech. Down 4. And again, just another throw tech from the start. He's really been on point with them all day today.
This time, though, made a call out, and we keep it simple, nice and guaranteed. clean round one. And those throw techs, especially useful because let's not forget Baraka is going to get grab combos on both directions. The reverse throw is going to cost less resources. However, the forward throw is going to arguably get you more damage. Speaking of throws, here comes Goro.
This is where things get very scary when it comes to playing against the Started. Once he gets you in the corner, he just starts bullying you a bit. Oh, the conversion off the down two. Gets a delayed wake up. Doesn't want to have to deal with the 50-50 on the Oki. Goes for low. Goes for low again. Double low. We can see it again. Yep, there it is.
Lao all over right there. Match point for the Started. Last chance for Takanada. This Baraka has been so good the whole time. Tried to anti-air. No breaker. Takanada, show us what you got. Nice.
Big way. Oh my days. That's so much damage.
I dread to think how much that would have done pre-patch back in the day. Armor 2. One of the first times I've actually seen it come out from Takanada.
Yeah, he has quite a subsequent life lead right now, and he just needs to make everything count. If we've seen anything from the side, is that clutch factor is terrifying. Everything needs to hurt. Everything needs to kill, but oh no, the Sartid's entered his final form. He's looking for them 50-50s, but can't quite seal the deal. Takanada's going to put a point on the board for himself.
We live. And that is the brother experience right there. If I was in tournament against Mustard, I'd do the same thing. And I have done, actually. I would 100% fatality every game. And that's something that really bothers people these days. People get very angry when you do fatalities and or brutalities. I never understood the brutality thing. I'm fairly certain that mathematically, brutalities get you into the next match faster if the brutality is quick enough. Because otherwise you got to sit through the win animation and you got to wait for it to load. You do brutality, it's like boom, straight into the next match. What are you upset for? Just get us into the next match quicker. I'm thinking of you here.
Hold up. We just got a character switch out of no. Alright, it just Sartid was like, I want to go for the other Shaolin. And he also went with the pre-order. Very unnerving skin as well for Liu Kang. But yeah, this is a switch that's kind of come out of nowhere. It has to be said.
I have seen Started use Liu Kang in the past. He's going to have a little bit more control in this matchup, I would say. Against Baraka, you are going to have some like fast buttons of your own, fast mids. Less about that distinct overhead low that Started was getting so much mileage out of. However, oh, gotta watch out. You gotta watch out on whipping. Oh, we're whipping. We're whipping over here.
Yeah, gets the 2-1 into the ground, and then just more damage. Now, I will say, Liu Kang can definitely contest with that damage. He's a monster and a beast in the damage department, but it's just about opening up your opponent, and Takanada's looking very comfortable in this matchup.
That was a really, really good break for Takanada. You did a 3-hit string, and the second hit was where the break was. You sacrificed no damage and just got 3 bars out of your opponent. All right, yeah, we're going to go in with the pressure. Tries to immediately go for a grab. Liu Kang's stagger game is insanely good. However, here we go. That's what we're after. We call in Cyrax for even more. Whoa, not bad at all for a grab combo. I know it was expensive. Actually, that was 3 bars.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a lot.
I'm not sure about that, actually. Oh, no!
Oh, no! What's going on? Wake up, bro! What is happening? Oh, losers finals against brothers, everyone. This is how it has to be.
Right, confirm.
Standing
where we going?
Dragon kick.
Looking for our way in. Good projectile exchange, because now we do have to wait for that long cooldown. I say long, longer than it was. Still pretty decent. Nice confirm. That's the round for sure. Takanada, no point breaking. He drops it. He drops it.
Yeah, he's going to get the throw combo off this as well. And oh, I've never seen that conversion. It goes for the double. And then just get spiked you to the ground again. Sorted right before spends the meter. These two are looking to style on each other.
Yeah, what are these combos?
That's straight up what this is.
Overhead! No!
No, it's not going to.
It's not going to. Oh, it did. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
What is this game? What is this possible final game between these two? This is so chaotic.
That looked way too high, yet somehow that one worked. I'm happy for him that it did. Now, debuff active. Extra chip damage? No!
So unfortunate. Trying to make the really big ballsy read, and he was making a hell of a comeback, but he was riding too much of that momentum. Overhead again, back 3-1, goes into the 2-1 spin. Takanada looking to bring things back. Looks for the up block again, but does it a little bit too late.
Oh, let's not forget Liu Kang does actually get a punish on that because of his standing one. Here comes Lau.
Pro combo. Here we go. Into the 3, into the kick.
No! Takanada, calm down, mate! Don't forget you're in losers finals. This could be your last match. Stop partying so hard. Oh, delayed grab. Here comes Cyrax.
He's going to get the spin now. Nice. Things looking still very winnable. This is Baraka, but decided just stonewalling his face. Looking for the projectile.
That was plus.
Are we fishing for a down 2 brutal?
What's going on?
They're just throwing out buttons, bro. I wish it was more than that.
What?
Oh,
what
gotta get it.
Where are the buttons?
They're absolutely fishing for brutality.
The drop.
Yeah, he's looking for throw brutal.
Dude, what? What was that?
That was such a brother against brother losers finals.
I don't get it. We're just whiffing all over the place, and then when you think we're gonna whiff punish, we do some other weird thing. That look, when people say that when brothers fight each other, it's different to any match you'll ever see. That's that. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, it was just kind of like, I'm just gonna fight you, bro, and like, whoever wins, but if I can make you look like a jackass in the process of it, that's like more mental win for me than anything. And that's what that was.
I don't know what was. I don't know. How do you commentate what that was? That was just, look, I was here for it every step of the way, and I loved it. But I also had no idea what the hell was going on.
I guarantee you what actually happened there. One of them at some point said to the other, to close out the game and to win it, I'm going to grab brutal you, and you're going to see it, which is why Decided was throwing so much during the last game, and then he was like, okay, I give up. I'm just going to go for the down 2 brutal. Because look at just how skirmishy it became in that very last game. Yep, just whiff throw.
Yeah, this was it. Yeah, I struggled with the confirm at the end.
Utter madness, but GG's and thank you for the very entertaining games, guys. But Takanada is now officially out, meaning that the Started will be going on into the grand finals, looking to also deny Makaran his place for final combat.
It is down to one final set, and only one of these players qualifies for those finals, right? Makaran, who is on the winner's side, has been the most dominant player up until this point, has the comfort zone of winner's side grand finals, only has to win this 3 out of 5 to be the EU East representative of the finals, right? It's as simple as that. Desarted has got to win this 3 out of 5 to reset the bracket and then win again. So Makaran has already conquered his opponent getting into grand finals, but when rematches happen, they are rarely the exact same situation. In these kind of top 8s especially, you go into it as a clean slate. You know it's going to be different because players are going to make different decisions. They're going to have different habits. It will be the same matchup.
No, it's actually, that's a really important factor you pointed out, which is generally going and having a run back against someone, especially in the same bracket of the same tournament. You cannot play the same way you did before, especially if they sent you to loser side. You need to mix up your options and your variety. And considering how warm the Started is in comparison to Makaran right now, considering he's just played 2 games back to back, we might see a little bit of that come into effect, especially when he's playing someone as momentum heavy as Kung Lao.
All right, grand finals time. Makaran versus Desarted. And we're already starting to try and fight a little bit more up close. Makaran trying to secure an early advantage, opened up by the immediate counter-attack from Desarted, as Kung Lao obviously always has. But in the meter department, Makaran's eating pretty good.
Yeah, doing really well. And the thing is, in this game as well, you build up meter so unbelievably quick. Yeah. So he does have that meter he can spend if need be, and he's throwing out those projectiles, slowly building up over time.
And you have to remember, it's not only us at home that know what's on the line in this grand finals, it's definitely the 2 players we're currently watching. The real test, I think, is going to be putting that thought behind them. You cannot be thinking about what's at stake during the finals. It's going to distract you. You have to focus on the game and nothing else. That is easier said than done.
Nice, but big damage coming in. Get the meter drain as well. Can't punch the Serena out. Has to lose the entire bar, but so it's still in the fight right now, kind of laning things out. But this is a lot of damage that stacks up. I believe that's 38 damage coming into play, and goes for the dive kick to close down the space immediately. Ooh, interesting conversion.
A weird kind of scenario where they normally fly over and side switch, so I wonder if that did like somewhat mess with the timing. Breaker? Yes, we will. Shut down that damage. Keep it meterless. All we need is one Serena double knife, and we arguably win. We have Fatal Blow ready to go. Oh, we tried.
Defensive cameo and got mixed, hit by the low. Started closing things out.
I can't tell if that was the startup frames of an Ashra down 2. I think it was. It looked like it.
Goes for the 1-2.
Oh, with punish. Goro.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of damage as well. Oh, just goes to the setup instead. Good call out from the started, but it's going to eat so much damage right now. Can't break this at all, but gets the big whiff from Makaran, which is a shame.
Wrong ender. I was about to say, it was actually a smart choice for Makaran to spend both of the Serenas, because that guaranteed the Dark Stance would have run out, allowing you to go for your regular projectile for the extra combo damage. Overhead.
Big whiff, just backing up.
What? These are so risky! These are so risky!
Okay. Alright, Makaran might be feeling himself a little bit. We're talking about party time from earlier. Okay, Makaran definitely doing some unorthodox stuff from what we typically see.
2 more wins. That's all Makaran needs.
He can taste it. You know he can taste it right now. So fundamentally important for both of these players, but man, Started has been playing the previous game very well, but it looks like he just hasn't been able to work around Makaran's gameplay style, and no, it's very hard to when you're that solid as a player.
There's a lot of Scarlet in this gameplay. It's having this brick wall that you put up of, like, it looks like defense, but you're incredibly active and you're incredibly buttons happy. So although Makaran is hard to break into, you constantly have to worry about these perfectly spaced buttons that any single one of them being safe most of the time or on hit will be confirmed into a full combo, and Serena just exaggerates that massively with meterless potential. So look, I mean, look at this. Makaran is playing very defensively, but all of these buttons, they're finding their mark, they're finding their hit. We're dashing in and out. They always seem to manage to hit where they're supposed to.
No, it's very true, actually. That's something that I will say just kind of separates a really good player from that of a great player. And we've been seeing Makaran do that all day, caught by the stray low, gonna get some meter drained and a full combo punish. That did so much.
Armor! Armor versus armor. Rare sight of Lau not winning, but that's the benefit of Ashra, I suppose.
That Ghost Dash so incredibly good. Move in, has middle of the screen to work with, gonna dash out, but gets caught by the hat.
Reversal punish on that. You trade a bar too. I don't even know if Makaran cares about that. Honestly? Unless you can call in a Goro or something, but even then, I doubt it.
Yeah, considering how small scale it is into what the rest of, like, what Lau Goro can do, that's not a bad bit of meter to be hit by, but
unsafe.
This is gonna do a lot of damage.
Indeed it will, and we can hold on to that bar too. Keep a Goro locked in, just in case we need it. We're going to pull the trigger instantly. Escape.
Whoa! Get the anti-air. Things looking pretty good for the start. It has the corner to work with, but Makaran right now does have Fatal Blow in play.
Good block from the overhead. Shimmy, side switch. We'll call that one a happy accident, possibly.
Oh, defensive cameo in play.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Wait, this might kill with 950.
I mean,
oh, hold up.
If this
hold
kills,
up. Oh my God,
you
no.
can't be serious. This
No way.
I refuse to believe it.
No.
I refuse to believe it.
No,
that's
it. That's it. Oh, yo, he spent 2 bars of meter into the Fatal Blow.
Oh, we popped Serena on reaction to absorb the hat to get forward 2 into uppercut. Serena, wait, she got hit. I'm surprised that. What? How did it work?
Dude, that was he spent both bars, had Serena eat the projectile, punished him,
How did she come back?
Oh, no, that's the thing. He had so much airtime. I think that's why he spent the extra bar of meter to give him more airtime.
Yeah, it must
to
have
get the launch. And it was like, cool, this is the perfect timing I was looking for. Dude, that was sick.
That is one of the best uses of shield cameo I have ever seen in this game. That's ridiculous.
I'm speechless, man. That was crazy, and I hope this is able to maintain his composure, because if I was on the receiving end of that, I'd be like, what just happened? I was winning.
I lost 550 life because I threw a hat. I'm going to keep my hat on my head next time. All right, well, either way, though, that does mean that Makaran simply needs one more match, and this tournament is over, alongside the EU East portion of Intercontinental Combat. The way things are currently going, Makaran looking to make this a 3-0. The defense from Desart has to be pretty rock solid, and I say that, don't be whiffing dive kicks. Match point, tournament point. I would say EU East point for Makaran.
Yeah, he can taste it, man. You can see him tasting. He's spacing things out, maintaining his composure, hopefully, but throws out the overhead. Gonna be punished. Back to 1-2. Gonna get caught with the windmill punches. Oh, the side definitely does not want to make this easy for him right now. Keeps it safe. But knocks out the Goro before he can raise the roof. Wonderful throw break right there. Something the side has been very consistent with all day. But scopes it out. Saw it coming. Side still absolutely in this fight right now.
It cost everything. That's the problem. Goro's gone for a long time. Meter isn't available. Even if Decided lands a hit here, who cares? Right, armor available by the end of this combo, of which it just dropped, so fortune. There is now time for one armored reversal, but I don't think the combo's gonna kill.
Keep in mind as well, Makaran, he getting close to that fatal blow once again.
Yeah, he gets hit once, even on a little bit of chip damage. That's kind of what Makaran is after. Any fatal blow combo is gonna do it. All right,
that's
it. You're dead.
That's it.
You are dead. That is the end of things, and Makaran so comfortably makes it through EU East and will be going to final combat.
Very, very well played. That is genuinely one of the best sets I've ever had the pleasure of commentating and seeing in a very, very long time. Big shout outs to both Decided and Makaran, and of course, flowers and big congratulations to Makaran. Well-deserved, big, massive win to secure his place into that of final combat.
Makaran went into this tournament as the favourite and was able to prove exactly why that is the case. Has consistently been the most dominant player in this part of the world, has been able to show that throughout the course of the MK1 Pro competition, and I guess we will see how far that success will go at the World Finals, where Makaran is now going to get a direct ticket there. So, playing for a lot of money, playing for a lot of props, as a lot of players like to also walk away with, although the money's definitely much better for them. I think it's just a great result all round. GG's to Decided. It would have been great to see go all the way, but it's just the cutthroat nature of these tournaments. Only one person's making it, and we're going to repeat the exact same thing for EU West. Overall, though, I think this has been a super, super fun 8-player bracket. This was the best players in this region directly invited through their success over the course of 3 weeks, playing an absolutely killer bracket and resulting in a super, super good grand finals, and Makaran quite rightly earning his place at the World Finals in a few months.
Whilst, of course, you know, Makaran is the one to have made it through, big, big shout outs and much love to the rest of the other players that either participated or were involved in some way. We really appreciate you taking a part in all of this, and thank you to everyone at home who has been watching this, been a part of the experience, and, you know, hopefully you've enjoyed our commentary for some of these just absolutely spectacular and fantastic games all day. It's always a pleasure to see, you know, the EU scene as well as the rest of around us just kind of be put on this pedestal of exhibiting just showing
Exhibiting.
off the exhibiting. There you go.
That's the
right
word. That is. I haven't used that word in a real sentence in forever. I can't even remember.
Me too, apparently. But big thank you to everyone there, especially the team in the back in the production for really making it all possible. You always see us in front of the camera, but it's everyone behind who communicates these players, makes it all happen. We always appreciate that and the communication, and it's kind of letting us bring the show to all of you. But in saying that, there'll be plenty more action later on today, as Ketchup will be here and I'll be replaced by Mustard for the EU West scene.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, mate. Always a pleasure. Always lovely to have you here. And really, that's all there is to say for this first half of the show. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, we're going to start all over again for EU West. We're going to send another player to Final Combat.
Things like the Hellfire, of course, the access to Molina roll and whatnot, the glaive for neutral. It definitely gets you very far in that neutral, where you need so much real estate against Kung Lao, because he's just always looking for that reaction punish, with his armor, with Goro.
I was looking for a little bit more extra damage if we could squeeze that out, but not quite. Not that it really matters. Javier's still doing exceptionally well in this first round. And the constant backing away. This is 100% how Javier's going to want to approach it. I mean, similar to how Kanamani did. Kung Lao is an absolute threat up close. But
empty jump armor, though, that's the adaptation from Boki. He knows you want to slow it down, but at some point you got to press, and when you do, he's going to armor it. Uh-oh. That actually might kill.
Oh, yeah,
I think
you're
that's
dead. You're dead.
Oh, just enough. That is awareness of damage.
And able to keep all of his meter too. Importantly. Oh,
Goro hitting made the glaive not come back.
Yeah, Chameleon took a hit, so the glaive's not going to return. Plus frames. Boki, a big fan of that string. Can't quite remember the input, but I know that it is plus, I believe. Taking up those individual buttons. Goro misses. Beneficial for Javier because now he hasn't got to worry about Goro for a considerable amount of time. Even this, Kung Lao has to do it all on his own, and even then, still has no Goro. By the end of this combo, it's going to be Jade mode for the most part, unless we can squeeze out one more Melina overhead. Nope, it's Jade. Glaive. Whoop.
Oh, hello.
Flame into leap, maybe. Here's Katana.
Oh, the whip, though, Boki. He tried something specific, but I think that's what he wanted. Oh, huge anti-air. That's it. What an anti-air from Javier. Clean as a whistle. That's going to end game number 1. My goodness. I feel like we so rarely get to see Javier even do that anti-air because he rarely stands at a range that he can get jumped in on. But when you do, my goodness.
When you're at back 2 distance, it's a very scary anti-air. Very, very. And even here, you know, using the Chameleon, just every occasion there's something. Whether it's you get those confirms, it's either going to be button into bull roll, it's button into glaive, it's button into ground fire, into fan lift. Like, he can get big damage off any conversion, regardless of what the disguise is at the time for Chameleon. And that just comes with experience. He has played so much Chameleon cameo that it allows him to be so unbelievably versatile. And that's what Chameleon gives you. You know, she has so many different tools that every character has, but you have to be able to juggle them efficiently.
Oh, actually spending both immediately from Javier. He really wants something big, and he wants it soon.
I mean, the cooldowns aren't that bad. Already got a fan lift. Punish? No. By the time Chameleon's back, it will be Jade available. Now the aggression begins. Armor immediately to answer back.
Not an amazing answer, though, is to armor that, because the strike itself does about, like, what, 60, 70 damage, and then the armor's not a huge amount more than that. So it's good if you've already got a life lead, I think, but not on. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh no, he dropped the combo. Never mind. Still though, has the life lead. There it is again.
Goro, cheeky. You think I'm punishable? Here comes my giant friend.
Oh, actually wasn't ready to pick that up. But that is, you know, Javier's going to like the layers.
Yeah, it is layers. It's something when he notices that you're starting to jump a lot. Oh,
what a catch.
That's what he tried to do versus Kanamani, actually. That is the same thing he tried. Acknowledges that. Oh, the trade! That is one thing fan lift does. It just puts you in a fresh animation regardless of if you've been hit. That was a full combo trade, my friends.
That is a lot of damage to get off of practically full screen ground fire. That he got a hit doing.
Full combo trade, mate. Thank you, Chameleon! The breaker. Boki has to do this the old-fashioned way. It's just me and my good friend Goro. The duck. Ugh. All right, combo number 1. Weird ender.
I think it was prioritizing the meaty over the ender, to be honest, but Javier manages to squeeze out. There's the adaptation. Last time we saw Boki go for the crouch. This time he goes for the mid-ender instead to try and catch it, but Boki's not going to bite.
It's now Jade time. A big jump in. That jump in hitting was not part of the plan. The breaker, but no Goro. That was good for was good for Boki.
Actually, even though Boki lost a round, that's a big break for Javier. So that's actually not a terrible position for Boki to be in, as long as he doesn't get opened up.
Kung Lao can't punish Melina from that distance. Not all of us have a Quan Chi standing for. Imagine if he did.
I'd rather not. But he's got no paws. We just get a really long leg.
Yeah, giant leg. Right. 4-3-2 times 3. Spear. Big plus frames. Oh, we just meaty. And that actually would have armor broken the wake up too.
And just takes a restand with a massive frame advantage. Javier looking to close this one out. In
What
very
a good corner
consistent
escape.
style. Yeah, he's just not taking unnecessary risks. Oh, hello.
That overhead Goro throw, I mean, you want to save it for a rainy day all the time. You can't consistently use it because it's reactable, but use it so little they forget about it, then you're in business.
And it's one of those things that you can't consistently rely on it, but you can throw it out amongst other things every now and then.
No
Goro though.
Oh, God!
Javier.
That was disrespectful.
That was one hell of a down two, I'll give you that. Off the ground, he was ready for it. He got up in the middle of the uppercut animation. He was even on the floor. He just existed mid uppercut. And there we go.
He was holding the button too.
Yeah,
he was holding the button.
He knew, man. He was
just
confident.
To get the brutality requirement.
He saw Boki doing this sick offense, and he just said to himself, "Enough." And it was. And here we are. Game
this
3.
game is mine. That's all you need to know.
I thought most people won't get that.
Is that why you down to me?
Alright, you're fighting too hard now. Enough. Game
3 games with my cameo.
Game 3.
Alright, the low. Back in for the meaty back 3. Oh, you think you can press a button, mate? Guess what? You can't! Big launcher. Nice pickup, too. Man, that whole combo looked like it was just inches away from dropping, right?
Well, there are a lot of those ranges where Lao players, they'll actually forego the ender, because if they try and end in the flurry and it misses, they end up full punishable. But Boki, he knows. Still, though, we're talking combos.
No need to go in. Much more comfortable at distance, because that is... I haven't got to worry about armor. Oh, no! You broke...
Oh, no.
The EX hat has sealed your fate. Standing for fatal blow.
This doesn't kill, right?
I think it does. It's 950 health.
No, surely not.
950 health, mate.
No, I think he's alive, but now EX Hellfire is a big problem.
EX Hellfire versus Melina Airsai, unless she changes.
I think that's exactly what Javier wanted to do, but Boki called it out on the spot.
He must have been thinking about that situation during the fatal blow. He was so ready.
Well, you do get to do that, right? If you can see that the fatal blow's not going to kill you, you can think, right, well, I'm going to be alive. What are they going to do immediately? And it's, I mean, even you called it, right? So if the commentators are calling it, what do you think the top level players are doing?
Yeah, they're 100% ready. Katana. Oh, no, that is disastrous, because not only did Boki get hit, Goro got slapped in the face as well. He's not going to have Goro for the rest of this round. Oh. He's only just about to start coming back. Look how long that took.
Oh, that was so dirty.
Boki! Just 8-3 standing twos in a row. May as well have been match point for Javier, and Goro only just became available. Hitting Goro is a disaster.
That raw overhead. I mean, you might think to yourself, like, you know, why is that raw overhead connecting so much when Scorpion doesn't have, like, the threatening point-blank low, but... Your natural state of defense is to crouch block because, you know, that's kind of the safest way to be in the neutral. And then suddenly, here comes Chameleon Melina.
Yeah, not only that, but, you know, Scorpion's down 3 is down 4. He's got a really good down 3, actually.
Well, that's it, right? Normally it's so safe. I'll finish my point later on because this match is not finished, but Javier's looking good. Javier's down on life, but I definitely think he's winning the neutral. Oh, never mind. Oh, hang on. Super jump to save him. Boki looking all right, actually. I don't think Javier gets a break before the end of this round. That's it. Just enough. Hang on. Magic Pixel is surely going to do it.
He has to dedicate and also not get hit once. Fire.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, God. What the hell was that? He tried to get revenge down 2 as well.
That was a scramble, though, if ever I've seen one. That was quickly... a bit all over the place, but in the best kind of way, which is great for Boki because when you get that kind of scramble and you come off the better end of it, you know you breathe that sigh of relief. But for every sigh of relief after a scramble, there was a groan of disgust.
Mate, that wasn't just spaghetti all over the floor. That was, you've knocked the jar of sauce on the floor, the pan's fallen off, the kitchen's on fire.
But still, I think quite a great way to start what could be a full comeback if you're Boki. Because that's not a great situation, right? Like scrambles, they happen. Even if you're watching top-level play, scrambles happen. You'll go for a combo, you'll drop it. They won't expect you to drop it. They'll do something weird, they drop it. Like, it happens, right? At all levels of play, it will eventually happen. It's important to know how to recover from those situations. Now we go to the rest of the set, where it looks like Javier is none too phased about it. My goodness, the damage. We're in the 400s and it's still going.
I'm going to just meet you with another glaive, just in case. That would have been a delicious pickup if we managed to find it.
Nice
counter
this time.
hits. Plus frames. Challenges those plus frames and pays the price for it. Full combo now with your name on it. What's next? The Boki special. Up block.
Hello. Now, does Javier break? He does not. Now, how much does Boki spend? Now he breaks. Hang on.
You know why? Javier was not expecting that combo to do the damage it did. And the second he realized he risked losing the round, that's when he pulled the trigger on it. And he found the hit. Fatal blow. This one, folks, absolutely is going to kill.
Do you think he was just waiting for Boki to spend a bar so Boki couldn't break if Javier then broke?
It's a strong possibility. It was either that or Javier just wasn't expecting the combo to do the damage.
I can't remember
it
if
did.
Boki actually had a breaker at the time. I think he did. Either way, Javier match point once more.
Empty jump, scouted out by Armor. Wake up. That has just been a thorn in the side of Boki the whole time. He's been hit by almost every single one. Patience, Phantos. Chameleon aiding in that keep away game, that range potential from Scorpion.
Of course, Boki squeezing out as much damage as he can. He knows he can punish full screen spear with a projectile. He tries it again, the slower one this time. Oh, okay, no. Missed the up block, but the throw was not done in time to punish it, so Boki kept alive a bit more.
I like Javier's awareness. He knows that the ground fire isn't always going to hit. Oh,
that
no!
Might be everything
3 bars.
done. 1. Do we spend 2? Do we need to? There it is. As Javier punches his ticket to another grand final appearance in a pro competition event. My goodness, Javier is on a roll, man. I don't know what it is about this player, but he has just gone from strength to strength to strength with just that, just keeping the Scorpion dream alive. You know how it is, doing it for the character loyalists out there. Breathing a sigh of relief, a Scorpion is continuing to do well in the hands of Javier.
But you know, the big thing about this is that Javier, he just
look
grinds.
At that. Yeah, just mwah.
He just so grinds, man. Like, he plays. I feel like if you were to look at it statistically, he must be in the top 5 of players that have hours in Combat League logged. You know what I mean? Like, he must be. Kind of reminds me of, like, going into Evo, the second year. Excuse me, sorry. Choking on my own rage here. Tweedy in Injustice 2, like before the second Evo, where he had the highest amount of playtime online than anyone else in the world. It's like, it's a testament to players that are just practicing over and over and over.
All I'm going to say is I wouldn't be surprised if Javier, on that flight to Brazil and back, had like a Steam Deck and tried to connect it to the in-flight Wi-Fi so he could play MK1 while he was on the flight and back.
On the plane? I watched movies on my plane, and I slept a lot. Right, we just concluded EU East and we are sending Makaran to final combat in a few months' time. Let's do the exact same thing, but for EU West. My name is Ketchup, joined by PND Mustard, and I think we're ready to now get jump-started into a fresh new bracket, 8 new players, and a whole bunch of different characters, I think, is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is the big one. EU West has been one of many regions that have been absolutely fighting tooth and nail for those points, for progress towards regional finals, ultimately just trying to qualify for final combat. The world finals, the grand finale for the worldwide pro competition for MK1, and it's crunch time. Officially now, only one player of the 8 remaining in the entirety of EU West is going to win that spot, that direct ticket to finals, and over the next few hours, we're going to find out exactly who that is. And of the 8 players we have, you definitely have your favorites. You know, Kanamani is always, of course, right up there with a lot of the community. And, you know, he's been considered maybe the best player in EU West for a good few months at least. But there are so many players in this top 8 that have what it takes to bring it to anyone on their best given day. And let's hope for these players that today is that day, because this is, for some of the players, the last chance they'll get to qualify for finals. Because, of course, Combo Breaker coming up at some point, giving out some points, last chance qualifier. But that's not a viable thing for every single player. So it really is all down to this.
We kind of touched on that a little bit earlier on, where, yeah, ultimately some players are going to be at Combo Breaker. Some of them are likely going to be, you know, flying out to that LCQ that we have at Final Combat. But for some other players, this is like their last chance. So some of the players that we have here, we can go over our sort of bracket. We have Kanamani versus Jackson, which is our first matchup. We then have Law Corridor versus Josh TQ, Video Games Yo versus Medium Ninja, and then Boki versus Fabs. So we've got a nice sort of mix of players here, some of those that have been more successful across the board than others. I think if you're looking at players like Kanamani, for example, Kanamani already has so many pro competition points that this regional finals does not necessarily dictate how safe they're going to be.
So
but
let's
for
talk
other
about
players,
that for a
they
second,
need a
though.
bit more.
Yeah, so let's talk specifically about Kanamani, because I feel like that really is the big one if we're talking points today. Obviously, there are no points to be played for today. You know, this is all about who's going to win, who's going to get that qualification, direct invite. But players like Kanamani have a lot of points on the leaderboard. I don't know the maths on it 100%. I don't believe he's 100% safe. It's just very likely he will be. So, you know, if he wins today, and obviously Combo Breaker happens, it could be a question of whoever gets second place today if Kanamani wins, or maybe it won't matter altogether, you know, because there's always a chance that Kanamani might not be able to take it. So, of course, we have so many strong players, but we'll get around to that momentarily, as right now we're starting off strong. Kanamani versus Jackson. Now, Kanamani originally known for quite a few characters, but the Kenshi with specifically the striker pairing. This is not an overly common pair with Kenshi, but as we've seen in the hands of Kanamani a good handful of times, at the very least on this Pro Comp online stuff, very powerful, especially if you're an aggressive player. You just want to get in there, get the Sento stuff online. Striker is so good at just facilitating that in a real, again, brute force style. But Jackson, starting off strong with a good lead here, immediately finds the armor and looking to take this round 1 if he can keep this going.
The big thing about this is that, yeah, any 1-4-1 into grenades creates a rather interesting situation. Lovely use of the EX spin. That does have more than 1 hit of armor on it. Overcommitted to the overhead, though, and that's going to be a punish. A resummon of the Kenshi here. And just a free sandwich, waiting for the armor. That is how much respect into Fatal Blow. That is how much...
That's going to do enough, you know.
I just realized that after that, I think Striker, because of just how weird the combo was shooting in the wrong direction. That's going to be the round.
Yeah.
And it's such a bizarre situation because the threat of the armor is so real that it creates those like standoffs where no one wants to press a button.
But then the armor breaking threat, right? As soon as Sento Sandwich is initiated, you're looking at maybe armor not being such a good get off me tool. But I will say, props to Jackson for the real patience demonstrated there, like knowing the, oh, hang on, wait, that's a punish of the up block. Let me interrupt myself. This is going to hurt. Ouch. Sandwich still there. Decent amount of time left. This could be the end. Oh, I love that option. Jackson took so much damage in the meantime, but gets completely out. Never mind. Hang on. No, he's not. Sento still says, oh, you forgot about me. Oh my goodness. You know, Jackson had a great idea there as well, using that, as you mentioned immediately in the first round. That EX spin does have multiple hits of armor. It's not the Lao spin that, you know, we're used to seeing in MK. It doesn't have those huge launching combo opportunities, but it is a functional, you know, reversal. And in that instance where you know you need multiple hits of armor so they can't armor break, and you can guide it to get full screen, I love the idea, but Kanamani, I mean, ready for such a specific interaction. And that's one thing that makes Kanamani so scary, is just his awareness of the game. You know, like the matchup knowledge, the specifics, even things like that. You know, how much Lao Goro have we seen? Yet Kanamani is immediately ready for, oh yeah, EX spin, guiding you to full screen. It's instantly ready for it. Such a dangerous player.
As we're going straight into the second match, there's one thing that is going to possibly be a benefit here for Jackson, is the strong armor to possibly withstand the Kenshi Striker. Because Kenshi Striker, one of the more, I think, basic applications of the cameo, because what do you use a cameo for Kenshi? The number one thing is just cementing the Sento stance and getting it out as efficiently as possible. That's where Striker can become really dangerous with this. However, strong plus on block armor, I wonder how much opportunities Kung Lao will actually have for this, because just look at how much overwhelming pressure we're bringing forward with Kenshi. I mean, this is the Kenshi that we're just used to seeing.
Well, it's definitely a bit of a spanner in the works for a Lao Goro style team, because you want to find gaps, you want to find a way to steal your turn back, or go, hey, my turn's over. No, it's not. But again, against Kenshi, especially when he gets the Spirit. I mean, look at that. The Spirit is summoned manually, and then Kanamani went for the grenade to just make it even safer. This is about maximum application of just what makes Kenshi so powerful, is the Sento rush down, the overheads, the lows, the combo damage, the meter he builds, the sheer pressure. And a lot of this time, Kenshi's blocking while he's doing it, if he's sending the Spirit out. So suddenly having that armor with Lao and Goro doesn't really mean much, because he's blocking anyway. And there we go. Again, Kanamani, I said before, brute force style. That's exactly what this team is doing. You know, you are going in, doing your thing, and Kanamani so aware and so aggressive to find it every time. And a swift 2-0. We could maybe have a 3-0 right off the bat.
Honestly, not convinced those up blocks are worth it. Like, I see the vision going for up blocks in this situation, especially when you see Kenshi go for a neutral jump. It's just like...
He's just so well equipped to punish it, is the problem.
He is. He has an overhead low, both of which are safe and can combo one hit, and that's exactly what
Well, it's quite a fast low too, right? That's the main thing, because so many characters have lows, but when they do an empty jump or something, it's too slow to actually punish the window of up block. But here comes Kenshi, and it's just not a problem.
Very comfortable 2 games at the moment. Kanamani, all Kanamani needs, and you saw there with the Striker cool, that back 2 was definitely buffered into Sento.
Okay,
sure
this is what you want though, right? Oh, yeah. Striker was out of the game for a while, hot on that cooldown. Jackson had something, Kanamani. Then again though, Kenshi, you know that kind of defensive Striker cool if your back's to the corner? Kenshi's going to be so good at utilizing that too, because if he knows you're blocking on your own offense, there's so much he could do with that. Still though, Jackson is showing signs of life here. I was saying this could be a 3-0, but Jackson, he made this qualification for a reason.
All right, there is though one Striker, and we're in business.
Uh-oh. There's no break for Jackson either. I don't think he's going to have a break by the time this round's over. The next hit into Fatal Blow is probably going to be enough if he can find it. Armor break! No, didn't combo, but won't need to, as immediately Kanamani finds another round.
And spin just straight up didn't work, huh? Match point
I don't think it has yet. I get why Jackson's going for it, but Kanamani is just so prepared. I'm not even sure if he's like specifically looking for the spin in every instance. It's just it's not the fastest move, right? So I feel like Kanamani has time to see that the spin has come out and then just adjust what he's doing.
A little bit more.
Oh, counter poke.
Sento. Oh no! Just going from bad to worse here for poor old Jackson. That breaker is critical, because now all we have is Goro.
Big jump though.
Goro time. Bit of damage.
Got over the Spirit, landed on Kenshi. That was a perfect time jump. Okay, big overhead. This won't kill, and obviously no more Goro, but the next hit from here could.
Just don't get hit by anything Kenshi related. Those grabs, you'd have to be pretty brave to try and avoid that grab in this situation. No. The armor is good.
What an answer.
Okay.
You know, Jackson's been looking for that kind of situation, and he finds it.
Another overhead with the combo. Sadly, 1-4-1 is all Kenshi needs to get online.
Yeah, but that was all off a dropped combo too. It seemed like it would be punishing, but this is like worst case scenario. Oh no, overhead.
Can't see it.
Knockdown. What's the mix up? Just pressure, plus on block, and Kanamani with a clean sequence of Kenshi is going to be taking our first set of the stream in a dominant 3-0. We were saying right at the start of the stream, Kanamani is definitely the favorite to win in the eyes of many of you are at home right now. And we're kind of seeing why that is, or in this case, being reminded, as Kanamani has really been that force to be reckoned with in EU. And honestly, yeah, perfect start.
Not much else to say about that set, to be honest. There were some interesting defensive choices, even down to that situation. But at the end of the day, this is something that we don't really see a huge amount of. We don't see a lot of Kenshi Striker, and it is so simple in its application. It's string into grenade, into Sento, and that's kind of all you need. We were talking about Kenshi before, and the number one use of Kenshi for the most part is that what cameos allow Kenshi to activate Sento in a
Sento is
good
clearly his strength, right? So you want your cameo to get that out for you and use it as well as possible. But I feel like it is a perfect example of like function over form. You know, there are so many cameos that you can put with Kenshi that are really flashy and do all this really cool, crazy stuff. And yeah, Striker cameo is basically just throwing grenades, which isn't the most exciting thing on paper, right, compared to a lot of what the other cameos are doing. But again, it's what it's doing mechanically for Kenshi. It's facilitating him to get online much easier. You don't have to wait for it on hit. You can do it on block. You can do it from different ranges. You can end just wayward hits into a manual Sento and then cover it with grenades, right? It's doing one thing really well all the time, as often as you need it. So, makes complete sense on paper. And now we're seeing, obviously, in practice, Kanamani. This isn't the first time he's used it in Pro Comp, and I doubt it will be the last. But that is it for our first match of the day. And if we're doing games in order, I believe our next match should be Law Corridor versus Josh TQ. But we'll quickly run you through the games we have coming up. As this is the regional finals, we have our 8 top qualified players through the entirety of Pro Comp Online for EU West. And with that, we have been left with Kanamani, Jackson, Law Corridor, Josh TQ, Video Games Yo, Medium Ninja, Boki, and Fabs. So that is the match order that I believe we're going through today. Either way, those will be the players that we'll be seeing, but they all start in winner's side today. So it will be a slightly longer show than the usual regions that we see, as normally it's a top 8 of, 4 people in winners, 4 people in losers. Not the case today, as we're going through with all these regional finals. They're all in winners to begin with, which means you've got that second chance, that safety net right from the get-go. But of course, the pool of players are most likely the strongest you would have faced so far in these online tournaments. So it definitely comes with its good and bad sides for the players, but it does mean we have plenty more games to watch. And the player that ultimately does win, I mean, you've got to earn it, and earn it they shall as we go through to the rest of these games. Now, Law Corridor and Josh TQ, interesting match, I think. These are definitely 2 players who have had a history of doing well competitively, but not quite achieving that big result that I think they really want. Today could change that.
Big results that the 2 of them are absolutely capable of. I think that's what interests me the most, is that there are quite a few players that are in this 8-player bracket that kind of reflect that it's a very balanced group. I think if you're looking at players that have had more recent success, you can look at Kanamani, you can look at VGY, Boki, definitely one of those players as well. But there are other players in the running that have been so close to greatness in that respect that are just right there. They're 1% away, however they play on the day. And the stress of things, who knows what kind of reasons could be. And for those of you at home that might be wondering, there are a couple of names that are not present in this regional finals. MK Javier and Rothor were both sadly unavailable for this date, essentially. That's just how it went. So there are players in there from that side that were sort of in on just outside of that top 8, I suppose. But I wouldn't ever consider that a bad thing, because look no further than yesterday with the Oceanic Grand Finals, and who won that? A player that went in at the absolute bottom seed and then won with Sindel Cyrax on the winner's side without a bracket reset. So GG's there, I think, and never count out anyone.
I'm going to say, I think these regional finals have been really popping so far. I know that's not exactly a hot take. That's what you expect to see. But yeah, is it yesterday? I know it's like time zones. Was it technically this morning for us?
I think this morning, but yesterday.
For the local time. But yeah, of course, Soul's Clue with mainly Sindel Cyrax of all cameos, right? Sindel, a character that we've seen loads of overall, mainly with like, you know, Sub-Zero originally and then, you know, Kung Lao cameo. But then Sindel Cyrax with this crazy corner set play sequences that are, you know, explosive and exciting. But again, from a player who was bottom seed in the regional finals and then takes it first place over a player like Waz, who is probably, I would say, the most consistent player from that part of the world at the highest level whenever these kind of large opportunities open up. So you really do not know what to expect until you see it. And of course, for Middle East as well, Faisal taking grand finals over Tekken Master and defeating him in winners finals as well with Katana Chameleon. Like, this game really has begun to just shape up when, you know, whether it comes to the main roster fighters and the cameos. And I feel like we're getting to the point that some of these characters are really beginning to be fleshed out in not necessarily the pairings you would expect. But hey, when push comes to shove and it's time to play your best, that's when you can really catch people off guard if they're not ready for it, or if you're really confident. It doesn't matter if they, you know the matchup or not. You can do your best and obviously get those results for it. Now, I wonder if we're going to see anything like that today, as we're still trying to get this next match set up. Because when we see the players in the bracket, I think of someone like Video Games Yo. You know, is he going to be using something that's a bit more kind of, you know, outside of the box, as we know he has done in the past?
So there's actually a few possibilities here. The first one being Law Corridor versus Josh TQ, actually, which is our next match. Law Corridor has been playing a lot more Tanya recently. Josh TQ has a few different teams that are, we shall say, against the grain. So looking like the Liu Kang Chameleon, which is not so uncommon. One of the characters that Josh TQ really likes to play is the Lee May and Janet Cage combination.
Which
so
we have to remember.
We see that?
We have to remember Janet Cage, even though is the newest cameo, it's been enough time, is now legal to be used in these online tournaments, right? There's normally like a 2-week window after the public access comes out to, you know, really make sure that they're not just going to come out and have all these crazy problems wrong with them. That window is gone. So Janet is absolutely able to be used, and as we've seen from so many of these online community tournaments and whatnot, can be extremely powerful and very scary for certain characters. So wonder if we'll see that today. Either way, Law Corridor, as you said, has played. I know Tanya Goro isn't the most uncommon team these days, but definitely a team that I wasn't used to seeing from Law Corridor specifically as much, but brought it out in the third qualifying event for EU West and did really well with it. You can definitely see how an aggressive player like this. Oh my goodness, what a catch. Hang on, that's gonna be enough, by the way. Yep. I think that's enough. What was that, a full screen low projectile capitalization? Let's go, Josh.
Don't get hit by a fireball, mate, because I'm gonna win the round. That's what Liu Kang says, and that's what Liu Kang do. Over
that
500
really hurt.
Damage. Yeah, it did. That well hurt, mate. That well hurt. Oh, no,
not
didn't
quite
do
over 500 damage. Actually, no, to be fair, but it's still Half-Life. You know, it's Tanya Goro, 950.
Damn, you're right.
I know. Incredible mathematics. Oh, no, hang on. Law Corridor. Now, was looking good in that. That was definitely a catch that Josh kind of got out of nowhere. So if Law can keep things more consistent, but hard to do so against Liu Kang, because he is the kind of character who is quite safe in his pressure. So even though you're looking for gaps, he's not the easiest character to find them against, I will say.
Another one of those EX flying kicks. They become so much more regular with Liu Kang as time goes on. Try to be cheeky with the low poke. There is going to be a punish, though, from that Melina ball roll. No meter to make it worth a damn, though, because it was the hit that landed that built the bar.
I almost wonder if Law wasn't 100%, because punishing that Melina roll can be tricky, because it's not as minus as you would think, considering its reward. Never mind. Meaty sweep just to go through the armor, and Josh taking a good game one. Yeah, I wonder if Law wasn't 100% sure that punish would work, because obviously forward 2 is not the fastest button. It's not exactly slow, but it's not like, you know, the fast highs that you use to punish other moves. And that Melina roll can be tricky at times. We've seen many an opportunity where players will just miss a punish, and then they'll overcommit to the punish. Then they themselves end up punishable, and you end up with that real feels bad man moment of getting punished because you tried to punish them.
Speaking of which, that is something that Chameleon allows Liu Kang to be. Highly explosive. Liu Kang is a fundamentally just godlike character, no pun intended. But at the same time, like, the second you add Chameleon to the mix, you get hit once, and before you know it, half your life's gone.
But it's also one of his most common scenarios, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hitting a projectile, landing any sort of basic hit. And that was actually a game previously where Josh was constantly off rotation of the disguises was like landing a hit, but just didn't have the right disguise for the right opportunity. And
I
still
love
made
that
it
empty
work.
jump over to get the side switch too. This is some optimal stuff coming out from Josh TQ. Almost 400 damage too, and this very advantage throw. Yep, just going for a stagger. And there, baits the armor. Doesn't matter too much. Oh, but the parry coming out.
Pretty cute stuff. Has to watch out for these Jade Glaives. They are so insanely strong now. The threat of the fan lift is real, and no doubt Lord Corridor will be looking for that. All right.
Again,
Goros.
patience and the flawless block.
A consistent thing for Josh so far has been looking for that flawless block in between, just to neutralize the Goro plus frames. No Katana. We had Katana just a couple of seconds late there.
Still though, Josh. Oh, tries to drill underneath. That was almost such a good reaction, but Josh too low to the ground. And the catch. Yeah, Josh really playing a reserved style here. I know you said before that the Liu Kang Chameleon team can be explosive, but Josh is being very careful. Yeah. I think, you know, it's capable of doing so, as we saw in the last game with that huge combo out of literally nowhere. But especially when he's got the life lead, does not need to go for such things. Liu Kang's still fundamentally quite a safe character, but what a pickup from Lord Corridor, who not only manages to get some damage for the lead, also side switches and forces the break out of Josh. This is a great situation. And of course, because he still has the buff activated, that forward 2 going so much further as well, we're able to maybe finally get some real pressure on the go. Huge neutral jump, but couldn't really commit to much for a big punish. I like this style, though.
Melina, watch out for that one.
And again, oh, that's a... Oh, no, never mind. The glaive didn't come back.
Yep, Chameleon took a hit. Much like Serena, it won't return.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
You've got to be some range away to whiff that standing through with the buff active. And again, the patience, Josh. Never mind, but then the moment tries to take his turn back, Lord Corridor catches him out, takes a round. Now we're at that crucial point now. Do you take the round and tie things up 1 apiece, or do you go down 2-0? Still, though, a very expensive round resource-wise for Lord. Feels like he's spending bar just as soon as he's getting it. Not a lot of Goro left either at the moment. Really having to spend everything to get that round.
Happy to just play pretty slow. If we are able to establish any kind of ranged advantage versus Tanya, we'll take it. Happy to just let that go on its own. Not going to be able to get a grab combo again, because even though we still didn't have the cameo meter, we would have gone to Melina right at the wrong time.
Huge neutral jump, and Lord Corridor throwing out
Safe
a forward
jump.
2. Oh, never mind. Lord Corridor actually got hit by the jump. Josh was not ready for that. And there's, yeah, I agree with this big time. As we've seen how much importance there is to this Goro cameo, Lord Corridor doing this fatal blow. It's quite a long animation, and Goro with that long cooldown, you know, put 2 and 2 together, you're going to be able to bide that time, get Goro back, and then use that to get the rest of this round perhaps. Run up for another grab. Lord Corridor slowly but surely making this comeback. Hang on. Full confirm. No breaker for Josh. Spends the bar.
That's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough, but we're nearly there.
Territory.
Last breath is there. Oh, armor versus armor. Okay, Lord Corridor getting a game on the board.
That was a fantastic sequence of decisions from Lord Corridor. You know, we saw before how Josh was being very defensive, especially when he had the lead, and there was some lead to hold on to there. But Lord Corridor, you know, a throw here, throw there, little counter poke here, use Goro to make it safe, confirm on hit. That was textbook Tanya Goro right there.
Now, interesting decision, because we have always a possibility of a character change. You never know.
No hesitation, instantly locking back in. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what we see for the whole set, honestly. We know both players do have characters, but I mean, they both look comfortable in the matchup. This could just be just run it to the end kind of situation.
Okay. Oh, able to neutralize the glaive immediately to start things off, with punishing that standing through with fireball.
That was a whiff punish and a half. I feel like Laura is turning on the buff mainly just to have access to the longer range buttons.
Yep, that's quite reminiscent of like the K-Top and H-Dope. Players that the teleport is nice, but the extra movement can be arguably more important in certain matchups. Down 3. God, down 3 goes so far with Liu Kang. Woohoo! Down 2 out of nowhere. We're playing MK11 in here.
Oh, and there's the counter poke overhead. It's been a while since Josh let that one go.
Safe jump. The glaive wake up's fine because we can still forward 4, get a good situation afterwards. That was a great read. Knows that Josh is going to try and press a button, backing off and doing the sweep. Freeway in.
Oh, turning that into a full screen tick throw is actually kind of disgusting. But that was a good tweet from Law, because Josh has... Oh, wow, there it is again! That has been such a common tool for Josh, is whenever he thinks you're trying to make something safe or there might be a gap or whatever, he's going to go for that 1-2. Remember, Liu Kang, he has a 6-frame standing 1. It's the fastest standing 1 in the game. So there might be sequences that, because usually, you know, it's a 7-framer that you're looking for, you might think, oh, this will be safe, and then suddenly Liu Kang says, no, it isn't. So I'm one faster.
Even then, the 7-frame you look for tends to be a down 1, so sometimes who cares? For Liu Kang, he'll flip that dynamic on its head.
And it's a confirmable string as well. Like, it's so scary.
There's a free combo.
This is why Josh has been throwing out the glaive so much. But even if it trades and it doesn't hit Chameleon, it's because full combo versus single projectile. And look how quickly this can add up.
We have Melina ready. Will she come out to play? Remains to be seen. Needs to land a clean hit.
Oh, never mind.
That's it. Boom. 2-1 for Josh TQ.
But that's how just seeing what disguise Chameleon is currently in can make all the difference. Because I feel like Josh getting that big opening with a counter poke Melina overhead roll, I mean, that just means that whenever Liu Kang does something and you want to take your turn back, you've got to hesitate. If you hesitate, you can get grabbed. This is some high-level MK1 we're seeing so far.
Lord Corridor especially would have been further incentivized to play this Tanya, because Lord Corridor's kind of original style of the Raiden did get significantly impacted in the recent patch. Now, Raiden is going to still be totally fine with cameos like Chameleon, for instance, which is actually something that Lord Corridor has played a fair amount of, but I think just prefers the meta with Tanya. Having that armor, having the buttons, having the range even.
We were saying before this set started, though, these are two players with a very similar kind of competitive story where they both play the game at such a high level, and they have achieved some impressive things in the competitive scene of the game, but they haven't got that big result that both of them want. And you know, starting this kind of event in round 1 losers, that is not the way either of them is going to want to start this kind of tournament.
It's going to be a hard path going in from the losers bracket with the kind of caliber that we have in front of us.
Oh, that whiff completely, but no, okay. I actually think Josh maybe thought there was going to be a swap to Katana a little bit earlier. Oh no, or did he just go from Melina to Jade?
I feel like there was a manual disguise change there, because that's something you can do. Just pop it just to guarantee that you'll swap. Use the move that has the fast recovery, guarantees
well, especially
the next
someone like
disguise.
Liu Kang who can slow it down a bit to really bide that time.
Uh-huh, absolutely. And now we have Katana again. Watch out for those projectiles, mate. Patience. Lord Corridor still no meter. Not going to get anything from this grab, though. We are in the Melina disguise. We are going to be shortly going into the next one. EX. Now it's Jade.
Oh, that would have been a really nice pickup if Law was close enough, but I think just too far to see it. Oh, hang on a minute.
10 seconds.
I actually don't know who's got the life lead, because remember, it's percentage-based, right? Oh, never mind. Won't matter. Oh, Josh tried swinging out an uppercut, but not going to land as Law Corridor says, no, thank you.
That uppercut would have been enough. It's big risk reward in that situation.
But again, Law constantly going for those big projectile trades. Remember, if that EX fireball hits with Tanya, it does crumple, and you can pick that up with a drill into Goro.
Ooh,
okay, speaking of which, yep, low into Goro this time. Spends the bar. Nice damage, honestly. A solid lead adding up.
Oh, not going to get anything from that fan toss.
Oh,
nice little pickup, though.
Yeah, that's a way of stabilizing it.
Armor still active on that down back 4. Tries to go for a wake up. I know the Melina wake up is great for its combo potential, but let's not forget, cameo wake ups are infamously unreliable. All right, has to go for something big.
Well, that's a trade-off, I think, right? For that one, it's such a huge reward, but it's not going to have a massive window of invuln. There's the patience, but the chip damage comes... Oh, wait, no, that wasn't chip damage. I think Josh may have tried to flawless block.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. After that sort of like 3rd or 4th hit, whatever it was, that was normally where Josh would go for the flawless block before the Goro. Must have just mistimed it. There's no other reason it would have not gone through. Now we're up to a final game.
Yeah, our first set of the day was a swift 3-0. This one going to game 5, so already seeing both extreme ends today. But this was always going to be the case, right? Especially when you get players of this caliber. And that's just, you know, the players we haven't seen right now so far. You know, Video Games Yo is about to come up. Boki is about to come up. You know, Boki, I'm going to say, Boki is kind of my favorite for today. I think if anyone could take it to literally everyone in the bracket, even in the face of someone like Kanamani, I think Boki might be my pick. But obviously, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. We'll get to that soon enough. But for now, we must finish the set between Lord Corridor and Josh TQ. Absolutely going the distance right now. Two players that really do need, you know, their best bet at qualifying for Final Combat is going to be through this regional final. So make or break time, game 5.
I have got to say, Josh has consistently just not had the right disguise for when he needs it. He's been getting so much mileage out of grabs and everything else. And whenever he lands a grab, he's never got Katana. He never has those combos on deck. A lot of the match has been spent at range where only realistically... Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, confirms no bar. Probably can't pick up Katana from that. Never mind, won't matter as Josh. Match point. Now Lord Corridor, down but not out. All the resources in the world.
We got Goro, we got 3 bar. We can party hard if we need. Looking for that back forward 3.
Oh, wow, okay. That was an option you don't see every day.
Crouching into sweep, maybe? I'm not sure. Either way, Breaker forced out. Lord
Well,
Corridor
Liu Kang does have one of those
items.
amazing down 3s, so perhaps it was that.
He does.
Either way, it did work out. Huge. Yeah, Josh TQ does not want to overextend for these whiff punishes, especially when that buff is up. Now, these little wayward hits going to add up to some serious damage if Lord Corridor isn't careful.
Jade's available. Don't get hit by Glaive. Not with the meter available for Liu Kang. That's it. Wait, no.
Katana! This could be enough. Doesn't need to. Never mind. Again, doesn't overextend. Huge full screen drill. And the armor immediately coming out from Josh. And that had to have been like a reaction armor with punish right there. And a clean game 5. Josh playing solid as you would expect, honestly. And Lord Corridor, I mean, an unfortunate start for him for sure, but that was a game 5 that went the distance for sure. I don't think that's the last we'll see of him.
You know, if Liu Kang that powerful, why he not do that every match? Why not start the match with, this is looking like one of those black hole fights, you know?
I feel like you cannot bring that into Mortal Kombat matches because that is a slippery slope that does not end in a good spot.
You've got the intro dialogue. You've got the intro dialogue with Liu Kang walking in. He sees like Shang Tsung or something. Goes, You know, I think this is a black hole one. You know, I think.
No, but it's Mortal Kombat because he'll put you in a black hole, and then round 2 they'll walk out of the black hole like just as bones and be like, "That's all right, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me." Round 2, yeah, let's go.
I'll get my skin back.
Yeah, and they always do.
But a really, really, really strong performance, I would say, because I think patience was tested quite significantly there. 2 characters that had decent range to play with, and Lord Corridor just clearly sticking to this Tanya team now. I'd be surprised if we see anything else throughout this tournament. But, you know, never say never. There's always
it definitely
a chance.
fits him. I definitely think this is a great a team for Lord Corridor specifically, because, you know, we know how he's played in MK11, of course, and obviously through this game too. Just always really aggressive. You know, really, like, doesn't only play in that way, but definitely favors aggressive characters. So I think it works. But I will say, of course, Josh TQ winning that and going through with such a strong first round does mean that his next opponent in the winner's side of our next round will be against Kanamani, which means that he's been set up for a path that could be quite phenomenal if he's able to go the distance. Because if he's able to take out Kanamani in winners, that is like as much momentum as you could want going into the rest of the tournament. So we'll, of course, get to that later on. But for now, we are going to our next match of these round 1 games, which is looking like it's going to be Boki versus Fabs. So if we're talking player styles... Yeah, we have been given the order of matches, and it should be this one next. If it's not, you know, I'm wrong. But
I'm an idiot. Yeah, I totally missed it. My bad.
It's all right. I mean, either way, we have Video Games Yo and Medium Ninja, and then Boki versus Fabs. So it looks like it actually is going to be...
Oh, wait, I was right. I was going by a different list. I was thinking,
either way,
this next.
Either way, those are the next 2 matches. So whichever one's first doesn't really matter. But it is going to be... Okay, Video Games Yo. Now, this year, I've been looking forward to seeing this. So Medium Ninja, we haven't seen loads and loads in Pro Comp Online, but is a dedicated Reptile player. Has played a few characters over the time, but I would say mainly seeing that Reptile from him. Now, this is, of course, Reptile new and improved. He has got the buffs that were given in the most recent update, more practical uses for EX invisibility, of course, really favoring going for cancels off of, like, you know, air special moves. But basically, he's gotten a lot trickier. Now, the question is, will we get a chance to see it? Because Video Games Yo, definitely one of the more scarier players in this part of the world, mainly just for, again, his game knowledge, the characters available at his disposal. Baraka, Kano, definitely a team that has been quite powerful in the right hand. I definitely can see VGY doing some dangerous stuff with it.
It's not the first time we've seen VGY use Baraka in tournaments, so we've seen this a couple of times in the past. Wouldn't really strike you as a VGY character, but then you realize, you know, decent fundamentals, decent footsies, has got pressure, has got avenues for high damage, and there are quite a few matchups in the game that Baraka can just do totally fine in. It's hard to find a matchup that you would say Baraka loses, right? I think he's just quite fundamentally sound.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can have characters that give him a hard time, but especially this style of Baraka, which is that, again, you know, you have that strong ambush. Make things safe. It's like, even if you're playing a matchup that can feel rough, with a good sequence, you can turn things around. He's a very reliable character, especially in the hands of someone who's fundamentally so strong, as VGY is, as he takes that first game one relatively unscathed. But I will say as well, one huge thing to point out, Video Games Yo, known for a couple of characters over time. I would say mainly the General Shao in this. I've played a lot of Shao Kahn in MK11, has played loads of General Shao in this, but is a player who's open to experimenting, trying new picks in tournament, you know, unorthodox teams you maybe, or cameos you wouldn't see from most players at this level. But, you know, he is, I would say, one of the players who is the most impacted by how this tournament goes, because he has quite a lot of points on the leaderboard. You know, he did well at UFA, did well at East Coast Throwdown, has been rather consistent in the online cups, but hasn't got as many of the large point injections to his total. So, you know, with today being crunch time, I don't think we're going to see much weird stuff from him. I think he's going to go with what he thinks truly is, like, the strongest characters and teams he has available, and that's what we're going to see from him. So, you know, immediately starting with something like Baraka Kano, this is a team that is good. This is a team that works. There's nothing, you know, outside of the box about this, really.
No, nothing at all. And for anyone that may be wondering, VGY currently number 9th on the global leaderboard with 435 points. So he's in a situation where some more decent results, especially the one at Combo Breaker, points could become a factor for him. But winning regional finals would be such a higher comfort for him that who knows.
And I will say that's 9th, as in, like, normally, because obviously it's the top 9 players in the leaderboard that get invited. That puts him just 1 point outside, because there are 2 players who are tied for 8th with the exact same amount of points. So
it's a Zombat and Makaran, but Makaran just won the regional finals.
Yeah, of course. So that is one spot. You know, we'll see how that's going to be going in the game.
I love this point of competition where it's like, wait, this person won that, but then this person won that, and this person has to go to this. It all gets kind of confusing, but in the best possible way. Where at Combo Breaker, those emotions are going to run high. I can't wait.
Oh, and there's, I love that choice, Medium Ninja, trying to use that new buff of, like, canceling out of the reptile, you know, the reptile drop in the air, but VGY called it out immediately. Immediate chase down into just forward dash back 3, really trying to get some hit for it. Never mind. A much better round, though, for Medium Ninja this time.
An extra element to reptile.
What a whiff! Punish! What a whiff punish! That was actually so big brain from Medium Ninja.
It transforms the standing 3. This patch has made that button so much more usable for reptile.
Well, Medium whiffed the tail at a range that kind of looked like maybe Baraka could whiff punish, but VGY overcommitted on it. And he was ready. Gotta be careful, though. It's a long-range normal, but Baraka has things like standing 2, long-range buttons of his own. Gonna be looking for it. Still, though, this is definitely anyone's game. Oh! Oh, hang on. There's a full confirm.
No meter available for break, not even close. Gapless.
Whenever you see a Baraka player go for that stab ender, that's because you want just full chip or meter and just no gap. No chances to fight back for it. The patience, but again, covered. Nice catch, yeah. So Medium covered that that tricky approach with Striker, and then VGY responds immediately by covering his reversal with Kano. That is ambush for ambush right there. I do like what Medium is going for, though, honestly. You could definitely tell he's already quite comfortable with the changes that Reptile has had. Because you have to remember as well, if you've been playing a character like this and then suddenly a patch comes out and, you know, sometimes buffs and nerfs might be quite small or, you know, you don't really have to change your game plan too much. It's just, you know, maybe you'll do a little bit more damage where otherwise you were, or, you know, maybe something isn't as good as it used to be, but, you know, you don't have to change too much. This kind of Reptile buff is significant. You know, that really isn't something that you can just pick up and immediately just be doing. Like, you have to really know what that improvement is doing for the character, and it looks like Medium really has been putting in the work to be ready. So, you know, he's bringing it to this kind of tournament. Even though it's currently down 2-0, VGY looking really good, but a swift confirm. Oh, a combo drop, though! That is unfortunate.
I guess at the very least, Medium Ninja secured that first hit, so VGY didn't have extra meter to get more damage from that, so it could have been worse, but either
Could have
way.
been better, though.
Yeah, absolutely, especially now you've been forced to get rid of all 3 bars thanks to that breaker. VGY. Now, I've always known he does have a Baraka, but I'll be honest, kind of wasn't expecting to see it today.
Well, he looks comfortable. That's the main thing. Oh, that was interesting. Going for the Kano wake up. That was definitely on purpose. It's just not particularly good wake up. I mean, obviously, you know.
It's not a particularly good move at all, in my opinion.
It's one of those things where it's... Of the 3 moves Kano has, it's probably the worst. I mean, I said there's no probably. It is the worst, but the other 2 are good enough that it kind of makes up for it.
Oh, totally.
Oh, all right. Do we actually see the end of the round from here? Oh, my goodness. Reptile damage can sometimes sneak up on you.
Especially
that's going to be
now.
a round. That's a good... The first round of the game, too. That is some momentum you really want to build.
Those force balls looking real good. Counter poke, though. Always have to watch out. You block a low poke from Baraka, and there's meter to play with. That down forward 2 is always a risk.
Oh, Medium made the throw with, but didn't punish. Oh, caught the backdash. Where are you going? The long leg of Baraka. Oh, huge jump in. Yeah, VGY opting not to spend the bar. I think he's really trying to... Oh, an unsafe counter poke, but... Oh, no, another drop Medium Ninja. Execution really letting him down in this match so far. But he's been using so much of these, like... Oh, my goodness, what a cancel into the fully charged overhead. Another drop! Oh, again, Medium. That's been on the money with so many... Yeah, it has been on the money with so many of these, like... Standing 3 into cancels, just cancels into buttons. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But then the execution really has been letting him down.
I don't really need to state the obvious, but I will anyway. You just can't afford to be dropping this late in a whole series, right? We're in this position where you need to make this reverse sweep of a comeback. You've been doing such a good job. The damage is there on the table. You just need to finish your plate. All right, we're going in with more striker. All right. Lovely grab as well, keeping the corner positioning, so the threat of the pushback is always there. VGY may be more inclined to go for a risk. So standing 3 is just paying off for Baraka at the moment, or Reptile, what am I talking about? Full combo, breaker, forced.
I say Medium's not always committing to that second hit off the low, but when he does, VGY is ready to punish him for it. There's that kind of like long-range footsies they're playing, right? Where Baraka wants to get a back 3, Reptile wants to get his low. But if you commit too much, you get punished. He's going to recover, I think. No, he didn't. Okay, hang on.
Wow. That...
VGY finds the reaction.
A testament to how fast Baraka's fatal blow really is, and it seems like VGY is benefiting quite heavily from the mash as well. And this creates a really scary situation. Yo, Kano versus Striker. Did you see that 1v1?
Oh, with the force block, he got it. Block string. Oh, and the second hit low. Catching him out at the very end. That was such a clutch, flawless block at the end as well to save him from the chip, but right at the end. Oh, we're seeing the classic. Come on, Kano, do it to him.
1992, baby.
Hey, he's like, hey, why is this one green?
I'm sure I saw that in the movie. They look different, though.
I was gonna quote it, but I don't think that's broadcast appropriate.
Nah, probably not. The characters look different as well. But yeah, so overall, just a great solid performance there from VGY. Medium Ninja. Unfortunate that Medium Ninja had quite a few opportunities, but just the execution just wasn't on their side.
I think it was particularly round 2 of game 3. That was the worst of it, because that was like the round was lost because of it 100%. Because sometimes it's not even like you'll lose a game because of like one huge mistake. Sometimes it will be like a number of small ones that add up to a point that you're just in so much of a worse spot. Because it's so easy to, in hindsight, be like, oh, if you didn't make that mistake, you would have won. But you have to remember, it's such a dynamic exchange in games like this, like particularly fighting games where it's like one thing going wrong might lead to a number of different outcomes that otherwise wouldn't have even had a chance to occur. So when it happens again and then again and then again, you kind of get to a point that it's like, you know, what's going on? And especially, obviously, at this level of play, when you're against a player of the caliber of video games, again, you know, top 8 at UFA in France, top 8 at East Coast Throwdown in America, and of course, you know, won one of the cups as well in online pro competition. You really have to minimize those mistakes because it will come back to bite you if you're not careful.
So, our next matchup is going to be Boki versus Fabs. So, thoroughly expecting it to just be Kung Lao versus Kenshi. Two players that have just been settled on their mains before even day one. Like, as long as Mortal Kombat 1 has been around, they have been rocking Kung Lao and they've been rocking Kenshi. So, I think we know exactly what kind of matchup to expect. There's probably going to be a lot of Fabs fans because they love watching Fabs play. He's a very emotional player, you know. I say not emotional, a very passionate player. You know, really
I don't want to
gets
speak
into it.
for the players, but in terms of character choice, someone like Fabs is going to be able to, like, you know, play the stress test or the betas and things like that and be like, hey, you know, Kenshi's pretty cool. I'm going to play this character. Because Fabs loves those, like, patient, really good kind of sweep to jump distance characters. Obviously known for a mean Cassie in MK11. And then someone like Boki is Lao in the game. Yes. Okay, I'm playing Lao. Yeah. There you go.
No matter what.
And here he is. You know, Boki, another player who looked good, UFA. One of those players who, again, I've said this before and I will say it again. On Boki's best day, I genuinely believe he can beat anyone in a 3 out of 5. You know, he is that kind of player who he's been playing for quite a while. He's confident, knows what he's doing. But he does not falter. He does not get nervous. He doesn't choke. He doesn't panic, and he doesn't tilt. You know, he plays cool as ever all the time, and the way he plays can definitely catch anyone out. And again, you know, we are seeing so much Cyrax in these regional finals. I am here for it. I know it's a bit different with Kenshi because he's been working with Cyrax since day one, but you know, this is what I'm talking about.
We've seen a decent amount of Cyrax. We saw Baraka Cyrax earlier.
Of course, yeah, Takanada was bringing that Baraka
Sindel
Cyrax
yesterday.
winning Oceania finals. Hello. But that right there, that's what Kenshi wants Cyrax for. Like, you definitely get some good utility with Cyrax when you're in, like, the Sento stance without Sento out. But right there, horizontal chopper.
Yo, is Sento going to stand up? What's going on?
Yeah, he was down for a long time.
What's going on?
He's out for the count. He's having a bad day.
Round 2.
But what
Either way.
round 1? Yeah, that was like textbook round for Boki, honestly.
All right. Can we sort of force that pressure in the corner? Lovely throw tech. We still don't have meter for the vertical, or sorry, the horizontal chopper. Although we have just built it back. Up block baited. Goro, just to start the pressure. Can you guess right? The guess is correct. And now 1-4-1, Cyrax. Fight begins.
But I love the choice from Boki. Like, you may get the Sento clone out, but there's nothing stopping him from just backing up and just waiting out this timer. You know, you can see that cameo bar, it drains over time. Yeah, you can spend bar to bring it back, but you're going to have to spend quite a bit to keep it up, especially if Boki has the lead, which obviously now he does. But not as viable of a strategy. That's quite the good flawless block there. Oh, there's the overhead. That's a full combo.
That's what we're looking for. And we have plenty more Kenshi to finish possibly the round.
Armor break. Yeah. What
the armor is strong in some instances, but versus Sento, it's such a risk. Like, the armor break is so easy for Kenshi to do. Whiffing it.
Tried to whiff punish, yeah.
Gotta watch out though. Goro always ready, and now we're about to build. Chopper has returned, which means more Sento. Should we want it?
Oh, just caught by the low. And in that instance, I don't even think you really mind that didn't pick up properly for Fabs, because the important thing is Sento is out.
Not terrible for Boki, because we were able to get some distance, not being forced to deal with the mix-up straight away. And again, the backwards jump. We're just trying to neutralize it. Bide our time. All right, now we can pressure maybe. Gotta watch out. The second he stands up, you're back in it.
Unfortunately, Boki going to establish some kind of offense there, put him in the perfect range just to be sandwiched between. Oh, he whiffed!
No Goro for you!
Punish. Yep.
Game 1, Fabs. Taking it, right. Needs a little bit more of that, but Boki, the answers back have been pretty interesting ones. They've been safe ones, which is a big thing to point out. The moment the Sento stance is activated, Boki's done a lot of just kind of jumping back, letting it whiff, and then kind of just going back to a neutral space to assess, right, how do I want to go in? What
I
do
feel
want my
the
next
main
attack
thing
to
is
be?
he hasn't had access to as much Goro. I feel like he was really juggling like just a single use as soon as it came off cooldown a lot of times in that match. And you can see how different the team becomes when suddenly you don't have access to Goro all the time. It's the thing that will forever keep Goro balanced, I think, is just that cooldown. He's so good on hit, especially with characters like Lao, like Tanya, but when he's out for a while. You really have to just safely play the game without him.
Yeah, we saw a match earlier, Desarted. There was a match versus, I think it was Makaran, where every time Goro got called, he got hit, which means that cooldown goes from like 12 seconds to like 18. Just for one, because he's gone for so long when he gets hit. And the second there's no Goro, Kung Lao comes... Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, Fabs didn't maybe hold long enough there. I think there was the full meter ready, but...
I don't think he used it before, unless I'm just absolutely not paying attention for some reason. All right,
we just spent the bar. I feel like, obviously, I know we see quite a lot of Kenshis do the, oh, what a catch. Never mind. I feel we see quite a lot of Kenshis go for like the spend the bar to resummon Sento out. But I feel like ever since day one, like Fabs in particular has really favored spending bar and making sure Sento's out and like refreshed.
The second you get caught without it, it's significantly harder. If you have even a smallest amount of real estate, just pop it. If you want to spend the meter, lovely anti-air actually. Here comes an anti-air combo, Sento time. Oh, drops it!
And
that was going to be so huge. That was a guaranteed sandwich, guaranteed pressure, and you dropped everything near the end. Boki, drops the combo himself.
It's quite uncommon to see Boki make that mistake. I know there are some ranges and like, oh, never mind. Hang on, hold that thought. I know there are some ranges that Lao players will just know when that 1-2-1 is going to drop, and they know when to finish it and when not to. It's very rare for Boki to make that input error.
Babs using that whiffed situation just to put himself back to a situation where you've got more range, maybe some better strings to handle situations like this. No meter for the 2-bar throw. Oh, absorption. At least Fabs didn't deal as much damage to Boki there. Oh no, vice versa.
Oh, there's the armor. Does he get to fatal blow this? He does.
Yeah.
That's gonna be enough.
That's the game.
I wonder if that second launcher wasn't just to like build enough damage for this to KO, because I think it would have done anyway. But just to make sure that there's enough time spent so Goro gets off the screen so the fatal blow actually works.
Well, either way, quite a demanding character it can be sometimes with the Cyrax. Kenshi combos. I mean, Kenshi is definitely one of the strongest characters in the game, in my opinion, but...
Especially when you get to those points that not only are you having to deal with, like, the difficult inputs for, like, you know, effectively controlling a puppet character. Like, this is the first time we've seen this in another own game, right? As a true puppet character, as at the very least done in this style. But then you're actually throwing on, like, your actual cameo timing and juggling on top of that as well. Like, it definitely sounds like one of the more difficult things to do execution-wise in the game. But of course,
yeah,
you know,
we've
someone
had
like
other
Fabs,
characters.
we know he's going to be able to have the knowledge to minimize those mistakes. But as you can see, it's easier said than done.
We've had characters previously in NetherRealm games that are like extra things that you control, but I don't think it's really been like this. Whether you're looking at something
like, patience.
Whether you're looking at like a Dark Side or maybe even an Injustice, you know, you had Zod. They were still things on the screen that were just controlled at the touch of a single button, like it was a special move, whereas Kenshi's a whole new ball game. And in this case, the corner positioning, 1-4-1, we're going to summon.
Ooh.
Nice little poke, good challenge actually. Wouldn't have been the first time he's dealt with that. If you fight against Kenshi Cyrax, 1-4-1 chopper is like the staple of activating Sento.
But you know, Boki is ready for that. I think he's aware of like whether it's actually plus at what range and whether Kenshi gets to follow up, whether he doesn't. As right now, he is playing the smart game right now. When you've got that kind of life lead and Sento is out, yeah, just wait for it to go. If he wants to spend bar to bring it back, so be it. Because obviously, yeah, he has the comeback potential, but when you've got that much life to work with, yeah, and he's waiting for Goro to come back, that was just smart. Smart stuff from Boki.
That's the thing, you look at how Boki plays on offense, and you would assume he's all offense. That's an illusion. If he needs to play reserved and he needs to sit on a life lead, he's very happy to do that. It's just that sometimes he doesn't need to. The nature of how he plays Lao, so up close, so armor heavy, the way that, you know, most Kung Laos do when they play Goro. If he needs to de-escalate, he'll absolutely do it well.
Now, this could be a good situation for Fabs. Nice corner control. Oh, the patience to wait out the Goro, but still.
So many turn-stealing down ones coming out of Boki.
Oh, we're seeing it from both, honestly. We just saw Fabs do the same thing. I think it's very dangerous. And again, the challenge, he recognizes when he can get away with it and just brought the Goro back. One Goro for a breaker. I think that's a good trade for Boki. Oh, Sento's there. Can he pick up? He does. Just get it off the ground in time.
Expensive round, though, because we're going into this round. Boki's almost got 3 bars. Fabs. It's going to be a long time until the full chopper returns, and even longer to get a single bar.
Oh, input error.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely don't think he just wanted instant jump kick. Maybe a dive kick attempt.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Right, Goro. Pressure. Good block on the overhead there. Sweep.
Really good defense, though, from Fabs.
Yeah. Just bide our time until we get the Cyrax ready, and then we can start to play.
Okay, there's a catch. Full. Yep. Oh, the armor. Didn't chase it down, though. Oh, that could be dangerous.
Still manages to get the sandwich.
Uh-oh, this could be bad.
You have
Goro is
meter,
there,
but
though.
can you? The armor breaker's a risk. You're safe, but you still have to worry about Sento. Manages to find the mix-up. Armor is gone. Can't punish. Whiffs! Big punish there from Fabs. Looked for the down 2. Looked for anything. And caught that. Fantastic mid. And that will now be 2-1. Been a pretty slow series, purely because 2 aggressive characters, however, need to find the hit. And both players making it kind of tricky to find it.
Good awareness, though, from Fabs, because I feel like in that instance, like, he couldn't have been looking for Boki to do a down 2 there, because it was definitely not the most traditional instance to go for an uppercut, but we're still ready, you know, to see it, react, whiff punish, job done. And now potentially could take the rest of the set from this point, but we'll have to wait and see. Being up on games, though, in this kind of match, that's a good way of starting.
Your ego fight Johnny's.
Now, will he be able to seal the deal? Because we say before about how consistent Boki is and can be. That does also include, like, pretty miraculous comebacks at times. So being 2-1, you know, a single game down, he's seen worse.
Fabs and Boki has, if I'm correct, historically gone the distance. I believe I've tuned into Fabs having runs in the past where he fought Boki in pro competition. It has always kind of come down to that game 5. All right.
Oh, yeah, that range, you're definitely going to be close enough to establish a true block string from it. That's where it gets really scary.
All right, mix-up time. Mix-up time. Boki time.
Boki round.
I went low, and then you thought I was going to go low, so I went overhead. And then you thought I was going to go overhead, so I went low.
Yep, spent the bar. Why not? Good block
it.
at this point. Yeah, there it is. Now, that's the kind of round that you know Boki is really happy to get. So I know we say before that he doesn't go, like, all aggression all the time. But, you know, he still likes being able to do that. He's still one of the more, like, I would say, faster-paced Kung Lao players that you'll watch.
All right. Piece by piece, we are just getting the meat out of Boki. There's the up block.
Oh, but I actually don't think that was an EX up kick. I think Fabs may have just broken, like, a non-launching ender.
Nah, it always feels bad. You think someone's going to do, like, a
well, Boki had the bar. He could have done it.
Yeah, totally. Fabs still has a life lead. Sento activated. Much more confident, because, look, at the end of the day, Kung Lao's going to get in, and he's got meter. I think you'd rather defensively have the Sento available. There it is!
There's the hit. That's going to be the round, for sure. Does he break? No, he does not. Boki is holding on to it.
No chance. There's absolutely no chance. Match point here for Fabs. If Fabs gets this win on Boki, it would be a really big result for Fabs. Obviously, the journey just begins, but even then...
Oh, with dive kick into
staple
launch. Let's go. Oh,
Ends the
overhead.
combo.
And the
Yeah.
confirm too. That was really nice. No! Drop combo, but didn't get punished for it.
Pretty sure Fabs tried to 1-4-1 and got a standing 4. Oh, no!
Oh, we get
it. Was going so good. It was going so good. Now, one hit away. No meter for last breath. Oh, we're running. Ow! Ouch. All right, game 5 it is. Their journey continues to be a close one. Fabs. Oh, it was going so good, and then I blinked, and it wasn't.
That swing of momentum. That's what Boki's looking for. But now game 5. There are no more second chances. And remember, the winner of this will go on to fight Video Games Yo. And that is a set that we've seen many a time, especially from like Boki and VGY.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I think we've got some pretty explosive games in for the rest of the stream. We are by no means done.
We've only just started. If you are used to watching our normal regional shows, we would start at a top 8 with 4 players and winners, 4 and losers. These first 4 matches are the bonus ones. It's a 8-player bracket, everyone in winners. So after this, we will go into the beginning of the usual program, I suppose.
Do whatever it takes to quash that interest.
All right, let's have a look. Let's see who has that upper hand. Fabs, this would be such a good result for him because it does seem like Boki
Oh my goodness,
always get
double
that
dash forward
win.
armor. You love to see it. It really is just a matter of where Boki...
No.
Oh my goodness. This right here, when he's found the opportunity to get those big launchers, because Fabs, his defense has been so on point with the armor breaking threat, just the spacing. It's been really good for him to stop Boki being able to enforce this, but in this kind of round, where he starts, that snowball rolls. Oh,
no, you think it's your turn? It isn't.
Even down to the back throw to get the corner positioning at the very end. That was like, that round could not have gone better for Boki, I would say. The downside, though, is it cost him a lot of resources. That's a lot of time that he's got to wait to get Goro back, to build more bar. That is going to open up the opportunity for Fabs to maybe get something working, because he's sitting on the farm right now. Lots of meter, lots of Cyrax.
And that's why Boki's keeping his safe distance. Big jump. Ooh, doesn't find it.
Did not want to commit.
Good block. Good armor. Get off me. Forward 2. Cyrax time. Here we go. All right, sandwich. Wait for the armor.
Yeah, I actually don't know if he can get a true combo from that on hit, but at the very least you get the block, which is what you want. Drops the combo. You cannot allow those Sento combos to drop in game 5.
Yeah, not now. For the love of God, not now. Fabs.
Whip!
No! Oh, we're getting so far away. That Sento's going to take a million years to come back.
Oh, it's all using the time. The extension. Oh, 450. And Sento is out for the count.
One hit. He got the one hit. Armor gets the read but can't land. No!
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Fabs left. I saw that. Fabs left the frame. That fatal blow came out.
No, but that was so close to going either way off of that neutral jump. The second that neutral jump came out, as Boki did the armor and Fabs did not get a punish on the way down, that's the point that you think, yeah, it's done.
That was the
finished.
most frame of frame 1 quit I've ever seen, but I cannot blame him.
Well, it was
the
also
set was
like,
over. The set was over.
Like the match was 1000% finished. There was no two ways about it. That game was done. The second that fatal blow connects, that is enough damage. GG's for Boki as he moves forward into winner's side to face off against Video Games Yo, which, as I said, well, moments ago, is a match we've seen time and time again. Not only in the online realm of pro competition, we also saw it at UFA as well, but it's already been quite a few months since then. So lots of time for things to develop, and I don't think we'll be seeing the same matchup at the very least. I do wonder what characters we'll be seeing from VGY as we move through to the rest of the tournament. But just quickly look at this highlight reel. Some real standout moments, I think, particularly for Boki, if I'm being honest, because it was, especially early in the set, Fabs did such a good opportunity. I mean, even there, with such a clean whiff punish, was doing a great job of just forcing the slower style of just not staying in the range, where obviously Boki can do what he wants to be doing, but at the same time, you know, you want to be close enough that you can get Sento out, and it definitely seems quite tricky to find the middle. But right there, you see that normal on the way down that Fabs did just too late. Like he saw it. That neutral jump was specifically to beat Wake Up Armor. He knew it. He got the neutral jump, but he mistimed the normal on the way down.
So our bracket is as follows: winners side, Kanamani versus Josh TQ, Video Games Yo versus Boki. They are our winner side matches, so an eternal rivalry / run back between VGY and Boki, and then Kanamani and Josh TQ.
I will say, just to quickly interject, VGY and Boki, if we're talking overall points, they are in a similar situation where, you know, Boki sitting currently at 380, VGY 435. They're in a very similar bracket for points that if either of them obviously don't win today, they kind of have to go to Combo Breaker in order to have a chance to get on the leaderboard, and they would have to place quite well at that to get enough points. So they're two players who are pretty much in the exact same situation if we're talking qualifying for Final Combat. So that is a match that whoever loses that is going to be crushed. Whoever wins it is going to be breathing a well-earned sigh of relief.
Well, it won't be too long until we reach that match. So overall, I think we'll start talking about the Kanamani versus Josh TQ side of things as well. That matchup, I don't really know what to make of it. I mean, just pure results-wise, I think Kanamani is always going to be the favorite because Kanamani is the most successful EU West player. So as far as prediction goes, that's always the safest bet. But I really, really want to think about what dictates whether Josh TQ picks Lee May or not, because I've seen Josh TQ play so much Lee May, especially now that Janet Cage cameo is kind of a better Scorpion for that character. I don't think Janet is a better Scorpion in general, but I think there are some characters that they kind of get like an upgrade in a patch. You kind of look at Reiko, where we saw loads of Reiko Darius, and then Reiko Tremor just kind of replaced it. Tremor didn't replace Darius across the board, but he did for Reiko. That's kind of what Janet has done for Lee May. There's now, unless you just really love the spear retreat or something, Janet is just
it's one of those examples where, especially if we're talking competitive players, where and don't get me wrong, there are plenty of players at a tournament level, top level, who will just pick things because it's their favorite. You know, it's a common misconception, especially when you watch fighting games these days, is that all the pros just play what they think is the best, and they just play you know, whatever one thinks is top tier, they'll go straight to it. There are definitely some players who do that, and they will play whatever is considered to be the best, right? There are players like, of course, Mighty Unjust is one that comes right to mind for it, who they know that, you know, they're a good player, so why would I not just play what is going to be the best tools to get the job done if you are a player, you know, you're fundamentally, you know, good at the game. There are players who will just play what they want, you know, and they'll just go with whatever their favorites are, or whatever they just have the most fun with, whatever they enjoy the game the most with. But in cases like that, you know, like you say, the Lee May with the Janet Cage, that is an instance where if you're going to still play Lee May Scorpion, there kind of should be a reason that you are doing that. If they are doing like near enough similar levels of damage. I can't say exactly what Scorpion combos are doing versus Janet Cage combos for Lee May, but they're doing a similar thing, right? Turning things that don't normally launch into launchers. Damage where you otherwise wouldn't get as much. Now suddenly you're doing loads.
Yeah, the Janet combos are a bit easier too, and that may sound like kind of almost pointless to mention in competitive because, you know, executions kind of people will learn whatever there is. But things like EX down back 3 into Scorpion, a little bit tight, a little bit harder than you think it is. Whereas Janet, it's like you have a million years to just call in the forward cameo. But our next match on stream is going to be Jackson versus Law Corridor. So we're going to be seeing some more Tanya, likely going to be seeing some more of that Reptile on display, and we'll kind of see how familiar Law Corridor may be to some of those new changes, because Reptile, I wouldn't say is like a totally...
You could quickly interject, it's Medium Ninja that plays Reptile.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh my god, I'm stupid, it's Kung Lao. Yeah, my bad. My brain ain't working so good. No, you are right. Thank you.
I know you were thinking one thing, but your eyes were seeing another.
Honestly, yeah, I was looking at the bracket, and I guess I just must see Medium Ninja as my last player. I would have gone on like a 5-minute rant only for you to go, Ryan, you're talking about the wrong player, mate.
That's why I thought best to interrupt you immediately.
I'd best just throw you off immediately and eliminate the possibility. But yeah, so Jackson, not the first time at all today we've seen Tanya versus Lau, actually. It's been a pretty regular matchup, and two characters that have a similar idea. The last time we saw it today, of course, being K-Top versus Desarted, of which Desarted just comfortably looked real good in that matchup, ultimately taking second place, losing only to Makaran in that tournament. Makaran from the EU east side of things will be going to Final Combat from Scarlet and MK11 and a really prestigious Evo top 8 to finish that journey to now qualifying for Final Combat in the first year with Astra in the new game. You love to see it.
Well, you know that for a player like Makaran, who, if we're talking point leaderboard, had a decent amount, but not enough to be in that comfortable kind of like top 9 spot, is going to get this kind of win and be like real sigh of relief. You know, now maybe doesn't have to travel. And there are so many players in this bracket, especially for EU West. And I don't want to be a broken record and just constantly repeat myself, but it truly is the most important thing about today. You know, if you win this tournament, you're going to Final Combat. You know, direct invite, everything paid for. It's happening. You know, you don't have to go to Combo Breaker. You don't have to qualify through the last chance qualifier. It's just a case of you win this, you're done. And that's it. You can sit easy and just focus on improving and studying with whatever you want to do in the finals. Maybe you want to bring new characters. Maybe you just want to refine what you're already doing. And that is like, there are so many players today who have enough points to be maybe in the running for the leaderboard. Kanamani, Videogames, Yo, Boki. You know, these are players who have been consistent, but not always getting like the top level. Although again, I don't know 100% the maths on it. I was trying to work it out, but I just couldn't do it. I don't know if Kanamani is 1000% safe points-wise. I want to lean onto the side that he is, because I think he basically has the exact same amount of points as Ninja. So that's obviously quite a lot to deal with. But again, win today, you make absolutely sure that 100% no one can knock you out of your final spot.
So, obviously, there's a bit of a delay happening at the moment. Otherwise, we would absolutely be in the next match as we speak. Rest assured, as soon as it's ready to go, we'll be jumping in. It should very well, if I have the queue in front of me, I do think it should be Jackson versus Law Corridor. So
yeah, the next match is going to be Jackson and Law.
Yeah.
We're just having some delays getting the lobby set up. But rest assured, as soon as we can go to the game, we will. We want to see it just as much as all of you folks at home, so don't worry, we'll minimize the downtime as much as we can.
While we wait, we'll just quickly mention, I've been seeing some people asking about Ermac. Is Ermac going to be seen today? Ermac is still too early to be tournament legal. Now, community tournaments and stuff like that, you will no doubt be seeing Ermac a lot already, because
Ermac is so cool though.
Ermac, you can
I cannot wait.
When people are running community tournaments, they can really do whatever they want. The rules are up to them, and that's totally fine. I love seeing new characters as well. But for the sake of pro competition, the official tour, characters that are too new, there's always that kind of grace period, and Ermac is still, he's not even a week old. So the character's still just a little bit too new. Although, gotta say, loving the character, loving what we're seeing. I know you've been really enjoying Ermac and Cyrax, but we're missing a lot of Ermac and Janet. Janet Cage has been out long enough that she is legal in tournament now, so we might be seeing some Janet today. If Josh TQ picks Lee May for whatever reason, we will be seeing Janet there, I'm sure of it. But yeah, Ermac's just still a little bit too hot off the press, and there'll be a little bit of extra time before we see.
But we do know that Ermac will be out, or would have been out long enough to be allowed at Combo Breaker at the very least. I don't know about the North American regional finals. I can't remember exactly the date off the top of my head, so I'm not gonna make any assumptions here. But I know that Ermac will definitely be allowed for Combo Breaker. So at the very least, the next major and the final major offline stop, we will be seeing Ermac be allowed to be played in tournament, and I for one cannot wait to see it, because that character's cool, man. That character's fun and just overall super interesting. And I know there are a lot of players looking at him right now.
Like, there are so many cameos. I was trying Ermac with Darius, and to be honest, I don't really play enough.
You were.
No, I saw it. I saw the EX lift.
Next, you're gonna be like, I was playing a character with Shujinko. I'll be like, yeah.
Of course you were. No, I don't want to upset the fans, but I haven't really played Shujinko since the patch. I've been enjoying New Rain too much.
And that's another character that, I'm curious as to whether we'll see much more competitive stuff. It's a shame that Rothor couldn't make it today. We could have maybe seen the Quan Chi with the Janet Cage, could have seen maybe New Rain. But for now, we're getting to the immediate with Law Corridor and Jackson. Thank you very much for being patient, folks at home, as we now have the lobby ready to go. And here we go, game number 1.
I will finally add that I did actually bump into Rothor in Combat League, who was using Rain and Janet. So, I don't know, maybe. Never say never. There's always a chance. But yeah, this first round has been pretty back and forth at the very beginning. Instant jump back. Didn't really manage to capitalize. Oh, there's the anti-air. Always got to watch out for that one with Tanya. Clear the airspace.
you know, Goro's getting some play. It's always interesting when the Goro teams have to face off because they're doing such a similar thing to each other, but it's like both players are going to be so aware of like when to go for the armor, when not to. Obviously, it's a bit easier for Lau because obviously his armor is going to be naturally safe, and obviously Tanya doesn't have a 6-framer to punish it like everyone. I say everyone, a few others do. Like, for example, if you're playing the mirror, you have to be careful. But if you're playing specifically this match, you ain't got to worry about it too much. And again, Law really trying to get... I feel like you can't do as much of like a reactionary anti-air with that like upwards baton, but a good prediction can lead to nice damage. But huge damage coming out for Jackson there. Nice pickup.
Excuse me. Oh, there we go. Straight in. Now, I said this earlier. If anyone's been watching all day, you're probably going to be sick of me pointing this out, but I will say it again for the sake of it being a different tournament, technically. The moment you have Tanya versus Kung Lao, you have two characters that have a very similar strength, and that is Goro off of their armor. They do play differently. Kung Lao has more immediate mix-up, I would say, because he's got his overhead, he's got his sweep into Goro, he's got the back 3 strings, whereas Tanya sports a little bit more range, and that's kind of the difference between the two. You know, if you want to be pure up close and have this really high octane, bad whiff, another whiff drop. So many combo drops today.
I will say a lot more than I'm used to seeing on these EU West tournaments. So I think maybe it is just tries to go. That was a greedy, very greedy finish attempt there from Law. Would this kill?
No. Even with the 950, I'm confident it won't. It's so late in the combo. But you're still going to have to worry about the Goro afterwards.
I will say it was a calculated risk from the corridor.
Wait,
actually, that might be enough.
What about the mash?
I think it's over.
What about the mash? Even with mashing, that did over 500. Oh, right, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So when you're Law Corridor and you're in that situation, you've got over 500 health left, and your opponent is no last breath and chip damage territory away from dying. And you have like a meaty, multi-hitting special move you can throw out that is unsafe on block, but would chip out. Again, calculated risk. When you analyze that scenario and you go, right, all this health left, if this just gets blocked and he doesn't do an immediate, first hit flawless block, I win, I'm going to risk it. And then in that instance, they get the flawless block and they get the punish and they do optimal damage. Yeah, it's a shame how it didn't work out for Law Corridor, but hey, props to Jackson for making, because I feel like that was definitely calculated against him in the moment, but, got that difficult flawless block, immediate on the meaty, knew exactly the punish to maximize damage, and took away that first game.
I am never used to seeing Kung Lao's Fatal Blow do that much damage at the end of a long combo. Armor. Okay, here we go. Starting off strong here from Law Corridor. The delay maybe waits for an armor on reverse, but there was nothing to be had.
Oh, there's the low
some kind of button, I should say. All right, fighting back is Jackson.
Huge whiff punish. I will say Law throwing a lot of projectiles, which at ranges I can understand why, but right as Jackson's in the air, reactionary dive kick launch. Ouch.
An eager break from Law Corridor, putting a lot of faith into this round, but with such little health to work with. That kind of break is always going to be a risk to take. In that case, not worth it. However, empty jumps again. Armor! Law Corridor getting caught by this multiple times.
Oh, the chase down. Where are you going?
Out. No, again! What is going on?
I almost wonder if Law Corridor just didn't want to commit that string in case it whiffed.
Maybe, but that's a lot of damage to leave on the table.
Only if Law was going to spend resources on it. So if Law wasn't going to spend, then I guess maybe it's not too much of a problem. Because now you've got the resources for this.
I suppose so. But even then, doing a combo at the end, you end it in drill or something. You're still point blank. You're still within forward 2 range. You can armor break maybe. Lovely
nice
pickup. Yeah, good stuff there. Law Corridor now.
This is actually exactly the same situation that Law found himself in against Josh in the first round of games. And was able to clutch it out and turn it up to a 1-1. So we'll be able to do the same thing here. Oh, huge catch. Not massive reward, but that could have been a lot worse. And again, so many of these EX dive kicks.
Every single one doing 370. That adds up after even 2. Flawless block means that Goro's going to be nothing. My Goro in return. Lovely armored reversal. Kung Lao's back 3 does have a gap. And at this point, not a terrible idea. Law Corridor isn't going to need the fatal blow.
Just get it back.
You called it. These kind of fatal blows with a cameo, sometimes it's more important to just get the cameo than any of the damage. The damage is lovely, but if we have even one Goro after this, it's worth it, because now we can still play the game. We can. I will
say, in the Goro mirror, it's also good and bad, because it gives you your Goro back. It also means they get theirs. Also, that right there might be why Law is hesitating to commit too much. Those anti-air options. As right there, Jackson manages to find it, and we see the brutal. This one's so sick. Damn, cool pose, yeah.
Cool ass pose. Dead ass pose.
Indeed. That's a throwback. Never mind. We won't go into detail.
Yeah. Only real ones understand that reference. Ed Boon, if you're watching, I'm so sorry.
2-0.
You did the stick figures, so.
2-0 lead for Jackson. That is one hell of a situation to be in. Especially you have to remember, the first set of the day was Kanamani versus Jackson. Was a swift 3-0 for Kanamani. So this is quite the turnaround for Jackson, and the exact result you kind of want to see. Now this could be really interesting. Tanya Chameleon, a team I have heard much about, but haven't seen as much about. But Law Corridor now down 2-0, has to run it back with this team now. Will not get the chance to change.
Only seen this team from Sonic Fox. It is one of Sonic Fox's teams before Ermac came out. Fox had tried quite a few different characters. I'd seen Raiden Darius, I'd seen Tanya Chameleon, I'd seen Atara Chameleon.
Oh, that was a nice catch.
There's some pretty interesting stuff for this character, but it's way less oriented on just having that armor all the time, and it's just variety elsewhere. However,
but we also know that Law has played a lot of Chameleon cameo, so I'm not overly surprised to see this. Oh, raw overhead. That's enough. Oh, okay, I am not used to seeing Tanya extend that much damage in that situation. I'm definitely seeing the vision.
It's a change of pace more than anything. You notice how much more creative Law Corridor is being in the neutral? A few more buttons that we weren't seeing much before. You have to worry up close. You like back 3 into overhead roll, back 3, 4, 4. I mean, that's a true mix-up right there. Oh, doesn't get the ender. Doesn't matter too much, though. Still had a nice lead.
Thing is, though, Chameleon as a cameo is the kind of cameo that really just throws a lot at you all the time. And because, obviously, it all changes based on the disguise, you might get comfortable with one thing, and then suddenly more stuff is coming your way.
The second you think you know a character and then you fight the Chameleon version, you don't know the character. It's a whole different ballgame. Law Corridor back to back. Lovely. That's not too bad. 300 damage for that little pickup.
300 clean with the buff on too. Not bad at all.
Still meter. So if there is a gap... Oh, you're dead.
Oh, that was so good. They just anti-air with size raw. Let's go Chameleon. Law Corridor. Now this change has made an immediate difference. That was a swift game number 3.
You know, there's something about Law Corridor having the unpredictable, stressful kind of added utility that's always made him kind of good. I remember Law Corridor in MK11 used to play Joker and used to be one of the biggest believers of boing, the super jump that Joker had.
Not only that, you have to remember, played a significant amount of Jackie as well with with the leap. So
it was leap Jackie, it was boing the Joker. And my point about that...
Please stop saying the word boing.
Boing is the name of the move! What do you want from me?
It's not a very cool word.
It was in caps. I could shout it, but I ain't going to do it.
Could say super jump.
Nah. It's called boing.
Yeah, right.
But my point is...
I'll tell you what, Katana's isn't called boing, so you can't say it anymore.
It's not. Oh, I call it fan lift, mate. God, you should have watched the earlier stream. I said that a bunch. But my point is, stuff that just sort of mixes up the whole game, really. Neutral or anything else.
Oh, it transforms the character into something completely different.
100%.
Well, you have to remember as well, Tanya Goro is also a product of that unique pair. Tanya's not doing that with anyone that isn't Goro for the most part. I know that we've seen elements of Tanya Striker, Tanya, well, actually mainly just those two to be honest. But now Tanya Chameleon again. Yeah, you were saying it. Definitely a significant change. And look at this!
Oh my
This
lord.
is the momentum that Law Corridor has been searching for. And already 1 round away from tying it up to 2 games to 2 games.
Fight.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very different circumstance. I don't expect that.
What?
But also looked like Law Corridor wasn't fully ready for that to connect either. Full punish though. And we're going to have full Chameleon by the end of this combo, give or take. Oh, never mind. Popped it for the extra damage.
Yo, mid 300s for Tanya. That is not what you see all the time. Normally, Tanya Goro considered one of the lower damage on paper characters, but because of how often she's hitting you, it doesn't really feel like it.
Not to mention all of the chip damage.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely adds up. Oh, hit Goro too! Hit Goro as well! He is out of there.
And he's going to be gone for a long time.
Oh! That didn't do enough. 950 health. Ouch. And
Goro
now
served
immediately...
no purpose but to get punched in the face.
Yeah, they've both got sticks.
They do have sticks. That's cool.
Yo, game 5 though. What an immediate turnaround. This change has made all the difference. What are you laughing at?
Just, I don't know, our commentary.
What, you don't like my analysis?
Yo, they both got sticks. You ever noticed that?
Am I wrong, though?
And Tanya's breaks into like 3 pieces. Look, 3 pieces!
3 sticks.
Can you believe that?
Or is it 1 piece because they're held together?
I don't know. I don't think it serves analysis. I don't think it needs it. What does matter is...
Game 5 losers bracket.
This new stage looks really cool, by the way. The rainy tea house.
It's proper cool. But I will
That's like
say,
the UK weather
side,
every day.
Yeah.
It feels like home.
I will say that this is the most important time. Losers. This is our first losers match of the stream. Remember, if you lose this, you are out of the tournament. No more second chances, which means, I mean, for both of these players, unless they go to the LCQ, their pro competition season has ended right here. 1 more match to go, potentially.
Elimination lying in the balance of a single game is a lot of stress that a player has to try their hardest to push past. You can't think about it. You can't afford to. However, the change of pace, the entirely different matchup that Chameleon is providing Tanya here, has given Law Corridor exactly the disruption he's been looking for all 5 matches.
Well, to give him the option to sit on the life lead a little bit more.
A little bit more zoning. Anti-air.
Yep, calls out the empty jump. Law Corridor, he knows the momentum is his. Oh, huge up block, but didn't punish.
But had the up block, but just went for the wrong button. I'm not really sure what happened there. Anti-air.
Yep, just with side. That's a fast move with fast cooldown. And that right there takes Law Corridor to match point. After being down 2 games, the switch to Chameleon Tanya has made such a huge difference. But it's not finished. Jackson can absolutely still tie this one back to back.
The only difficulty is that momentum is by far in the favor of Law Corridor. However, momentum can always be shifted. Jackson looking to do that. Overhead! Okay. Here comes damage. Ending it, getting that combo. Goro's gone for a hot minute. Might not even have him ready for the rest of the round. It depends on how much damage we're about to see. Grab combos. All right. May as well cash out. Fast cooldown, may as well do it. Now Goro is ready. Spends it. Big grab. Needs more than that, though. And the danger is meter available, full Chameleon, and fatal blow. Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, patience.
Punish?
Oh, just caught him. Just caught him.
Oh, that's it. You're done. Fatal blow. Game over. Law Corridor with the reverse sweep over Jackson. The change to Chameleon making all the difference.
Yeah, this was a smart pick. A smart pick from Law Corridor. You know he's been playing a lot of Chameleon, and the proof is in what we just saw. What a turnaround.
And it wouldn't be Law Corridor without a few downward presses on your D-pad.
And the taunt. So, you know, best of both worlds.
Really good match. Really good performance. Unfortunately, Jackson will now be eliminated, but forcing the cameo swap. And I've seen Chameleon do pretty good things here for Law Corridor. Not just here, but in other matchups too. We saw Raiden Chameleon from Law Corridor a few weeks ago. And clearly, Tanya and Chameleon has a few tricks up her sleeve as well. I'm not surprised to see it. Chameleon does provide quite a lot of variety to every character in the game. It is why she's one of the most popular cameos in competitive play. A bit hard to learn at first, but once you get an idea for the rotation, what your character is granted from the different mix-ups, the different tools, one of the funner cameos as well. So overall, decent performance. And I wonder if that is going to motivate Law Corridor to perhaps change cameo throughout the rest of this top 8, maybe.
Well, on that note, we will, of course, be saying goodbye to Jackson, as that is loser's bracket. So Jackson is now eliminated from the tournament. So GG's, thank you very much for playing. But, of course, Law Corridor advancing through as well. And just that's 2 back-to-back game 5s that Law Corridor has had to play. And on this one, of course, he was able to come out on the better end of. But, you know, he is having to fight for his tournament life to continue today. But now we'll have a good amount of time to breathe a sigh of relief and wait as we're moving on to the rest of our matches. As, of course, Medium Ninja versus Fabs will be our next match. Now, this, as you were so eager to talk about before, is going to be Reptile versus Kenshi. Now, this is not a matchup I've seen since the patch, because Reptile isn't the most popular competitive character in this game, but I can definitely see it being better for Reptile now, but I don't know exactly how much, because he gets so much better mileage out of his standing 3, because let's talk about it for a minute, what actually changed about Reptile. Like, the main changes are EX invisibility activates way quicker than it used to. It's almost immediate now. And he can now... he can cancel into his air overhead slam off of his 114, which is his ground, you know, high into the kick ender. But more importantly, that air overhead slam, you can now cancel out of it to basically not do the attack, but just appear standing with brief invisibility. When you do that on hit off of stuff like your standing 3, you're plus enough to continue and turn it into a full combo. And his standing 3, you know, that kind of reptile tail swing goes so far. It effectively turns it into a really long range, like, kind of just footsie tool or whiff punisher that results in some decent damage. And on block, you're invisible. So you can start charging your overhead. You can go for elbow dash to close the distance. You can do nothing, expecting them to maybe try and move in for you. Because what do people do if you're invisible? Oh, I'm just going to go for my armored move or some really fast advancing button to get you blocking so I can turn the invisibility off. And then suddenly you can't, because the reptile player is waiting for it.
You want to know what I do when my opponent goes invisible? I mash, and I die for it. Every time.
Exactly. Now, will we be seeing that here, I wonder?
Possibly. I mean, like, it's Kenshi. So, depending on range and who outranges who, I do wonder, like, Reptile back 3 versus Kenshi forward 2 or something. Kind of like, what's the exchange going to be? But there's also that...
Excuse me, sorry.
There's also that dynamic of... it kind of functions a little bit like, well, not necessarily, a deceptive reptile in MKX, where when he got hit out of his invisibility, he actually just absorbed the hit. It wasn't armor, he just didn't take any damage. So sometimes when you go for this cancel, there's like a brief moment of you absorbing a hit that I've seen. I don't know what requirements are there, but it can work.
Yeah. You know, there is a brief window from when you cancel it to, I think it's just before he lands that he's armored. He still takes the damage, and you hear the armored sound effect of like an armored move absorbing a hit. So I think it basically is just armor that you can't see, but he does still take the damage. That's the important thing. But obviously, if you commit to something that's got a lot of recovery on hit and you armor through it, he can effectively do some damage to you as well. And there's one thing Reptile is not lacking in the game. It is damage, because he hits, I'd say, on the higher end of things. Not even just he hits hard. He hits harder than a lot of characters. Especially if you're talking like consistent, like meterless or 1-bar damage by himself, when you don't even add cameos into the mix, which of course you always will, because you're always going to be playing the game with a cameo anyway.
So I have seen that, yeah, it's basically the EX down back 4, which had armor, but because of the cancel, works a little bit like a flash parry. Like, not basically, quite the same thing, where you're not
where the armor is still there. It's just the attack isn't active anymore.
Which is only ever a good thing. Only ever a good thing for certain situations, I suppose, depending on what your opponent chooses to do, and I guess depending on where you are on the screen. But as soon as we get our next match up and running, which hopefully should be soon, we'll be jumping into it. For those that are just joining us, welcome. This is Intercontinental Combat EU West. So the 8-player bracket has begun. We have sadly just had to say goodbye to Jackson, so we have 7 players left in this. We are now about to sadly eliminate another player. It's going to be either Medium Ninja or Fabs. One of them, I would say, would be going home, but they're home as we speak, as it's an online tournament. They're out of the tournament, is my point.
I feel like historically Fabs has been more consistent. I think Fabs obviously has competed in a number of MK1 tournaments by now, but I don't really want to count out Medium Ninja. I know he's a player that we haven't seen as much, comparatively speaking, and obviously did have some issues in the first match against VGY where a lot of it was working out. It was the execution that really kind of held them back. So provided they can kind of get a real lock on that, maybe it won't be quite the same result. But it was also would just be kind of nice to see more Reptile, as this is a character we don't see anywhere near as much of competitively, especially compared to some of the other like real mainline, kind of MK ninjas, especially now.
Possibility that we might see a little bit more of both Rain and Reptile because of this patch. It did sort of, I would say Rain got drastically improved in my opinion. I know some people might disagree with that, but he feels like a new character. Reptile, similar character with a couple of extra tricks up his sleeve. Rain overall got fundamentally a huge supercharge. However, let's begin.
Okay, now we are seeing Fabs go back to the more tried and true Sub-Zero pairing for Kenshi. This is going to be doing what we're used to seeing a lot more from the character. Oh, there's the catch. Now, I believe those air drop cancels from Reptile, I believe they're all minus. So even though he can make himself like, doesn't have to commit to the slam, he's not going to be doing it for like crazy advantage or anything like that.
That's an unusual pickup. Tried to armor out, and that's a big punish. Don't have meter for a resummon, so we are going to have to keep it simple. One clean hit should be the round, though. All we needed.
I feel like Sento was out for a really long time.
Yeah.
Like that entire round almost. Oh, hello.
Nice pickup.
Oh, wow. If that shoulder was slightly later, that would have been a full combo. And again, you can see a big thing about that standing 3 into the cancel is you can actually cancel the into the overhead on whiff. So it actually gives you just a real constant threat. He's still there!
Rather safe option there from Fabs, I have to say. Being at a range where the advancing low, the advancing overhead, just choosing to jump back and try and clear some of it. Oh, resummon is real. Back to more mix-ups. The bait goes for the unsafe move. You just want to press a button, but you can't. You have to resist.
That was 2 openings, though, that Fabs got the overhead, but just wasn't able to confirm. Hang on, that won't kill, but that'll do a lot of damage. So, what, 180?
Yeah, it's 180. Medium Ninja, we're going to have to see how good your flawless blocks are. Looks like we did get one. Good block. The throw.
There's
and
no
now
Sento.
Sento's gone.
Oh,
cancel. Are we alive? Still alive!
Barely. Oh!
Okay.
Yeah, can we talk about how cool blue, like the blue lizard version of Reptile look?
It does look quite cool, I'm not gonna lie. Something we must definitely point out, we've been seeing Cyrax and Kenshi from Fabs a lot. The Sub-Zero definitely more of an answer to Reptile, I think. You don't want to get caught in that zoning.
Another
Medium
drop.
Ninja has been having execution troubles all day long. Gotta tighten this up.
The problem is, though, it's not just a question of like dropping the combos. It's, oh, that's a punish, yeah. Still committing to the ball despite there being the ice armor to absorb it. Or completely nullify it, I should say. But yeah, it's not just about dropping combos. It's dropping them at a point that you're effectively punishable because you dropped it. Because you don't recover in time and they can just get free hits. The worst possible time for it to happen. Especially against a snowball like Kenshi. Where he just wants to get one hit and turn it into what could be the entire round.
Overhead. Gotta watch out for these. Oh, couple of stray hits. Throw counter. Fabs did try and press a button there.
Oh, we managed to turn on everything.
All right, back in the blender. Oh. Nah,
I don't think
hopeful.
I don't think there's anything that could have saved him from that scenario, unfortunately.
Yeah, you would have had to just perfectly flawless block it on wake up. Otherwise, you only had a few more hits and then you were toast.
Well, it's so scary, though, because I mean, aside from the obvious of, once again, that kind of stemming from, the first real problem there being another combo drop was, when you are dealing with that Sento stuff, it's so tempting to just armor. And when you watch it, you'll think, oh, why don't you just armor? Why don't you just go for EX reversals? The fact that Kenshi can block while Sento is doing things makes it so much easier for him to pressure you while staying safe at the same time. Even though there could be gaps, if he's blocking, it doesn't matter, because he's still going to recover first, and then obviously he's doing Sento damage to you, which is humongous. So in some instances, it's better just to block and, try and take the mix up and maybe get out of it that way. than to just, you know, really let things go with armor immediately, which could be such a risk. Oh, plus frames, plus frames. Good block on the overhead, but you're still in the blender. Good block on the overhead, but you're still in the blender.
These blocks have been ridiculous.
Oh, but actually, no, but right there. Oh, he got the resummon, never mind. He blocked all that and had so much health left to go because of it.
But if you don't flawless block, Kenchi's going to build so much meter that he might even build a whole bar that he can use for resummon. The strength of that tool is just insanely good for the character. Medium Ninja still alive. Can't forget.
And again,
got a projectile now.
Honestly, I feel like Fabs is spending like 99% of all meter on just keeping Sento out forever, and I'm really seeing the value. Obviously, it means you never have, like, you know, you're not really going to be threatening a break or whatever, but it means you are playing with what makes Kenshi so powerful so often. Especially if they're a character that doesn't have an immediate full screen check. Obviously, Reptile has options, but the projectiles are a bit on the slower side. You know, anything that goes full screen is extremely dangerous because it's very punishable. Nice catch. No! Didn't want to commit, I guess. Another. That's two opportunities that could have been significant damage, but Medium just did not want to commit.
All right, here we go. Mix-up time. Oof.
Oh, I feel like Fabs is just freestyling now.
Yeah. Gonna be looking for a resummon in a minute. It's about to run out. We know it's coming.
Resummon.
Nope. Watch out for the fatal blow.
Oh, never mind. Yep, there's the break.
Doesn't need to resummon now. Forward 3. Fabs. All right, 2-0. One game away from eliminating Medium Ninja. Moving on in this bracket. Opponent to be determined, because we have to go through those winners bracket matches as well. But one step at a time for Fabs at this point.
Well, the winner of this match is actually going to have to play against the loser of Kanamani and Josh TQ. So, I mean, I would say, you know, whoever wins is going to have a tough opponent. But I feel like that's so vague because literally every match in the tournament, you could say that. Because we are now at that final territory, but still. Again, I like what we're seeing from Medium. I feel like it really is just a question of optimization where Medium's going for some situations, we're seeing, you know, some practical applications of the new buffs, but dropped combos where it's really important to not drop them, not committing to things that otherwise just would have been such a game changer. Whereas what we're seeing from Fabs is just straight up, like, everything's working out. You know, execution's on point, mix-ups are there, not overcommitting, just playing a real solid game. Yep, good armor. Oh, there we go.
It's one of those new changes for Reptile.
Damn, almost 400 into the pressure.
Increased throw damage thanks to Sub-Zero, 130. Big duck as well. Medium Ninja. Clean round. I would say we need a few more of those, but that would be easier said than done at this level. But great start.
Hey, it's all got to start somewhere. We have seen, I mean, we just saw a reverse Game 5. Thanks to Law Corridor making that change. And we did see a change, you know, we haven't mentioned it yet, but the Sub-Zero cameo instead of Striker from Medium. We did just see this exact situation lead to a full Game 5 reverse sweep.
Not watching your feet. Did have the breaker to shut down any chance of Sento.
Oh, whiff punish! Oh, never mind. There's whiff punish, though. I mean, that first hit would have been broken anyway, so I think that kind of still worked out in a similar way for Medium. Oh, but there's the check. That was no counter hit. I think maybe Medium was just trying to jump or something.
Wasn't punishable, but was not respecting his own minus frames. And now you're in the corner.
Ouch.
This is not where you want to be versus Kenshi, I can tell you that much. Worst place in the world.
Good flawless block, though, with the delay. Oh, I love that response from Fabs. Seeing the flawless block and then delaying that low big time. Of course. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, no.
Worst case scenario. That's the break.
The breaker is there, but the sandwich is real. Full combo anyway. He's back. And he's mad.
This is worst case scenario part 2. Getting broke into immediately getting hit. That actually could be enough. No, the drop from Fabs. The drop. Hang on. A chance.
Hang on a minute.
Invisibility. Okay, what have you got, Medium? We've got to see it now. Never mind. Caught by the wake-up poke. And there we go. Swift. Fabs is going to close things out. 3-0. That could have been the start of something, but denied in the face of a 3-0.
Okay. Sadly, that does now mean that both Jackson and Medium Ninja currently eliminated. 6 players left of 8. And that, as you quite rightly said, now means that Fabs has moved on and will be fighting in the losers bracket, the loser of Kanamani and Josh TQ. Lord Corridor, currently lying in the same stage of losers bracket, will be fighting the loser of Video Games Joe and Boki. So things are getting heated, things are getting spicy. And again, to remind everyone, this is not a regional qualifier, this is the regional finals of EU West. Only one player in this bracket is going to qualify for Final Combat through this tournament. There's a few variables. Kanamani is doing incredibly well on points. I'm not going to say with absolute certainty whether Kanamani is confirmed, because I do not want to risk being wrong there. But if Kanamani wins this, there is a possibility that it might, eventually pass down into like second place or something like that. So there's so much to consider in this bracket, and we're not even there yet.
Yeah, well, I thought that's just going to be the running theme all the way up until Combo Breaker has happened, because in between now and then, obviously, previously, I'm fairly sure that near enough all of Liga Latina has finished. Obviously, EU East happened just before this. We've already had Middle East finish. We've already had Oceania finish, and North America follows in within the next few weeks or so. And then obviously it's time for Combo Breaker. And then as of Combo Breaker finishing, there is no more points to be earned. All offline majors are done. The only thing that will remain is the last chance qualifier, which is just a case of you sign up for it, you show up, you play. If you win that tournament, you get into Final Combat as the last chance qualifier spot, which for fighting games across the genre, we have seen that be an absolute kind of Cinderella story of winning the LCQ, didn't get in through any other means, and then obviously won it big at the finals, if not winning, but grand finals. We've seen that before. So there's always so much to consider, but the important thing is taking it one day at a time. If you are these players and you've spent the last half year or however long that there have been tournaments offline to get points, online to get points, and now here you are at the regional final, yeah, we can say maybe you can get points at Combo Breaker, maybe you can win LCQ, or you win this tournament and that's it, you're going. That's the last you have to think about it. You win this tournament, you're there, and that is comfort that these players are desperately going to want as we move through to what I think could be quite a monumental game in this tournament so far, as Kanamani faces off against Josh TQ. Now, we haven't talked about it much, but obviously Kanamani, mainly known at this point, he's played all sorts of characters, but the Raiden Kano has been his kind of real main go-to for quite a while. Raiden has been significantly nerfed in the newest update. We have seen Kanamani still play Raiden in things like Rips Arena and community events and whatnot, but I was curious who he'd be playing today, given what is on the line. And it looks like so far he's playing a lot of this Kenshi Striker. Only the second time we've seen him today, but he's going to it. And as you were saying, the Lee May and the debut on this tournament of Janet Cage for that Lee May, for those massive damage extensions. Let's see how this works out.
Now, ultimately, really doesn't matter the kind of character you are, you do have to kind of hold the Sento stuff when it is available. So Lee May, she will have some options at range, and possibly there's some mix-ups to be had at distances where you got EX air flip and stuff like that. The moment you get hit up close though, it's still going to be the same game it is versus everyone. Kanamani off to a really good start here. Really love to see the Lee May coming out of Josh TQ. Anyone that watches him stream knows that it's really, really superb. However, against Kenshi Striker, we'll see how it fares, because she is going to get kind of kept at arm's reach. She doesn't have the greatest range in the world. However, she's got a few projectiles. I wonder how good they will be in the grand scheme of things. When she lands a hit, though, that's where she gets really high damage. However, all right, a good down one. Grab combo incoming.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Every time. Her strike throw game is so good because of her buttons plus frames and her high damage from grab combos. And before you know it, Janet has already regenerated, so it doesn't take a lot of Janet. Good mid. Safety.
Oh, there's the grab, okay.
Not the worst thing. You just have to be out of range of those grenades. Try to punish! Punish! Right, there's Janet. The breaker is forced. Kanamani confident in the comeback here.
Oh, because there's Sento. That's why. Josh TQ going for one play too many there. Kanamani break. When you see a player break when they've got that little health left and potentially quite a lot of life to take it back,
go!
You have to really consider, why have they broken here? What did they see in this round that they think they can still bring back? And in the case of Kanamani, he saw a way back in to finish the round off regardless. He found it immediately at that.
The absolute safety net of that ranged Sento. That's what it was. It was, I'm going to press my 3 button. I'm going to see Sento come in. It's going to slash you. And I'm going to win the round. But overall, I think there was some decent stuff there from Josh. I don't know if we'll see Lee May the entire time, because there are various characters, and it depends on the matchup, I suppose. Who are we going in? Johnny Cage this time. Try and capitalize maybe on close range.
Well, it's interesting because one thing that Kenshi players have consistently said they are not a fan of having to play against is specifically Lao Cameo. You know, it's the low hat going through Sento and hitting him. Obviously, it's always a threat. Now, again, I know low hat was nerfed in the most recent update, but not in a way that I think in this matchup specifically Cage is going to really care about. Because obviously Johnny Lau is a team. Like, these are two characters that have definitely been nerfed over time, and they're still really good. So I think it just goes to show how strong these characters are, especially in the hands of a talented player that we know Josh is. And of course, Kanamani, no stranger to Johnny Cage himself.
Oh, yeah. The original success really came from Johnny Cage with Kanamani.
Oh, there's that defensive call, but oh, rare footage of Kanamani not really capitalizing off of it.
Oh, squeezes out a down one. Forward 2 doesn't quite hit its mark. Another throw tech. Something about both Josh TQ and VGY. So I was reading the gamer tag, not the tournament handle. Really good throw techs, actually, both of them. It's very, very, very hard to consistently grab them.
I think it's just the Josh TQ VGY families. They're just good at teching throws.
That's what we tech
because they both just they just don't get thrown.
Oh, I'm not sure what that was. Maybe EX.
Fantastic blocks from Josh. My goodness. Oh, that was greedy if ever I've seen it. What a punish.
I refuse to believe that was intentional. I've never seen someone do that right in their opponent's face. Then again, it is Kanamani, who's quite confident.
Do you think perhaps he just tried to EX, but...
I don't think it... The regular one definitely wasn't the plan.
Oh, there's a catch. Oh,
either
armor.
that or you conceded a combo knowing that you'd have the stance ready, like, by the end of the combo or something.
Has to spend the bar to get the replenish. Oh, wow, that forward 1-2 just moved him out of the way. Oh, hello, punish.
You're not going to get a kill, though. You're only going to get a shadow kick.
I think you take what you can get in that scenario. Yeah, again, I actually think Josh was perhaps expecting some kind of armor in response. No, the grenades keep him alive. Oh, big neutral jump, and still not enough.
Oh, did not expect the shadow kick. Got the flawless block, but did not expect the shadow kick at all.
That was such an intense final, like, handful of exchanges. There's so much to unpack. It was just so scary.
It was super clutch, actually, on Kanamani's side. That flawless block near the end was ridiculous. Knew that string was coming. Had the timing ready. Was not ready for the shadow kick.
I actually don't know if the straight shadow kick, like, jails off of that either. I think that was just, again, one of those calculated risks to take.
Yeah.
Where when you get to that kind of exchange where it isn't... honestly, it looks like a scramble, but it really isn't. Because you know both players were completely aware of what was happening. Even though it looked like a bit messy, it wasn't to them.
No. Hard to break down those moments play by play, especially when things are as stressful as they are. Right. Down one. Takes a turn. Low hat begins.
Oh, so clipped. Long range of that 1-4.
All right, back in the blender.
He tried to up block, I think, yeah. That certainly would have been a call out. Josh's defense against the Sento pressure has been impressive, but the thing is, still taking chip. He's still building all that bar.
Down one punish. Doesn't sound like much, but it does give Johnny Cage a turn. Advancing forward 3, the low stuff. The low hat mix-up. Using a lot of the regular low hat at the moment, though, because the charged one, even for Cage, that's going to be a much longer cooldown than he would otherwise want to deal with.
I love that usage, by the way, when Kanamani goes for like an EX resummon into grenades to cover it. That's like really, really smart.
Oh, wow. Unusual exchange there between the two of them. And that's the overhead. Will be able to break. Chooses to do so. Yeah,
So
good
even
jump
though
back.
you have to remember as well, Kanamani is definitely the favorite of the region, but it's not like he's been undefeated. You know, especially players, you know, Josh TQ in the past has been able to beat him in tournaments. So it's like, when you see this kind of match going the distance, you have to wonder, what's Sam going to see today? There's the catch. Down to the wire, though.
A very slow match. A lot of good defense on a character like Kenshi or whatever else. Even those block strings from Sento, if you successfully get around them quite a lot, it eats a lot of the clock just executing the whole thing. All right, dash in. Escape failed. Not that it really matters in this game, but good information. Any information.
The fact that that actually wasn't a whiff punish, but also had time to tech, I think.
Sento time. The back dash. Just try and escape.
And again, that low hat, so good at dealing with the Sento. Uh-oh. There's the low. But actually got caught jumping, I think, so couldn't get a full confirm. There's the meaty. Now this is damage. Has to break. Yep, no hesitation.
We see the prioritization. Sento above all else. Tried to get it. Still has to watch out. Here comes the follow-up. Always, always. Now.
I love the choice to go for the plus frames there, though, Kanamani, seeing that Sento was just about to disappear. Good block. Really
what a
good
block.
Not quite enough, but yeah, how do you avoid it at that range against Striker Cameo? You need some absolute out-of-this-world flawless block to survive that, I think. That was a really good block, though. Was that low overhead?
Yeah, it must have been. I'm pretty sure the overhead was the last thing that was blocked. We'll have to play it back in slow motion.
Usually that's what you want, because the overhead's the only one that launches, but still. Well played. I think a lot of the sets we have left to go in this tournament are just going to go the distance. I think we're just at that point of competition for this region, because EU West has been such fierce competition throughout the last, I mean, I'd say handful of months, but really it has been quite a while when you think about it. And that's a lot of time for regular competition as well. A lot of these players, they're doing like community tournaments. Of course, Josh TQ does, you know, run his own community tournament series as well. Obviously, in it to win it. You've got things like Rips Arena. Obviously, Kanamani is playing in everything as well. Like, these are players who are hungry for competition. So, you know, when they get to this point, like, for them, this is the result of that grinding. You know, you find yourselves in regional finals. Win this, you go to finals for the, you know, the final combat, the world championships for MK. Like, this is what it's all about.
Ah, the low hits its mark. Doesn't go actually to launch. Rare combo drop. Kanamani normally pretty full on with the execution.
But at the same time, Josh TQ missing quite a few whiff punishes too. Normally he's so good, especially with that Johnny Cage forward one. But really hesitating in a lot of these instances. It's easier said than done, especially if Sento's on the screen. So you don't want to go for a whiff punish just to get slashed in the back.
Yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen. Because then it's not just that, the big damage that follows, but then sandwich, which is a nightmare. Oh, and there you go, caught Preston down one.
Because he was trying to get rid of Sento, but Kanamani knew.
Always prepared. Part of playing a puppet character is understanding how your opponent wants to hit the puppet and then capitalizing. And that's not going to be Kenshi specific. Ooh. Name a puppet character in any game. It'll be a similar idea. Hang on a minute.
Do you spend Fatal Blow? Doesn't need to. Oh, catches the low. And that's going to be match point now for Kanamani.
It's such a simple application, is the grenades. There are so many different cameos with Kenshi that are doing rather creative stuff and these weird combos and everything else. For Striker, it literally is just string into grenades, but it's enough to start the whole thing. But it's so useful. You can use them defensively, offensively. The grenades are always there, and then before you know it, boom, look at this. All I did was press one cameo button, and now I've started this whole sequence.
Because that's what you do it for. You do it to cover those options so you can facilitate getting Sento on screen. And now Josh put in a really rough spot. Combos from, cuts it short, resummons.
That would have been 180 damage you do not want to take. Kanamani won't care about that. Decent little trade, still got a considerable life lead.
Oh, that would have been huge. Up block. Yep, instant break though. Josh has one more chance here.
Didn't have enough charge.
He got
That's
caught.
it.
Yep, spend the fatal blow. That's going to clean up the round, and that keeps Josh in the set. Oh, you definitely want to do as much as you can to keep the winner's bracket lifeline alive and intact in this kind of tournament. And Josh, backed against the ropes there. One round away from getting sent down to losers, and Kanamani advancing to that winner's finals, but not yet. But perhaps delaying the inevitable or changing things around. Who knows? Kanamani, there you go. Finds a grenade, finds a combo. Best case scenario start for Kanamani. Sandwiched. All right, what's the mix? Overhead!
Oh, no, and there's no breaker. That's going to hurt so much. Reset.
No, he reset. He reset.
Yep.
Oh, into another. And cuts it short. God. No break for you. Aye, off with his head.
How quick was that round?
It was fast, but that's Kanamani for you.
Wow. How about that?
But that's why this team makes complete sense for Kanamani, honestly. He's played a lot of characters in the game since launch, and I don't want to say that Kenshi is a recent character for him, because I know he's been playing him for quite a while. It's just not the one we'd see the most common. But one thing that keeps all of his characters together is, again, very aggressive player is Kanamani. He's always loved those. And I think that is just the style of a lot of these kind of like younger EU players, is especially because there was that kind of new wave of competitive players that really started to compete with kind of the rise of online community events in kind of like, you know, year 2 MK11 onwards. And Kanamani's definitely one of those players. You know, the Desartids, the Kanamanis, obviously Javier doing a lot of stuff like the Open Series and whatnot. And these players, they can be very aggressive. And obviously these days Javier is obviously really adjusted to whatever he needs to do for Scorpion specifically. But someone like Kanamani wants those aggressive characters, wants to rush you down, do damage, and just keep you on the back foot. And that is exactly what this team is doing. You know, we're saying it before, for specifically the grenades, it is function over form for those grenades, and Kenshi specifically. It's not the most flashy cameo usage, but it covers everything he needs him to cover and gets his game going. And the result is what we see there, as a 3-1 victory gets him to another winners finals here in our EU West regional finals.
Which means our next matchup on stream is going to be Video Games Yo versus Boki, which is a runback times 3 or 4 or however many times.
I've lost count.
Yeah, me too. It's a matchup between two players that have gone back and forth considerably. Boki, I believe, historically has sort of had the upper hand, not by a long shot, but it's always been enough just to kind of finish the job. It's character-wise a little bit different. Sometimes it's always been Lao from Boki, but from VGY's side, sorry, we've had General Shao, we've had definitely Liu Kang.
Yeah, Liu Kang is probably the one we've seen him play the most. But that's what I mean. I was talking about this earlier on, but because we know that VGY has had a tendency to play so many different characters, I do wonder what his go-to is against Boki specifically in this tournament, because we know he plays a lot of characters. Obviously he played Baraka earlier. This is only the second match we've seen of him on stream, and it looks like he could be playing Baraka Kano again. That is going to be the team. Team Richard Divizio. Will it get the job done?
Isn't it? Cold can, Kano Cola.
Cracking good.
So, back 3, Meteon Lao's Wake Up is at the very least going to neutralize the Wake Up armor. Maybe not so much everywhere else. We'll see what kind of situations VGY has for that. But we shall see if the Baraka is going to be enough.
Well, there's one huge benefit of Baraka Kano, and that's if you play it right, no gaps.
Very true. Immediate hit confirm. Trying to get a little bit of extra damage here. That really ain't bad at all, is it?
There it is, no gaps. Oh, counter hit though. He was pressing. He was looking for something. Yeah. Ooh, didn't cancel this time. But still, look at the lead he's established already. Yep, down 4 for safety underneath. He knows. I like this choice. On paper, this makes a lot of sense for VGY. When played right, there shouldn't be much of any opportunities for Lao to get anything started, aside from things like whiff punishes and obviously looping these kind of good knockdowns, that corner carry.
Baraka is going to have the benefit of that back forward 3 armor. The second you block back 3 or anything like that, Baraka, the threat of it is so real. And he moves forward too, so maybe out of range of Goro, perhaps. We're punished.
Yeah, huge duck.
All right, keep it simple. 4-4 or back 3?
Well, both back 3 and 4-4 will make mincemeat out of the armor. Like, they both armor break it so easily. Yeah, make it safe. Yep. Oh, yep.
Lovely tech,
Going for pressure. The VGY is playing this very clean. Oh, huge hit. Punish. Yep. He knows. That's -7, baby. Big counter hit. That's going to be enough. Does he have to spend Fatal Blow? Probably not.
Nah. I can only imagine that was meant to be like a button into down forward 2, and VGY just did not get the button. That was just a raw special.
But that is probably not the last time we'll see that, though. Kung Lao, one of the only characters in the game, has that 6-framer. And what a -7. That back 3-1, -7.
That's what I'm saying, though.
The overhead, right? Baraka's overhead, -7.
Never, ever doubt Boki's knowledge. Like, he's played Kung Lao exclusively for years and years and years, that if Lao has specific punishes on common strings, he will know them. Full combo. Getting the optimal damage here. Meaty in the corner. Armor.
No reason not to, and that's enough. Oh, stab, stab, stab. Job done. Good night. Game number 1 for VGY with that Baraka Kano. Yeah, this is making a lot of sense. I think, like, the things he has that are -7, you're most likely to see the back 3-1, because that's kind of like the most, I suppose, like, consistently highest reward you can get, especially when you're getting a lot of mileage out of back 3. Because you can hit confirm it by itself, but you have to be so on point. But it can be done. And again, armor breaking all the time. Standing 4, armor breaking all the time. But of course, you just said it before, Boki, he has that knowledge. He is no stranger to Kung Lao, played optimally, and he is going to be staying with it. I don't think we'll ever... The only time I think we'll ever see Boki change is if he's, like, for some reason playing a different cameo. I've seen him play double Lao before, but I think that's just a Boki thing, as opposed to, like, a tournament thing.
Why play 1 Lao when I can play 2 Lao? There's the first little bit of successful armor, really. Boki's struggling to
Well, he's going to find it in the
early.
neutral, right? As a whiff punishment, as just establishing space. He's not going to do it on block anywhere near as much because of the way that VGY is playing. Oh, gets caught. Never mind. Keeps it short and sweet with the back 3-2 instead.
Standing up just a fraction too early there. Walking right into that hat. Not part of the plan. All right, Kano. One thing we haven't seen from Boki yet, I'm pretty sure you're going to know what I'm talking about. A lot of down forward 2s and not a lot of armor.
Yeah, we're not seeing much of the interruption for the barrage, but...
Strange, because that's a full combo for Lao.
Well, some armored moves actually go underneath him, and I have a hunch...
Oh, actually, maybe it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while. I have a hunch that Lao's armor actually goes underneath him, because he leaves the ground at the point that the gap is there. So if your armor moves you really far forward or like lower to the ground, it will miss. Like, no, I actually can't do it. Baraka can't do it in the mirror. I don't think Lao actually can because of his armor.
When I look back on it, I'm remembering those exchanges. I think you're completely right. I completely forgot. That's why I'm a commentator and not a top player.
Well,
I forgot about it.
You were just saying, right, in terms of like Boki, he's going to have that knowledge, and that is the kind of thing that if it was possible and it was worth it, we would be seeing it for sure. And that's probably why we're not even seeing it attempted, because Boki probably knows it doesn't work. Oh, there's the confirm.
Build up that Kano. The moment a Kano becomes available, VGY isn't going to need it now.
You can tell that VGY has put time into confirming that back 3. Yeah, I love that choice. Just go for the ball. At that point, you don't need to extend a string. You just need to make something safe or do chip.
You know, actually, not being able to armor the down forward 2 without getting a weird exchange, probably one of the reasons that would have inspired picking Baraka versus Lao in the first place. There are so many moving parts that would just give Baraka a decent chance in theory in this matchup, and VGY doing a good job of showing it so far.
Oh, did that one too late, but no real punish.
Nice mix-up. Boki, alive and well.
Yeah. Baraka can only jail into the barrage if you do Kano Knives right as the second hit of barrage connects. Any later than that, it probably won't jail. But your opponent has to know that it won't jail and press accordingly, because they're still going to be active. You got to be careful. Boki really trying to slow this down. There we go.
Can't armor break that. I feel like we were a few frames off, actually. That back 3 did hit, but not in time for the second hit.
I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing VGY specifically go for back 3 so frequently. Because again, this a punishment. Oh, he's got him. He's got him.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, does that do enough? He's 950 HP, but this does less than all the other fatal blows. But it might be just enough. I think it is enough. Oh, actually, no, I don't think so. Oh my goodness, he whiffed the jump normal. Oh my goodness, my heart skipped a beat there. VGY. Well played though. Again, going for the ball to get the mid cameo ambush there, just to try and cover all bases.
An interesting choice. Yeah, Baraka's fatal blow. It does less damage because it sets up Oki, right? It sets up a debuff.
It gives him his chip damage debuff as well. Or his chip damage buff, I guess I should say. Well, you know, it technically is a debuff to them, but that's why, because it's like you hit them with fatal blow, and now suddenly they're taking way more chip damage for a few seconds. Not as important there, but when you are looking to just finish off the round and chip damage is the threat, like we saw him go for the instant mid Kano balls, so you know, definitely want to get something off it. I think the only thing that would have kept Boki alive is a flawless block, and that's easier said than done against a ambush that you have like variable timing on.
That backdash fatal blow read was absolutely a just go big or go home moment. You may as well bet the round on something that's going to give you massive reward. A punish there, Boki. An unfortunate combo drop. And now, full combo plus whatever comes next. Back 3. No. Waited for maybe a wake up. Uh-oh. Still gonna combo. Yep. Kano does let you still pick up from that.
Yeah.
And the fact that Boki hasn't tried armor on that down forward 2 once, absolutely to me cements that that weird armor exchange definitely still exists.
Well, it's not even a case of go for it and it's a bad trade. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't.
It misses.
You spend the bar and get nothing. Like, it's definitely not even worth it.
Which would make it somewhat of a Kung Lao counterpick, question mark?
I'm not going to say it's instantly a bad matchup, but it does mean that at point blank, that Lao Goro game is just a lot more difficult.
I mean, it's smart. It's a smart choice.
Look at the chip! Oh, and he gets hit by the overhead. Look at that. That was all a block string, by the way.
Without
that was
flawless
like all
block.
a block string.
Without flawless block, Baraka in the corner, hurty.
And look at the block he built. He's now going to use to slasher. Oh, good overhead. Both fighting back.
Not enough Barakas do extended block strings, you know. This is the first time I've seen a Baraka that ain't you do that.
Well, it's because like obviously flawless block is such a constant thing, but at this instance, does that? No, you don't kill. Yeah, get the debuff.
Oh no, block
now,
string time.
You have to flawless block. Or not. And that's going to be it. Yup. 3-0 VGY. Carving him up, Baraka style. And Kano for good measure. Oh, this one's so gross. Ugh.
Yeah, this ain't the cookout fatality. This one's personal.
Ooh.
Team Divisio takes it.
Let's go, Team Divisio. Yeah, this team is actually mad fun to play as well. If you enjoy playing Baraka, give it a go. You won't regret it. Man, but what a turnaround. We were saying before about how many times these guys have played. It's usually really close. And it is the truth that usually Boki does kind of get the edge on top, you know, in the end of the set. But this time, that was a straight up 3-0 for VGY. He is not messing around today, and this Baraka pick is definitely looking like the right one for him today. Good lord.
The funny thing is about Baraka in particular is that Baraka does actually pair well with a wide variety of cameos. It's just that you only really seem to see the same few, while there are always others there that are good. Like, even during Baraka Striker, when the cooldown on the grenade was a little bit faster, Baraka Kano was still there. And the thing about it is, Striker wasn't necessarily giving you the same kind of block string. Like that corner situation where you do the 4 string and then you do the down back 1, I think it is, into the knives.
Yeah, string into stab, into ambush. That's like, it's easier with knives, for sure.
I don't believe Striker grenades actually If they did, it was very tight. It was extremely tight.
Basically, the trade-off is grenades gave you better turn-stealing damage opportunities and obviously like more safe jump coverage because the grenades being mids made them easier to do on like Oki and things like that. Whereas the knives are just straight up better for just when you've already got them blocking, keeping them that way. And then of course you do have the ball if you need just something mid to hit them in the moment. So it's not quite a one-to-one. Obviously, the knives are high, so it's harder to enforce them off. Like you can't really make back 3-1 as safe with them because, again, they are highs. But as you can see, there are other utilities, right? If you just want to get them blocking, if you just want to keep their minimal gaps, extend your turn, because a lot of these buttons he's doing with Baraka are either safe or like 0 or barely minus anyway. So if you are, you are the right kind of player and you know when your opponent's going to take the turn back, when they're not, and you have that variable timing, it's scary. And now, of course, our winners finals is decided. And could it be any better than Kanamani and Video Games Yo? Another run back, as we will keep saying, for many matches as we have the rest. But slowly but surely, we are thinning out top 8. And now we have 6 remaining. But 4 of those 6 are in losers bracket. It is all to play for. We are by no means finished. However, we are going to take a short break while we get the rest of these matches underway. So don't go anywhere. Stretch your legs, get a drink, have something to eat, whatever you want to do, but be back in a few minutes because you don't want to miss these games. See you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Final Combat.
That's where Kanimani's looking. There it is! Oh, he waited for it! It grand champion for Mortal Kombat 1 here. No, not again. He tried to get and Wise Gemini tried to get away.
With the pop off BDG. I am so sorry.
What? What? Command that into the orb? That was disgusting.
It's so big. Combo it, yes.
And Sonic with Ray is your first.
Big like your opening Kano lines numbered once again. Full combo conversion.
We're going to have some fantastic players ready for you up here who have made the top 8. As you would expect, we have some of the very best players in the world.
Over the chip, but he missed it down 3. Superman it! The regular breaker's not going to matter. Put him on the ground.
Oh my God.
Welcome to Pro Competition, the pinnacle of Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay. A role paved with challengers and conquerors, a test of might as players fight towards a spot at Final Combat. Players from around the globe are looking to show off their skills to those watching. However, if you talk to competitors at events, there's something more to Pro Competition beyond the search for a champion.
It's my first time seeing a lot of people because I used to play them online, used to talk to them all the time in the chat, Twitch chat. So really with the Pro Comp Tour, it's the community aspect of bringing everyone that we never got a chance to really see in person and really build that relationship from that point on.
It feels good, man. After COVID, everything shut down and everything pretty much stopped. So, it feels good to be back out here in this environment and everybody getting back together and, and enjoying the new era that is Mortal Kombat 1.
Pro Competition is more than just the gameplay. It's the sense of community. And for players who've been waiting for its return, it's equally about sharing a passion for Mortal Kombat through competition.
A lot of guys live for this, including myself. I competed for over 10 years, did it for the love of it, and a lot of people love this.
You get to build that relationship, talk about tech, exchange ideas, and really you just get that vibe of being with somebody who actually likes the game as much as you do.
For players who've only experienced competition through the online battles in Combat League, the one thing players want you to know is that they're always welcoming new combatants.
I can't find him nowhere, but you might know number 1. It's Ninja Killer. I want to fight him. I got to.
Get to see Rewind. I have him in my pool, so I get to go up to him and be like, hey, please let me hit you. Please let me hit you. I'm just I'm just trying.
The beauty in competition is truthfully the fellowship from the players. There's just no better feeling than sitting next to people you made friends with through Mortal Kombat. Because these memories last a lifetime.
What people are missing whenever they're sitting at home playing online is they're missing the energy levels whenever they come to an offline event, such as ECT right now. The energy levels, the intensity, it's definitely a once in a lifetime type of feeling.
This is my first time being here. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I wasn't able to make it to that one. So being here, this is another experience right here. I love all of this. I'm not gonna lie.
I came in like towards the tail end of the last Pro Tour, so being at the actual Pro Tour is really exciting because I don't know, I love the offline feel. It's an amazing feeling.
Definitely come to the events. Live events, I mean, online is great, but offline is where it's really at. So you get to see the people playing next to somebody. You can't recreate that online. Always come to the events.
With these memories, the tales can be told. From the dominance that Sonic Fox and their skills have shown, to Ninja Killer taking his talents as an online warrior, to being the biggest threat sitting beside you. The new era will be promising.
Needs to win his block and lightning cage. Cyrax spin the win, flawless block forward dash, and Sonic with rain is your first pro competition champion.
This is Pro Competition.
Shamed the souls of your ancestors. Which of my ungrateful kin are within you? Fight.
You might be many, but I am the one.
You are not even Earthrealm's champion.
You've changed since we first met.
We believe for the better.
Hello everyone and welcome back to EU West Pro Competition Online Regional Finals. We are Ketchup and Mustard and we will be bringing you the rest of today's action as we are getting down to the make or break time, where one player today and one player alone will win the tournament and therefore punch their ticket straight to Final Combat's World Finals in Canada in a few months' time. But of course, before we get there, we have some matches to finish off. We've got talented players such as Kanamani, Videogames Yo, Boki, Law Corridor, Josh TQ, and Fabs still in this tournament, duking it out to see who is going to get the all-important spot at the end.
Now, before we jump into it, we've got a couple of things to go over. The first of which is that you can get your hands on some official Mortal Kombat 1 merchandise. Go to wbshop.com, and if something tickles your fancy, grab it. If not, that's okay. Don't worry about it. But if you want to get involved in competitive Mortal Kombat, well, we have just the tournament for you. It's Combo Breaker. And it will be happening next month in Chicago, or Illinois, technically. I don't want to be wrong about that. You can check out all the information that you need on Combo Breaker.
It's basically Chicago.
It's everyone says it is. It's easier to say that, isn't it? But it's the one-stop shop for competitive Mortal Kombat. If you want to play offline, you want to meet people, or you want to just play against the people that you've been watching for months on end, this is the greatest tournament to go to. It is personally our favorite tournament of the year. There are so many to choose from. Combo Breaker is our favorite. And has always been, you know, I mean, Mortal Kombat, born and bred. That's where Mortal Kombat is from. Of course, Combo Breaker is a huge tournament. So
the most important thing, of course, is that this is the final offline major stop for earning points in the leaderboard. So if you are already a competitive player and you're looking to get as close to those top spots to qualify for the finals via points, this will be your last opportunity to get points to do so. Or if you are just a casual fan of fighting games, you just want to spectate, maybe you watched that video about East Coast Throwdown in the break and thought, hey, I like the vibe of that looks like fun, go to Combo Breaker, you won't regret it. But now it is time for us to return to the tournament. This is what it's all about today. EU West, this is the finals for the region. Of course, we've had 3 qualifying tournaments where people have played for points and cash, but this is what it's all been building up to. If you win this tournament, you qualify for the World Finals. It is as simple as that. Kanamani, VGY, and Winners Finals, they are waiting. But before we get to them, it is time to sift through some more of our losers matches with Boki and Law Corridor and Josh TQ versus Fabs. We are getting to the best of the best for this part of the world. And honestly, I think this is about as much as we were expecting to see. It's been quite a competitive region. Of course, you know, a name that's noticeably absent from this event, of course, MK Javier, has already qualified. He has earned enough points in the leaderboard that there is no way that 9 people can overtake him. So he's guaranteed for finals anyway, and was unable to play in this due to conflicts anyway. So if you're wondering why he's not here, that's why. But there are still plenty of top-level players ready for that spot, and I'm very excited to see who's going to get it, because a number of these players, the Kanamanis, the VGYs, the Bokis in particular, they've got quite a lot of points, but maybe not enough to be comfortable to qualify yet. I know Kanamani has a lot more than the others, but even he, I don't know if mathematically is guaranteed for finals. Whereas, obviously, VGY and Boki, they have some, but definitely not enough to be safe yet. Like, if they don't win this, they've got to go to Combo Breaker and hope that they can do better there as well. So it's a lot of work to do, as opposed to just winning today. I'll say that.
It's, you know, we just talked about Combo Breaker and how that is the last opportunity to gather points. There is prize money for the regional finals. We've been given a graph just to my side while we set this match up. Looks like Josh.
Hey, it's not pennies. First place gets close to $2,500, $2,400 for first place. That's not bad for an evening of Mortal Kombat.
Not at all. But qualifying for Final Combat is what everyone's going to want the most. If you don't win this regional finals and there was a potential for you to go to Combo Breaker anyway as a player, that Combo Breaker is going to be brutal, because everyone is going to have the same idea. Everyone that was in a position to qualify that didn't quite get it through regional finals, they're all going to have to go to the same place, and they're all going to have to fight each other. It's going to be an insanely cool tournament from a viewer's perspective, but very stressful if you're a player. However, starting off here with Josh TQ versus Fabs, Already, Josh TQ able to establish just a little bit here. That low hat is pretty damn good at neutralizing that neutral, no pun intended, from Kenshi. And it just goes through various things.
Well, it's been a pain for Kenshi players since launch, basically. It's just, it goes through the Sento, it hits Kenshi in the back. Obviously, it can be held for like variable timing. It's a bit of a headache, to put it politely, for Kenshi. But Josh, of course, making it work.
All right, round 1 here for Josh TQ. Those wondering what that Kenshi skin is, it was a story Kenshi skin recently introduced in the latest update. I think it's a shrine reward, but don't quote me on that. I think it is.
I think so for this season, yeah. It's some of the story ones from the Sundo Festival. But I don't know if it's this season or last one. Either way, I'm not sure. Regardless, looks cool. Oh, whiff punish! Josh TQ was definitely significantly more hesitant to whiff punish with Johnny against Striker cameo, I think, because of just the existence of grenades. But against Cyrax, not quite the same threat, I think, of just having him just fly out on a whim. Oh, there's the low overhead.
Block. Low overhead always exists here for the charged low hat. Not going to have it as often. Oh, my lord. Just eating the 2-on-2 on its own. And that's going to be a full combo. Not enough to win the round, but we are going to get pressure. Meaty low hat. The duck. The hard read here from Fabs. And that's not only a full combo, but it's the Sento situation. Down back 4 to create the sandwich. And now let's have a look. Are we going to see maybe a parry, maybe a flawless block? Maybe Josh TQ's just going to try and ride this one out. Should we get opened up? A breaker is used. A confident breaker here from Josh. Oh, that's the round. No, it isn't.
Never mind. He let it go.
Saved us.
Tried it again this time. Not quite as Josh TQ. Oh, and the brutal, because why not? My goodness. Yeah, I was just saying before, yeah, how you can just hold the low hat and it can just be a bit of a pain in the backside for Kenshi. Well, there you go. There's a rather specific example, I suppose.
That release on the low hat. Keeping Josh alive.
It's nice to see Josh still playing with so much confidence. Obviously, it had a decent match against Kanamani in winners. But, again, not quite the... I would say the usual self, in particular with the whiff punishes, which obviously we're seeing very different now. Will that be enough?
Don't worry, by the way, stream, I do believe there is a bit of a sort of crackly audio thing going on, but rest assured, as soon as we have the chance to do it, might give that a refresh. I feel like this kind of thing is a bit tricky to do mid-match, because of course you don't want to make the players have to wait longer. They're in the zone, they're currently playing. Do not want to get in the way of what they're currently doing.
Yeah, it's like worst case scenario is interrupting the matches when they've already started.
That's the one thing you can't do when they've already started, especially for what they're playing for. Okay.
Oh, it's actually quite rare that you see throw used as a mix-up option, because normally it's like whether they block overhead or low when the Sento is out. It's like, well, if they block, I'm still plus, so I'm just going to keep looping it. But if you know they're blocking, you can grab. But obviously not the highest reward option. Oh, there's a catch. I love that confirm.
A lot of respect being shown there, because Fabs only had 1 bar, spent it on the not the mix-up, sorry, the actual launcher. And Josh sacrificing the damage. Cyrax is becoming available very shortly.
Problem is, though, no bar.
No.
If Sento can come out, that bar will come back fast, but we're not there yet. And especially if Josh has the lead.
Risky of Fabs too, yeah. The second we block that net, we know that we're safe to activate. And now that's where low hat starts to really come in. Lovely hit confirm. Now, that's going to do a great job of regenerating a whole bunch of Cyrax. However, Fabs is still going to have difficulty finding an opportunity, because even though Cyrax is back, we're still not going to have much to work with. We are going to get some meterless combos from overhead.
Well, I'm pretty sure him hitting Fatal Blow also puts him back into, like, the normal...
Oh, no, yeah, you are right.
The normal stance, too.
That's exactly
so that was definitely doing a good few things there. Oh, never mind. Hang on. Oh, wow. Josh manages to find the low hat and converts off of it. That actually seemed like it was going so well for Fabs until suddenly it wasn't. Oh, unfortunate.
Didn't have Cyrax ready. And when I say Cyrax, I mean the horizontal chopper. That's the one that matters most off 141 for Kenshi.
That's basically what we're going to see more than anything else, for sure. Which is, it's nice to see Kenshi get the synergy, though, because he still gets nice vertical pickup. Obviously, if he hits net, he can use it as a free activation if he can. But obviously, hitting net for him is easier said than done.
Oh, moving Sento just a little bit further behind Kenji, just so the hat wouldn't hit it. That was smart stuff from Fabs.
There's the overhead. Ooh. But again, Josh TQ preserving that breaker, not letting there be a huge reward for that. And you can see how Josh, he just does not want to go in as long as Sento is a threat. He's so much happy just to hit Sento, do the damage. Because if you hit Sento enough, the damage Sento takes will actually add up.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That could be huge. Staggers. Good block on the low, but there's the overhead finish.
I mean, that's a mix-up. It's either going to be low hat or overhead splat. Fabs didn't get the right read on that.
Hey, there is a reason we're still seeing Johnny Lau, even after both of these characters have taken significant nerfs over the months. This team is definitely still solid, especially in the hands of someone who's fundamentally very strong. And of course, we're seeing a lot of that from Josh. Now, unfortunate for now, Fabs, 2 games down. Can definitely bring it back. I think he is the right caliber of player for it. But what is going to be the pick? Because there's the problem. Because this is like last game territory now. Whatever he chooses now will be it. He no longer get the opportunity to swap. So whatever cameo he gets, he has to be... Ooh,
oh, okay.
Okay. We're seeing shades of what Kanamani has been doing.
You do have that information. I mean, we saw how successful that was against your opponent, right? You've already watched Josh TQ get sent to losers by Kenshi with the striker. If you know how to play it yourself, then look, if it's 1 game away from just being eliminated from the regional finals, it's worth a try if you have any confidence in it.
But of course, you were saying earlier on, Fabs is a day 1 Kenshi player in this game. So you know, if there is going to be synergy to be found, he's going to understand it. Oh, but couldn't pick up again.
The armor.
Oh,
hard to block.
Tricky. That actually looked like overhead low.
Back to back down 1.
Good
really
patience though.
Stuff. Oh, the parry.
That's like, I think that might be the first time we've seen that from Josh all day, at least in this tournament. Okay, good block on that one. Remember that held low hat, still a low.
That's
so
a round saving
was going to be
right
tricky.
There.
Yeah, he would have been down for
block.
sure. But Josh, he just does not want to overextend. Just wait out, get the cooldown back for Lau cameo. You have a life lead as long as he doesn't go into Sento stance. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, couldn't combo. This could be something. Yep, that's going to be the round.
I like that choice from Fabs too, because there is a possibility that a standard combo might have done it, but then you have to remember, A, the combo might have dropped, B, might have done not just enough, and C, breaker. The chance for Josh to possibly build a combo breaker on that. So just eliminate that risk entirely and just cash out Fatal Blow.
Well, I was saying before about how defensive Josh was being. I was like, well, provided Sento doesn't come out and do his thing, he should be okay. But then, again, that's what Striker is doing for Kenshi. All you need them to do to get Sento out and mix in is just block basically near enough anything, it seems. As long as you have the grenade timing down, you'll be okay.
Nice challenge, that jump in right there. Oof. Range on that sweep. Big jump in. And now we're going to get a couple more mix-ups. Not going to need it. Spend it on the combo instead. A bit of a drop there from Fabs. That's unfortunate.
Punish.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. And he hit Sento at the same time. That's a little bit more damage too, which could be important here. Good. Force block.
Mix-up. Standing 1 still plus. Johnny Cage lost a few plus frames on things like 1-1, but some of his individual buttons are still...
Yeah, tell you what, he didn't lose them all. As right now, Josh is looking at potentially match point.
All right, back to full screen. Not going to be there for long. Only a matter of time. Punish.
Ooh. Yeah, reversal punish too.
Mix up.
Uh-oh. Now, even though that got armor broke, I don't think you really care if you're Josh, because you still come off damage positive in that instance.
2 for 1 there. The charging buzzsaw hitting Sento. Release it to hit Kenji. Okay. With punish. Didn't spend the meter.
Oh, can't parry the Sento.
Now we are going to get one more mix before it disappears. Are we going to resummon? Surely we do. Surely Fabs just spends it.
But can he find it? Because it looks like Josh, he is beelining it forward.
I think Fabs is really prioritizing having a breaker, to be honest with you. No, choose not to. The comeback.
Hey, that was a counter hit and a half. Fabs able to find it. That was one of those literal do or die scenarios. When you go down like that low life, like less than half life, both players apiece, and you're down potentially match point, yeah, that is the time to bring it out. And again, this striker change, this is not the first time we've seen this today, where someone has gone down 2 games. They have only changed cameo, and it's made all the difference in the world. And I honestly, I think we're going to see quite a lot more Kenshi Striker in the very near future. I think this is a team that is really beginning to pick up in popularity, especially with the existing Kenshi players.
You just kind of realize how much those grenades will do for you. Covering you, making you a little bit safer, giving you a shred of more ranged presence that can double up at helping just having Sento stance out. We'll see if it's going to be enough to pull off a reverse sweep here. Didn't even get the first hit because the actual grab portion of the grab does not cement a first hit bonus. The grenades took it away. 2-1-2.
Okay, yeah, it just gets smacked by the overhead this time. It is fuzzyable, but it's not something Johnny players always default to, so you might not always be ready.
Tries to match cameo with cameo. Fab still down on life here.
Oh,
okay.
That could be huge. Nice pickup. Wow, was that a back 2 first, just for a little bit more damage?
It was. Back 2 into EX uppercut.
Not bad. A good lead for Josh to be in, but again, if there's one character you must never count out. As long as they've got Fatal Blow and access to Sento, it could be Kenshi, especially when it's someone like Fabs. Oh, never mind. I actually think Fabs wanted to go into this stance going into the second round, maybe. Just to make sure that he has the moves he needs. Oh my goodness.
Going into the second round, you're still, you know, the rounds reset too. So you would have gone into the regular stance no matter what.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you just stayed in stance until you changed.
No.
Either way, not too bad of a round. But again, another match point for Josh.
I have a theory that he might have wanted a resummon, actually, the 1-bar version.
It wouldn't be the first time we maybe have seen that input error today.
Defensive striker. Oh, the low profiling, low poke, just to go underneath those grenades. Josh TQ. All right, over half the work is done. Needs a little bit more to cement. Mix-up time. It's an overhead this time. Good block. Down 1. Stealing the turn. A risky armor. That could have been the end of the game.
The problem is, though, even though the armor worked, it now means that Fabs has no breaker. Never mind. Striker grenades.
Save me, Striker.
Josh is actually opting to just back up. Hang on, no! Ah, that was a dangerous, dangerous time to go for that for Fabs. And Josh immediately recognizing it and the whiff punish instantly. Oh my goodness. Who put that star in the living forest? What's that doing here?
Well, doesn't matter now, because that's the end of the game. Unfortunate time to go for the summon. Maybe just the heat at the moment got the better of Fabs, dare I say. And that will now be Josh TQ moving on into top 4, and Fabs sadly eliminated from this regional finals. Our next matchup after this is going to be Boki versus Law Corridor. So we'll be seeing that one afterwards, see who's going to be moving into the top 4 to join the rest of the competition. Shoutouts to Fabs, commentator extraordinaire, bit of a fan favorite over time, you know. Lovely fella, but unfortunately out of this tournament. And it will be Josh TQ moving on.
Well, it was a huge risk to take at the end there, you know, going for a resummon at a time that could be questionable. But, I mean, we've seen enough instances in games where you can kind of be cheeky with it and go for a summon at a time that's dangerous. Because if they don't recognize it, they might not even be ready to whiff punish. And then if they do it late, obviously you can swing Sento and hit them for going for it late anyway. But right there, yeah, to be fair, right as Fabs did the input, Josh wasn't point blank, but I think he was kind of already in the midst of going forward, and then when he saw it, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, whiff punish. But of course, you know, a player the caliber of Josh, you can't be too surprised to see those whiff punishes on board, and a result that you know that Josh is going to be happy with. But again, this is today. This is there's no more points to be given out. Yes, there's prize money, and it is not pennies. You know, if we're talking prize money, there is $2,400. It's a total of $5,000, basically $5,000 for today. It's $2,400 for first, $1,200 for second, $600 for third, and $300 for fourth. So, you know, it's a nice amount of money, but this is all about that first place.
Yeah, not a single player here is thinking about that money. They were always focused on that number 1.
Hey, I'm sure they'll appreciate it when it arrives, but they're not playing for that. They are playing for that first place, direct invite to Final Combat. You want to play at the World Finals? Go to Canada and play against the literal best of the best of the best, and you're one of them? Yeah. If you're a player that's been grinding for 6 months, however long the game has been out, that is the goal, and that's what they want. And they are this close. They are so close to doing it. You know, a couple of matches away. Just think of the however many thousands upon thousands of matches these players have already played. Some of them already dozens of tournaments under their belts. And they're like 2 sets away. If you're winners finals, you win that, nice. Grand finals, win that, nice, done. 2 sets away from making it, and that's it. You know, all that time grinding, you have that to show for it. You know, you can rest easy while you wait for the finals. But only one of them gets it, and we're getting closer to finding out who it is.
Well, as I said earlier, our next matchup's going to be Boki versus Law Corridor. So I'm
Another
guessing...
run back, wouldn't you know?
Yep. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of that Tanya versus Lao. But the last time we saw Law Corridor was the reverse sweep, swapping from Goro Tanya to Chameleon Tanya. So I actually wonder, is it going to be Goro again, or is Law Corridor going to take that newfound, I don't want to say information, because of course he knows how to use the cameo and he knows it's good, but that was really good for him. So I wonder, maybe Chameleon first try.
There is one thing that I think you get with Tanya Chameleon that you, at this point, definitely will not have with Tanya Goro, and that is the element of surprise. I know Chameleon cameo is everywhere, and I know a lot of people are playing it, but let's be real, the Chameleon cameo changes dynamically depending on who you pair her with. Like, you know what move she has, and you can kind of assume the synergies a lot of the time, but it's one thing to think you know, and it's another to play it in-game. And let's be real, Tanya Chameleon is not a common team by any means. If you see Tanya in tournament, 9 times out of 10, at least, it's going to be with Goro. And when you see that team, you know what it's doing. No one is getting surprised by what it's doing. You know the damage output. You know the game plan. You understand their ranges. Obviously, it's not quite as simple as that. But, you know, as a competitive player, matchup, you know, speaking, you know it. You've seen it. There's no way you're going into a tournament, seeing that team and being like, what's it doing? You know. But Tanya Chameleon, totally different ball game. Even if you played against Chameleon loads, I mean, I was still surprised. Yeah, and how much competitive MK1 have we seen since launch? And I was seeing it pretty much for the first time myself as, okay, I've never seen Tanya do any of this. And, you know, I'm sure there are many players out there that are the same. But the question is, do you bet your loser's bracket regional final tournament lifeline on it? Because there's no more safety net. If you lose here, it's over. You're out. And if you're not going to Combo Breaker and you're not going to LCQ, that's your pro competition season done as well. So it makes you wonder. Whereas Boki, you know what you're getting. We know 100% what we're seeing from Boki. He will not be changing. I would be very surprised if he does.
So in regards to the rest of the bracket, there's not many games left. We have Kanamani versus Video Games Joe as the winners finals. So that will be happening after this next matchup. This matchup is to determine the final player that makes it into the top 4. So the top 4 is always a great... it's a great final point usually to end on. And as we mentioned earlier, there is some prize money for everyone here. And the top 4 is where it's going to be. It's most heavily weighted. So that's always quite nice. But being top 4 at this point just means you're one step closer to making the finals. Because there's so much weighing on it. Final combat now, a substantial prize pool. It's going to be from Canada. There is that last chance qualifier. I believe signups are still available for that. So I think you can find what you need at start.gg/final combat if the link is correct. I think I remember mentioning that in the past. I haven't been prompted about it recently. That was just me trying to remember
It's easy enough to find if you're looking for it. And of course, you can go to NRS Esports on Twitter to stay up to date with all things competitive. So, you know, if you're looking to get involved, that's where I'd recommend checking out.
But afterwards, I mean, yeah, there's just not a huge amount left. I'm sort of looking at this bracket. So Kanamani VGY, Josh TQ waiting in losers semis, and the winner of this next matchup is going to join Josh TQ. So it's either going to be Boki or Law.
I know Boki and Law Corridor have played before, so I'm just going to have a quick look through these other qualifiers to see when they have and how many times, because I know I've seen it. It's just a question of when they played and what the score was, because I know they've played before. So I'm just kind of sifting through. Of course, you know, we are waiting just for a few minutes while we get the match underway, of course. Thank you very much for being patient, folks at home.
It was the
ready to play. We'll be good to go.
It was the Europe West qualifier #1. Boki defeated Law Corridor 3-2. So when they played back then, it was really close. But you've got to remember, regional qualifier #1, I think that was Raiden.
3 months ago, yeah.
That would have been Raiden Kano. So we already know we're not going to get Raiden Kano in this matchup. For those that may be slightly out of the loop for competitive Mortal Kombat, the latest patch that introduced Ermac to the game came with a rather substantial balance patch that shifted a fair bit. And what I mean by that is, there were some rather extreme buffs, but also some extreme nerfs to some characters. Raiden is still good. Raiden is definitely not just eliminated from the meta, but some of the changes that were made, especially to something like the Storm Cell, you know, the electromagnetic storm, if you want to be precise, the down back 3, that is more unsafe than it was before, and it also no longer pulls people in if they're airborne. So if you jump right as they do down back 3, you can actually get a much more substantial punish on Raiden rather than just being caught by it and hit. So that's a huge change. The biggest thing that did was nerf the playstyle that allowed Raiden to do any button into down back 3. You just call in Kano, you be safe, you know, you plus for more pressure. That style of Raiden is not as effective. It actually still works. You can still call in the Kano ball, but you've got to be more precise over how you time that now, because if you want there to be no gap, you have to release Kano ball quite early, but you're no longer plus in any way. If you want to release Kano ball to still have something that resembles advantage, there's now going to be a gap between the down back 3 and the Kano release. So you've just got to be a little bit more careful. It's not as, frankly, autopilot as it once was, but it still works. If you want to play Raiden for some of the other stuff that always existed, a lot of that isn't necessarily different. So I do wonder if down the line we're going to be seeing like a different style of Raiden, because it's always there, and Raiden synergizes with a lot more cameos than you might expect. It's just that at the time, so many players were like, I'm just going to play Kano, because Kano Storm Cell was just the easiest and most efficient way to play. That remains to be seen kind of in the future if we're going to get like some different combinations and maybe some different cameos. But in regards to buffs and some of the upgrades, there's a lot too.
Yeah, sorry, just to interrupt. We have to remember that like the version we're playing now, there's never a guarantee that's going to stay that way forever, or for how long even. Because even if we look back to the vanilla MK1, and you know, it was very much kind of like the Cyrax Chopper show, right? And how many characters were kind of, because it was a versatile move that you could pair with a lot of characters to get a similar result, right? It wasn't like one-to-one, and there were definitely characters that used it more than others. But the same thing you could say then it was Kung Lao cameo, Striker cameo, now Chameleon. It looks like Janet Cage could be doing a similar thing for a lot of characters. Like, you always have to take it for what version is you're playing at the time, you know. And the best players will kind of stay flexible with the changes. You know, there's a reason that, especially in the grand scheme of things, you get so many releases for like NetherRealm fighting games compared to a lot of other fighting games. Is, you know, a new game every 2 years or so. That's a really quick turnaround. So you get those players who are consistent over the years. They are used to playing new versions of the game, new games altogether. So you kind of have to accept the fact that those changes will happen, and the best players, they roll with it. You know, they find what works for their characters. Sometimes they pick up new ones. Sometimes characters will be able to do things that they couldn't used to, and they find it more entertaining, so they now play those characters, and that's how you end up with players being consistent over many years. But it looks like we are finally ready to go into our match, and it is going to be Tanya Chameleon from Law Corridor right off the bat. So thank you so much, everyone, for being patient. You really are so good, and we are now ready to go in and start one of the handful of matches we've got left to go.
Unfortunate combo drop to kickstart this round here from Law Corridor. Could have been a little bit more damage left on the table. However, Law Corridor has taken basically no damage at all, while Boki has used both Goros. So that's not a bad way to begin. However, if there's no Goro, and you know Boki, it's always going to be back 3, it's going to be sweep, it's going to be overhead. It's going to be any kind of possible direction. Law Corridor betting. Oh, the read. read.
That was
so good. Because, I mean, it freezes you in place while Goro goes to the other side, right? So that's not bad at all. That's not a bad answer if you get a good read right there.
Also, seeing there, obviously using the Tanya reversal, but specifically the Katana fan lift to make it, I don't want to say safe, because it looks like it might not be, but more awkward to punish, for sure.
All right. Bit of a range to play with here. Little corridor. Some of those more combo-oriented immediate summons do have longer cooldown than the ambush that Chameleon has, so Lord Corridor is going to have to bite the time.
That would have been such a nice pickup from literally full screen.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be one of the bonuses of playing Tanya with Chameleon, that she does have the buttons that can capitalize on those air sides. If that was blocked, we definitely would have seen a fan lift. However, Boki, Goro, Mita, party time. Get out of here, Melina. Had enough here.
I'm actually quite surprised that downforce still reached from there.
We trade. Boki, not afraid to let that one rip. Good block on the low. All right, wait a minute.
That was a call out.
Okay.
Oh, but a full screen jump back from Boki. He knew that was coming.
All right. Full cameo here for Law Corridor. Just about to hit 2 bars of meter. All right, we trade. We've had some unusual trades so far. Oh, expected Boki to press. And press he did. 1-2 confirm. Full combo. Thank you very much. Baits the up block. That's going to do nice juicy damage. Ow.
We've seen so many of those EX dive kicks today.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've all connected on hit.
If anyone saw Desarted earlier today, you will have lost count of how many EX dive kicks
That's
have
what
landed.
I mean.
The read.
Oh, but nothing on the way down.
Unfortunate that. Made the call out, but just did not get the right button on the way down. Wake up, Melina.
I think that's it.
Yeah, the EX. We're going to go. Not enough.
Wait. Oh, caught on the way back. Never mind. And a projectile going through as well. I actually think the second that low glaive would have connected, it would have been like, the only thing you can do is flawless block it on the way back. But it can be tricky to flawless block at the best of times, let alone when you're blocking a projectile that's coming back that you can't even see it.
I really just am fascinated by Law Corridor only going to Chameleon when he was on the verge of being 3-0'd. Made that miraculous comeback, you know, played so solid, and has gone, you know what, actually, this Chameleon cameo kind of good. I think I'm going to use that instead.
I mean, he's putting it to good use. The proof is in the matches we're seeing. It's definitely not being thrown out there. Like he's definitely put serious time into this team for sure.
Let's not forget, before Tanya, Law Corridor actually played a substantial amount of Raiden Chameleon.
Yeah.
A cameo that's actually pretty much identical to what it was before. The changes to the down back 3 is the only change that would have affected Chameleon Raiden, but Chameleon Raiden didn't really play heavily on that anyway. I mean, it was there.
Gets out of the corner.
Tried to read a jump, preemptive anti-air. That neutral jump is always to bait armor. Whenever you see that jump, it's because they expect
missed
armor.
the throw combo. Well, we've seen how much damage you can
mix up.
Yeah, because obviously if you can't punish the armor on block, make it whip. Easier said than done, sure, but if you have the normals for it.
Tidy 300 damage that. Good block on the overhead. We know it's coming. Expects more armor. Fan lift for the safety. Ooh, a bold decision there from Law Corridor. One that did not pay off. But we are going to go into our next round with full Chameleon.
A much better start for Boki this time. Because obviously, like, we know Tanya's reversal game can be good, but it is quite dependent on what disguise is active. If it's Katana, lots more reward. If not, it's just good old-fashioned unsafe on block and maybe something on hit.
Again, try to read the armor just in case. Those parries are vulnerable to lows, so you must always watch out. Sweep into Goro will punish any parry. Didn't get the right block. This is pure 50-50. Baits it! Just shy of 200 damage there. Melina picks up!
Yeah, that anti, just the empty jump back and immediate fatal blow. Yeah, this is going to be some respectable damage for sure.
Now, while you are regenerating Chameleon and dealing damage, you are going to give Boki 2 Goros, and Law Corridor knows his work is cut out for him after this lands. All right, can we bait out armor? Can we make it whiff? One Goro gone.
Yeah, tries to EX projectile. Remember, Tanya's EX fireball does destroy us. Oh my goodness.
Feel it.
I think, no, he was in the katana mode, but then again, surely he would have just done it, right? There's no way you can hit confirm that.
No EX dive kick, so we are only getting to get hit by a single thing. Oh, not so much now the sweep has landed. Goro comes into party. All right, now corner time for Kung Lao. 2-1-2, baits it, but we are going to see a fan lift there. Ready for the down two.
Down, yeah.
Armor. Goro gone. Waits for the... Oh, no, does not wait for the down one. Challenges. Wake up. Get off me.
I mean, there's no Goro for Boki. He's got a lot of bar, but no cameo yet. And
More
still...
blocks.
Yep, still up blocking. Boki will not be deterred. Because you have to remember as well, it's all relative to what's going on. Yes, Boki is trying to uplock near enough every time Law Corridor leaves the ground. And yeah, many times Law Corridor has just done like empty jump and thrown him for it and done like, what, 170, 180 damage, something like that. But Boki had a huge life lead there. So even if it was baited out and he got thrown, who cares? He's still very much in the lead. But if you do go for the air normal, yep, up block, and then you win the game. And that's exactly what happened.
All right, one game apiece. Let's not forget, folks, we are in loser's bracket. This is elimination territory. We're trying to figure out who's going to go into that top 4. The winner of this match will advance to fight Josh TQ. And the loser out of the regional finals. And that is not where either of these players want to go. They want to move on. They want to get as far as they can.
Definitely.
Maybe even win.
But if Law Corridor moves on, that will be a run back to their round 1 game, which did go the distance. It was a game 5 finish. But again, I was saying earlier on, I genuinely think Boki could very much be one of those players who could just win the whole thing out of nowhere. Because I feel like he is capable of beating basically anyone in a 3 out of 5 set. And because he's so calm, he's so relaxed all the time, it's always hard to count him out under any circumstances.
Now, you may have thought that break could have been a mistake from Boki, but if you land down back 4 in the right timing, the fan lift keeps them on the ground to extend further. So it is actually a meterless combo extender into whatever you want. Pretty tricky to time, but I'm sure Law Corridor got those.
Ooh. That was a very late jump over from Boki. Wonder what he was looking for.
Melina eats it. Jade's going to get completely bypassed due to the cooldown. By the time we're back, probably Katana time, and it looks like it will be right. Not that we're going to have a chance to use it. Oh, tried. I told you it's tight. But that does work. That gives a full combo armored reversal if you can time the down back 4 into fan lift.
Well, you have to think about how powerful that can be as well, because normally that move like puts you airborne, but if your feet are on the ground, you haven't left the ground yet at all, that's going to be like unscaled.
You do jump into forward 4 basically.
Well, unscaled gravity-wise, at the very least, damage might be, but still, that's like hella damage for otherwise what should just be a normal reversal.
Yeah, you just do fan lift into forward 4 and then your standard Tanya combo basically.
Yeah, that's definitely super powerful.
Yep. One of the reasons that even Sonic Fox considered maining this team for a little while before Ermac came out.
Oh, all right, huge overhead.
Overhead to kickstart what could be end game pressure. We are about to get a second Goro. Almost have 3 bars a meter. That's a breaker, that's 3 armors, that's whatever you want it to be.
Oh,
ow!
Catch. Yeah, decent damage. When life is this close.
That's another link that Katana fan lift works against, by the way. Standing 3 projectile, that's full combo. Overhead, safety. The micro duck, the read is made, and we will fatal blow this for sure. Actually, we don't even need to. We're going to do it just to be 1000% sure, but that is it. 2-1, Boki taking the lead now in this set.
Hey, ending a match in a fatal blow is never unnecessary. Even if it's like legitimately 100% unnecessary, it's not really.
Always necessary.
But that's a good lead for Boki to be at. Again, this is a match that's going back and forth and is definitely on but considering how these two characters can be played like speed-wise, it's definitely on the lower side. I think neither player wants to make too many mistakes. It's almost like the gravity of the tournament might be actually making a difference, you know what I mean?
There's a lot riding on it.
Well, especially considering, again, you know, Law Corridor has played so much Tanya Goro, even in this tournament. It's definitely a style that you know Law Corridor is going to be knowing how to play around, because obviously Tanya's doing a similar thing herself. Okay, going back to Goro. Law Corridor going back to the tried and true. Of course, the Chameleon, it won a game originally, but now This is, again, that last chance to change, and Lord Corridor's going to use it. Go back to the Goro.
We will see if it's going to do the job. All right, kickstarting things pretty strong.
Oh, it's an immediate check.
The armor. That's the whole thing. You just have no choice but to respect it. But you can't totally freeze up. There's a fine line of just having a sixth sense for when is a good time to press a button. And if you're wrong, you kind of have to accept it against this character. Not a good start for Lord Corridor. Both Goros down. No reward.
Into the armor launch.
Not only are you down on Goros, but your opponent is not having such misfortune. Going in big time. Down one. Lovely play.
Yeah, delay wake up down one too. That was... You could tell that's tough for Boki to enforce all the time. He even went for like a neutral jump, kind of somewhat safe jump kind of situation.
All right, wait a minute. We are going to Fatal Blow. This is a risky decision, but we're going to get Goro. We are going to build a little bit of meter. Remember, your damage dealt can dictate how much meter you gain. Lord Corridor might be okay here.
I think it definitely puts you down to like...
Guess for game, possibly.
Yeah, like
Throw
armor,
kill,
chip,
down
maybe not
two
chip damage. Oh, he's doing it again. Ooh.
Yep, there was the down two, just in case armor. But no, whips it!
And Boki didn't even need to spend the EX for it either. That was pretty clutch. And now Boki match point over Lord Corridor.
I promise you that down two was just in case Boki armored, by the way. The down two would have absolutely powered through that. All right, escape failed. Doesn't really matter much, but we are going to keep corner positioning.
No, I mean, it might not give you stuff like, you know, MK11 crushing blows, but it's information. You know, if you see your opponent taking a certain direction and they consistently do it, you have that info. You can use it.
Like, some people get confused why it's even in the game, but I'd rather have that information than not. Big damage. Possibly one more mix here. If Lord Corridor gets stuffed trying to armor, there is nothing to break.
I mean, he
Lord
can take
Corridor.
a throw, maybe one more, but not much. Oh, the overhead. Oh, that was such a tricky sequence from Boki at the end. Oh, that was so well played by the end of Boki there. And that's a top 4 secured. I'm telling you, man, Boki could do it. I genuinely believe Boki could go the distance today. I know he lost 3-0 to VGY, but it be like that sometimes. Honestly, I'm such a believer in Boki being able to go the whole way today. I really think he could.
Our top 4 is cemented. Boki versus Josh TQ is going to be our next match. Not in the stream queue, but, you know, our next... I'm trying to justify that to cover the fact that I said next match when it's absolutely not. We'll be seeing it in a little bit, right? That's what I mean. Overall...
We are suddenly down to 4.
Yes, we are. Which leaves our top 4 as Boki, Josh TQ, Kanamani, and Video Games Yo. Any one of those players capable of winning this tournament. And to reiterate, for the millionth time, and we will do it again, regional finals for EU West. The winner of this tournament is 100% guaranteed for final combat.
Well, especially considering it's like, with the players, I mean, 3 of the 4 players left in the tournament are the ones who could, in theory, go to Combo Breaker and get a load of points. But there's no guarantee of that. It isn't. Even if, like, Kanamani currently has, like what? I have a quick look, because it's kind of important to say the right number. Kanamani currently has 695 points, which is tied 4th with Ninja Killer, who also has the exact same amount, which is like 40 less points than Sonic Fox, who is currently 3rd, you know? And then, like, first place is, like, Tekken Master and Scorpion Prox at over 800, and then Javier is, like, 795. Like, we're talking lots and lots and lots of points. But it's not enough to be sitting pretty guaranteed in the leaderboard, as of course Combo Breaker is giving out a bunch of points. We haven't had the third. Yeah, we haven't had the 3rd qualifier for North America yet for EU and West. There are potentially quite a lot more points on the table that it doesn't matter how good you are now, because we're not finished.
That is
like,
why.
That is
why. I think some of you may even be a little bit frustrated watching this and being like, "God, why won't these commentators just give us a concrete answer?" Things are not concrete yet. The 2 major factors is that NA East and West is yet to have its 3rd qualifier. That did get postponed due to various issues that seemingly have been resolved in my experience from the Ermac patch, but I guess we'll find out. And the big one is that Combo Breaker being an offline tournament the points distribution of an offline is greater than that of an online. And that final chunk of combo breaker points has every possibility to, frankly, for lack of a better term, completely screw with the leaderboard. And because that is next month, and it's on the later end of next month, the regional finals now carry so much weight, because if you win this tournament, you haven't got to worry about any of that. You're already cemented. You can focus, you can lock in, you can practice, because there are more variables to come, both NA online and, of course,
well, it
Combo
could
Breaker,
definitely end
one.
up being quite a stressful situation for whoever gets second here, because like mathematically, there is a chance that Kanamani could be like safe and cannot be overtaken by enough people, right? There's a chance that could happen. It's not, I don't believe it's a guarantee, but there is a chance. However, let's say that Kanamani does win today and doesn't, but then ends up, so be it. It was enough points for Kanamani to like just make it into the point leaderboard. Suddenly his qualification becomes the points leaderboard, because that takes priority. Because if you win a regional final and then end up with enough points on the leaderboard to qualify that way, you qualify via points as a priority, and then your regional finals win will go to whoever got second place, provided they don't have enough points as well. So let's say it ends up being Kanamani versus VGY Grand Finals. Kanamani wins, and then suddenly after Combo Breaker, Kanamani is like just in the leaderboard. Now it will mean that VGY goes, or Boki goes, depending on who gets second, right? And that's even if that happens. Maybe they win, and then it doesn't matter anyway. The point is, there are variables, and it's a lot still to be discovered over the very near future.
I have a little thing next to me that gives me a little bit of information. While we wait for this next match, which shouldn't take too much longer, it'll be the winners' finals between Kanamani
I have been waiting for this one.
Up next. I'm going to tell you currently, as of this moment, what the qualifying leaderboard is. And remember, things will be changing because of the onlines and the Combo Breaker. Right now, Tekken Master and Scorpion Prox are #1. They're joint first with 820 points. MK Javier, second with 795 points. Sonic Fox in third, 730 points. Fourth, joint fourth, Ninja Killer and Kanamani, both of which 695 points. Fifth is Nicholas, 585. Sixth, King Gambler with 515. Seventh is Killer Jinoc with 495. And joint 8th currently, Zombat and Makaran. However, those of you that watched earlier will already know that Makaran is now guaranteed for Final Combat due to the EU West victory. So that's the current list, and that list is going to be changing over the coming few tournaments. And it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much still lies in the balance, and it adds weight and gravity to these regional finals. Middle East concluded. Faisal Combat made it through. Katana and Peacemaker combined, guaranteed to be playing. We saw, I believe, all of Liga Latina. I could be incorrect. I believe all of Liga Latina is concluded because that actually started earlier than most. So some of those players off the top of my head, I know that Nicholas qualified through that one. We saw it was Zeus, if I'm not mistaken, from Brazil. I watched that. That was actually played offline at the time. There are many others too, but before
I believe we might be getting into the lobby now. It seems like we might be ready to go. Kanamani and VGY. Yeah,
Baraka again. So. What's it going to be? Raiden? You saw Raiden? No. Mixing us up.
I have been wondering who we'll see from Kanamani, because I know Kanamani's main team has been Raiden Kano for the longest time, and obviously I know this. It looks like on paper this team is like way nerfed compared to before, but I don't see why this team would just suddenly stop working, especially in the hands of someone like Kanamani, who is so good with it. But of course, we'll get into it now as VGY with that Baraka Kano that has been carving up the competition in this tournament so far. Let's see if it will bring it to Kanamani.
I noticed quite a few people asking about Rewind. Number 15th with 325. Joint with the Mighty Unjust currently.
And that's why we keep saying it could be really dynamic up until the very end. Because just think of the amount of amazing players who aren't in the top 9 currently of that leaderboard, right? And so much to potentially change with the 3rd qualifier online for North America and Combo Breaker. It's why we're trying not to say anything too definitive, because there's so much potential to change.
It literally isn't definitive yet.
The only thing definitive is whoever wins today, guaranteed, definitely goes.
Now, since the Raiden changes, we have actually still seen Kanamani go in with the Raiden Kano, because fundamentally the team still works. There's just a little bit more counterplay than before, and that's all there is to it. The fundamentals of the team is still there. There's just a little bit more options for the defending player. But Kanamani, considered by many to be the strongest Raiden Kano at the time, and if you've played Mortal Kombat competitively, you know that's a lot of players to get through. So if anyone is going to make this team still work, it's absolutely going to be Kanamani. Has to watch out for the Kano ball. Interruption.
Nice catch, yep. Oh, a break from VGY.
Confidence.
There's a force block, but you have to wonder, is it too little, too late? Yeah, I think even a fatal blow wouldn't have tied things up by the end there, I think. It would have been cutting it really close. But again, think about it. What was adjusted about Raiden? Like, near enough, it was just Storm Cell, right? Electromagnetic Storm, that multi-hitting move that just keeps them blocking, pulls them in. It does less damage, it's more minus on block, so it's easier to punish, and it doesn't pull people in who are in the air if they're not in a combo already. So on paper, that's a lot of nerf.
Hey, if you jump that Storm Cell now, you can really punish Raiden.
But let's think about the way it's being used from Kanamani. Good patience. Again, doing special move into Kano, building that space, covering your way in with knives or Kano ball with teleport, right? All of that is still working. All of that is going to be exactly the same. His damage overall, like combo damage confirms, pretty much the same. A little bit more recovery on Electric Fly, still a very good move, as you can see, right? Especially if you're covering your way in. So I could definitely see this team still working.
Hey, Raiden got changes, but Kano did not. Never forget that.
Oh, there's the counter poke. Yep, instant break. That's a good win for VGY, to be honest.
Very good trade.
There it is again.
Gapless, but Kanamani cannot press buttons. That's the change in frame data. You still get the safety of it, but to make it safe and gapless, you can't press anymore. You have to respect that your turn is over.
What a timing from Kanamani.
Lovely meatless conversion. Another
the counter poke again. VGY is unfazed. No Kano to make that one safe either.
First time all tournament, VGY has dropped that airborne extender. That's a full combo. Actually, I think you're dead. We're going to get Kano. Yep. There we go. Looking a lot like the same Raiden, but you can't be as reliant on down back 3. You have to be slightly more hit and run.
I mean, we're definitely seeing less of it, but we're not seeing none, you know?
Mm-hmm. You use it just to be safe. It's a safe one-time check, basically. You do one Storm Cell, the Kano comes out. Because of the change in frame data, you're still safe if you release him early enough. You're just not plus anymore. So you're still going to get that chip. You're still going to get the meter build. Yo, Dark Raiden.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that actually is proper cool. I haven't seen that in game yet.
I'd be lying if I said otherwise.
Still, though, this would definitely speak to the strength of a player of Kanamani, right? Still playing these characters. Still making them work.
Off to a good start, though, as video games, yo. All right. Really good flawless block. Those flawless blocks are mandatory. If your opponent, as Baraka, is doing the extended block strings, you must flawless block.
Well, because it's not even about the chip damage. It's just think of the amount of meter he's building.
Yeah. It's meter denial. That's the most important thing.
Oh, didn't spend a Kano that time. Just going to take full damage here. Yo, he's even got the red lightning.
Oh, God. It's making me think of MK11. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, it just reminds me.
Didn't MKX have red lightning as well on one of the skins for Raiden? I'm sure it did.
But we saw a lot of players use dark Raiden skins in MK11 because of all the customization and stuff.
I remember, yeah.
A lot of players like the red lightning, myself included. Dash and grab. Okay. Here comes VGY. It does somewhat affect the pressure of Raiden. A big benefit of Raiden before was that pretty much everything was going to be down back 3. Now Raiden has to use it a little bit less than before, you are, in theory, a little bit safer when blocking some of these pokes. However, at any point, Kanamani could still pull the trigger on EX down back 3, and if he makes that read,
damn, that life bar
launched.
just disappeared. That's why if you're hitting like consistently like mid... Oh, okay, hang on. No, VGY finds a moment. If you're hitting like mid 300s all the time and you're just getting hits back to back, that's like so much health gone immediately.
I like that choice, actually. Knows the sweep has those plus frames, and if you expect a button, the dash, like backdash back 3 would give you much higher reward than just taking a turn back with your own poke, especially when you have to make a comeback. The second round, though, does go to Kanamani here. Teleport and get punished. You have to know there's always something on the end of it. Here comes Kano, just to make it safe.
The benefit of ending those little block strings that's standing forward. 0 on block, hits twice really fast. You're going to armor break. You're going to be nice and safe on block. 0 is a good spot to be in for Baraka. Got those long range, fast normals, amazing pokes.
Backdash, pretty damn decent backdash into various buttons.
Ooh,
Nice.
That was a pickup.
All right, here comes Kano again. Kanamani is not going to bite, but this time gets kicked. Wow! I was about to say gets clipped, and so does Kano, so you can't break.
Oh, got the optimal in the corner.
All right,
did a lot of damage.
No, just a raw. Back one on its own. Uh-oh. Yeah, you have to break. Oh, sorry, flawless block. Good defense from Kanamani.
Oh, there's the armor. VGY finds it. My goodness, that was a sequence.
This is a really tidy Kano Baraka. Just doing everything almost optimally. These confirms have been fantastic, but also the peace of mind to know, right, I'm going to go in and I'm going to do my standing 4 block string. I have the execution to keep it gapless, and that is very scary. You truly do not see many Barakas do that. Most of the time, and I do not mean this disrespectfully, when you see Baraka players go Baraka Kano, they just want to play like Baraka Striker to a T, but you're swapping grenades for knife toss. The knife toss does give you more consistent block strings in the corner, and that's not something I see much from Baraka
But you have
players.
to think, I feel like a lot of players will opt not to do it, because if they if your opponent flawless blocks, you get no bar, you do no chip, and obviously you're using resources to do it, but it doesn't do anything to your frame advantage. And a lot of those instances, your plus, there's no gap, and you're putting yourself in a situation that, you know, we're seeing VGY. How many times is he doing like these really like air-type block strings? Oh wow, that was
that is not good for Raiden.
Situation. That's not bad. But when he does those long block strings, he's like doing a little quick micro backdash. And if you press a button, he can whiff punish. If you try and move out, he can catch it. It's not always about the resources. It could just be about the frame advantage, and that's what he wants.
VGY has had
plus overhead.
Hit confirmed. Clean stuff from Kanamani. Big damage. Incoming. Actually, no. Lets it go. Oh, no.
The catch. Dude, VGY's confirms on those back 3s. Oh, unfortunately, drop again.
That's it.
Chase it down. That's it. Yeah, that's going to catch it.
All right, so this will not kill. I mean, 950.
It might, because the 950,
so.
You know, it'll come down to the mini game.
I'm willing to be wrong. Who matches the hardest?
That's it. That's done. Ooh.
All right. You know what? I shouldn't have questioned the Baraka player.
But to be fair, I'm wrong about it all the time.
Yeah, we were both wrong last time. Whoa! They clashed their bald heads in the Kano. That must have well hurt, you know. It's like 2 bowling balls. Sorry. Anyway. Back to that neutral.
Instant Kano concussion.
Which one? Both.
Both of them, for sure. Definitely. Oh, there's the catch again. VGY. I mean, to be fair, he has more room to mess it up and miss the confirm because of just the existence of Kano, but still, his consistency on that have been fantastic. Now, I wonder if I'll actually see the Razzle Dazzle buff come in. Now we see that Raiden buff is active. He did it again! Anti-air down 4 under the knives and pick up. I have never seen that. And the punish. Where are you going?
This is bad, because we're going to get a clean knockdown, standing 4, possibly. Nope, just the back 3.
That's nothing he can
Safer.
do. He couldn't armor either, because obviously he's going to take some damage in the trade. Again, all he could have done was flawless block, and even that, it wouldn't have changed the frames. He would have stayed plus. He would have stayed right in his face in a bad situation. VGY up 2 games to 1 now with this ferocious Baraka Kano. Team Divisio putting in the work.
This is a rather important following match. Should VGY make it into Grand Finals? I mean, I always knew that VGY had a Baraka. We have actually seen it in tournament.
We haven't seen
Not
much
like
of it,
this.
but we've
not
seen
like
it.
this though.
But we know he plays the character, but we haven't seen like tons of it. But I do wonder, what does Kanamani do now?
You've got to remember the focus. VGY has been around competitively. The debut competitively was MK11, but has been very focused and extremely hungry for a long time. This is a serious tournament. This is the most serious tournament VGY has played in so far, because this is, you win, you are guaranteed for World Finals. He would not have picked Baraka had he not been absolutely confident and ready, and it's looking like one of the tidiest Baraka Kanos I've ever seen.
I would say this is probably the best I've seen the team look so far.
Kanamani, though, going in with the Kenshi Striker, and we have seen how dangerous that is.
Oh yeah, I am by no
Kanamani.
means ever going to count out Kanamani.
Oh, no chance.
He has earned the right to always be relied on. Yeah, he can.
I'm expecting this to be Game 5, to be honest, because this Kenshi Striker has been a not-so-secret weapon. Kanamani has been playing this competitively, but it's just, when you think of Kanamani, you don't think of this team, but it has been there for a while.
Oh, he got caught.
Using Kano as a projectile. Whoop! Just in case. Kanamani, comfortable lead, but there is a breaker available too. This is going to be a pretty difficult comeback to make. Nicely timed down too.
Yeah, that was perfect, because it beat the knives too. I mean, you got hit by them, but you still come out favorable on the trade. There's the grenades, yeah. You used it just to get back into the other stance. I like that. Yeah.
But that's yet another thing that Striker is going to allow Kenshi to do, is more freely available activation of changing stances without even having to worry about it. One grenade into swap and you're pretty much good to go. Ooh. And even then, you said it yourself earlier, game sense, awareness of Kanamani, that's one of the things that will make this Kenshi pretty effective. Right,
there's a confirm, but instant break. There's the Kano. Now, of course, yeah, because Kanamani just used the breaker. There's nothing to interrupt now with the armor.
Catches awareness, those grenades won't be guaranteed at that timing. VGY, happy to let it go. The Kano ball, that's really good for VGY still, because it's just wasting Sento time.
Tell you what, it's been a while since I've seen like Baraka's like air special into ambush on the ground. Shades of release with Cyrax.
Okay, even more of that. Now, without Sento, or sorry, without the standard stance, there's nothing Kenshi can do to interrupt that block string. He hasn't got armor.
What? VGY? Back and forth. He's looking for something.
Looking to get rid of the cameo. Happy to hold this throw, I would say, to be honest. However,
he's got 2 Kanos.
You have to watch out for resummon.
Yeah, nowhere near a breaker, so if he gets caught by anything, it's over.
And the threat of resummon is pretty severe here.
I think that's what he's looking for.
With Fatal
Blow. Oh, that was a whiff from Kanamani. I think maybe, because obviously VGY, he's dancing. He's dancing in front of him. He's like forward, back. He's not just doing it to mess around. He's looking for something. He
wants you to whiff.
And Kanamani was just convinced. And there we go. That's the kind of reversal you want, because that not only hits Baraka, it hits Kano for more damage.
Absolutely. Makes the timer a bit longer to come back. There will be an inherent risk attached to having Sento stance, especially when it disappears. If you cannot resummon,
he just got caught.
All right. Are we going to go for what kind of pressure? Back off. Oh, we're just backing off, looking for whiff punishes. That's confidence from VGY to just know, right.
Look how much damage that does, though, as a reversal. Oof.
All right.
Oh, Sento's out.
Neutralize the Sento. We have to just bide our time.
That's what VGY's doing. He's slowing it down. He is not wanting to play anywhere near that range. He got caught. He has to break. Does he do it? No, he holds it. And again, going back, building the space. There's no striker. What's he worried about? There's Kano. He can't EX either. And he gets caught the break immediately. Kanamani. Not out, but what a hill to climb.
Oh no, the second Kano's ready. It's Kano ball time. Or Kano knives. It's the ball!
He found it.
The job is not done. Video Games Yo secures grand finals on the winner's side, but there is still going to be one more set to play regardless. That's going to be our first grand finalist, in this case, VGY. But the Baraka Kano making this team look absolutely insane.
I said it before. I didn't know what character to expect from VGY today. We know he plays a couple. You know, he's got a few up his sleeve, and he has always been one to experiment. He's always been one to pick strange, not so much with the character choice, mainly cameos and stuff. We've seen, like, you know, we saw Shao Darius from him before we'd seen much other, you know, stuff of it. I think we even saw like Johnny Cage Darius, no, Reiko Darius, I think it was at one point. He's definitely picked some strange things, but this tournament, this is crunch time. You know, this is the big one. And because of the gravity of this tournament and what it could mean for him, given his point leaderboard position, I'm thinking to myself, like, what does that mean for him? You know, like who does he pick in this moment? But this team specifically, Baraka Kano, you look up about who he's got to play it against today, and you know what? It makes sense. And you know what? This win could have been more monumental than the grand finals is even going to be. Because let's say it goes down the time and Kanamani ends up, you know, if Kanamani gets to grand finals and ends up running it back, and then turns out he does have enough points, and whoever it is that needs to overtake him in North America Qualifier 3 and Combo Breaker, let's say they don't manage to get enough and he does make it on points, that means VGY goes. So I think regardless, that win and securing at minimum second place, provided Kanamani, of course, does run it back in grand finals, because if grand finals ends up being like Boki or Josh against VGY, we're back to all being to play for, baby. It is not finished, but we are getting to that point, and oh my goodness, is it stressful.
There's a lot riding on it. Always and forever. I mean, we're going to be screaming this throughout the rest of the series, and I've been talking about it endlessly, even on our previous stream with the EU West. Or East, sorry. Getting late here. Brain's a bit fried. We're in a position where everyone's capable of beating everyone, and with our 4 remaining players now, Kanamani waiting in losers finals, only one player can join him there, and that is going to be decided in a few minutes' time between Boki and Josh TQ. So, we've seen similar characters outside of Shao. So we know that VGY and Josh TQ both play Liu Kang. They both play Johnny Cage. You know you're going up against Goro and Lao. That is your guaranteed opponent. If you're Josh TQ, who do you play? One theory, Josh TQ plays 2 characters that can punish Goro-less armored reversal. Either Liu Kang standing 1 or Li Mei down back 3.
That is a good point, which, especially with Janet Cage, is going to extend some damage significantly. Just for a little bit of history, this, much like every other match we're seeing today, is a run back. In the first qualifier, we saw Josh TQ take it 3-1 over Kanamani, but then lose 3-1 to Boki, where Boki has obviously been extremely consistent, but yes, it's going to be the Liu Kang we're seeing to start with. Not an uncommon answer. If a player has access to Liu Kang and it is one of the characters they play the most, and they play like a Kung Lao specialist, it's not uncommon to see it. Again, you know, not to be a broken record, but it is important information. Liu Kang, standing 1, 6 frames, goes into 1-2, confirmable punish tool. Kung Lao's EX armor is -7, so his Liu Kang can punish it with a standing button, which is very uncommon in this game.
Only a few characters can punish -7. Kung Lao, funnily enough, is actually one of them because his back 1 is 6 frames, and Li Mei's EX flip kick also can punish -7, which is great because if you have Janet Cage or Scorpion, that's a full combo. Anyway, the armored interruption on that low hat, Boki challenging and calling out that instantly. Now we push forward, the block waits for the armor. There's the Goro, again the overhead, but all of this is chip and meter build. Finally, the guessing game exists. And Josh TQ either guesses wrong or it's chip. Either way, doesn't matter. Boki round 1. And that's confidence, because that on block was a punish, for sure. Josh getting overwhelmed here, though, by the Goro, the Lao. Boki, so aggressive, just smothers you, even without Goro.
He's just so good at finding the split second and taking it and finding huge damage.
Safe jump.
Ooh, gets caught.
I do have an assumption that ending with that, cashing out damage this time.
That was really nice damage.
3+ frames, or chip damage, I should say. You're not safe.
Oh, he tried it.
So smart. I mean, Boki would have had to call the delay and then delay his own offense. So you have to just do the perfect thing at the perfect time. Hard ask this late in bracket, and there being so many variables. With punish. Full combo. All right, it's Boki without Goro. Get ready for back 3. Below successfully blocked. There's the first back 3.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Boki will just do raw sweep, like many Laos. Raw sweep, because that instant, like, straight up overhead into hat toss, massive damage, even without it. Oh, the breaker. Josh TQ. All right, what are we doing? Lovely throw tech. All right, meterless. Side switch as well.
Yeah, no bar for that, so I had to go for cameo instead, but nice.
Boki, if Boki armors here, it is a risky game, and goes for the forward throw instead because it's less likely. I'll explain why in a minute.
Of course, yeah, Liu Kang, he's going to want those back throws to get combo extensions, but in that situation, you just want to take the damage, not let him get the throw tech.
All right,
you said he has spent the bar.
Nice grab.
Hang on, hang on.
That's really scary, actually. Oh, we did it! No fear.
Oh my goodness, Cameo Lau took the fireball, the hat, that otherwise would have got the job done.
But then Goro took
stressful.
but then Goro hit the EX flame. That was so unusual. But, you know, they both had an opportunity to share, with Kung Lao eating the hat and then Goro eating the flame. We'll call that one even Stevens, as now the first game goes to Boki. But that was a close one.
Well, it's not the worst timing in the world to use those, or to see those cameos called at the end, because obviously, like, yeah, your cameo takes damage when it gets hit, but you can't lose the match because your cameo got hit, right? It will always, at most, ever take you down to magic pixel. So if you don't have the health to sponge something, but, you know, your cameo's there, you can use it for a similar fashion. Not always done on purpose, but we have seen very clutch instances of exactly that. It's just not as commonplace. But the change to Chameleon Liu Kang. Different style indeed.
It is, because very much so, Liu Kang, he can do crazy things depending on the disguise, but the situational situation, if that's even a statement, you do really need to have the perfect disguise for the moment.
Ooh.
There's the back three. Delay wake up, though. A full whiff punish.
Josh is getting a lot out of delay wake up in this set already.
Good block.
That's one of those mix-ups where, like, the low version off of that mid is so much higher reward than the overhead.
Sometimes the overhead may as well be guaranteed. All right, wait. Katana. That's a grab combo. We still have Katana left. Not for long, though, as it's now time for Melina. Liu Kang. Meterless combos. A little bit of mix-up. Does get a mix-up from forward 1-4 versus the forward 1 roll there. Ooh.
Oh, the glaive didn't actually hit on the return. Oh, overhead, and Boki finds it. Is that enough? Oh, yes. Just calls. I love that. It's so rare you will ever even have a reason to call Goro there, but he knew he just needed the smallest amount of damage extension. That is awareness.
Holding on to Fatal Blow, but in doing so has given himself a little bit of a disadvantage going into this round, because you do have a long wait for Goro. However, after this combo, the first Goro is available. No tech. Little damage, but mad plus. Mid-screen, not as scary.
Actually, it's quite difficult. I think you need a proper good, like, forward normal or forward dash to always jail off of that, probably. But regardless. Oh, the armor break.
Broken.
Oh, back dash behind. Oh, wow. It's not every day you see that work.
We are simply going to side switch here. Jade up next.
Yeah.
Armor broken again.
Now, there is always a gap between that mid and the overhead low. There's always a gap, but if Goro comes, he armor breaks. As you just see, that's so dangerous. And here we go, one at a time. Calls out the delay, but never mind.
Scary game to play. Last breath is going to be the savior. Getting hit during the summon, so you're not going to have the projectile immunity, sadly.
I actually think, did Josh try and go for the glow at the end there? I think he did.
I think so. I saw the glow apply for a split second, but was blocking or getting hit at the time, which seemed to neutralize it.
Yeah, I think he had the right idea, but a bit too late, as Boki with a commanding lead. Remember, losers semi-final. Winner of this will play against Kanamani. And the winner of that, obviously, BGY O'Clock. It is all to play for. Yeah, you got some money by this point, but you really want that first place. It's all about that.
All right.
So, yeah, Josh is going to be locking in the Liu Kang Chameleon, can no longer change. It's a team he's looking comfortable with. It's just Boki. I mean, how much can we say it that we haven't already said? Like, Boki is just not to be underestimated. Can absolutely bring it to anybody in a 3 out of 5.
There's a wild level of consistency with him. All right. Again, can't get the punish on it. I say that like it's punishable. It's not. All right, big damage though. Corner positioning, meaty sweep. It's just so scary. That's why everything becomes a guessing game from this point. Does manage to punish the hack.
Overcommits though. Yeah.
It was a risk reward. That would have been the end of the round. All right, no grab combos though. We're in Jade mode, not Katana.
Oh, but the armor immediately. Boki, match point. So close now. Can he seal the deal? It's been a while since we saw a 3-0.
And this would be one hell of a 3-0 for Boki going into what is going to be losers finals next match. Kanamani lies in wait to fight the winner of this set. Josh TQ. This is a last lifeline. You have to choice. What?
Yeah,
I forget that move even exists. You never see it.
But it worked.
Oh yeah.
You see it the first time in the tournament. It connected. Full stun. Hang on. That could be it. No, never mind. Not in range.
Punish.
Full punish. Josh is alive, but Boki still very much in the advantage here. Oh, the game doesn't know where it's going. It can't stay still.
Crazy. Oh, I didn't know if that was just me losing my marbles, to be honest with you, but I'm glad I'm not alone.
Been a long day, mate. Been a long day.
Been a long day. Been a long day.
Oh, no, he's alive. Josh, he gets the meaty, but doesn't commit. Never mind.
Can't combo, though. Oh. No Katana. Oh, the flawless block. Oh.
Ah! I cannot believe it. I thought for sure that was Boki's round.
Oh, again. Can't be tempted. The forbidden fruit. Right in front of Goro. There is so much left to go for Josh. Just winning this game is the start of it, but there will still be 2 more games after. Has to
if you're
absolutely
Boki, you want to finish it. You do not want this to go to a game 5 punish. Or game 4 even at this rate. Oh, hello.
Again, armor broken. Oh, no, it's mid-time.
It's all working out for Boki.
Goro's still there!
Dude, Boki's use of Goro is unrivaled. I think that might be enough. Can he break? No, can't, because it's a projectile.
The punish
finds it.
All right. Not out of the woods yet. Goes for optimal.
Okay.
Goes for optimal.
Oh,
going for it.
You just... Okay, no, backs off. Never mind, Josh. Decides to back off, and Boki says absolutely not. Where are you going? Hold this hat. Here it is again. Chop you up, son. See you later. GG's.
Do we think that going away was a mistake?
No,
that was a hard call. That's a hard call whether you stay in or not.
I think the play was... Because he actually went for like a late jump back fireball sequence, didn't he? So yes. I think the play was, instead of going in and potentially having to play around dealing with delay wake up or armor breaking the armor, whatever's going on, dealing with a Goro summon, whatever, the play must have been, I'm going to go full screen or I'm going to get some distance and I'm just going to establish potentially chip out for what is left, right? That kind of situation. Because he had plenty of chameleon left, or at least he had one use, and obviously quite a bit of advantage to work with. However, I feel like Boki, he called it out immediately. I mean, I hope the replays caught it, because I think it may have even been like a wake-up forward dash. Yeah, it's right here. I think it was either wake-up projectile or forward dash. Yeah, just instant. And it was EX as well. EX projectile, just to make absolutely sure. And he just guided it up to make sure it covered where he was going to. I think I get why Josh did that, but it was a mistake. And Boki was, again, one step ahead. 3-0. What a turnaround for Boki.
That was a hard call to make, because you either go back and wait for the resources to deplete and then maybe try and get something happening, or you stay in, possibly armor break, possibly get chip, but then you have to worry about them flawless blocking, you have to worry about putting yourself minus, and you have to worry about getting hit by armor. So there were risks on either side. However, GG's, Boki, moving on forward. Shout out to Josh TQ. Will be disappointed, I think, by the end of that, but top 4 in this was an incredible accomplishment. I know always striving to get further than that, but
hey, I will say though, a top 3 of VGY, Kanamani, and Boki. That is a top 3 that I think is representing EU West extremely well. And again, you know, before anyone says it, I know obviously MK Javier is a player that has like earned more points on the leaderboard and obviously isn't here to play. But even then, you know, like even if Javier was here, this would still be a very competitive.
We haven't got to worry anyway. I mean, Javier's already qualified for
exactly. That's why he's.
We're trying to send someone to Final Combat for crying out loud.
So just who from EU West is going to be joining MK Javier at the finals? Another player from Europe there to play? Oh no, what a shame that would be. Okay, Kanamani. Ooh, Johnny Cage Chameleon. This is a team that I haven't seen in a while.
Interesting matchup because I've seen definitely some of the stuff that we get from Cage. I know the grab combos are pretty severe.
Oh, drop.
Some of the corner combos involving fan lift. The shadow kick becoming a lot more scary because of fan lift as well. Haven't really seen Kanamani play it in a hot minute, but may have played it recently. I know he's used it a bit in Rips Arena, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, Kanamani is just the kind of player that if he's playing a character competitively, you know it's practice. You know he's been putting in that time. And we've seen him play loads of Johnny Cage. Maybe not like immediately recent, I suppose, but you know, when you play as much Johnny as he played, especially in the first kind of month or two, I don't think that knowledge really goes anywhere. It's always going to be there when you need it.
Now again, let's kind of talk about some of the reality of this losers finals. You mentioned earlier, should Kanamani win this losers finals and then get into grand finals? I will explain during this fatal blow. Kanamani is in a position where he's not guaranteed for final combat through points, but there is a possibility depending on how Combo Breaker and the NA online qualifiers go. They're yet to play their third one. If Kanamani makes it into grand finals and makes it through on points and wins, like it goes to VGY, right? If Boki defeats Kanamani here, well then anything about Kanamani kind of just goes out of the window.
Yeah, and it's like if he qualifies through points anyway, like that is like absolutely fine for him. But it now suddenly means that only one of the grand finalists is going to final combat.
Yeah,
we are getting into a crunch time.
It makes the grand finals much more impactful in that case. Kanamani keeping that aggression, looking real good here. 2-1-2, get another 2-1. Try to go for a little bit of an extender there with the size. Oh, more than you bargained for there, Mr. Cage.
And again, Kanamani will not be deterred.
But you know why? You're against Boki, and you know that he loves that back three.
Well, it covers a lot of the options, right? A lot of those, again, the back three specifically, nice. Down one, full combo punish. Does it parry armor? Have we seen it parry armor? I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't know if armor has like weird properties. If we still see this matchup, I have no doubt we'll see it. So I'm just gonna keep an eye out. But either way, it's covering a lot of those really common options that you know Boki is going to be looking for. So I get it.
Kung Lao, Johnny Cage, Chameleon, Doro, the Pyramid.
So what's the name of your film
Right.
about us?
Let's move on. Our next matchup here, Kanamani. I think this is the benefit of playing multiple characters because, yes, I know that Kanamani played absolutely tons of Raiden and Kano, and the team has been nerfed in the recent patch. Kanamani plays more than just that team.
Oh, he always has done.
And that's where you're going to have like the benefits, I suppose, of having like various characters and cameo pairings. Because in this kind of setting, okay, this team got adjusted. Well, I've still got others I can play, and here we are, Johnny Cage Chameleon.
I like the adaptation though from Boki going for more sweeps. Because the parry, it covers a lot of buttons, but it does not parry low attack.
Going for the overhead. Good block there, actually. Oh, definitely tried to bait an up block or something there, I think, did Kanamani. Overhead again. Free pressure. Okay, whatever he went for, just 8-2-1-2. Nice pickup. Respectable damage. The armor to the delay. Thankfully, Kanamani. The breaker in the back pocket.
Oh, actually, that was good for him because Chameleon took the projectile damage.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that when your cameo gets hit by a projectile, you take basically no damage.
And sometimes the projectiles do a lot of damage by themselves, so it's a lot to avoid.
Absolutely. many cases you'd rather it happen.
Especially if it's someone like Chameleon, whose cooldowns are just so short compared to everyone else.
Absolutely. All right, Kanamani. Looking for a safe jump. Oh, no, that was rude. That was rude. Try to down to the chin.
Damn, Boki's got so much bar, but nothing to do with it.
So many of these buttons are technically armorable, like the 2-1-2. Like, you can armor through that, but Boki being kind of conditioned right now, I have to say. The block.
But that's why. It's like, do you dare ever take your turn back when the parry is there and the parry gets the reward that it does? Kanamani, he's so consistent with it. I mean, it's not working every single time, but it's definitely enough to really put just the fear of the parry. And my goodness, Kanamani 2-0 up already. We could be definitely seeing a run back in Grand Finals.
Johnny Cage looking like the right choice for this matchup. You said it yourself earlier, the parry. It's making a huge difference to Boki's choice of when to armor.
He just can't press
Do
anything.
I armor? Do I press a button? Because not even the armor, I mean. I think I'm getting too hung up on talking about the armor here, because we're seeing things like back 3 low into Goro. Normally Boki presses a button. All of a sudden, now I can't because he's going to parry it.
But you also have to remember as well, what does having constant armor threat give you? The ability to steal your turn back in situations that normally your turn should be over. If you're like -7, most people in the game are like, yeah, you're not pressing buttons on -7. Your turn's done, my friend. But not if you've got armor that you can just throw out immediately. But what are you going to do if you're going to steal your turn? You go for a down 1. Parry beats that for full combo. Oh, okay, so it does beat the armor. It just maybe doesn't chase it down all the way.
Chameleon glaive into forward 3, by the way. Ooh, that's cheap. Ooh. All right. Boki will not be deterred. I guess that's not a safe jump.
To be fair, it was an 8-frame shadow kick. Like, it's a fast reversal.
Fastest armor in the game, if I'm not mistaken.
It's definitely up there.
I think it is.
If not the fastest in the conversation, it's among the fastest. Oh, hang on. That might be it. That's it.
Can't break. No, Goro.
Yeah.
Goro just got hit.
Ouch. That's going to be match point for Kanamani. Uh-oh. Suddenly looking really bad for Boki.
All this work, all these matches, and all these clutch moments. Is it going to come down to an eventual 3-0?
Allow me to be biased for a second. It would be so sad to see Boki eliminated. I love watching him compete in this game. But it's looking like Kanamani's set. He is here to play, and he is not screwing around.
You get hit by those uppercuts as well, and those fan lifts there. I want to think about what kind of combo he's getting from that. All right, wait a minute. Forward throw. The start of something. There's no meter. Oh, no. I was about to say, oh, there's an opening. There's an opportunity here.
I mean, you can't break, right? Because if you're Lau, you need that bar. Whiff punish. Didn't get anything huge, though. Good patience. Oh,
no!
Parry. At least he stayed safe.
It's just so rude. Okay, uppercut.
Okay, this is it. This is it. Yep, cuts it short. Just make sure it doesn't drop.
Baits out the possible wake up. Done that mistake before. Ooh.
Ooh, nice.
3 damage. Okay, wait. Chip damage. Oh, guesses wrong on that back 3.
Okay, Boki builds a bit of breathing room. Finally able to relieve some of this pressure. But for how long? Okay, there's the armor. Manages to find it.
We are still alive for now, but Kanamani is just about to build a breaker. Guaranteed built now. 2-1-2. That's bad news because we're going to be going into Kitana now. Kitana is going to give Johnny Cage a lot more threat. The threat of uppercut down 3.
Oh, throw combo for Johnny Cage. Disgusting.
Okay. Possible one last try.
No, neither of them could trade combo, I think.
Oh, this is so good for Kanamani.
Oh,
God! No! We went through each other! Was that shadow kick versus, like, advancing armor, so they kind of just went through? I hope we get a replay of that.
Oh, my goodness.
That is such a fighting game thing.
Kanamani, though. My goodness. A man possessed with this switch. I say switched. I guess technically it's not a switch because he played it from the beginning. But, yeah, Johnny Cage, Chameleon. Aggressive.
We just went through the particles at the end of that match. For me, I'm like, name a 3D fighting game that I've seen with like really fast advancing buttons. I see those interactions all the time. I wonder what it is about like really fast moving.
You mean
attacks.
like 3D models?
Yeah. Like, I wonder how or what it is about it that just makes them, when they're going really fast, just like absolutely shoot through each other.
I'm not a designer. I have absolutely no idea. But look, it's just the parry highlight reel, because that really is what this match ultimately boiled down to, especially those first 2 games. It was just parry everywhere, but it makes complete sense. You know, that's the benefit of being a player like Kanamani. When you play so many different characters at this level, if you fight someone who is... You know, if you... Oh, no, he parried through. Actually, it makes complete sense. He parried through. He did the dash. So actually, isn't as weird of an interaction as you would think. But yeah, when you're against someone who you know specializes in a specific character, and not even that, a team, because it's just going to be Laogoro, you get the opportunity to go, right, who is going to be the best pick here, and just rock with it. And that does mean now that our grand finals is secured at Video Games Yo in the winner's side, Kanamani on the loser's side. Again, not to be broken records and endlessly repeat ourselves, but I think it's important enough to bring up. There is so much riding on this. So on paper, yes, whoever wins this tournament will just qualify and get a direct invite to Final Combat. Video Games Yo does not have enough points to make it on the leaderboard currently without earning more. Kanamani maybe does, maybe doesn't. I'm really not 100% sure, because there's still a handful of events left to go that can earn points that maybe he could be overtaken on the leaderboard. So regardless, if Kanamani wins this and then ends up qualifying via points, it will go to VGY. If VGY wins this, none of that matters. And if Kanamani wants to make absolutely sure he's got enough points, if he's not already there, he'll have to go to Combo Breaker to do it. So this set could be really important.
Yeah, there's a strong possibility. And crazy to think that after all this, we're down to just 2 players. But for me, I actually think it's quite a fitting and or poetic finish. Video Games Yo and Kanamani, since the beginning of Pro Competition, we can't forget MK Javier, who was up there as well. And again, just to reiterate, MK Javier, unavailable for this tournament, didn't need to actually be in it, because
he has enough points to make finals.
Enough points.
He's fine.
He's one of the
more than enough points to make finals guaranteed.
He's one of the few players that is actually locked in without even having to worry about the NA Online and Combo Breaker. So that's a very exclusive club of players. I feel like there's been a rivalry between VGY and Kanamani, because when it comes to EU, they are of the highest caliber, but it's not just EU. They've been able to prove that that highest caliber extends into...
They are 2 of the hardest
worldwide
working players in the game, I think.
Yeah.
I would honestly say that. They are always playing. They're always putting in the time. They're playing in community events. They're watching the game. They're studying VODs. Like, they take it seriously. You know, to these 2 players, this is their livelihood. This is what they love, right? They are so genuinely enthusiastic about it. And what better way than to bring all of that effort and the thousands of hours they already have in the game, no doubt, to the test, win this tournament. You know, we talked before about how up in the air it could be. Oh, maybe you get in via points, maybe you don't, this, that, or the other. Win this tournament, none of that matters. You know, just win the event, guarantee it. You know, job done. And really know you can relax. You know, I've been saying this, and I will say it again, you can relax with your few months before Final Combat, because you know, right, I've done it, I've qualified, it's done. You know, time to prepare and whatever it is. Now, who do we see from Kanamani? Because I don't think we'll be seeing, okay, could be the Tanya immediately. I was about to say, I don't think we'll be seeing the Johnny, because that seemed like more of a bokeh pick than like a adjustment on the fly.
I haven't actually seen Kanamani's Tanya yet. So, I mean, I know that obviously is going to have a Tanya. Would not pick it in grand finals if there was not a Tanya here. But I was maybe actually expecting possibly a Johnny. I mean, the Johnny worked against Bokeh, but
it wouldn't work against Baraka for the same reasons, I think. I mean, you'd be able to... I think you can still parry the barrage, but obviously Baraka has the opportunity to just go for stab, and suddenly there's no gap. There it was. Oh, hang on a minute. Baraka striker from VGY. Never mind, it's not even the Kano.
Oh, yeah, very true. I was just so focused on looking at the Tanya.
No, 100%. I did not expect to see VGY change at all. But, you know, Baraka striker, sorry, this is a team that also works. It's not like a huge surprise.
Nice trade. Really
The problem
good.
is, though, yeah.
Blocks. Uh-oh.
So the issue is here, and we're already seeing, he's throwing the striker grenades at the timing of the knives, which doesn't actually stop you from being down 2 punished.
Yeah.
So he has to change his timing, like, significantly in order to make it truly safe.
These flawless blocks,
yep.
both sides. These flawless blocks have been good, but no!
Oh, no punish! Very
going on?
surprised to see that, yeah.
Oh, walks right into that forward 2. And that'll be Kanamani scoring first blood in this grand final. Can still definitely win.
You have to remember, you know, I know we haven't said it yet, but this is double elimination grand finals, VGY. He's still in winner's bracket. He just has to win 1 3 out of 5 set and the tournament is over. But Kanamani, as he got sent to losers, he's got to win a 3 out of 5 just to reset the bracket. And then we go back to 0-0 and we do 1 final set. So we're definitely getting to end game. VGY does have that safety net to work with, but at the same time, we've seen how the momentum can shift if you lose your winner's advantage and drop down. You know, he's going to want to be avoiding that as much as he can.
Immediately the flawless block on the second hit of standing 4. Like, that's how optimal Kanamani is defensively. The flawless blocks are always just ridiculous. Safe jump from the grenades. The up block on that just to make it less of a situation, which I quite like.
Oh, the delayed mid and VGY still blocking. Oh, there we go. That's the correct timing of the grenades. VGY, the instant adaptation. That's going to be the round for sure.
Holding on to the fatal blow. Using the meter instead. Having the confidence to just let that one go. And having the fatal blow with Baraka. Rather game-changing.
Yeah, I think against Tanya, the fatal blow is very important to have in the clutch moment. Okay, it's like the first time we see the armor come through, you can definitely tell Kanamani is being a lot more reserved. Oh, hello. Teleport right through into combo and back again.
Another low. The extra forward movement whipping. Oh, that's going to hurt so much. That is going to hurt so much. Because now, chip situations, pressure, the safety of the sweep. Good choice from Kanamani. Why overextend? There's no need to. Armor now does not exist. You will not live. Yeah, that was an uncomfortable way to lose that first game. Kanamani looking real solid. Now, I wonder... The Baraka has clearly been, I think, picked for like a very specific path in this match. We've gone against a lot of characters that the Baraka seems to do quite well against with the Kano. Was VGY expecting a Tanya here? Is there ever going to be a character change?
I mean, he does have the games to work with. Personally, I'm quite surprised that he wouldn't have gone with the Baraka Kano immediately, unless this is a match that he's played and he doesn't like it. But I guess we'll find out immediately now, right? Obviously, he can change as much as he wants, as long as he's lost the game, so I guess we'll find out very soon. But obviously, you know, with, a complete character change.
What?
As we go to Omni-Man Kung Lao, okay.
Okay, of all the characters I expected to see from VGY, it was not Omni-Man.
I mean, again, we've been saying he's played a lot of characters. I know he played Omni-Man a lot at launch. I haven't seen a lot of VGY play this character as of late, but again, if he's playing it, I imagine it's for good reason.
Oh, I gotta be careful on that clap, though. Forward 2 is built to punish moves like that.
Oh, and again, the timing of that forward 2 into teleport is really throwing VGY off.
Oh, Kanamani has just been so unusual with the offense. Just weird buttons, weird timings. Kanamani is so good at just disrupting your comfort zone. Oh, look at the backdash, and even that didn't work. Kanamani with a clean whiff punish. All right, what are we doing? Are we doing a low hat setup here or something?
He's got the roots. It is. Oh, armor's clean out of there. Say goodbye. Now, the health that's left, I think Omni-Man... Ooh, Omni-Man can definitely take it out. He's a high damage character. Oh, full catch!
Getting hit by that Goro was not part of the plan. And that kind of sealed your fate, should you not flawless block the 1-2-1. Even after a backdash there, you have to respect that Tanya forward 2, and VGY knows it. Full combo? Well, I say full combo, not at all.
Hey, it's a pickup. Damage is damage.
Another one.
Again. I mean, it's not tiny.
It's not a fast cooldown move, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not a full combo, but hell, damage is damage.
Wow, the armored reverse.
It's like we're really seeing the adaptation bin just kind of playing immediately out of range.
Oh, watch out for those down ones, though. That forward two could have been so much more, but there it will be.
Oh, drop!
Combo drop!
But no, VGY did not recognize it in time. Instant catch beats the clap. There is that kind of like mid to jump distance that VGY is just being stuck in place. But there it is again.
Oh, these 1-2-1s. These extra buttons.
Oh, he tried to flawless block and got hit. In the meantime, and Kanamani now up with a 2-0.
This Tanya has absolutely just thrown off VGY. You can tell, you can see it. And it's not just that, it's not just the existence of the character itself, it's how Kanamani plays. Kanamani plays characters that have a quote-unquote flowchart to them. But he does not play like that. The way he uses his buttons, the way he staggers his pressure, the choice of buttons in some instances, it's weird, it's uncomfortable, and it's so calculated on his part. Now, one game away from a reset. Omni-Man is back. Okay.
VGY, he's confident this is going to be the pick. Now again, he does have that lifeline of winner's side bracket, but again, with Kanamani playing this well, again, you do not want him to build up that momentum.
That forward three is like such a good button. Wow, counter poke, a risk. I do wonder what it is about Omni-Man that has made VGY pick it against Tanya. Like, what's the secret? What's the tech?
VGY, he's very active outside of Tanya's overall range, right? When you're at long distance, right? We're seeing a lot of the clap. We're seeing low hat. The low turned into it, right? He's constantly poking with these long-range normals and then trying to reset a distance. The problem is he's getting stuck at that mid-range, and Kanamani, again, the staggers on forward too, making him feel like he just can't move. And obviously how confirmable that is, and the threat of armor, he's just keeping VGY stuck in place. So even here, VGY has a life lead, but it doesn't look like it. He's always on the defensive. And Kanamani is keeping him that way.
If there's like these ranges where the second there's something that looks like an opening, Kanamani just armors straight through. Aye! Okay. Airborne Charge has other plans. Now, this is still a reset match for Kanamani. Only needs to win this and then we're starting again.
Again, the checks. Down one just to keep him in place. Goro whiffed. That could have been huge. Whoa, he's waiting. Again,
so simple.
Extremely reserved style of VGY. He does not want to take too many risks. We know Omni-Man is capable of humongous damage, crazy potential, like stance games and whatnot. He doesn't want to do any of that. He is just looking for simple things. Just poke these long-range buttons, take the damage.
Stand just outside of that effective Tanya range, so maybe my own forward three can compete, and if it hits, I mean, I'm going into allow low hat that's safe.
Oh, there's a fatal blow.
Fatal blow.
I mean, it's not completely separate to what he was doing with Baraka before, especially against, we were seeing like the Kenji, right? When he was, like, again, resetting to that range, playing outside maximum distance. But the problem is now, has lost the life lead by quite the chunk.
Absolutely.
How does he adjust?
All right, Goro. Oh, again, try to flawless block. Oh, this is going to be so hard.
Hang on. Oh, Goro!
Just for good measure, hit both of them. Now, this is reset point. If Kanamani wins this round, we are going into a fresh, new 3 out of 5. And it's the last set of the tournament. That buff is active. That's going to give Kanamani quite the advantage with the game that Omni-Man is trying to apply here. Minus. Takes the down one anyway. Backing up. Nope. I don't want to be any part of this armor. I want to get out. Look at that backwards movement. Holy moly.
I mean, Video Games Yo, he has some of the best dash movement in the community.
I would still say he had some of the absolute best wave dashes in MK11.
Oh, absolutely. For sure.
Now here comes Kanamani. Pressure. The threat of armor is always there. All right. 200 damage. Goro, though. Clap. The range on that.
Doing so much damage with every individual hit, too. That's the big one. Oh, and again.
Fatal blow is gone. However, whoa. Standing 3 at this range now.
Oh, tries to jump out.
Still finds it, even after whiffing the jump in. All right, it's going to be forward 3 again.
Well, the fatal blow's gone, so it'll be kind of difficult for Kanamani to find a huge hit here. Never mind armor. through the air he goes, and that's a game on the board. VGY, again, this is not the most explosive Omni-Man we've ever seen. It has clearly been picked for a single purpose in this matchup specifically. The only problem now is Kanamani is up 2-1. So he's got to play for one game, and we know Kanamani plays a lot of characters. If VGY picked Omni-Man for just this matchup for a certain reason, there's no reason for Kanamani to run the matchup back. He might do. He very well could do, because he has been doing very well with the Tanya so far, but we know he's got a lot of characters. Does he think it's time to change because he knows he's only got to beat one game versus this Omni-Man to reset the bracket, or does he run it back? Yep, he's
One
running
thing
it
to
back.
point out is, near the end of the game, VGY did do the backwards sort of air dash that's there. I think the reason we haven't been seeing that more is because he's not trying to stay full screen. He's trying to stay at a range that he can always whiff punish and always capitalize.
Yeah, it's a very specific spot.
If Kanamani whiffs something, right, as VGY's done a backwards air dash, can't punish, can't capitalize. If he's wave dashing around, you know, if he's dash blocking in and out, then all of a sudden he has much higher potential. That's just to stay safe. That backwards air dash is just for safety. If he does manage to get any clean punishes, we'll see those, obviously those basic Omni-Man, the juggles, the stance, and everything else. But it's not part of this matchup.
We'll see it if it's needed, but it
that
hasn't
forward
been yet.
three, that forward three, the clap, and the back dash in the air, that's what this plan is.
I would say normally VGY's flawless blocks are very good for characters where it's important, but we're not seeing them like much at all here. I almost wonder if he's opting to just not flawless block.
He's not even going for grabs.
He's been hit so many times trying to do it. I almost wonder if he's willing to just accept chip damage. Because obviously if you get hit by the move, you take so much more damage than you would have if you just blocked it.
Ready for it to get blocked just in case.
Oh, there it is again.
One of the times he actually decides to go for that slightly more confirmable combo string. Oh,
the drop! Never mind.
Was not ready.
Instant armor, yep.
VGY was not ready for that combo drop, and because of that now, reset point again for Kanamani.
A good time to go for the armor, though, for Kanamani, because if you've just dropped your combo and you think there might be an initial scramble to get advantage from the situation, hey, armor. Good. Consistency on those flawless blocks have been so good for Kanamani.
Absolutely. VGY has just not gone for any grabs at all here. With punish.
No, he doesn't want to be at grab range. He just doesn't want to play for that at all.
Full combo.
Yep, keeping it simple. Yep, decent damage end. Oh, but the wake up into mid.
Wake up into just a straight up button right there.
Force block, there it is. Oh, hits Goro too, that's huge. Uh-oh. That was a really well-timed neutral jump.
Again, we're backing up. We're just creating that space. We're creating that advantage.
He's managing his resources as well. He's got plenty of bar, always got loads of cameo. But then the parry. Suddenly the range game becomes very different. Oh, hello.
We are spending all of our meter on those plats.
With punish.
Uh-oh.
He didn't commit.
Expected that to be staggered. The whole thing gets finished. Down one. Backing off again. Goro.
Chases down. Kanamani approaching a break-in. Never mind. Oh, a throw punish.
That could have been so much more, but Kanamani just trying to keep it safe. Again! Never mind. Too far away. The clap.
VGY spending the bar in it, though.
Oh, just caught. Plus frames. Low. Oh, I actually
might be. That might be enough.
Yeah,
I think
dead.
that's enough.
You're dead. That's a reset. That's a bracket reset right there. For sure, that's a reset. That's why it's a risky game to play. You're spending the whole game around things like EX clap and everything else. That's all meter. Meter that you are spending that cannot break with. You finally get hit, and there you go. Big damage. And now, a bracket reset. So we have one final series left. One of these players will be 100,000 million% guaranteed for final combat. Let's see how it goes.
Well, I will say it's definitely not the grand finals I was expecting to see character choice-wise. Given how their paths in this tournament have been, Omni-Man versus Tanya, that is not the direction I saw it going. But hey, that's what you get. When you got players like this and they play the amount of characters they do, it could definitely be what you're in for. And it looks like we are actually running it straight back. VGY, bringing back the Omni-Man and the Lao. I mean, you can see the interaction. My main question is, are we ever going to see them like change? Because I feel like this is like an answer from VGY for the Tanya specifically. But Kanamani looks very comfortable playing it.
All right, we're able to bypass. Oh, no, went for the parry. Just in case there was a button, but actually Kanamani pressed nothing.
I actually think, yeah, that was like, it could have been the parry stance, but he went straight for the grab. I think that was just a hard read. Oh, dashes underneath. I like that. But you can see a VGY doesn't want anything like no corner pressure. Does not want it. Oh, confirms. Yeah, spends the bar just to make sure there. Oh, setups. Armor break. Hang on. Maybe that is the adjustment. Maybe VGY is actually being like, it's time to get more aggressive.
Just get a little bit more damage for these hits. Another armor. Kanamani does not care. Will not be deterred. No throw tech there. It's risky to just sort of be ready for a throw tech when forward 2 is right in your face. But then again, here comes my armor. VGY, a round up.
Well, we're definitely seeing a more aggressive side to him here. I mean, he was clearly playing for that long range kind of like poke, hit and run style. But now, definitely going in a bit more. But again, can't be too eager because that's when you're going to walk into armor.
Yeah, the second you try and press, that forward 2's hit. I mean, it's going to have more range than most things.
It definitely outranges anything Omni-Man's doing on the ground.
So much threat of Goro all the time. All right, interruption. Full combo now. Now, by the time this combo's over, it's not going to be long until Goro is back. In fact, probably will be. Drops the combo.
I actually think that was kind of like a meaty setup for the overhead. Maybe he wanted to do low hat and just decided not to.
A strange time to end it, it looks like. Then again, I don't play Omni-Man.
He's not the most popular character competitively. Oh, almost. Oh, almost.
Just tried to do it early, but just got hit. That would have been so sick.
I think if he'd held it for the full string, it would have been able to punish it. But
yeah, I just don't think he expected the full string, to be honest. Nice pick
catch.
Up.
Yeah.
Ready for the jump. Kanamani, prepared. Another confirm. Here we go.
Nice damage too. Again, mid 300s for that is so good for what it is. And now back to this game. He's got the life lead. Didn't really promise Kanamani. Now he's in Fatal Blow territory. We know how much damage he can threaten if he finds it. VGY still staying true to the game plan of using all of his EX meter, this enhanced meter, on those thunderclaps. So no break. But if he can just poke a few hits, and there we go. Make way. Viltrumite coming through. Oh! Game 1 goes to VGY. And it really makes me wonder. I wonder if this is going to be the matchup we see the whole time. I know we shouldn't always assume that there will be changes, but honestly, from these two players in particular, I would not put it past them. But even if we do see this matchup the whole time, especially with how VGY played at that time, right? That round 1, significantly more aggressive. And then by the end, he'd definitely gone back to the slower style when he had the life lead to do so. And I wonder if that's just a major adjustment from him here.
There's been a bit more proactiveness to land the damage as well. There was just so much forward 3, hat toss, range all the time. There were very few instances where there was kind of like any damage. And this is the first time we've actually seen damage being done with Omni-Man.
But as long as you've got low hat, because he's got so many full screen tracking overheads, some of which launch, you can see the synergy with getting held low hat. The problem is obviously you're losing the cooldown for it, but yeah, for that, it's just a decent damage extension.
It's just a great poke too. Like, it's going to be safe on block and on hit, fast cooldown.
And every time that connects, get hit by a low, lose 180 damage, that will add up. Oh, punish this. Clobbered.
Full combo incoming. Not going to bother going for that. Use it for the end. Omni-Man out-zoning Tanya right now. Outranging her too. Like a true Viltrumite.
Omni-lander.
Oh, man. Which one do you prefer?
I know. Oh, full catch. Actually recognized he was close enough for a full combo that time. Damn, 300's a bit better than 180 he's been getting. Oh, full
Another
punish. Uh-oh. Not unwinnable for
again.
Kanamani, but suddenly getting a lot more difficult. Setup. Let's it go. Yep, there's the armor. That was actually a 2-hit normal VGY went for that low, so that actually could have been so dangerous.
All right, now let's not count this out.
Again! So much! If this game had a hitbox viewer, and like, you know, like some games have like a hitbox viewer, it's like the move will just go red when it's active. I swear, if he did that move, the whole screen would just turn red for like a frame or two.
It would be very Omni-Man, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you know his cape. Just imagine that over the entire screen. And this is an adjustment. I don't know, after seeing how that reset went, I don't know if I was expecting this. A 2-0 lead after the reset? That is a result as VGY, my goodness, is one game away from qualifying directly for pro competition, as this invite spot will go to him at this rate, unless Kanamani can find something, which I will not say is impossible. We've seen our share of reverse 3-0s after even the smallest of changes. But this is his last chance. What's it going to be? What character in Kanamani's arsenal will he bet it all on?
Of all the characters that would have forced Kanamani against a wall to think, right, it's this character or I lose, Omni-Man was not the character I expected to force that scenario.
That's, I mean, never underestimate.
I've never seen an Omni-Man move like this. Like, with such a sort of in-and-out defensive, almost feels like you can never touch this guy.
Well, the main thing is the backwards movement. VGY has such good wave dashing, but Omni-Man's backward dash is so good. He's just always moving.
Oh my lord. Starting off with a shadow kick that just didn't work. Is Kanamani getting, like, feeling a bit lost here, maybe?
I don't know.
What's going on?
I think it's just a momentum shift. Remember, he is in chameleon mode now, so shadow kick into like fan lift and stuff is a possibility.
Oh no, that's very true.
I think he started in katana mode.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Remember, he goes far really fast. So
Trade combos. Trading the forward 3 and having the glaive come back. That's some tech right there.
Obviously, Johnny Cage gonna glide along the screen a little bit faster than Tanya does. Oh my goodness!
All right, what's it?
Oh, the read! He did it!
And for that to come out that fast, VGY would have already had to commit to the armor. Like, by that point, there's nothing you can do. That was insane. But also, what's also insane, the airborne charge. How did Johnny Cage hit that? I've never seen that ever.
Dude, Kanamani with the parry.
What is going on?
And forever. EX parry.
Uh-oh, momentum shift.
I mean, I did say, we've seen reverse sweeps. Even today, in fact, when sometimes the smallest have changed, let alone character. I mean, you actually did say right at the start of the grand finals, maybe, you know, it could be worth seeing the Johnny, but we're seeing it now. Obviously, I don't want to speak too soon, but that was quite a round one. Obviously, the fatal blow being gone is some significant damage Johnny will no longer have access to, but hey. That's one hell of a statement to make at the end of the round.
Ooh. Building a game around EX. Clap against Johnny Cage is risky business, because now that's going to hurt. That's going to really hurt. And now what do you do on defense? All right. Grabs a threat. Forward throw. Less likely to tech that direction.
A counter, though. Kanamani was pressing. Oh, that's the game. Grab. Yep, that's it. But now, though,
decision time.
Yeah, now the shoe's on the other foot. We saw Kanamani. He's down, obviously, now against the wall. His tournament life, his pro competition life, potentially, maybe, hangs in the balance. He changed. Johnny Cage, chameleon. Now, we know VGY has been making it work with Omni-Man, but now he only has to defeat one match against Kanamani's Johnny Cage, chameleon. So if he has a character and he's thinking to himself, no, he is not even hesitating. He is going in before I even have time to finish my point. It's Omni-Man and Johnny Cage.
We're going through all the we're going through Adam Eve. We're going through Invincible. Obviously, Omni-Man, of course.
I think the Invincible color scheme looks quite good in this personally.
It is quite good. Can't beat the original though, mate. Right.
Cool.
Shadow kick. Brave. We didn't. Katana was ready, but we didn't have them.
Well, it wasn't a blowout game. That first round was like last hit, and it came down to like a meaty parry. Like that is not common.
Launcher.
Consistency on the optimals, though. Oh, that is gonna hurt. 400 incoming.
We have full color now, so setup time. Oh no need.
Oh. That is what we were seeing last time, I guess. And again, VGY spending so much bar. Oh. Oh!
We're not the only one with a parry, mate. However, this one didn't bloody work.
No, VGY. No, that was smart of Kanamani to just completely hold fire the second he saw it.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to take a lot of discipline to not just overcommit.
Trade!
Yeah, that was a hard call out for VGY, who definitely just expected, like, a stagger for that one.
Oh, my God! Wake up, parry! He said, I know a thing or two. I know a thing or two about parries myself, you know. Oh, that's it. Tournament point. Maybe we could be at the end. But I do not want to count Kanamani out. Not at all. If there is one person in this bracket who could bring it back at any point, it is Kanamani.
Now this will be, as you can obviously tell, tournament point for Video Games Yo. A ticket directly to final combat in the balance. The defense has to watch out though, because this cage is all over the shop. Kanamani does not want to give it up.
Ooh, he got the low. A little quick backdash. That backwards movement is so crisp.
Omni-Man is just moving. He's flying around.
The challenge. There's the fuzzy this time. Didn't get it last time. And again, it's those delayed lows from Omni-Man. Really just forcing the respect. Ooh.
There's a,
okay,
right,
there's
confirmed.
a catch.
Full combo. Now, Omni-Man, meter to work with, which means Viltrumite stance is a threat. Another catch. All right, fatal blow. Just became very real on both sides. Johnny Cage, the parry!
Goodness, and with that clap of the thunderous variety, Video Games Yo punches his ticket directly to Final Combat World Finals for MK1. Goodness me, what a result for the young man from the UK.
Like a true Viltrumite, mate. Was not expecting to see the Omni-Man of all characters. We have seen some variety in these regional finals. We have seen, before everyone knew of the character strengths, we've seen Quan Chi make it through. We've seen Sindel and Cyrax make it through. We've seen Kitana make it through.
The character variety at finals at this rate is going to be weird. Like, straight up weird. But I've got to say, as excited as we clearly are to see VGY get the win, we've got to give it up for Kanamani. Yeah, 100%. Give it up. You know, you folks at home, us here, you know, well done, Kanamani, for what has been a tremendous performance throughout the entirety of the season. And that's not just in EU either, of course. You know, really showed up at UFA against some real strong international competition as well. And by no means is out of the running. You know, he could very well be in the point threshold to be guaranteed for finals. It's just, we have to get North America regional qualifier number 3 for East and West done. That's giving points. Combo Breaker is obviously giving a lot of points because it's the final offline stop. So Kanamani might have a bit more work to do, or maybe he's just okay. We don't know 100%. I don't know the maths on it. But he could be very much still in with a good shot at making the World Finals. So at the very least, GG's for today, and I have no doubt we'll see him again as, of course, if not even the points, the last chance qualifier is there as well. You know, I'm sure he'll get over to it. But Video Games Yo, you know, we've been both saying for a while, he has wanted that huge result. He is one of the hardest working players in the game. I genuinely believe that. And again, you know, top 8 at East Coast Throwdown. First major of the game. Top 8 at UFA. First European major for the game. Winning online pro competition qualifying tournaments. He has been so consistent, but hasn't quite hit the top level of especially the offline ones. I know he won the first regional qualifier as well. But when it comes to his offlines, 2 top 8s at the first 2 major events, very impressive, but was still just outside of point safety. You know, with today, he's won the tournament. He is guaranteed for World Finals. We will be seeing him there gameplay-wise and see what he's got when he faces off against the best players in the world. As you know, he is going to be absolutely thrilled with that.
And with that, that's all we have time for. So, one final congratulations to both Video Games Yo and Makaran, who are 2 players now punching their ticket into the World Finals in a few months' time. Shouts to all the players. Shouts to History Behind the Warrior. Shouts to you for joining me for this portion, Mustard. Always a pleasure. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Anytime.
Anyway, on a more serious note outside of that, thanks to everyone involved. I mean, the players, the viewers, WB, NRS, the hard-working production team behind the scenes. So many moving parts to make these shows happen, and we can't do it without you. Any one of you. So my name is Ketchup. You've been watching Intercontinental Combat. I'm going to go make a cup of tea and have something to eat. Yeah, I'll get there. I'm going to go to bed. I'll be ready. Thank you so much for checking it out. See you around. Mortal Kombat continues. Stay tuned for Combo Breaker. Stay tuned for the online North American Cups. Stay tuned to NetherRealm Esports. You can just see all the information. We'll see you next time. Peace out. Good night.